But how can such a strange martial soul exist? Even the silent Liao Feng speaks up in awe. This is the mutated thorn dragon, granting him the power of retaliation. Judging by his appearance, the reflected damage must be at least 60%. Shrek Academy really is a gathering place for monsters. Faced with UK's power, Bang Trin calmly rises, his body drawing in a hazy cloud of dark smoke. This surprises the martial artist, who wonders if she plans to use his counterattack against him. The first clash, the martial artist versus Zhou Bingzhen. She swiftly unleashes the great five elements divine light, charging fearlessly towards her opponent. The impact is too great, and she's immediately thrown back. When she loses sight of him, she panics. Where did he go? But immediately after, she appeared at his feet, and realizing his leg had been grabbed, panic set in. This wasn't good. Nia couldn't help but cry out, begging her to stop, but Vukach responded by slamming him onto the arena floor twice. Seeing Nia lying in pain, the announcement came. First match, fourth year wins. Second match, Nguyen Anhui and Deng Nok Huyen. Sixth year, as Njok Huyen steps onto the stage, she immediately starts flirting with the martial artist, infuriating Anhui, who warns, "What are you looking at? Your opponent is me." But he responded with utter indifference, not even looking at him, asking what he was so worked up about. That attitude sent Inhui into a rage. "You can't even look at my sister." But the other man retorted, losing his cool as well. "She's just your sister." Thinking this, Ngok Hyen smiled gently. "Don't worry. I'll go easy on you later." However, this only infuriated Anhai further. "Keep dancing, and I'll beat you to death." Seeing them act like cats and dogs, Lekong finally couldn't sit still. "What are you two doing? Are you still competing or not?" Even Ma Tin hung his head in shame, feeling utterly defeated. What an embarrassment. Lan couldn't help but sternly remind them, "Begin the match," and with that, both unleashed their soul power. But Ngok Huyen possesses a strange and alluring power, which piques Hienvu's curiosity. Vu Kech, sitting nearby, explains that it's a very special beast spirit called Ngok Lin Lung. On the arena floor, Ngok Hyen remained calm, assuring him he wouldn't hurt him and suggesting he just give up. But Anhui immediately attacked without hesitation. The moment the arrow touched his shield, it turned to jade, and panic flashed across Yinhui's face as Yu Xuan reminded him that he couldn't attack him. "Little brother, you can't hurt me. All attacks near me will turn to jade." And just like that, Anhui's next arrows were instantly petrified. Ma Xian smugly thought that while Rong Yu Xuan's attack power wasn't strong, his defense was high, making victory certain. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was surprised by his teammate, noting that Hui Hui's combat skills were becoming more and more refined. Only Qianlei was anxious. "Boss, it looks like he's about to lose." "Don't worry. Hui Hui hasn't used his full power yet." Thinking about his futile attacks, Yin Hui couldn't help but tear up. He quickly drew the Spirit King bow, and with a single arrow, pierced right through Jade Swan's chest, sending him crashing to the arena floor. He finally couldn't hold back his anger. "You little brat. This time, your brother-in-law won't show any mercy." Seeing his opponent's transformation, Xuanyu leaps up in alarm a domain. Yu Xuan immediately unleashes his seventh soul skill, the Jade Spirit Glazed Body, forcing Yin Hui to brace for impact. Before long, he was caught in the enemy's formation. Xuanyu grew increasingly worried. This isn't good. Hui Hui's been caught in the domain. Even Qianlei quickly noticed the anomaly. His aura is rapidly fading, but without missing a beat, Yin Hui activates his sixth skill, Spirit Body, and his everlasting eye unleashes a barrage of spirit arrows. Even Yu Xuan didn't expect this move. How could he use skills within my domain? After a massive explosion of thousands of arrows, a cry of pain startled both Xuanyu and Ma Tian. As the smoke cleared, Ngok Huyen, back in her original form, sat coughing on the ground, while Anhui's eyes remained chillingly cold. Amidst everyone's suspense, Ngok Huyen finally managed to speak. Conceding defeat. "I give up. I surrender." The referee's stern voice echoed the third one-on-one match begins. Liao Feng and Ma Tian locked eyes, animosity filling the air. Without a command, they both charged, weapons drawn, the wind howling around them. Ma Tian gritted his teeth, slamming his weapon into the ground. But seeing nothing but air, Han scanned the arena, wondering where he'd gone. Han's thoughts were cut short by Liao Feng's sudden attack. He used his White Dragon's dance to lift his opponent into the air, the strain causing Ma Tian to sweat profusely. Danger. He's thrown into the sky, unable to move. He summons the Dark Old Bone King. But before Han can react, something grips his waist. It turns out, Liao Feng summoned the Thorn Dragon to restrain his opponent, then hurled Ma Xian away as its sharp quills pierced the bone golem. The scene is silent as everyone watches with bated breath as the thorny dragon unleashes a whirlwind, pushing their opponent away, and the Bone King vanishes into nothingness. The sight stunned Ma Tian. His golden skeleton king had been cut down. Enraged, Han lost all composure and roared, "I'll fight you," as Liao Feng stared in disbelief at his axe-wielding opponent charging towards him. Xuanyu shouted, "We surrender." Those words stopped Ma Tian in his tracks, the axe blade just centimeters from Liao Feng's face. Realizing his life had been spared, he obediently bowed to the one who had yielded. That polite remark startled Ma Tian, and outside the arena, Elder Shu happily exclaimed that it was enough, and that young people these days were truly talented. "Your life sect already has enough members." These words forced him to reveal his hidden seriousness, despite his amiable exterior, as he needed to prepare everything for Xuanyu. Speaking of which, the competition to choose the next generation of Shrek 7 Devils is about to begin. "Isn't it?" The Elder Tree asked why it had to be from the inner court, saying that Xuanyu's teammates were quite good. His voice lowered so no one could eavesdrop on the important matter. "The final decision for the next generation of the 7 monsters will be in about 10 years, and they must have been members of the Sea God Pavilion for at least 30 years. This new information didn't bore Old Tree, but rather made him nod excitedly. "It's okay. This old man will grit his teeth and live another 10 years. Naturally." The other party's words made Qianwu's brain short-circuit, wondering how he could live another 10 years, when last time he was tearfully crying that he only had 2 years left. How could he hide such petty thoughts from him? Was he wishing for him to die soon, even though he didn't say it directly? He still smiled sheepishly, saying it wasn't difficult at all. After teasing him, Elder Tree continued to ramble about the contestants, saying these kids were more pleasing to the eye the more he looked at them. "With my millennia of experience, they all possess great fortune, and are most suited to my life school. They have the support of my life school." Perhaps finding it too noisy, Tianyu couldn't bear it, and had to use his ability to block hearing in order to calm down. Once the arena was prepared, he lightly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. "The next match is a 2-on-2 between Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shushu versus Mu Rongshang and Shui Wubing. Before stepping onto the stage, they were given strict instructions. Be careful in this match, especially of Lan Xuanyu." Got it, got it." The two teams slowly entered the arena to greet each other before the starting bell echoed. From the opposite side, Rongshang and Yubing cast undisguised, scrutinizing glances. Seeing this, Xuanyu instinctively grabbed Baishu's hand, startling her into a blush as she questioned, "What are you doing?" Xianyu grinned, thinking this would boost her morale and give her the strength to fight. Right then playfully added that he had to protect her, making Baishu blush and look away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Luo Hong was stunned by their intimate behavior. Without a hint of shame, Xuanyu casually replied as if it were natural, telling the dean not to misunderstand. They claim to have the ability to transfer soul power through kissing. She just smiles. But inside, her trash-talking is about to be unleashed. Yeah. Right. Meanwhile, a familiar figure watches the contestants' every move from the grandstand. Under the cover of her robes, Wen Na smiled proudly, watching her 2 students about to shine. The familiar voice of the referee rang out once more. The competition begins. As soon as Deng Thuong and Wu Bang stepped onto the stage, the audience roared with excitement. Mo Dong Thuong, Tip Fu Bang, Nam Sao, and Kap Hien Vu all receive encouragement. But Bak Tu calmly observes the opposing team without fear. as Deng Thuong's team draws their soulless heavenly saint sword and peerless sword. Hianvu senses something is wrong and immediately warns them. 2-2. Be careful. Their voices are strange, but when he glanced over to check on his teammate, Bai Tu was already surrounded by dark energy. Unable to move, taking advantage of their lowered guard, Yu Bang urges the team forward. And just as Xuanyu realizes the danger, two streams of sword energy hurtle toward him. His body paralyzed by fear, unable to control his body and mind. Xuanyu cursed inwardly. Realizing they were in trouble, he summoned blue-silver grass with all his might, wrapping it around his teammate's waist. 2-2. Thanks to Xuanyu's quick thinking, Bai Xiu narrowly avoids defeat from Rongchang's attack. And sensing their confusion, he explains, "They can control our emotions." Xuanyu's eyes scan the opponent's every move as he warns, "Their abilities are strange, we must be more careful." The tension is broken by Bai Xiu's gentle offer. "Xuanyu, let me," to which he simply replies, "Okay." She slowly advances, dragging a chilling mist in her wake. And as her rage intensifies, Bai Xiu furrows her brow and chants, "Death Spirit Tuning." A dark energy begins to rise, swirling around her, a strange skill that seems to devour everything. But Wu Bang, unconcerned, quickly devised a plan to hold the line, bypass her, and strike Hyunwoo together. With a clear strategy, they swiftly moved past Baek Su. Sensing the opportune moment, she solemnly commands, "Now Deng Thuong understands," and echoing Yang Jian and Yu Bang, they unleash a synchronized attack. Seeing their opponent's rising power, Xuanvu wasn't afraid, but secretly counted down the time. When they were close enough, he unleashed his power, blasting them both away. Deng Shang struggles to his feet, his face etched with disbelief at the scene before him. Hianvu is too strong. Before they can catch their breath, they see Bak Tu soaring through the sky with majestic dragon wings. Before Wabang could warn her, he anxiously shouted, "Behind you." But she ignored his concern, secretly chanting, "Deep blue stillness." Before things could worsen, Lan Mengqin arrived just in time, forcing Bai Shu out of her transformed state. It was then that Lan Xuanyu cried out in worry. But that image only brought a smug smile to Rong Cheng's face. Seizing the moment to strike distraction was the perfect opportunity. Those emotions were just a stepping stone. Unleash your fighting spirit all at once. As he spoke, the light in his eyes faded, as if someone had taken control of his mind. The confidence he once possessed crumbled, replaced by a look of utter despair. But as his opponent succumbed to despair, Deng Thuong swung his sword at Xuanyu, a heart-stopping sight that sent Wu Ge and the old tree into a panic. "Xuanyu, be careful." Just as the sword was about to strike, a strange light erupted from Xuanyu's back, his despair replaced by the unwavering gaze of a seasoned warrior. In response to Xuanvu's silent call, the raging abyss suddenly appears before everyone. It swiftly reacts to Deng Thuong's attack, creating an explosion that forces everyone back. Though winded from the blast, he sent the beak flying, finally wielding the holy spear. Li Huo, his mission in this battle was complete. The whistling wind behind him forced Rongshang to turn, immediately seeing Bai Cho with a spear aimed straight at him. Deng Shang hastily summons dark energy to defend himself, as Bai Xiu's suspended body is enveloped, rendering her immobile. That sight infuriated the Rock, who gnashed his teeth. "Damn it. I should have gone up there. It's just emotional control, and my serenity happens to be able to restrain it." Blindsided, Bak Tu barely hit her knees before moving as if controlled, shedding tears despite her body remaining untouched, making the opponent eagerly unleash simultaneous attacks on Bai Su. But in that critical moment, the Demon Queen appeared behind her, taking the blows. Seeing the opponent's cold face, Rong Chang recoiled in horror, realizing, as the last syllable left his lips, a dark vortex of evil energy erupted around them. Realizing the danger, Rongchang urgently tells Yu Bing that they're outmatched and must retreat, using their combined martial spirit skill, crying for joy. The moment the two swords clash, a violent burst of energy throws them both out of the vortex, leaving the Demon Queen to watch anxiously as Bai Xiu knelt on the ground amidst the storm. He reached out to gently touch the demon girl, in his words as soft as the wind. Our pain and joy can only be shared with those we love and those who love us. External stimuli are but a gentle breeze. Hold firm to your heart. Bai Shu, hearing this, regained some composure and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she rushed into the Demon Queen's arms, holding her tightly. The Demon Queen helped Bai Shu resolve the crisis, but the opponent's twin swords reversed, attacking Lan Xuanyu once more. Yu Bing's eyes are fixed on Bai Shu, but Rongsheng says the threat is too great. Ignore her for now. He redirects his unfocused gaze to the other enemies, prioritizing Lan Xuanyu. He's still consumed by his emotions. Go. Those words spurred Xuanyu to stand, and as he rose, he lifted his head, his crimson eyes and oppressive aura spreading. The power left Rongsheng speechless, his face paling as Xuanwu unleashed it to blast them away, seeing no sign of him stopping. Yu Bing couldn't hide the panic on her face. How could he possess such power? He's here. Reaching them, Xuanwu unleashed his power, manifesting the golden dragon, its roar forcing Deng Thuong and Wu Bang to cover their ears in agony. Sensing danger, they hastily tried to escape, but consumed by hatred, Xuanyu unleashed his power and gave chase. The sight startled Luo Hong, and even Ma Xian paled in horror at the elemental control. This wasn't good. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wait. We give up. His rage unleashed. Xuanwu couldn't hear anything, and he relentlessly pursued his opponents. Recognizing the danger, Luo Hong frantically yelled for Xianwu to stop, when suddenly, a gentle voice echoed from another dimension. Xianwu. Yuena's warm hand snapped him back to reality, and in moments, his rage subsided. With Rongsheng trembling, the referee declared Lan Xuanyu the victor. The battle officially ends with an eerie silence blanketing the arena, as Xuanyu hangs his head, troubled by the unimaginable fight. A victory, yet still a constant struggle. You truly can't underestimate any senior student. Their performance in the last match can only be described as terrible. Hyunwoo reached out his hand and gently said, "Let's go home. This battle has taught them a valuable lesson. We must always self-reflect." As they left the arena, Luo Hong's smug voice echoed. 15-minute break. Then the final team battle begins. From the stands, Elder Heilong muses that the two aren't bad at all. But sensing something amiss, Xuanyu becomes wary, wondering what he's up to, while Master Qixing nods in agreement, suggesting they become supporting characters for Xuanyu in their life school. Tianyu dared not push back too hard, only able to protest weakly. "Elder, you can't just do that." But the elder wouldn't listen, determined to have his way. "I want to see if they can get into the inner court." Back in the arena, a group of examinees gathers to discuss tactics. Ma Tian earnestly seeks his teammates' opinions, asking, "How did that last block look?" Rongsheng admits their opponent's strength, saying Xuanyu is even stronger than they thought, while Yubing helps strategize. His strength is not inferior to his teammates, but luckily, he probably can't use that move again. Ma Xian gratefully acknowledges his teammates' contributions, saying they were lucky to have them. His past experiences make him wary, and he urges them to be more careful in the next battle, to which his teammates immediately agree. Ma Tian quickly laid out a battle plan for the next match, still focused on good tactics and a steady path to victory by gradually wearing them down. But he was suddenly struck by his own thoughts. Since when did he see them as equals? Is the elite experimental class really that strong? The time has come, and an announcement declares that the next match will decide who represents the academy in the competition against the branch school. At the signal, Hianvu's team enters the arena to face the team led by Ma Tian, and the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. With anticipation from the audience, the final showdown begins, and Ma Tian sets his sights on his target, burning with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Xuanwu remained calm, ready to face any challenge. As Ma Tian's team charged forward, confident in their strategy. Meanwhile, Xuanyu uses his blue silvergrass spirit ability to launch a dense barrage towards the enemy. Ma Tian now has only one plan in mind: as long as he can hold off Tang Wu, he'll win this match. But as they charged, he suddenly froze, As Qianlei's mountain of a body appeared, blocking their path. "You're fighting me." He furiously channeled his energy into the hammer in his hand and brought it down on Ma Xian. Lan Xuanyu was speechless, wondering how he could have taught such a reckless student. Thanks to Qianlei's support, Xuanyu successfully activated the Golden Dragon Roar soul skill on a large scale, an overwhelming move that forced the enemy to defend desperately. The blue light has shattered our domain, and we can no longer use emotional control. Yinhui seizes the opportunity to launch an arrow, breaking through the enemy ranks. Their formation shattered. They desperately defend against Yinhui's arrow. Meanwhile, Wu Kei and Bai Shu are locked in their own intense battle. The battle rages on, as Qianlei cleaves through space, his axe carving a parabolic path towards Ma Tian, who retaliates with a counterattack, sending him spiraling into the sky. Seeing this, Hian Vu thought nervously. He can actually blow away Tianloi. He secretly released a series of silver grasses, tightly wrapping around his companion's waist, as a way to transmit more power. Unaware, Qianlai grows even more excited, declaring that no one shall pass him, his overwhelming power surprising Ma Xian, who wonders how his strength could have changed so drastically. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the competition, Vu Kach unleashes his full power against the colorful halo in his hand, while Anhui emits bursts of intense lightning. Meanwhile, Liao Feng rampages through the ongoing melee, and with Neon C's full power unleashed, Neon Xia's defeat is imminent. Unbeknownst to Ma Tian, who was still berating Qianlei, he was suddenly surrounded. Ma Xian glared, ready to lash out, but then he noticed the eerie silence around him. Though no one seemed to care about the storm brewing within him, Xuanyu rushed to his side, asking if he was all right, to which he replied that he was fine, and they celebrated their swift victory with a high five. Xuanyu and his teammates cheered, proclaiming their victory of 5-4, as the old master smiled with satisfaction, impressed by the talent he had discovered. In the arena, only Ma Tian silently lowered his head, unaffected by the surrounding excitement. Suddenly, a hand reached out with a soft call. "Senior." Ma Tian looked back, and after a few seconds, relaxed and chuckled, returning Xuanyu's fist bump, congratulating them on their victory. Then, he decisively strode towards Vu Cash, and Ma Tian frankly acknowledged his former teammates' decisions. "You made the right choice leaving in the first place, in 5-4 Palace. Your growth rate is even faster than ours. You're not weak, we're just stronger." The two share a brief moment. Ma Tian waves goodbye and leaves, while Yu Xuan approaches for a favor, asking him to tell his sister that she'll definitely get into the inner sanctum, and to wait for her. Unable to withstand his brazenness any longer, she explodes, telling him to get lost. Ngok Yen quickly makes his escape. After the match, Xuanyu returns to Tang Zhenhua's office, where he curiously asks, "Teacher, what do you know about the branch academy?" Elaboratis, explaining that 2 commanders in the Federation's 7 major legions are from our Shrek Academy branch. The main academy's inner disciples aren't allowed to join the military. It's a political necessity. But why is the branch academy allowed to? Chenhua elaborated, explaining that the branch academy's full name is the Deluo Federation Central Academy, and all its resources come from the Federation. Our only requirement is that the teachers at the Central Academy must come from us. So the students at the branch will also be influenced by the academy, and be closer to us. Zhenhua chuckled encouragingly. "Then you must try your best." They are all former 2-word battle armor masters. He seized the opportunity to voice all the doubts in his head. "Teacher, where is the branch academy?" He bluntly reveals that the branch academy is located in the Sunset Forest, a familiar name that immediately strikes Lan Xuanyu, as it was the first planet the Federation gifted to the soul beasts. Zhenhua confirms that a large number of soul beasts live on Samblatin, perhaps even stronger than the beast god Ditian, fueling Xuanyu's excitement stronger than Ditian. He really wants to see that. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xuanyu and his teammates set off for Samlatin. Inside the ship, everyone was lost in slumber, except for Xuanyu and Bai Shu, who remained awake. His excitement kept him awake. This time, they were the pride of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in Eternal Sky City, Tian Yu inquired about the situation with his fellow disciples. They've left. Came the quick confirmation. They've already departed. He laid out his plan, saying that the branch academy had requested more spots in the inner academy and told them that if they could beat their team, they would get an extra spot. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback by the decision, but just quietly informed him that this was the Sea God Pavilion's intention. After much deliberation, the Sea God's Pavilion has decided to include the 7 of them on the list to become the next Shrek 7 Devils. Lan Xuanyu can hardly believe his ears. The Shrek 7 Devils, chosen only once every 100 years. He was told to keep everything secret, and he could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, in a forest in Latin, a fierce struggle unfolds. As the armored beetle is flipped onto its back, it was clearly unwilling to be pinned down by a tiny human, glaring at its defeater. But the mammoth's suppressed power within Kailun's small frame terrified the beetle, preventing it from moving. He happily ends the fight, saying, "Don't be sad. I won't fight you anymore. You can't keep up with me." The beetle silently gets up in agreement. Kailun waves goodbye, promising to meet again, when a sweet voice suddenly calls out from behind, praising his greatness. Qing Luo showers her lover with praise, saying he's even better than the rhinoceros beetle armor. Kailun affectionately takes her hand and says softly, "It's nothing. Let's go. It's time to get back to our studies." Overcome with excitement, he eagerly anticipates his next opponent, while Qing Luo expresses unwavering faith in her lover. Believing Kailun will undoubtedly secure a spot in the inner sanctum, her unwavering faith moves him to vow that he will catch up to her no matter what, and even propose to her at the inner court's Sea God Date event. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Starry Forest Martial Soul Center, people were gathering in droves. Xiao Kai was already there, personally greeting them. "Hello, seniors." Fu Quan warmly introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher Xiao. I'm Shi Fu Quan, the head teacher of the Central Federation Academy. And this is the deputy head teacher, Shi Qi. We've heard of your exploits. Junior, a 4th-year student replacing a 6th year, in the exchange is quite impressive. To train students in beast mastery at such a young age, truly admirable." Xiao Kai humbly deflects the praise, saying it's mostly due to the outstanding students. Fu Quan enthusiastically leads them, suggesting they head to the academy to rest. Xuanyu, walking behind, surveys the area, secretly marveling at the rich life energy here. Everyone gradually boarded the vehicle to move to the next location. Inside, Fu Quan cheerfully chatted with the person next to him. "Teacher Xiao, this exchange competition will still follow the old rules." Xiao Kai agrees, saying they have no problem with the academy's arrangements. He smiles, adding that the students are looking forward to the competition. And Fu Quan quickly adds that the soul beasts will be watching as usual. And then the beast fighting ring will begin. Xiao Kai suddenly remembered and quickly turned back to explain. "Xuanyu, it's like this every year we come here to practice. There's an optional event called the Beast Fighting Round." This strange program piqued his curiosity, and he asked, "So, how does this beast fighting round work?" He explained the battle method to his students in detail. After defeating one spirit beast, they would continue to fight until they lost. If their total number of victories broke the record, they would receive a spirit bone. And after breaking the record, each subsequent victory would earn them another spirit bone. Fu Xuan added that there are no breaks during the competition until you lose and are replaced. And the current record is 33 wins. A record that has stood for over 170 years. The electric eel is already excited at the prospect of a soul bone, urging them to break the record. But Mengxin coldly retorts that it's not so easy. Still, he enthusiastically persuades her to try. Fu Xuan doesn't directly crush their youthful ambition, but tactfully advises that breaking the record is indeed not easy. If you win enough matches, the spirit beasts you face will become increasingly powerful. 80, 000, or even 90. 000-year beasts could appear, even understanding the hidden meaning. Xiao Kai firmly replies, "Then let's give it a try. Please arrange it for us." Directors. At this moment, Xuanyu was thrilled, convinced that this trip to Senluo Star was the right choice, and that Lan Shu would surely reap great rewards. Following the sound of hushed discussions, they quickly headed towards their final gathering point. With a friendly demeanor, Fu Xuan explained, "Let me introduce you to Samluo City. It's known as the Samluo Bazaar, where both spirit beasts and humans coexist, and fighting within the city is forbidden." Meanwhile, Xuanyu humorously observed the soul beasts before him and reminded his companion, "Shu Shu, look, there are so many soul beasts outside." Fu Xuan, hearing this, promptly explained, "Because some soul beasts are restricted from becoming gods. The soul beasts of the Senluo Star hope to cultivate and take on human or human-like forms to complete their path to godhood. It's mainly because there's already a precedent for success here." Xuanyu processed the information and voiced his curiosity. "Are you saying that soul beasts here have cultivated into gods?" he replied without hesitation. "That's right. The Samara planet has two beast kings, both god-level powerhouses." Outside, the night remained a silent, mist void. As a familiar voice echoed in Xuanyu's mind, they could become gods because they were friends of the God King. They've been reborn, unlike us and other spirit beasts. He blurts out, "Demon Empress." While Bai Shu is still in shock, the Demon Empress continues, "Like they said, we all failed, without exception, and we had lost all hope. But in the final, crucial moment, they met you." Xuanyu suddenly realizes, understanding everything. They quickly moved deeper into the Latin forest. As Xuanvu closed his eyes, seriously sensing the vibrations in the air around him, the aura of life was clearly becoming more concentrated. Looking at this, Fu Qian sighs. Impressed by his classmate's sensitivity to the aura of life, Xiao Kai smiles, agreeing wholeheartedly. Xuanyu has a natural affinity for life, and he's joined the life school. He raised his eyebrows in amusement, impressed by the rare life affinity constitution, wondering what it could be. Xiao Kai's concise reply echoed through the silent forest. Lan Xuanyu. They immediately put aside their questions to focus on the instructions, as the training method for soul masters at the Federal Central Academy was quite unique. To better integrate with nature and train here, the use of any soul tools was prohibited. Finally, the bus comes to a stop, and we're told to disembark. As this is Lin Muhua, the principal of the Central Academy, he raised his hand to greet her, but she was already swooning over his looks. But Maihua's attention was drawn to the silent Hyunwoo, and he directly addressed him. "You must be Lin Hyunwoo," he hesitantly confirms. "That's right. Headmaster Lin." Maihua quickly corrects herself. Noticing Hyunwoo's confusion, "Don't be so formal. You and I are practically family." But without further explanation, he changed the subject, saying they could talk later. "But first, let's eat." As a guest, all Lan Xuanyu could do was oblige. Having eaten his fill, he sprawled contentedly on the bed, sighing, "So full." Xuanyu stared at the ceiling, letting his thoughts drift. It really was a nice place. A vacation here wouldn't be bad. If he had time, he'd suggest going out for some fun. As he pondered his plans, a voice called out, "Xuanyu, come out here for a moment." He immediately jumped up, looked out the window, and wondered. Headmaster Lin. Maihua. Sure enough, he was already waiting outside, and Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder why he was being summoned alone. Still, he obediently approached Maihua to express his curiosity. "Principal Lin, what did you want to see me about?" Without much explanation, he urged with a mysterious tone, "Let's go. Come with me." Xuanyu watched his receding figure and asked, "Principal Lin, where are we going?" But Maihua calmly replied, "Don't be nervous. In a sense, you should call me Grandmaster. Among the surviving disciples of Old Tree, I am the eldest." Suddenly, a helping hand appears, leaving Xuanyu stunned and stammering. Grandmaster Huiying." Sensing his hesitation, Maihua reassured him, "No need to be cautious. Follow me." With no other choice, Xuanyu followed, but soon wondered, Why is he walking so fast? Under the shroud of night, Xuanyu struggled to keep the figure ahead within sight. As they ventured deeper into the cold, dark space, with his unease growing, Xuanyu boldly questioned him. Great Master Xuanying, what are we doing here? Finally, Manhwa stopped, but responded with an unsettling silence. He kept a safe distance, and the other man, sensing his caution, smirked knowingly. Before the tense Xuanyu, Manhwa suddenly shifts from her cordial attitude, saying, "Of course, there's good news. Junior brother." Xuanyu maintains a safe distance, asking, "Great Master Huaying, what do you mean?" Looking at the shimmering object in his customer's hand, Manhwa says that he carries destiny and is surely the successor his teacher chose. But does he truly understand what the leader of the life school holds? Xuanyu stares as the other man approaches, but calmly replies, "Although I've joined the life school, Elder Tree has never told me any of this." Manhwa's gaze sharpens, revealing the true leader of the life school. What he's about to grasp is the very source of life, granting him immense status within the entire Federation, automatically making him vice president of the Sea God Pavilion, granting him the right to connect with the Eternal Tree, and allowing him to stand at the very pinnacle of the Federation, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. Xuanyu's eyes widened in dizziness. "Elder, I can't do it, my abilities." Manhwa cut him off. "This isn't about whether you can do it, but that the teacher has chosen you, and once he leaves this world, then all the responsibilities of the life school will fall on your shoulders. You'll gain vast resources, but also bear immense pressure." Finally, Manhwa looked directly at his junior and asked, "Are you ready?" At that sudden question, Xuanyu unconsciously frowned in tension, and the ring on his hand glowed as if in warning, widening Manhwa's eyes in shock. But Xuanyu, with a hesitant tone, blurted out, "Honestly, I'm not ready, and I don't understand why the Elder Tree chose me as his successor." Manhwa's face suddenly darkened. "Then hand over the Ring of Destiny." He looked down at the boy's small frame and revealed his true intentions, saying, "The life school is more important and powerful than you can imagine. How can a child like you manage it? Give it to me." Faced with this sudden demand, Xuanyu was unusually calm and asked, "If I hand over the Ring of Destiny, will Elder Shu transfer the successor position to you?" But then, Manhwa suddenly changed his tune and muttered, "That doesn't matter anymore. If the Ring of Destiny were in my hands, at least there wouldn't be so many voices in the sect." Suddenly, powerful energies surge around Xuanyu, quickly noticed by Manhwa, who shoots him a sharp look. "You want to attack me? I advise you not to do anything foolish. Your energy may have dissipated for now, but your tension is still clear. I admit everything you said is true, but this destiny ring was given to me by Elder Tree, and it will only be removed by him or from my dead body." Xuanyu stared at his departing figure, warning him, "Also, I remind you, I represent Shrek Academy this time, and nothing you do to me can be concealed." Manhwa didn't seem worried by the accusation, replying, "So what if it can't be concealed? This is the Federal Central Academy. Do you think I can't hide everything in my territory? A wise man submits to fate. Do you understand? As for the Ring of Destiny, the old tree gave it to me, and I must protect it. I believe that even on planet Samlat, it's not entirely yours." But as he spoke, Manhwa's expression turned grim. "If that's how it is, then try me." Despite the tension etched on his face, his mind raced with plans. He's likely a Limit Duluo-level powerhouse. He might even be a God-level powerhouse. If word gets out, someone will notice the anomaly. I have to rely on the golden-eyed Black Dragon King within me. Rain clenched his teeth, his mind screaming for help. "Emperor Heaven, wake up. If you don't come out now, we're both doomed." Meanwhile, Manhwa calmly looked on, completely detached from the anxiety. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts around Xuanyu as he activates the Golden Dragon Frenzy Domain. Emperor Tian. "You're so unreliable," Xuanyu thinks in disbelief, his body nearly paralyzed by the control-type soul skill. From behind him, the majestic form of the Golden Dragon Roar materialized, a stark contrast to Manhwa, who remained serene amidst the quiet atmosphere. The opponent's reaction stunned Xuanyu. His golden dragon roar made no sound at all. Taking advantage, Manhwa mocked him, saying it was useless. It turned out he was surrounded by a magic control field. Having no other choice, Xuanwu steels himself, resolving to rely on his own strength if he can't depend on the divine beast. He focuses energy into his ears. As the weapon draws Mohua's attention, who wonders if he's trying to signal for help, he clutches what Xuanyu released. Hua Mai stares, stunned. What is this? Maihua firmly grips the fiery blaze and leaps into the air. But the weapon surprises him by freeing itself and soaring into the sky. The Liat Yen weapon inadvertently injures Meish Hoa's hand, releasing a torrent of energy, provoking him to say, "That little brat is good." This blatant intimidation made Hyunwoo's heart pound like it would burst. He couldn't move recklessly now. Meanwhile, Mok Hoa landed and immediately headed towards him. The sight of his grim face made it hard for Xuanyu to breathe. And before Maihua could speak, he quickly warned him that Master Sai would definitely sense his immense aura. "They'll be here soon. I left a mark in the room. You can still withdraw now." While he negotiated, Xuanyu secretly recalled the scorching flames. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Maihua's laughter. But this time, it seemed strangely pleased. Not bad. Brave and resourceful. Worthy of being chosen by the master. At those words, Hianwu couldn't hide the astonishment welling up from the depths of his heart. His stunned reaction only amused him further. "This divine artifact of yours is far too powerful. You should use it sparingly. Anyone who comes into contact with it besides me would likely be severely injured." His words left Hyunwoo in utter confusion. What did he mean? The silence was broken by a familiar voice calling out, "Hyunwoo, where are you?" Xuanyu looked around, confused, before activating his defenses and staring at Maihua and Teacher Xiao. The other man's obedient demeanor pleased him, and he replied, "Here." From the sky, Xiao Kai, clad in battle armor, hurriedly descended upon the scene, asking, "Xuanyu, are you all right?" But the sight before him left him dumbfounded. Xiao Kai, unable to hide his curiosity, asks directly, "Headmaster Lin, Xuanwu, what's going on?" Facing their puzzled gazes, Mok Hoa calmly replies, "Teacher Xiao, I am also a member of the Life Sect. As Xuanyu's senior, it's fate that we meet today. I'll call him out to test his abilities." "So it is. Teacher Xiao, you look so handsome in your battle armor. If you hadn't come, my little junior brother would have hated me to death." Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, the elder appeared, stealing the spotlight from the youngsters, scolding him for acting so realistically, causing Xuanyu to exclaim in astonishment. "Elder," realizing something, he asked in confusion, "Elder, Headmaster Lin, were you two testing me?" Immediately, someone praised, "Silly boy, wanting to become the leader of the life school. First, you must gain the support of the sect's inner circle." Mok Hoa then eagerly chimed in, "Little brother, your performance exceeded my data. You have a good eye." "Teacher." The happy mood made the old master laugh along. "Of course, this ring of destiny isn't given out randomly." Their conversation left Xuanyu stunned. "Master, when you gave me the ring of fate, you didn't say I had to inherit the life school." His mind racing, he took off the ring. "Senior brother is right. I should return the ring of fate to you." He gleefully examines the rare item, declaring it must contain many treasures, which only makes Xuanyu more despondent. "Master, you have to give it back to me." And yet, he still decided to tease the kid relentlessly. "How can I prove what's inside is mine?" Meanwhile, seeing the boy's tearful face, Mok Hoa had to step in. "Master, please stop teasing our junior brother." "Junior brother, I apologize for teasing you earlier, but I truly have something good to give you." He then produced another ring and placed it on Xuanyu's hand. Sensing the question in his mind, Maihua gently explained, "Consider it a greeting gift from your eldest brother." The sight made Elder Shu sigh, trying to regain his composure. "Xuanyu, my choice wasn't blind. There were many reasons. Maihua is the vice principal of our life school. a member of the Sea God Pavilion, one of the current Shrek 7 devils, and the head teacher of the academy, a shocking revelation for both Xuanyu and Shao Kai. The two of them were so excited that Manhwa chuckled. Our generation of the 7 devils is almost retired, little junior brother. The world will be yours. Then, Lin Manhwa and the old tree led Xuanyu to a completely new place. Here, the energy from the ice and fire yin-yang well billows through the air, exciting Xuanyu, who notes the rich life energy, with wide, eager, and curious eyes. Xuanyu asked, "Master, where is this place?" Manhwa gestured towards the area and calmly explained, "This place, developed by us, is one of the ultimate treasures of the future, called the Icefire Yin-Yang Well." A faint image drifts into his mind. This place is built in imitation of a treasure land on the Mother Star. The three of them quietly venture deeper, while Manhwa's voice echoes. "Speaking of the so-called ice and fire yin-yang, well, this is where treasures of heaven and earth are born. Because the life energy here is so abundant that the growth of plants is increased tenfold." Suddenly, Manhwa turned to him and kindly suggested that he could freely choose a plant here as a gift for their first meeting. Hearing that, Xuanyu revealed his eagerness and asked, "Really?" Meanwhile, the kind elder tree suggested that Xuanvu try meditating to sense which plant was right for him. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed, and as soon as he finished speaking, Xuanvu turned and ran towards the plants, exclaiming how wonderful it was to be surrounded by such treasures. He looked at the items inside, calculating that the Yang spring was too hot and the Yin spring was too cold. Suddenly, Xuanyu quietly sat down and began to meditate, his eyes closed in concentration. Surrounded by a faint, shimmering light, he would meditate in between. This action widened Manhwa's eyes in shock, spiritual power at the spirit abyss realm. The elder remained calm, revealing no emotion as he assessed. Indeed, his mental strength is growing at an astonishing rate. I suspect he'll reach the spirit domain realm by the time he graduates from the outer academy. Doubt filled Manhwa's eyes. It couldn't be. The spirit domain. Thu Lao glanced at him, then added softly, "Actually, I wasn't the one who chose him to be the life school's successor." Before he could finish, he realized something, and stammered, "You mean?" Meanwhile, Xuanyu calmly absorbed the energy around him, and the elder spoke, "Therefore, believe in him. What we need to do is protect him until he comes of age." Manhwa replies, "I understand." But then he frowned, a look of confusion on his face. Little Shidi's bloodline must be of two types, giving him his current abilities, yet also holding him back. How strange. Hearing this, Elder Shou explained without hesitation, "But the sect leader told us not to disturb it." Then, a voice rang out, drawing Manhwa's attention. "Little Lindsay, why are you here?" He politely responded, explaining that he brought a junior disciple to find a suitable treasure, referring to Erming, who stood with hands on hips, cheerfully saying they should visit less often to avoid disturbing others. Recognizing the elder, he turned back curiously. "Oh, you're here too," the elder calmly replied. "It's been a while, Senior." Not wanting to delay, the elder cut to the chase. "I've come to see you two seniors. If you don't mind, this is the heir to the life school that I chose," Yiming said, turning to look for the person he mentioned. Before him was Hianvu, calmly absorbing the energy. Seeing this, Erming was shocked, asking, "Where did you find this kid?" Shou Lao explained. "He's a student from our Shrek Academy." Suddenly, Erming rushed towards him, exclaiming, "No, no, this, how could it be? Could it be him?" Without hesitation, Erming grabs his cheek, pleading, "Kid, stop daydreaming. Wake up." A sharp pain jolts Xuan. "You awake, someone's pinching him." And Erming's face is inches away. Instinctively, he jumps back, a look of surprise on his face. Sensing his tension, Manhwa quickly steps in to reassure him. "Don't be afraid. Xuanyu, this is Senior Erming from the Sea God's Lake." He immediately stood up straight, politely greeting him. "Senior Erming. Hello." I am Lan Xuanyu. But Ming looked at him with excitement, constantly questioning. Xuanyu, aren't you from the Tang family? Who are your parents? Where are they? Meanwhile, Xuanyu looked at him, confused. Senior, do you know them? Ming didn't answer. But demanded. Do you have their picture? Let me see it, Xuanyu replied. Yes. Holding the photo. He scrutinized it. How could it be them, and the aura on you? No. That's not right. Then, Ming turned to him and requested, release your spirit soul for me to see. Without much thought, he replied, okay. And then, Xuanyu began to show off his one-of-a-kind power. Seeing this, Ming reveals his excitement, saying, yes, this is it. This is it. Yuan Lian is their son. He then falls into contemplation, wondering if their descendants continue to inherit their legacy. But why he never noticed it before? It's strange. Amidst the confusion, the elder couldn't help but ask if there was something wrong with Xuanyu's spirit. To which Ming replied that there was a big problem, a mistake could lead to explosive death. He stood between their conversation. But the cultivation method was correct. Only that every step forward would be extremely difficult in the future. His face gradually becoming dazed, wondering who he was and where he was. But then, Nimin suddenly turned to Hianvu, unhesitatingly grabbing his shoulders. Stay here and cultivate. This place is quite suitable for you. The words stunned Thu Lao and Tiokai. What? Amidst the light-drenched forest, the group quietly advanced beneath the dazzling, luminous crystals. With a solemn and cautious expression, Ming spoke. Although he did well before, there are still dangers. How about staying at my place to cultivate the ice-fire alchemy body? Doubt flickers in Mok Hoa's eyes. How can he withstand the yin and yang spring's power without risk? Nimin stares intently at Hianvu, assessing him. He'll be fine, his bloodline. It's very likely he's a descendant of an old friend. From behind, the elder wore an incredulous expression. Ancient bloodline, which Han affirmed, saying it was possible. Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, Ming added that staying here to cultivate would be best for him, or the Tang Sect's ice and fire yin-yang well would be even better. Manhwa listened intently, but still felt confused. What happens after the 9th rank? Can he still advance? Ming hesitated, saying it's hard to say. If he doesn't break through, that's one thing. But once he does, here, he suddenly smiles mysteriously, saying that staying here will be greatly beneficial. These sincere words move him, but he regretfully declines, saying that he still has many missions to complete. Scratching his head, tries to persuade him, saying that although Shrek Academy is good, the most important thing now is to quickly strengthen his body. The old guardian nods in agreement. But then, remembering something, Nimin urgently confirms. Little Shu, you just said he's the successor of the life school. Now that you're here, stay a little longer this time. I told you I wouldn't mistake her. Seeing that he'd realized it too, Xuanyu paused, suddenly asking how long he'd have to stay and train. With sparkling eyes, Ming excitedly declares, for starters, 1 month. Hearing this, he hesitates. But before he can refuse, the elder insists on keeping the talent. No problem. Then it's decided. Thank you, Senior. After a pause, he quickly poured honey into his hand. I'll go back and help you with a suggestion to reduce the difficulty of your mission. When you have time, Xuanyu felt the treatment wasn't bad, so he reluctantly agreed. Okay. He lowered his head and requested, Senior, after we've finished sparring, we'll come find you to train. Okay, Ming readily agreed. It's settled then. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the three of them to their own thoughts. Watching the shadow disappear, he asked curiously, Elder Tree, is Senior Heir Ming a Beast King? He confirmed with a nod. Indeed. He's a good friend of Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang Sect, and with his favor, you'll benefit greatly. The old tree lowered his voice, surprised that he had inherited the ancient bloodline. You definitely have deep roots connected to him. Xuanyu continues to wonder. So, what does Icefire Refining God mean? He patiently explains in detail. It means cultivating in the ice-fire yin-yang, well, using the power of ice and fire to temper your body. The next morning, the sun's rays bathed the ancient wooden house as Xuanyu stretched and cheerfully greeted. Tu Zhu. Good morning, Bai Shu replied gently. Xuanyu. You're awake, she playfully remarked. You sure can sleep. Let's eat first. Then we'll discuss tactics. Inside the cabin, the others gathered, eagerly debating the upcoming match. With excitement, Xuanwu lays out the plan. He'll go first in the one-on-one match, and Mongcam and Tutu will take the two-on-two. He explains his reasoning, wanting to test out what he learned from the Bai Hai Song Kiem battle against a new opponent. As she spoke, Bai Shu nodded in agreement. I actually have the same thought as Xuanyu. Meng Qin chimed in enthusiastically. Me too. Me too. She gently grabbed the arm of the person next to her, her eyes sparkling. Can Wuge only fight 2-on-2? They want 1-on-1 matches. And Wu Gi readily agrees, saying it's fine, and they'll listen to Xuanyu. He nods in satisfaction and immediately assigns roles. 3 1-on-1 matches. With Tutu, Meng Qin, Wu Ge, and Hui Hui ensuring victory in the 2-on-2. The arena comes into view as Xiao Kai solemnly announces, Students, it's time for the competition. Outside, snow blankets, the arena, and Bai Shu surveys the scene, noting, they even have spectator, stands for the soul beasts. She silently waits with Xuanyu for the two soul beasts to make their move. When suddenly, Ming appears, shouting, Xuanyu, over here. Reuniting with the senior, Xuanwu mechanically raised his hand in greeting, seemingly realizing that Ming wasn't alone. He secretly assessed this one. From his appearance, he sensed a unique aura that not everyone possessed. The mysterious power in his eyes told Xuanyu that this must be the other divine Beast King. He quickly realized the key point: both Beast Kings had arrived, meaning everyone was taking this match very seriously. The stands erupted with cheers of victory. Victory! Victory! Xiao Kai looked towards the audience, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This atmosphere was so familiar. From the sidelines, the Kailun team's entrance gradually heats up the atmosphere, and the audience showers them with praise. Yan Kailun, Kinglo Goddess, I love you. Li Chuchi, the mighty Great Bear, the handsome Darkthorn, Yu Ruo, the #1 controller. The opposing team's excessive praise twisted Lan Xuanyu's face. No need for them to introduce themselves. The heat of the stands showed no signs of fading, as everyone anticipated an impressive start. Let's introduce ourselves, Xuanyu said proudly, flexing his title. Class President of Class 5-4. Outer Court of Shrek Academy. Xuanyu. Bai Shu was equally impressive. Bai Shu. Class 5-4. Outer Court. Shrek Academy. As their introduction ended, Kai Lun wondered if he'd misheard 5-4. Xiao Kai quickly explained that Class 5-4 challenged and defeated Class 5-6, so they're taking their place in this exchange. Kai Lun was a bit surprised, looking at his opponents with admiration, that they actually beat Class 5-6, regaining his usual confidence. He introduced Team Captain Yan Kailun, a student of the Federal Central Academy's Inner Academy, followed by the introductions of the rest of Team Kailun: Li Chi-Chu, Shenggu Ruyu, Shimeng, Shishan Luo, and An Yu. All students of the Federal Central Academy's Inner Academy. They are all from the Inner Court of the Federal Central Academy. As the introductions conclude, Manhwa announces that for Shrek Academy, in the first one-on-one match, Team Leader Lan Xuanyu will fight against Federal Central Academy's Team Leader, Yan Kailun. The two faced off, eyes like daggers, ready for battle. As the signal sounded, first round. Begin. Kailun immediately unleashed his 7 soul rings, while Xuanyu countered with his 4. Will my punch kill him? Seizing his moment of distraction, Xuanyu's eyes narrowed, unleashing all his strength in a secret move, the Golden Dragon chant. Realizing he's losing, Kailun thinks, "You're done." A golden dragon roars fire, blasting him away in an instant. Observing the situation, Manhwa felt a surge of pride. Lan Xuanyu had even accounted for his opponent's psychology, truly worthy of his teacher's admiration. Witnessing the barrage, Kai Lun began to hesitate. Realizing he'd underestimated his opponent, he couldn't afford to hold back just because he was facing a four-ringed cultivator. He decides to use earth-shattering stomp, hoping to turn the tables. And as Kai Lun predicted, Xuanyu flies high into the air, his eyes fixed on the boy floating in the air. Calculating his next move, wait for him to fall, then strike. But man plans, and God laughs. Xuanyu remains suspended, showing no sign of descending. Kai Lun was shocked. What, he can float above the hollow worm? He wouldn't give in. Not now. If that's the case, he'd go up there to find him. Suddenly, a pair of powerful wings sprouted from Kai Lun's back as he unleashed his battle aura. Even those watching were impressed, noting the captain's strong will to fight, driven by his desire to enter the inner court with Qing Luo. As Kai Lun arrived, he noticed Xuanyu was casting some strange and unfamiliar magic. What was going on? Xuanyu, unconcerned with his opponent, focused on gathering the elements into a ball of energy. Wind blades, ice picks, and fireballs rapidly condensed in the air, then hurtled toward Yan Kailun. Manhwa is increasingly amazed by Xuanyu's abilities. He marvels at the elemental control, a truly profound skill. Xuanyu clutches an energy orb, seemingly preparing to unleash a devastating new attack. Kai Lun coughed violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. Before he could recover, a projectile hurtled toward him, freezing him in place. What is this? No sooner said than done. Kai Lun is struck hard by his opponent. He's left in a sorry state, submerged in a cloud of smoke, and his chances don't look good. Even Manhwa, a heavy hitter, is breaking a sweat from the terrifying destructive power. He can't hide his curiosity. What is that? At this moment, Xuanyu's image is incredibly imposing and awe-inspiring in everyone's eyes. Yu secretly acknowledges that after Xuanyu broke through the fourth ring, his strength is even more formidable than all of theirs. But if Xuanyu's strength continues like this, his soul power will be exhausted by him. Finally, he decides to take a bold risk, unable to wait any longer, and must fight quickly. At that moment, Kai Lun roared, unleashing his seventh soul skill, Mammoth Avatar, instantly summoning a spirit beast with overwhelming power. Looking up, Xuanyu's eyes flashed with caution. It was too strong. Below the stands, Yin Hui, seeing the imbalance, worries for him that Mammoth is huge, but he calmly responds, immediately activating his seven-colored scale. Dazzling light erupting. Xuanyu extends his hand, compressing the surging elements into his palm, while across from him, the mammoth roars, gathering power for an attack. Then, the two clashed violently, the howling wind shaking the surrounding space. Witnessing this evenly matched scene, Mok Hoa was shocked, a four-ringed soul master challenging a seven-ringed soul sage. Master, what kind of monster is your prized disciple? As the clash ends, the dust begins to settle. On the field, Kai appeared battered and bruised, while he remained unscathed. But he didn't let his guard down despite the vast difference in strength. That moment was terrifying, like fighting the heavens themselves. But I can't give up. I can still fight. Seeing the situation, Qing Luo intervened. We concede. She then turned to advise him, reminding him that the team battle was still ahead, and the competition had only just begun. A look of confusion crossed his face as Thonla spoke. Meanwhile, the audience watched in silence, eagerly awaiting the outcome. And when the referee announced that Shrek Academy had won the first match, her classmates cheered in delight. The second match quickly arrives. Both sides take the stage, silently facing each other. Next, the referee announces in a clear voice, the second match by Shuju of Shrek Academy, Qing Luo of the Central Federation Academy. On the other side of the stands, Erming observed the tension on the field and exclaimed, Big brother, this Shrek Academy student is good. Da Ming next to him was also slightly shaken. How interesting. This girl has an aura familiar to us. It seems her relationship with Lan Xuanyu is more intimate than just classmates. On the field, both sides are ready for battle. While here, He continues to discuss. Isn't Lan Xuanyu just like Tang San back then? It continued. A glint of clarity and decisiveness in his eyes. She probably doesn't know about her origins. Does that mean she was born from... He couldn't be sure if her parents were still alive. On the arena floor, Qing Luo activates her soul rings, powerfully swinging her fan, and the wind shifts accordingly, while Bai Shu, facing her, evades with her ice spear and graceful movements, surprised by her opponent's easy evasion, as if predicting her every move. She realizes her attacks are being anticipated, and then unleashes a massive vortex of power. But facing such a terrifying attack, she doesn't panic, responding with composure. Bakhtu focuses her gaze, carefully observing every change in the attack to decide her move. Without hesitation, she activates the power of her golden soul ring to counter, but can't fully evade the attack's vast range. As her purple scales begin to corrode, then, Bai Shu poured all her strength into the ice spear and charged forward. Qing Luo watched intently, wary of her opponent's next move. What soul skill would come from the golden soul ring? She closes in, her eyes locked on, then twists her wrist, sending the ice spear hurtling forward. Faced with this relentless attack, she hesitates. Realizing she's being outmaneuvered, Bakhtu closes in, her gaze calm and unwavering. As she unleashes an ice spear, the clash is intense, creating a deafening sound, and both sides retreat to their starting positions as the shock subsides. But Thonla seems surprised by her opponent's strength. And below the stage, after witnessing the opening clash, Ming suspects who she is, a soul spirit. Perhaps, from the aura, it seems she's a soul reaper, someone who conserves their soul power. This girl not only has rich combat experience, but also a sharp mind. On the arena floor, she remains vigilant, confident despite her opponent's strength. Moments pass, and Bai Shu and Qing Luo have been battling for over 10 minutes. Back in the contestant seats, Xuanyu was intrigued, seeing a rare sight for the first time, a soul beast of the food system, truly rare. He then mused that such a teammate was indispensable to a team. He then turned to his teammate, and Rensu gave the order Meng Qin. If Tutu wins this match, you must win the next one. If she loses, then forfeit the next match. Just test the waters. She acknowledged the order, her eyes gleaming with determination. Okay. Fortress Captain. His eyes flickered with undisguised curiosity. What's a fortress? The association's poking fun, saying you use elements like a soul cannon. The atmosphere on the arena floor remained tense. As Baitu moved with quick steps, her eyes never leaving her opponent, she had to widen the distance and then figure out a way. Zhenghe stumble. Qing Luo didn't hesitate, preparing to strike an opening. Instantly, she unleashed her fan, a flash of cyan piercing forward. Across from her, the girl quickly activated her own domain, exuding an invisible pressure. Now she realizes she's been tricked, fallen into a trap. She's absorbing her energy. But then, Thonla regained her composure and made a decisive move. She couldn't give her any more time. A swift victory was needed. The twin-word battle armor activated. Without hesitation, she flew straight toward her opponent to stop the forming attack. Across the way, Ming watches with interest, recognizing the Demon Queen's signature, move a field that none can approach. And Qing Luo has fallen right into the trap. As the battle intensifies, Qing Luo closes her fan, channeling its power. That energy enveloped her arm, causing it to expand, and with determination in her eyes, she unleashed her attack, the Heavenly Net Seal. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, piercing through the converging power and appearing right before her opponent. But in that moment, Qing Luo's eyes widened in shock as she saw it clearly. What? In a moment of carelessness, she was blasted backward, recoiling with minor injuries. She was stunned, her mind blank, unable to comprehend the situation before her. What was happening? Why was there another version of herself? In that moment, the Demon Queen and the White Silk became one, their chilling gaze terrifying all below the Demon Queen. This was the Demon Queen. With a subtle gesture, he conjured an energy orb, which shattered into countless smaller spheres. spreading across the arena. The Demon Queen spoke slowly, each word heavy with oppressive power, death. Each word fell like an invisible weight, suffocating her. Death. Judgment. But then, a familiar voice cut through the tension. Stop. Hua stepped in to stop him. Qing Luo has surrendered. The Demon Queen, seeing no further threat, ceased her attack and returned to the sky. After he left, Bai Shu felt her body lighten, free from maintaining the battle formation. The fight neared its end, and Meng Qin eagerly cheered her on. You're amazing, Shushu. But before she could take a few steps, she sensed something flash by in an instant. Suddenly, Xuanyu was by her side, looking worried, and she asked softly, Xuanyu. She was speechless at how he was always faster than anyone else when it came to seeing his girlfriend. He really was quick. Meanwhile, Bai Tu was embarrassed by the public display of affection. Let me down. I can walk on my own. But Xuanyu, oblivious to the stares, only cared for her well-being. No. You're too weak right now. Say nothing, you need to rest. And with that, he strode forward, ignoring the stares of those around him. And in that moment, her eyes were completely lost in his image. But for Meng Qin, it was the opposite. She was consumed by jealousy. Hey, how long are you going to carry her? I feel bad for Tutu. Xuanyu calmly replied as if it were nothing, telling her not to waste her soul power before his upcoming battle, while Bai Shu remained flustered and dared not move. It's okay now. You can put me down. Meanwhile, Meng Qin was fuming, but helpless, and Qianlei found the scene amusing, enjoying the leader's righteous yet nonsensical behavior. The next match was quickly unveiled with Guan Guihua's announcement. Match number 3. Begin. Representing Shrek Academy. Meng Qin steps forward, ready to fight. As Enyu steels himself, knowing he can't afford to lose. As the cry faded, he shot forward. Shadowbird Spirit. 7 Soul Rings. Dual purple soul armor. Meng Qin, unfazed, quickly unleashed soul rings to lock onto his target. With his advantage, Envu soars into the air, his wings transforming into sharp points that rain down below arrows of darkness. But Mangcam's faint blue light absorbs the incoming weapons, causing him to exclaim in shock as his arrows of darkness vanish. Just then, a strange sound surrounded him, throwing Darkwing into a panic, a sonic-type spirit, so unpleasant. With an icy gaze, Dreamharp locked onto her opponent, Blizzard. He's astonished by her formidable strength, so powerful. How can a 5-ring unleash such a wide-range soul skill? If he can't avoid it, he'll just have to charge in and see what happens. But before he could react, he was engulfed by Meng Qin's attack range. He couldn't see anything. Though shaken, Envu quickly unleashed his skill to break the formation Shadow Clone. Amidst the thick smoke, he finally catches sight of her. Found you. But little did he know, she had already transformed into a phoenix with incredible power, her cry echoing through the heavens. Caught in a daze, Darkfeather is overwhelmed by the bloodline suppression. As the awakened power is unleashed, the colossal silhouette of the Dreamweaver appears, a frigid blade gleaming in her hand, the Snow Maiden's resonance. The deep azure ice sword. The giant ice sword pierces forward, and despite his defense, Darkwing is frozen solid. The Ice Maiden's massive white wings burst forth, and Bicker, not waiting for her opponent to heal, immediately transitions to a powerful attack, Emerald Rain. Seeing the situation, Manhwa quickly intervened. Senior Bicker, please show mercy. The outcome was clear, and she didn't want to push it, so she stopped her attack. The match concludes with the referee's resounding announcement, Shrek Academy wins. Despite the home team's successive defeats, Manhwa doesn't reprimand them harshly, saying, losing isn't your fault, your luck was just too bad. Though unwilling to accept it, Du said, Headmaster, we haven't lost yet, a sentiment echoed by Shen Luo. Seeing their determination, Manhwa relented. Very well. Across the field, Hienvu is seriously discussing tactics with his partner. Tomorrow, we face a challenge from the Soul Beasts, so I don't want anyone wasting too much energy today. In this 2-on-2 match, we absolutely have to win. As he finished speaking, the referee's voice rang out, announcing the 2-on-2 match with Daixiang and Ruru. Before stepping onto the field, Shenluo smiled and promised that if they won, he would give her his chance to study at Shrek Academy. Duru is stunned and confused why he seizes the chance to confess. Because he likes her. She scolded her friend for bringing this up at such a crucial moment. But Shenluo scratched his head, looking confident, saying he was just seizing the moment. Dunu shoots him a glare, telling him to shut up and prepare for battle as the official fight commences with a resounding announcement. Begin. Duru narrows her eyes at the opponent, quickly activating her domineering bloodline, and charges forward to seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Yinhui and UK also prepare for battle. As Duru and UK unleash powerful blows, neither yielding to the other, but it seems the advantage has shifted to Wu Kei, who has blocked her opponent's attack, her consciousness immediately ensnaring Dunu's weapon. He seizes the opportunity and grabs the item, unhesitatingly aiming his weapon at the target. Yinhui activates his power, launching sound blades at Dunu, who was caught off guard. Luckily, the deity appeared and blocked the blow in time. Immediately, those vortexes of power wrapped around his hand, only to transfer to his body. Suddenly, countless hands emerge, targeting the divine fall with immense force. As Wu Kei seizes the chance to attack Xiaoli, Hui attacks Thien Ko Dunu, a different fire spirit, and Huai responds immediately. Leave it to me. Then, a barrage of fireballs erupts, hurtling toward Dunu, who struggles to withstand the explosive assault, but the heat still singed Duru's hair. Suddenly, a surge of green energy blocked Yin Hui's attack, and the judge, Manhwa, ended the match, ordering them to stop. Shenluo catches the faltering Duru, blaming himself for failing to protect her. Duru, battered but defiant, Ruto, asking if he still means what he said earlier. Han blushes, confirming that he does. Seizing the chance, Han sweeps her into his arms, filling the air with pink bubbles, turning Li Qiu into a mobile light bulb. Li Qiu is utterly helpless in this situation. It seems they won't need any buns. The loudspeaker then announced the end of the sparring match. With Shrek Academy as the victor, the two teams lined up to perform the closing ceremony, with members shaking hands and bowing. Unable to hide his curiosity, Diane Lei asked Shen Luo if his confession had been successful. Han, with a smug look, admitted without hesitation. That's right. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. I'll learn from you. I'll learn from you. Mengqin suddenly slapped Qian Lei on the back and urged him to leave. She coldly warned, You fatso. If you dare say something you shouldn't in this crowded square, you're dead. Qian Lei, terrified, begged for mercy. I wouldn't dare. I was wrong. Still unable to resist his gossiping nature, he turned to his friend. Fengzi, do you think the 6th-year students could win against these guys if they came today? Liao Feng calmly states that, overall, the 6th-year seniors are stronger than the other academies present. Seeing Xuanyu deep in thought, Baishu anxiously asks what he's thinking about. He raised his hand, looking serious, but then blurted out, Do you even weigh 50 kilograms? His question immediately ignited a fire in both Baishu and Meng Qin. I only weigh 48 kilograms, I'm 48. 5 kilograms, are you calling me fat? Xuanyu waves his hands, explaining innocently that girls should be healthy, not skinny. Cut to Lan Xuanyu's room. As night falls, Xuanyu discusses their upcoming strategy with his teammates. To break the record, at least 5 of us need to win 5 matches. So Meng Qin will be our focus in tomorrow's beast battle. She was surprised to hear her name called, as Xuanvu explained her abilities in detail with the support of Senior Bitch Ko. Her self-healing ability was the strongest, so she needed to persevere for more matches. Feng Zi, you're first, followed by Ban Zi, Hui, Vu Kesh, then Tutu, Mong Cam, and I'll be last. If there are no objections, let's rest well today. The second day of the martial arts competition arrives, and the group gathers, ready for the next match. Today, the arena is extremely lively. with the audience cheering from the stands. Yan Kailun and the others also came to watch the match as Liao Feng advanced as planned. I'm going ahead. I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck, Fengzi. Match 1. Millennium Blood-Eyed Panther. Jin Qian. Liao Feng calmly considers his next move, reasoning that the red eyes induce bloodlust, so he must avoid looking at them. Kim Qian immediately charged towards him. The blood-eyed golden leopard lunged repeatedly, but Liao Feng easily dodged each attack, unleashing White Dragon Leap to instantly defeat it. An announcement rings out: Shrek Academy versus the 10,000-year Earth Bear. Observing from the sidelines, he and Vu felt overwhelmed by the massive bear. This 10,000-year Earth Bear was clearly sent to counter Liao Feng's abilities, but Liao Feng calmly manipulated the gravity around him. Ready for battle, he leaps into the sky, then plummet down, spearheading towards the earth, a heavy blow, yet delivered with mercy. The third trial, Golden-Eyed White Fang. Liao Feng must tread even more carefully. The Golden-Eyed White Fang's willpower is terrifying, and it excels in speed. It seems he's been searching for a worthy opponent. Immediately, the White Fang splits into two and charges. Dialoy anxiously turns to Hianvu, worried that Lu Feng won't be able to endure 5 rounds. Vuong Trang launches an attack, but Lu Feng refuses to yield. Using the unmoving eye technique, White Fang immediately wraps his tail around him, slamming him into the arena floor. But Liao Feng dodges, charges forward, and claims victory. Exhaustion is evident on his face, but time waits for no one. The 4th round begins. His teammates watch anxiously, wondering if he can endure. His next opponent is the lion, Lai Yan Mawan Nan, whose ferocious charge turns the arena into a fiery battlefield. Seeing Liao Feng charge straight into the flames, the audience erupted in chaos. What was he doing? To plunge into the fire was suicide. Liao Feng gritted his teeth, enduring Lai Yan's attack that could incinerate anything. His weapon is starting to ignite, and as the blazing flames intensify, he unleashes the White Dragon King's spear. Soaring through the air, with unwavering resolve, Liao Feng faces his opponent head-on. As a dragon appears, power building in its throat, ready to erupt, he commands the dragon to strike directly at Li Yan's neck, while the referee intervenes once more, shouting for them to stop. Li Feng collapses, using his weapon as a crutch. As the resounding declaration echoes, Shrek Academy wins. The entire stadium erupts, while his teammates are left speechless, marveling at his recklessness. He's a madman. This is just an iron battle. Yet he burned his one-word battle armor for victory. The price is too high. Li Gu and Kailin Fei couldn't help but sigh. We lost fair and square. Liao Feng struggled to his feet, his body riddled with wounds, large and small. A hand lands on his shoulder. You crazy bastard. Leave the rest to me. Liao Feng still feels his last match wasn't his best. I lost face, but Qianlei thinks it's enough. Lost face, you did great. Go rest. With that, he strode forward, confidently assuring Liao Feng that he would win the next match for him. The battle began swiftly, the contestants' shadows flickering across the vast arena. Without a word, the Emerald Leech lunged at Qianlei, relentlessly attacking him, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. It was then that he recognized the Emerald Devil, and Xuanyu in the stands was equally astonished. These soul beasts were growing stronger, and they were all targeting them, but Qianlei was unfazed by these attacks. Immediately using his powers to seize the Emerald Devil, he instantly slams it to the ground, leaving Manhwa in utter shock. That's Shenluo finishes his sentence. The Tang Sect's ultimate technique, crane control, dragon capture. Below the arena, Qianlei's hand still emanates a faint energy. Soon after, the seal is complete, and he easily wins his 5th match. Daming seriously assesses him, saying this kid is not simple, but his bloodline is a bit strange, possibly from a different planet's variant. Next, the 6th match, which is full of loopholes, is against Tiebe Long. Qianlei scoffed at the sight of his opponent, an ironclad dragon. Looks like they sent the wrong fighter. Dragon. Here I come with that. He transformed, his body taking on the form of gold. Daming watched this scene in astonishment, exclaiming, a dire dragon beast. It really is a dire dragon beast. The second elder was equally surprised, wondering how dire dragon beasts still existed. Meanwhile, the ironback dragon on the arena was sweating profusely, no longer daring to face Qianlei, and quickly turned to flee. But he wouldn't let it escape so easily, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing the situation, Manhwa urgently tries to stop him, shouting for him to halt. And with that, Qianlei effortlessly secures 3 consecutive victories. Manhwa was in awe. This was the power of the 5th ring. Next was the 7th match, with the azure birdwanum flapping its massive wings, diving from above, avoiding Qianlei's dragon, capturing Crane to attack from the high ground. But that's no problem for him. Qianlei immediately uses his power and summons a demon bird, which flies straight towards the Macedon azure bird. It didn't take long for him to secure 4 consecutive victories, once again summoning a spirit. This time, the Azure Luan, and after only 5 short minutes, his 6th spirit finally appeared. The next spirit beast slowly revealed itself, its sharp eyes fixed on its opponent. The moment it appeared, Qianlei was captivated. The golden sacred tiger queen took steps toward him, her roars emitting waves of heat, and Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Without bothering with formalities, she spoke as soon as she saw him. "Young man, I have a question for you." Qianlei had never seen anything like this before, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "You can speak human language." Enraged, Huang corrected him. "How rude. Call me big sister," but Qianlei just stared blankly and asked, "And you're a female tiger?" Now completely enraged, a glint of malice flashes in her eyes as she unsheathes her claws. Immediately, a powerful beam of light attacks Qianlei, causing Xuanyu to panic for him. Stunned by the blow, Qianlei scratched his head, confused. Was it starting already? It seemed she was only warning him. As Huang Jin returned to the unanswered question, asking if his cat Longthu was a martial soul, a soul spirit, or a soul pet, he was slightly confused. The devouring dragon beast. "You mean Kim Banzai is a soul spirit?" Receiving confirmation from Qianlei, she immediately demanded that he summon it. Qianlei obediently followed Huang Jin's lead. "Jin Pengzi, come out." Jin Pengzi quickly appeared upon hearing his master's call, confirming her suspicions that it was indeed a soul spirit. But she still had questions. "Is it just him? Where did you get him?" Suddenly, the elders appear, interrupting their conversation, saying, "Allow us to answer that." In the great arena, the elder speaks respectfully to the heir of the golden bloodline. Here's how it happened initially. This child and his companions obtained a coin with spatial properties. Then, Elder Tree recounted the events in detail, holding nothing back. After she finished speaking, Hoang Kim spoke up. "Do you know you've made a grave mistake?" She explained to Qianlei that, once the crazed dragon beast reaches adulthood, it loses its mind. It becomes extremely ferocious. But luckily, it became your soul spirit when it was young. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The old tree spirit looked worried. "We didn't know such a situation would occur. So is there still any danger now?" Hoang Kim doesn't answer directly. Instead, offering another solution, she can help him separate from it and find him a powerful soul spirit. Qianlei looks at Jin's book with hesitation, then turns to her sincerely, saying that Jin's book has deep feelings for him, and he can't be without it. Seeing his determination, she relented. "All right. When you reach the 7th ring, come back and we'll reevaluate." As danger loomed, a voice interjected. "There will be no danger, as long as it stays with Xuanwu." Er Ming suddenly appears before Huang Jin, presenting his solution. As long as the chthonic dragon beast's bloodline is suppressed, it won't easily turn violent. She never considered this method. "Second father, is that really possible?" He leans close, gently reassuring her. "It won't be wrong." Then, someone else joins in. "Hurry back." Huang Jin, obedient to Ni Men, turned and announced to Qianlei, "Young man, this round is a draw. Step down." "I'm leaving." He still wanted to continue the match. "Senior, this isn't fair. I can still fight." and I think I can win a few more rounds." Before he could finish, Ming interrupted, saying his daughter wouldn't lose and offered him 3 more wins, bringing their total to 11. At this, Qianlei's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold. He immediately bowed 90 degrees, starting his flattery routine. "Senior, you're so fair and upright." "A true role model," Xian just casually replied. "Get lost." Returning to his seat, he immediately bragged to Xuanyu. "See that? That's called winning without fighting." Xuanyu helplessly reminded him. "Move over." Qianlei's match ended quickly, and a long-haired youth, Yuan Yin Hui, stepped into the arena. Just like Qianlei's first match, the Emerald Devil Leech rushed towards him, causing Xuanyu to wonder why it was another 10,000-year Emerald Devil Leech. But Yuan Yin Hui remained calm, as a white orb of light suddenly emerged from his body, hovering in front of his forehead. When it had gathered enough power, it unleashed a blinding ray of light, striking the Emerald Devil head-on, leaving it no time to react. Not only that, but the Emerald Devil took several more hits. The result was obvious, and Fu Xuan raised his hand to signal an end. "Okay, no need to fight anymore. I declare." Cheers erupt throughout the arena as Tang Wulin secures his 12th victory. From the stands, Da Ming observes, impressed by the sealing power, the spirit dragon, and the overall spectacle. In the following matches, the Soul Hand repeatedly sent out soul beasts with extremely strong defenses, but Yuan Anhui defeated them all with a single blow, effortlessly claiming victory. However, after losing his 7th match, Ying Hui was reaching his limit, his soul power almost completely exhausted. Next up was Tang Wulin, who calmly stepped into the arena, and soon after, UK won 8 consecutive matches before exhausting her soul power, bringing the team's total to 25 victories. Baishu immediately stood up, ready to enter the arena, and Xuanyu softly encouraged her. "Go, go, go." She turned her head, smiled, and hummed in response, seemingly bored with the recent peace. He seizes the opportunity to tease her, figuring if she can't fight anymore, he'll carry her off the stage, a notion that immediately ignites Baku's fury. No longer bickering with Xuanyu, she quickly heads into battle. Unlike the previous opponents, Baizu's challenger is a 65,000-year demon fox who speaks first, calling her little sister. "Greetings. I heard the demon empress became your soul spirit. It's perfect timing that I get to meet her today. I am a celestial fox." With a cultivation base of 6 and 5, Baishu's eyes narrowed with vigilance, silently observing her opponent, a humanoid soul beast. Baishu didn't respond, closing her eyes as she began to unleash the Dark Abyss Ice Demon Dragon. Her brow furrowed, her expression serious as she focused her power. Overwhelmed by the aura, the fox spirit falters, her resolve shaken. Power surges from behind her. A torrent unleashed. Power swirls around Baitu, forming a vortex, before a slender hand suddenly reaches out, delivering a devastating blow to the demon fox, who cries out in agony. The demon queen glanced at her, arrogantly mocking her foe. "So, even the demon queen can be summoned." Baishu carefully observed the creature before her, realizing that the entire process, from start to finish, had only taken a few seconds. Suddenly, a familiar voice announced the end of the match, declaring Shrek Academy's 26th victory, unfazed. Baitu calmly advanced, ready for match 27 against the Demon Claw Rat. Meanwhile, Xuanyu pondered with a serious expression. The clawed demon rat is too fast. Its attack power is extremely strong, and it has the support of the wind element. Before Xuanyu's eyes was the scene of Baitu being closely surrounded by her opponent, and she could only weakly resist. Before long, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Baishu had finally fallen to the demon claw rat. Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly comforted her, telling her it was okay and that he had her back. The opponent replied without hesitation, "If I can get a soul bone this time, I don't need anything else." Her words stunned him, and he grabbed her hand, whispering, "Tutu." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lan Mengqin entered the arena to face the Hellclaw rats, and a chilling wind began to emanate from her. After enduring the extreme cold for 5 minutes, the Devil Claw Rat conceded defeat and withdrew from the arena. Having won 27 matches, just 7 away from breaking the record, 5 minutes later, Meng Qin spoke softly. "Can your spirit beasts compete again?" Blazing Flame quickly responded, saying that Senior Swan Blue had been a great benefactor to the soul beasts, and none were willing to oppose her. They would let her win until her 33rd match, then ask her to leave the arena. What was just said shocked Meng Qian, who instinctively asked. What Xuanyu stepped forward and said, "You've worked hard. Meng Qian, you can go down now. We'll proceed," as the senior said. However, Meng Qian responded listlessly, "Don't force it." But he gently reassured her, "Don't worry." Immediately afterward, Xuanyu stood there with a pensive look. A thought flashed through his mind: do his best, and treat it as training. Just then, Daming commanded, "Scarlet Ball, go." In a flash, the blazing flames leaped from the arena. Witnessing this, Huang Jin couldn't hide his surprise and blurted out, "Boss, Second Father, why did you let Chi-Chu go? Don't kill him. We'll have trouble with the Federation. Furthermore, Red Ball has never liked humans. And if he hurts Lan Xuanyu." But all he said was, indifferently, "Daughter, sit down and watch." Meanwhile, Xuanyu was carefully accumulating energy below the stage. In an instant, the red sphere lunged forward, face contorted in fury, roaring, "Once I start, there's no stopping me. Surrender now." Yet, Lan Xuanyu calmly unleashes his technique, absorbing the elements. This sight horrifies Chi-Chu, who cries out, "What elemental chaos is turning into nothingness? This is elemental stripping." Now, with a cold expression, Xuanyu stares intently at his opponent. Undergoing the Dragon God transformation, a torrent of power begins to emanate from Chiyu's body. The red orb was terrified. What was this? Xuanyu's sharp eyes scanned the others. As a great power surged from within the orb's body, the golden dragon's roar. In an instant, the entire area was manipulated. Faced with such a majestic scene, the crimson orb panicked unconsciously, thinking it was impossible. Before he could finish, Xuanyu's sharp weapon hurtled forward without hesitation. A scream of despair echoed. "No," he desperately signaled to stop the fight, surrendering in a trembling voice. "I give up." Xuanyu stood alone in the arena, a solitary figure. Why surrender before the fight even begins? Hearing this, Daming replied, just confirming what he already knew. "That's right. I told you I wasn't wrong. That's all for today's sparring. Proceed according to the plan we discussed." Even so, she kept asking worriedly, "Father, you still haven't answered me." He softly soothes, "You'll know in time. Perhaps there truly is hope for the soul beast lineage. Even Detien's persistence may yet bear fruit." Suddenly, Erming announced loudly that today's sparring was over. Xuanyu tilted his head, listening. As a thought flashed through his mind, Shrek Academy broke the beast fighting record. "It's over." Cheers of excitement erupted. "They broke the record." "That's great," Xuanyu whispered. "Senior Erming," he quickly replied with a smile, congratulating them for breaking the record that had stood for so many years. However, he couldn't hide his curiosity and asked if the spirit beasts had held back, adding that if they could represent the Shrek Academy in 2 years, they might have a chance to break the record on their own merit. Even so, Erming gently explained, "Don't come back again." Suddenly, these words caught Yinhui's attention, and Erming turned to him and asked, "You're from the Deep Silver Clan, aren't you? I've heard of you. Your mother is the Queen of the Elves." He replied without hesitation, "That's right. Not only that," he turned to the senior and said, "Your giant dragon beast is still a bit dishonest." Before he could finish, he excitedly told Hai, "Stay here with Xuanyu for another month, and I'll guide you." "Thank you, Senior," Hai replied. Suddenly, Erming's voice dropped. "What kind of soul core do you want?" Even Wu, who was beside him, couldn't remain silent. "Xuanyu, you've done so much for everyone already. This time, you don't need much. Choose a soul bone that suits you." Only then did he slowly reply. That won't do. Victory is everyone's achievement. Meanwhile, Qianlei excitedly said, Captain, don't be so polite. Niming cut him off, saying, each and every one of you gets one. The others present cheered with excitement, asking if it was true. Seeing this, he opened his legs wide, surprising everyone, but not as much as he surprised Xuanyu. Meanwhile, Erming kept telling Hai not to worry, because the Srec Academy's inner courtyard held a treasure that truly belonged to him. These are words for later. First, decide what spirit bones you want. After a moment's thought, Xuanyu hesitantly replies, Senior Erming, could we see what spirit bones are available before we choose? Hearing this, he was elated. You're a smart kid, he said. Follow me. As they entered the cave, Wuge muttered, Earth escape. But Erming overheard and quickly asked, You're of the Yu clan, and your 5 elements Qilin cultivation is not bad. You haven't disgraced your ancestor. Your sisters, blood sisters. Yuga immediately replied coldly. Same father, different mothers. Qianlei's teasing voice rings out. Look, Senior praised your sister, but not you. Hui then gives a forced smile. Senior Erming, what kind of soul core do you think I'm suited for? Now, Niming's expression darkens, his voice dropping, saying that soul cores must match one's abilities. Soul cores not only enhance your bone power, but also everything within the core's domain, including meridians, muscles, and bones. It's not always better to have the strongest soul core. The best one is the one that suits you. So, don't be too greedy when choosing. I've made an exception for you this time, but I'm only opening the 4th level of soul cores for you. Here we are. Soon, the group ventured deep into the cave, where Xuanyu was astonished by the high concentration of rare metals. A skull emitting a blue light caught his attention, along with fragments of bone that glowed with an alluring blue light. Looking at them, Erming immediately introduced, Consider this, our treasure trove. Not many human guests make it here. So on behalf of the Stardew Forest spirit beasts, I welcome you. That's right. I suggest you give more consideration to the core area when choosing soul bones. The core area connects the 6 soul bone fragments and is the center, having the greatest effect on your body's structure. Qianlei and Lu Feng were astonished. But then Erming pointed at Qianlei and said coldly, You need a head bone. Your spiritual power must remain strong to fully control the cat-dragon beast you've merged with. Still, Qianlei responds warmly, thanking the senior for the guidance. The cave grew stranger with each step, the energy of the soul cores intensifying, and Erming declared that from here on, they could choose any soul core they wished. Now, with everyone looking perplexed, Erming suddenly orders Xuanyu to follow him for a moment, prompting a surprise question. Erming, Senior, what's wrong? In an instant, his voice turned cold, surprising Xuanyu. Do you know the beast god? Ditian. Erming's stern voice echoed. Do you know the beast god? Ditian. What he said made Xuanyu thoughtful. The relationship between the Senluo star and the star spirit star beast lineages wasn't harmonious. Suddenly, Erming lowered his voice. All right, you don't need to answer me. Ditian will only be helpful to you, not harmful. Just cooperate with him, and you'll be fine. A strange voice suddenly chimed in. Big Star, you don't need to pry information from him. Erming exclaimed with joy. So it's true. You're not dead. Meanwhile, Xuanyu frowned at the mysterious figure's words. Is that how you speak to a senior? Could it be? Ming couldn't hide his frustration as he retorted. Who told you not to make the right choice at the crucial moment? What's with the pride? Aren't you a soul spirit now anyway? Even Zhou, the other party, insisted. We dragons have our pride. I am not a soul spirit, and I never will be. These words shocked him. You're not a soul spirit. Then how do you exist here? Suddenly, a strange light appeared on Xuanyu's forehead, and a complete figure gradually materialized before him. It was Ditian, slowly making a request. Young master, allow me a private word with Da Xing Xing. Xuanyu subconsciously replied. Okay, Witnessing the conversation between Erming and Detian from afar made Xuanyu wonder what they were talking about. A dozen minutes later, Detian returned to Lan Xuanyu's body. As Erming approached, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. To think he's lived so long and can still think so clearly. I'm impressed. Truly impressed. It continued. You heard what Detian said. We'll talk about soul bones after you break through the fifth ring. With your spirit veins, no ordinary soul bone is worthy of you. Faced with those words, Xuanyu slowly replied with sparkling eyes. I understand. Thank you very much. He suddenly changed the subject. Liu Feng. You're back. He quickly replied that he had made his choice, but was still questioned. Feng Si. You chose the molting bone. To this, Lu Feng calmly explained that the molting bone had spatial properties from the thorny dragon. Still, Xuanyu wondered if his soul spirit had led him to it, to which he quickly affirmed. That's right, I'm an agility-type soul master. So speed is the most important thing to me, and this bone will help me increase my speed. Moreover, this soul bone is very compatible with my soul spirit. Suddenly, Erming chimed in, saying it was an excellent choice and that he was starting to feel envious. Even Chi-Chu ordered him to merge with it. But Lu Feng asked in surprise if he could do it there. And just like that, he hastily sat down and began to fuse. Beads of sweat constantly dripping down Lu Feng's handsome face. Countless energies surged toward him from all directions. A magnificent sight that astonished Yun Hui, who exclaimed, I've found it. Ni Ming praised him endlessly. You have good taste. Kid. He agreed. The spirit dragon guided me, saying this is the most suitable for me. Senior. I'll start merging now. He replied. Okay. Be careful to protect your consciousness. In an instant, Eunhui sat down, engulfed in a surging power that enveloped his entire body. He opened his eyes slightly. With a listless gaze, both Meng Qin and Bai Xiu cried out. And the boy said, We're back. Erming was terrified. Bai Ji. Demon Queen. You're both too cruel. Hearing her name, the Demon Empress spoke up. Displeased. He's already merged with it. This is an ice dragon bone, which has a high probability of giving Meng Qin a body of fire and ice elements, and this soul bone has a relatively large effect on enhancing spiritual power. Most importantly, its dragon attribute will subtly change, affecting Meng Qin's bloodline, killing many birds with one stone. That's why I said he chose this. At this point, Erming sighed helplessly. Baiji suddenly explained that they called it the Hell Demon Dragon's skull fragment, which made Baijiu blush slightly, but Erming sighed in boredom, lamenting that he had lost. Truly lost big time. Meng Qin quickly thanked the elder, but still couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. All right. Chalk it up to bad luck. Let's just leave it at that. The atmosphere in the cave grew more mysterious as the Demon Queen wondered what the soul core would bring to Shu Shu, causing Xuanyu to exclaim in surprise. Seeing his curiosity, he explained that the destructive power of his great strike was so potent because it stemmed from the source of destruction, a power of the highest caliber. Still, Xuanyu kept asking how he should control its power. Suddenly, Erming solemnly replies that knowing too much before your strength is sufficient isn't good for you. Focus on increasing your power. Hearing this, he becomes even more doubtful, asking when he will truly possess its power. To which Erming eagerly responds. He explained that he'd need to reach the Soul Sage realm to grasp it initially, and at least the God rank to fully control it. Meanwhile, Qianlei still hadn't found a suitable soul bone. He screamed inwardly, cursing his luck. But then, a thought struck him he should ask Senior Erming and the boss. Xuanyu is immediately questioned about his choice, but he hasn't picked one yet. He asks for advice. Realizing his mistake, Niming chides him, telling him to choose the soul core that enhances his spiritual power, and to use his senses. Suddenly, the air in the cave grew eerily silent, as Wuga slowly stepped forward and announced, Senior Erming, I'm back. This sudden appearance startled Nimin, and she chose 2 pieces. Sensing his curiosity, Vukach explained, Senior, the yin-yang chaos spirit told me that when I fuse with the soul core, I must maintain the balance of yin and yang. I'm willing to trade for the second piece. But Ni still questions me. Though I'm considered a descendant of the Titan family, my mother and I left. So it shouldn't count. This time, she asked directly, Senior Erming, what do you think of this soul bone? He shook his head helplessly. Forget it. I'll give it to you. You owe the Zunluoxing a favor, and we'll ask you to do something when we need it. Xuanyu asked curiously, Senior, is there something wrong with Wu Gei's background? Before he could finish, the elder answered, I can't sense the Titan bloodline in her. Although the heavenly stem Kirin isn't weak, our Titan lineage is also top tier. Strange. And so, the atmosphere in the cave fell silent once more. A blinding light streaks toward him, and he mutters with annoyance. Mental match. Mental match. A booming voice suddenly echoes. Lead me to it. Qianlei was shocked and questioned. Who are you? The figure finally revealed himself. Answering, I am the lord of this world. Once the king of beast kings, but Qianlei was still suspicious. And before he could ask, the mysterious figure revealed, You must want to know what kind of soul beast I cultivated from. I am the teacher of the beast, God Di Tian, the golden holy dragon, a being with golden blood. These words shocked him, and Qianlei pressed on, asking why the elder had become a soul bone. The response, without god-level power, I'd eventually fade to dust. Meeting you must be fate. So I'll go with you. As soon as he finished, Qianlei asked, Senior, where are you? The senior figure guided him, replying warmly, I'm in the front right corner. You'll find me when you get there. A burst of intense light caught Qianlei's attention. He pondered. It really is here. Suddenly, the golden dragon's predecessor spoke. Do you wish to merge with me? Hearing this, Qianlei nodded repeatedly. I do. Of course. I do. A small ray of light rushed towards him, catching him by surprise. Thoughts raced through Qianlei's mind. What just happened? Never mind. Time to merge. The golden holy dragon head bone. What a steal. Already fused. It couldn't have gone that smoothly. Let me see. Unsurpassed Heaven asked. Banzi, haven't you found it yet? Before he could finish, Qianlei replied that he had found it, and it was already fused. Shocking him. So fast, what spirit bone did he choose? However, Qianlei looked sad as he revealed that he was the golden holy dragon. This shocked Ming, who asked how he could speak. He then explained that the soul bone seemed to have a consciousness, telling him that it was the golden holy dragon, and also Emperor Tian's teacher. Ming was curious. What was that? Did Ditian even have a teacher? Even Xuanyu loudly questioned. Are you out of your mind? Ditian has the dark attribute. But have you ever heard of someone with the dark attribute finding a light attribute teacher? Seeing this, Qianlei stammered. Then what soul bone have I fused with? Ming reaches out to Qianlei, saying, Let me see what you've got. In the blink of an eye, his hand touches Qianlei's forehead, and Zhao Bao whispers pitifully in Qianlei's ear, Great Beast King, please don't be angry. It's me. Ming, shocked, demands to know if it's a human, asking why he's hiding in the treasure cave. Xiao Bao weakly explains that he accidentally stumbled in, and to avoid pursuit, he had no choice but to transform into a soul beast, a transformation he now can't reverse. Immediately, he sternly asked, You agreed to let it become your soul bone. Hearing this, Qianlei panicked and shouted, It wasn't like this before. What's going on? What is it? Suddenly, Ming grabbed Xiao Bao, demanding to know how such a slip-up could happen to such a filthy thief. The kid cries out in shock, Beast King, please calm down. If I die, so does he. Even Qianlei couldn't hide his worry. Senior Ming, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, Xuanyu asked curiously, Senior Ming, what exactly is this thing? Immediately, Ming explained that it was a gold coin beast, the most despicable thief in the world of soul beasts, a thief beyond redemption. It uses illusion to transform into anything, scaring its victims into fleeing, then steals their treasures. The only way now is to exchange it for a golden rat head bone on Million Transformation Road. And I suggest you cooperate with it. If it doesn't listen, just chase it away." These words made Qianlei mutter in frustration. Why did I find a soul bone like this? Boss, what should I do? But then, Xuanyu became excited. Of course, exchange it for the gold mouse head bone. It might even affect your mind. Qianlei was astonished, wondering what abilities the little guy had. Little Bao looked at Xuanyu with innocent eyes, begging for mercy, claiming it was useful and incapable of controlling minds. But as he revealed a cold stare, the little guy burst into tears, begging, You're the dragon god. My lord, you're alive, you're alive." Hearing this, Xuanyu asked in astonishment, "You recognize me?" Hearing this, Xiao Bao affirmed, "It's me. I'm your treasure, hunting beast. You're Xiao Bao." Even Erming couldn't hide his surprise. "You know the dragon god, how is that possible?" The little one sulks, saying, "I was originally the dragon god's treasure-hunting beast. You weren't even born when I ruled the god realm." However, Xuanyu continues to probe. "Wait, I've lost my memories. Tell me your story again. What exactly happened?" These words saddened the little treasure. You were the king of the divine beasts, a dragon god, the highest ruler of the divine realm." He then asked, "Don't you know about the dragon clan's calamity?" The little one explained. "The dragon clan is finished. All thanks to those hateful gods. Why, everything was originally. What exactly happened back then? You were the one who ruled the god realm. You generously allowed humans who cultivated to a certain level in the lower realms to enter the god realm to continue cultivating. Over 1,000 years later, humans had established themselves in the god realm, and some powerful god-level figures began to emerge. Then, for some reason, your personality seemed to change. You were often angry, killing many of your subordinates, and the god realm began to tremble. As time passed, you lost control of your emotions, and then, someone must have said something to you, because you suddenly began killing the human gods. The human gods fiercely resisted, uniting to fight against us, divine beasts, who were originally, they were no match for us. But by then, you had completely lost control of your emotions, and your subordinates began to fight amongst themselves. Internal problems led to our ultimate defeat. The dragon clan suffered, and you were cleaved in two by the Asura god, releasing the energies of destruction and life within you. In the aftermath, the god realm was rebuilt, and both humans and divine beasts suffered over 70% losses. Divine and bloodline energies spilled out, falling onto a planet called Duluo, influencing the creatures there, and thus, spirit masters of both humans and spirit beasts emerged. What happened after that is unclear to me, but it seems you were split into two parts, though I don't know where they went. What about you? What's your connection to the dragon god? I am your most loyal subordinate, and the largest parasite on your body. I was imbued with your divine aura every day, so I gained sentience. Moreover, I had many companions, and after the dragon god discovered us, he granted us some of his power, giving us sentience and powerful illusion abilities to guard the divine realm garden. But after the battle, when you were separated, we lost our host, and many of my friends seem to have died from the loss of your aura. So how could you have survived? Moreover, I am the first sentient parasite on the dragon god, possessing the power of a first-level deity. How could other creatures compare? And now that the dragon god has returned, I am immortal once more. Xuanyu sternly warns, "If you have become the soul bone of my brother, then you must follow him from now on." Stubbornly, Zibao retorts, "You're still alive. How can I follow someone else? I must follow you." He's a bit confused by what he said earlier. Didn't you say that once you merged with him, you couldn't leave? Knowing he didn't understand, the boy quickly explained that with the dragon god there, he could be separated from him. Xuanyu was surprised that there was still a way, and clarified, "I didn't know, I just woke up. Not fully recovered. I can't help you." Hearing this, the little one's heart shattered. How could this be? The little treasure's eyes showed confusion. How could it be? What's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, the boy blurted out, Why is your power as weak as an insect's? He was speechless, only able to chuckle. This kid really doesn't know how to talk. Suddenly inspired, he realizes there's another way. He just needs to activate his aura. He just needs to place his hand on his head. Without hesitation, he does as he's told. Let's give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than he placed his hand on the boy's forehead, focusing on channeling power from deep within his body. Immediately, the boy felt the brand of the contract within him begin to transform. Escaping his bonds, the boy shouts with glee, "I'm back. Your little treasure is back. Dragon God. Now that you're out, let's see where you run off to." The sudden attack startled Xiao Bao, who could only scream for help. "Dragon God. Save me, big ape. Let me go." Seeing his true nature, he naturally showed no mercy. This guy is full of nonsense. Once he escapes, I won't be able to stop him. Knowing words are useless. He proves it with action. I won't run. Dragon God, please accept my soul's loyalty. His eyes widen in surprise at the change. He can feel its emotions, a truly overbearing contract. At that moment, the little one snuggled against his leg, acting coy. Master, Master, I'm back by your side again." He leaned down, asking, "So, how will you be following me from now on?" The little one explained, a hint of joy in his voice. "Just like before, I'll be a parasite on you. Just think of me, and you can contact me. Order me to do anything." In contrast to the joyful atmosphere, Qianlei burst into tears, sobbing. "What about me? What about me?" He kept repeating that pointless question. "What about me? What about me?" Unable to listen anymore, he comforted him. "I'll take you to find a suitable soul bone. Let's go." Finally, there were no more problems, and Qianlei finally obtained a head bone. Everyone successfully fused with their soul bones. With that settled, everyone returned to their rooms. Meanwhile, in Xuanyu's room, Xiao Kai Ran solemnly relayed instructions from above due to their outstanding performance. The Academy has made an exception and listed them for a special assessment. After you pass the Inner Academy exam, the official assessment will begin. What kind of assessment? He wondered. He quickly answered, "The new 7 Shrek Devils." As soon as he said that, all 3 were stunned. Qianlei couldn't believe his ears, and quickly asked, "Mr. Xiao, are you serious?" He smiled brightly, sharing the joy with his students. "Would I joke with you about something like this? You will face opponents stronger than you imagine. To truly become the new Shrek 7 Devils, you must work harder. Good luck, young ones." Xiao Kai felt reassured by his words, and said, "Then you all should rest." After he left, everyone was filled with joy. "We've been chosen for the Shrek 7 Devils. We have a chance to become the Shrek 7 Devils." But he soon discovered a problem. We all study history, and every time the Academy has a new generation of Shrek 7 Devils, a special situation seems to arise, requiring the Shrek 7 Devils to try and turn things around. Yuga seemed to understand the hidden meaning. "In those words, are you saying the Academy knows there's a threat to it?" Xuanyu's face suddenly turned serious as he said, "I feel like it could even be a threat to the Federation. And we don't even know what kind of enemy we'll have to face. We have to get stronger." Meng Qin, standing beside him, agreed. "That's right. So let's work hard together." Meanwhile, in another room, Yin Hui sat by the window, moonlight streaming through the glass, his eyes filled with contemplation. Xuanyu approached and asked, Hui, what's wrong?" His face filled with sorrow as he confided, "I'm about to mature. And when I do, I have to choose a gender, but I still can't decide. And my cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th ring, not far from breaking through to the 7th. So I don't know what to choose." Suddenly, Qianlei innocently chimes in, trying to lighten the mood. "It's simple. Do you like men or women? If you like men, you can choose to become a woman. And if you like women, you can choose to become a man." But this only discouraged Yin Hui further, as he truly didn't know what love between a man and a woman was, unable to bear it any longer. She pinched his ear and pulled him away, telling him not to cause trouble, before suggesting that Yin Hui should wait before deciding. Yi exhaled, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, and Wuga reassured her. Don't rush, calm your mind and think it through. Yunhoi looked up at her, and though she was silent, Yi felt touched and comforted. Days later, the ship arrived at its destination. Ni Ming couldn't hide the helplessness on his face. He wanted to stay behind too. The elder tree smiled gently. I'm just here to deliver some things to Xuanyu. Inside, there are 3 drops of the essence of life. Drink one when you feel you can't hold on any longer. Seeing the precious item in Xuanyu's hand, Ming couldn't hide his shock and questioned. Only a sea god level meeting can decide to use a drop of the essence of life. How do you have so many? He seemed increasingly in awe of Elder Tree, who presented him with the Eternal Tree, a gift for the new leader of the life school, a statement that gave Xuanyu pause. He blinked, his tone laced with a hint of warning. Remember, don't drink it unless absolutely necessary. And especially, save 1 drop for when you break through to the god rank in the future. Feeling a warmth from the Elder Tree's sincerity, Xuanyu thanked him. And as the Elder Tree departed, Ming lamented. Where is this place? Xiaobao chimed in. The ice and fire yin-yang well. But sadly, not the naturally formed one. Standing beside him, Ming immediately mocked. Even swindlers have good eyes. This attitude angered the little one. You're the swindler. You don't have anything good here. Xuanyu, on the other hand, seemed doubtful. Really, I feel the life aura of the herbs and fruits here is extremely rich. Hearing this, Xiaobao immediately put on a pitiful act. Master, these are all good things, but they just don't know it. What a waste of such a good environment. Ming became increasingly amazed by this possibility. It seems it does have some ability, the kid retorts, accusing them of trying to steal his immortal herbs. But Xiaobao vehemently denies being a swindler. The little imp declares he'll show them the power of his treasure pot, while Nimin mocks him, and only Hianvu sighs helplessly. Xiaobao quickly serves everyone with professional flair. Before the astonished eyes of the 2 young men, the boy quickly cast a spell on the leaf, and seeing the masterpiece created, Ming was increasingly amazed. It held the water of both the ice spring and the yang spring in one place. Little Bao's hands continuously cast magic on the round jade in the center. Raising his curiosity, what was this rapidly compressed, milky white liquid? Before their very eyes, a tree springs to life, miraculously blooming and bearing fruit. Ni Ming can't hide his admiration. It actually bore fruit. What kind of treasure is this? Despite his annoyance, Xiaobao enthusiastically explains that these are Kim Tian fruits. Not exactly treasures in his eyes. Just ordinary fruit for his master. Suddenly, Nimin excitedly suggests that he could nurture treasures here, only to be met with Xiaobao's indignant pout. Wondering what he's basing that on, he immediately negotiated. How about this? For every fruit he eats, you have to plant another one. Leave some for us. Only then did Xiaobao turn to glance at him. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. Xiaobao quickly picks a fruit and brings it to Xuanyu's mouth. Master, eat this golden money fruit first. Then I'll guide you into the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, for cultivation. He cleverly reminds him. You seem weaker. So eat it. It's like I'm eating it. Having no choice. Xuanyu reluctantly agreed. All right. The moment he put the fruit in his mouth, his eyes widened in shock. So delicious. Ni Ming and the others grew even more curious, asking what it tasted like. Xuanyu immediately sighed with satisfaction. Delicious Xiaobao helpfully reminded him that they should prepare to go into the water to train. In an instant, his soul power enveloped him, and his body merged with the water. Ni Ming finally looked relieved. Not bad. With Bao gone, I can finally rest. But Qian Lei suspiciously asked, Senior, what about me? Han casually tells him to entertain himself, saying he has things to do and will talk to him later. Secretly worried he almost forgot about him. Seeing Ni Min's evasiveness, Qian Lei is suspicious. Deciding to stay and meditate beneath the lake, Xiaobao reassured Xuanyu. Master, calm your mind and guard your essence. He closed his eyes tightly, struggling to focus his spirit. As his clothes gradually disintegrated, beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well, Xuanyu focuses his training between two spirit power sources, but upon opening his eyes, he sees them swirling together in a vortex and cries out in shock. Xiaobao. The boy looked shyly at Xuanyu. Master, if you trust me, give me. From the origin of life. Without hesitation, he immediately took it out. Okay. And Xiaobao quickly inhaled it. In an instant, a brilliant circle of light formed beneath the little guy's feet, illuminating the area. Seeing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised. It was primal chaos water. The initial, excruciating pain in his meridians vanished, replaced by blissful comfort. After 5 cycles of cultivation, more and more crystals formed within him. This secretly delighted Xuanyu, as he felt his life force gradually increasing. This ice and fire yin-yang well was indeed a cultivation treasure. But before he could celebrate, he was thrown ashore. Lan Xuanyu looked around in shock. Senior Erming. What is this? What have you done? Why has the ice-fire yin-yang well become like this? How did this happen? Why is the aura of the ice and fire yin-yang well so weak? Amidst the master's panic, the protective barrier reluctantly explained, this imitation ice and fire yin-yang well isn't working. But don't worry, it'll recover in a few days. Hearing this, Xuanyu flew into a rage, questioning what they had done to the twin origins water, formed from the life essence of the Latin moray eels. After understanding the problem, Erming was also furious, as they had secretly built the ice and fire twin origins eye. The life energy fluctuation of 1 inch 10,000 is enough to cause huge oscillations in the probe. You can't continue, or this place will likely be exposed. Xuanyu had no choice but to plead. Senior Emming, can I come here every year from now on? But he only received indifference in return. Don't come again, we can't take it. At this point, Xiaobao helplessly interjected. Don't think you're at a disadvantage. Look around this secluded garden. There are changes. After seeing the changes in the lake, Erming's attitude took a sharp turn. So many natural treasures. Xiaobao immediately throws a tantrum, complaining that his kindness is unappreciated, and that so much of his energy has been wasted. He shamelessly demands that they should have said so earlier. Seeing their fluster, Xiaobao puts on a sorrowful face, accusing them of questioning him and preventing his master from cultivating. In an instant, confusion is evident on Erming's face, who asks how they can make everyone happy. He bluntly suggests that once the place is restored, they'll come back to cultivate, and he'll help them protect the spirit herbs, setting a harvest time in exchange for his master's cultivation rights. Without hesitation, Erming agrees, saying they can stay, but they'll discuss the timing after he helps them harvest this time. Little Bao even bargained. I want to take a few plants to replenish our energy. The other party immediately retorted. 3 plants. No more, the kid readily agreed. Deal. And so, another 5 days passed. Standing before everyone, Erming solemnly announced, all right, starting today, I'll teach you my family's secret art. Qianlai asked. Puzled. Senior. What family secret art? Han raised his massive fist with excitement. Titan God Fist. Titan God Fist is actually an attempt to channel power from multiple positions, calculating and coordinating them to unleash the greatest strength. Not stopping there, he enthusiastically declares that no matter how many skills you have, his only response is the fist, combining all power into the greatest power, ultimately forming the strongest fist. Watch the fist. With a single punch, the sky seemed to shatter, leaving Xuanyu and the others in awe. A god-level powerhouse was this strong. Truly incredible. Meanwhile, at the Sen Luo Star spaceport, Erming leaned in, advising his 2 juniors, go back now. I'll let you know when the icefire yin-yang well recovers. Qianlei gratefully bowed, thanking Senior Erming for his guidance during these past days. Afterward, he and Xuanyu quickly boarded a spaceship back to their home planet. The Shrek Academy comes into view. As soon as they land, Qianlei quickly invites him. Boss, I'm going to soak in the Sea God Lake. Are you coming? But with more pressing matters at hand, Xuanyu declined, saying he needed to ask the teacher about the class's situation. Soon after, He stood at the head teacher's door, announcing his return. Hearing the familiar voice of his student, Zhenhua turned slightly. Good to be back. I've heard about your performance from Xiaoqi. Not bad this time. He paused, his expression shifting, his tone becoming more serious. Xuanyu, there's something you need to understand. Helping others too much will slow your own cultivation. And that's not what we want. You might not even make it into the inner court. Is there really no way for all of us to get in? Hoping to salvage the situation, he continued. Only 4 people were admitted to the inner court this year. Sima Xian, Rong Yuxuan, Murong Shang, and She Yubeng. Even the 2 brothers with the Xuanwu pure martial soul didn't pass. Zhenhua didn't deny it, his eyes firm. That's right. The resources of the inner court are limited, so the number of people must be controlled. At this, Xuanyu lowered his head. Teacher, I understand. I just want everyone to have better results within my ability. Zhenhua spoke slowly, his voice calm with a hint of authority. You don't need to worry about the future paths of your classmates. The Tang Sect agreed to keep the 33 Sky Wings intact, and will accept them all after they graduate from the outer court. Xuanyu was overjoyed, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. This is great. Looking at the small student before him, Zhenhua couldn't help but feel concern. Now that you're back, rest for a few days. If the 7 of you want to be chosen as the next Shrek 7 Devils, you'll have to work even harder. Xuanyu obediently agreed. Yes. Outside, the silver moonlight hung high, dotted with countless stars shimmering mysteriously. That night, in Yuan Yinhui's dormitory, lying barefoot on the bed, Yinhui curled up helplessly, thoughts relentlessly assailing him. What to do? How should he choose? Lost in thought, Yinhui is suddenly drawn back by the beeping of his soul guidance device. Vu catches outside, urgently asking to come in. Recognizing his sister's voice, Yinhui quickly replies, Who? Wait a sec. He quickly went to open the door, and the sight of the girl in her cheongsam stunned him. Seeing her brother's daze, Yuga feigned annoyance. Aren't you going to let me in? Realizing his mistake, Yinhui stammered. Oh. Come in. With arms crossed, Wuga sat in the middle of the room, the atmosphere growing heavy, losing patience. She urged, when it comes to gender, you don't have time to hesitate anymore. You have to decide soon. Humbled, Yinhui admits he knows, but that only makes him more afraid. Looking to his sister for guidance. Does she have any suggestions? Instead of helping, Vu Catch coldly rebukes him, saying this is a major life decision. No one can make it for him. And with his cultivation, he should have broken through the 7th cycle long ago. She continued to press him, saying he had at most half a month to decide. Flustered, Yinhui tried to express his feelings. Please don't pressure me. It's really hard. Not only that, but her tone becomes increasingly stern. What is he hesitating about? He'll have to choose eventually. At this point, Yinhui is weak, burying his face in despair. His sisters are all the same. None of them are willing to choose for him. He just needs someone he can trust to help him. Tearfully, he confesses his confusion and pain, like her own 18th birthday when she refused to be investigated, yet secretly wept by the sea god lake, never expecting her brother to discover her hidden sorrow. Trembling, she clenched her fist, struggling to contain her emotions before finally exhaling in defeat. Realizing his blunder, Yinhui quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Without a word, Wuga exuded a dangerous aura, causing Yinhui to collapse in fear, his voice trembling as he said, That's not what I meant. Listen to me. But in the nick of time, Vu Catch bursts into laughter, diffusing the tension, and reassures him that she wouldn't let their father ruin his coming-of-age ceremony. It's because I don't want to upset Mom. I won't let him affect you. You're right. You need someone to lean on now. I'm your sister. Let me do it. Overcome with emotion, Anhai tearfully embraces his sister. Calling out to her, Vu Kash comforts him, saying gently, Father already has a daughter. She suggests, then you be the male lead. How about that, Enhui? not daring to argue. Happily agrees. Okay, I'll be the male lead. As the night deepens, in the dorm room, Yin Hui's voice fades. Sister, thank you. No matter what the future holds, I will never regret it. After their discussion, the sisters understand each other even more, and Yin Hui excitedly takes her sister's hand. Sister, come with me to the meditation room. Surprised, Yuga asks if he wants to break through now. An excited Yin Hui says he's never felt more ready and thanks her. Wai Hui carefully relays the message. Then I'll begin. Wu Jie reassures from behind. Okay, I'll help you in the field. She quietly observes every development as Yin Hui quickly sit down. The blue light continuously absorbed into her body. Unexpectedly, two streams of gender energy separate from Wai's body. One, masculine and fierce. The other feminine and delicate. Witnessing the events unfold, Vukach begins to worry. Is it time to make a choice? At that moment, and Hui makes his decision, pointing directly at the male gender. As planned, the male essence merges into Y, officially erasing Hu. A blue light shoots into the sky, leaving Vuche in disbelief. She thought to herself, he's broken through 7 rings, and his aura is increasing so quickly. Only after the breakthrough did Yin Hui feel relieved and put aside his worries. Sister, do you know why it's so hard for me to choose? He begins to change his expression, as if he's been holding back for a long time, saying he wants to be a man, a strong younger brother. Now that things have come to this, Yin Hui doesn't hesitate to reveal his true feelings. I love you. Sister, Wuga is stunned, never expecting her little brother to want to be her lover. She speaks softly, saying that her mother and grandmother hoped she would choose to be a woman, to become the next elven queen, while her father, already having her as a daughter, hoped she would be his son. Vukash looks at her brother expectantly, awaiting a response. Hui understands. They've argued about this many times, and he's been conflicted, but she chose to help him, and he's grateful. Wu Gei's cheeks flushed red as she shyly gazed at the naked male body before her. The swirling blue light spun faster and faster, piercing Yin Hui's chest, condensing into a soul core. At his chest, a point of light expands without end, and a crystalline, azure core gradually takes shape, its surface veiled by the phantom of a tiny, illusory dragon. So, the strange reaction from Yin Hui was the formation of his soul core. He confidently declares, Sister, I did it. Wu Jie didn't respond, keeping her eyes tightly shut. As Yin Hui, puzzled, looked down to see her little treasure running free, and quickly understood the problem. Without hesitation, Yin Hui took off, yelling in embarrassment. Sis, don't open your eyes. Wait a sec while I get dressed. The charade continues as he cries out again from the changing room. Wu Jie, outside, asks anxiously. What's wrong? Peeking from the doorway, Yin Hui chuckled, saying he couldn't fit into his clothes anymore, and asked if she could borrow some from Xuanyu. Wu Jie, still not turning around, covered her face and ran, saying, Okay, you wait here. In the forging room, while diligently working with metal, Xuanyu receives an unexpected call. He immediately answers, What's wrong? Yuga, the voice on the other end is hurried. Xuanyu, can I borrow a set of your clothes? Hui Hai's been ruined. His clothes don't fit anymore, and he's waiting for you at the dorm. Hianvu happily agrees to come. He quickly arrived at Yin Hui's room, where he saw him clutching a cloak, looking shy and awkward. Brother Xuanyu. Xuanyu was amused by his younger brother's new appearance and praised him. You look so handsome. I'm jealous. Hurry up and change. Ji Yue is waiting outside. Soon after, a voice came from inside the room. Vu, we're done changing. You can come in. In the blink of an eye, 2 beautiful figures appeared, and Anhui cheekily said, Sis, I'm as tall as he and Vu now. Vu Kach was stunned, hardly believing his brother's transformation. Then, remembering something important, asked how his soul core was coming along. With a confident tone, Yin Hui confirms it's stable, like water flowing into a river. A shocked Xuanyu exclaims, "What, the soul core is complete? How can I not be jealous?" Yinhui patted his kind brother's shoulder, half joking. "Xuanyu, you're not like us." Xianyu's voice faded into the night. "Forget it. Forget it. Don't praise me anymore." The small room remained lit late into the night, and those inside showed no signs of resting. Standing before the Yu sisters, Xuanyu shared sincerely, "Hui Hui's breakthrough is great news, especially now among us." Hearing this, his eyes lit up. "All that's left is the regression technique. This time, I'll definitely break through Anhui." Across from him was both happy and worried about his brother's determination. "Brother Hianvu, you must break through under safe conditions." He presented a badge, entrusting it with reassurance, saying it's time they helped him, as he's always contributed to the class. He then added, "Oh, right. This is for you." Upon seeing the item, a black badge, Xuanyu was taken by surprise. He wondered how the kid had gotten so rich. Unaccustomed to receiving such valuable gifts, Xuanyu hesitantly refused. "I can't. This is too precious." Yinhui wouldn't give up, insisting, "You have to take it. It's a token of my appreciation." Wuge nodded, adding fuel to the fire. "Take it. Xuanyu, you're our class monitor, our spiritual leader. Besides what he gave you personally, everyone else's gifts are with me." With proof to back it up, a dazzling array of resources was laid out, overwhelming Xuanyu, who stammered, "What are you doing? Everyone needs these resources for graduation. Why give them all to me?" With gentle persuasion, Wu Kei hoped to sway him, assuring him that everyone had kept what they needed for cultivation, so he needn't worry. These medals were hardly enough to repay his years of service to them all. Xuanyu, they were a team, and he had to let them contribute something. Tears welling up, Xuanyu was moved by their sincerity. "All right, I'll accept your kindness, but don't give me anything else before the inner court exam." Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Standing in the schoolyard, Xuanyu was lost in thought. Graduation was approaching, and the elite experimental classes exam would surely be far more difficult than those of previous years. As he focused intently, a strange young man rushed toward him from afar. Xuanyu stared blankly as the man barreled right into him, offering a well-intentioned warning, "Careful, Junior." The madman's face darkens as he snarls, "Watch where you're going. You're blocking my path. Do you want to die?" Without another word, he unleashes his 5 spirit rings, loudly provoking, "Make your move." Xuanyu watches the crazed student before him and wonders if he's lost his mind, deciding to subdue him first before talking. Without hesitation, Xuanyu unleashed his bloodline, summoning 2 golden dragons, 1 gold and 1 silver. He quickly overwhelmed the arrogant Feng Zi, who was helplessly bound by blue-silver grass. Xuanyu reprimanded him, saying, "You've broken the school's rules. Come with me to the disciplinary office." As he turned to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Senior, please wait." Xuanyu turned back, curious, and asked, "What is it? Is there something you need?" Dao anxiously explains that his classmate is in a bad mood today, which is why he dared to clash with him, and asks if he can be the bigger person and let him off. Xuanyu sternly replies, with unwavering conviction, that at Shrek Academy, the character of the students has always been of utmost importance. You can't just do whatever you want because you're in a bad mood. The specifics will be decided by Dean Feng. There was a special situation today. We lost a teammate during the Heaven Dew mission, but Xuanyu remained firm, stating, "We are soul masters, capable of far more than ordinary people, and we must not let emotions dictate our actions." Helpless, Dao couldn't help but question his lack of empathy. Has he never had a classmate injured during a Heaven Dew mission? Xuanyu coldly dragged Feng Zi away, answering without a shred of sympathy, "No." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dao Yin urges them to return and inform their teacher, then invites him to the faculty office. She then rushes after Xuanyu, asking if she can accompany him to the faculty office. "You didn't stop it." "Huh, on the way." Xuanyu couldn't hide his curiosity, asking what happened that caused a classmate to die during their first mission. Dao slowly recounted that when they were on a mission to kill Long Yuan on Long Yuan Star, they discovered a cave. Xuanyu wondered what had happened inside, questioning if Long Yuan had attacked them, to which Dao regretfully replied that she couldn't remember. She vaguely pieced together the events. I only remember, in that pitch-black cave, something terrifying. Then, red. Hearing this, Fengzi suddenly clutched his head, muttering incessantly. Red. Red. Xuanyu, feeling sympathetic, surmised that he must have suffered a mental breakdown, and that his earlier attack on him was probably unintentional. After a pause, he continued. Did you report this to the military? And did you investigate further? Tao Ren nodded, confirming. We reported it and investigated, but when we returned, we couldn't find the cave again, seemingly overwhelmed. Fengzi cried out. Ah. Red. Red. Ah. Xuanyu, feeling sympathetic. Didn't want to cause any more trouble for his junior. Take him to the infirmary. He's probably suffered memory loss from the shock. Dao Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Xuanyu watched them leave. A sense of anticipation growing within him, the record stated that primal dragons only possess the instinct to fight, not intelligence, which meant an intelligent being must have appeared later. A week later, Lan Xuanyu had finished forging rare metals into two-word battle armor for all his classmates. And it was also time for him to prepare to go to St. Latin to break through, surrounded by a mountain of gleaming metals. Xuanyu sat cross-legged, muttering calculations. 3 black metals, and 7 purple ones. At the exchange center, Bai Shu had been waiting for him for a while. Xuanyu, you're here. There's a new shipment just in time. Xuanyu quickly agreed. Okay. Let's go. Take me to see it. The special exchange area gradually appeared. He looked up and called out. Xiao Bao. Come on out. I'm counting on you this time, Xiao Bao eagerly accepted. Leave it to me, Xuanyu carefully instructed. Buy anything within our price range, even if it's a bit wasteful. Xiao Bao assessed with profound knowledge. Although there's nothing exceptionally good here, we want anything produced by the Eternal Tree. The Eternal Tree is the true origin of the planet, and everything it produces has a divine aura. Ah, we'll take these 6 life-sustaining fruits. Not stopping there, the little guy continues with his clever ideas. Oh, this isn't bad either. The mysterious ice grass. Although the number 5 isn't enough, I can cultivate it again, so we'll take this too. Helpless, Xuanyu thought to himself that 20 purple badges could buy an antimatter missile. In the end, with the help of the treasure-hunting beast, Xuanyu spent 3 purple badges, sitting atop his master's head. Little Treasure whispers sweet nothings into his hand. These are worth buying. Master, the rest are not. Xuanyu hesitates. Will these be enough for my breakthrough? Little Treasure is straightforward. Then hesitant. If you plan to use God-tier life essence, then yes. If not, the little guy launches into a sales pitch. A celestial silk chrysanthemum is 10 million. It can protect you during your breakthrough. If you add a blazing apricot and a mysterious ice herb, each at 10 million, I can guarantee a smooth breakthrough. Hearing this, Xuanyu was speechless, saying that whether the academy had it or not was secondary. The important thing was that they had to buy it. Bai Shu smiled, marveling at his bottomless appetite. Without hesitation, she asks if he has enough badges, offering her own, but warns him not to skimp. Without hesitation, he pulled Bai Shu into a tight embrace, serving up a feast of affection, cradled in his arms. Bai Shu offered gentle concern. Are you tired? Hianvu, she asked. But Hianvu, afraid she was worried, denied it. I'm not tired. I just haven't resolved the knot in my heart yet. If you really want to ask, wait for your father to return and ask together. Bai Shu continues to shower him with affection, reminding him that he is everyone's rock and must take care of himself. Xuanyu softly reassures him, promising that he will. The loving couple ignored the embarrassed little one covering his face. I see nothing. I see nothing. In Tang Zhenhua's office, Xuanyu presented what he needed to break through, unexpectedly receiving an overreaction from him. What, a 10 million point immortal heavenly silk chrysanthemum, a 10 million point blazing apricot, and a 10 million point octagonal mystic ice herb. Zhenhua is still agitated, saying Xuanyu treats treasures worth 10 million like vegetables, asking for 3 at once. And if he knows how valuable they are, Xuanyu, avoiding his wrath, explains that a black badge can be exchanged for a treasure worth 10 million. Xianhua, exhausted, explains that it depends on the item, and unless he has a red badge, it's impossible to get 3 at once. Unfazed, Xuanyu explained that if possible, just 1 Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum would suffice, as he already had 3 black badges and 200 purple ones. Surely enough to trade. Zhenhua was speechless, but Xuanyu continued, wondering what level his strength would reach if he broke through to the 5th ring. Given his unique situation, after a pause, he revealed his intuition. He didn't know what would happen after the breakthrough, but he felt like it could produce a qualitative change. Realizing the crux of the matter, Zhenhua said urgently, "I understand. Wait here. I have to go to the academy." Watching the director leave, Xuanyu waited eagerly from 3 p.m. until 8 p.m. As night fell, he grew impatient, wondering why his teacher was taking so long and if it was even possible. Just as he was growing anxious, he heard the door open and exclaimed, "Teacher, you're back," before realizing something was off, his eyes widening in surprise. Xianyu was surprised that the director didn't return alone. But with Elder Shu and the institute director, Xuanyu looked at the 3 people in confusion. Elder Shu. Teacher. Dean Ying. What's going on? Elder Shu looked displeased, his tone accusatory. How could you not tell me about such a breakthrough? Are you looking down on this old man? Xuanyu scratched his head, laughing as he quickly explained that he just didn't want to bother them. The elder didn't bother listening. Focusing only on his analysis, Xuanyu didn't have any special qualifications, but he was the future leader of the life school that he had appointed. And there had always been an agreement between Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect, a 10,000-year-old immortal herb, a treasure of heaven and earth, requires approval from both sides before it can be sold. But they've decided to sell it to you. Tang Wulin and Xiao will cover part of the cost, and the rest will be supplemented internally by the life school. But you'll have to pay it back in the future, a total of 16 black emblems. 16. He muttered in disbelief. It wasn't just him. The Sea God Pavilion held a special meeting for an outer disciple like him. It's all thanks to Elder Tree. His value cannot be measured. Xuanyu was astonished by their enthusiasm and gratefully bowed, thanking Elder Tree, the dean, and his teacher. I definitely won't let everyone down. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu and Shulao boarded a ship leaving Mother Star for Senluo Star. Although Shulao assured the Sea God Pavilion he would also protect Lan Xuanyu, Zhenhua watched the spaceship disappear into the distance. And Luo Hong, not sitting in her seat, asked casually, "He's gone," Zhenhua confirmed. "Yes," he honestly shared. "I have a feeling that this time when he returns, the kid will definitely have changed qualitatively." Rarely agreeing with her ex-husband, Luo Hong casually rested her chin on her hand. How could he not change qualitatively? 3 types of heaven and earth treasures? Sure. 000 years old. It's you guys who keep messing with him. Aren't you afraid of overfeeding him? Zhenhua fell silent, knowing the boy couldn't be judged by common standards, and his graduation exam would shock everyone. He gazed intently at her, a pang of bitterness rising in his heart. Lak Hong. After all these years, can you still not forgive me? Lak Hong, indifferent to his emotions, waved her hand dismissively, sentencing him to an indefinite punishment. Zhenhua pleaded in anguish. Luo Hong, it's been 10 years. For the last 10 years. You've seen everything I've done. I've regretted it for 10 years. And I've come to deeply understand my mistakes. How about you set a time limit? No matter how long. I'll wait. Luo Hong didn't respond, only silently resisting the sound waves. After a while, she finally spoke. Leave quickly. Aren't you supposed to be doing research with Tang Mo? Without a second thought, Zhenhua turned and left. All right, I'll be going. After he left, only Luo Hong remained in the room with a mix of emotions, on the way to take Xuanyu to Senluo City. Inside the ship, Thu Lao sensed Tianvu's tension and chuckled to ease the atmosphere. Kid, relax. Since I have the chance to be out here with you, it's a good time to talk about the life school. Speaking of which, Elder Tree's expression suddenly changed. Do you know the life school's criteria for new recruits? Xuanyu was taken aback. Criteria. Elder Shu narrowed his eyes and said enthusiastically, the most important duty of the life school is to connect with the eternal tree and protect it to protect the origin of life on our mother star. The life school only has one standard for new recruits' life interaction. Everyone has life force, which determines the state of their body and lifespan. Soul beasts have life force. Plants have life force. And even high-strength alloys can possess the life force of soul beasts. This so-called interaction is the resonance between your own life force and that of the outside world. We can interact with and resonate with the outside world. You were chosen because we've never seen a life interaction physique like yours. You don't have to do anything. Life energy already surrounds you, showing no signs of stopping. Elder Tree continued to ramble on. The life school holds a very special position in the Federation, and after you inherit my position, you will be a Federation counselor, as well as the master of the Twin Life Pavilions. As such, you must also shoulder the responsibility for the life school, protect the eternal tree, fight against external forces, even at the cost of life. Though he hasn't fully grasped everything, Xuanyu still answers, yes. Throughout the flight, Elder Tree directly explained the important matters of the life school, allowing Xuanyu to gradually understand just how important the life school is. Before them, Senluo City appears, and Xuanyu is overjoyed. Look, we're here. In the center of the city, Xuanyu immediately runs into a familiar face. He smiles warmly. Sister Jin, what are you doing here? With a helpless shrug, Huang Jin replied, what else could I do every time you come? You bring us so many benefits. As soon as she finished speaking, she winked and said, let's go. Father and Second Father are waiting for you all. The Senluo realm, the ice and fire yin-yang well, and the echoing voice of Huang Jin Father. Second Father, I've brought them. They've been waiting for a long time. Daming zitzes him up, thinking, even Ditian, with his arrogance, has made his choice. Of course, I have to come and see. You must be Xuanyu. Come here. Out of courtesy, Xuanyu bowed in greeting. Senior Daming, the tree elder chimed in. We appreciate the Azure Emperor taking the time to be here. Daming cut to the chase. I heard you're preparing for a breakthrough today. Is everything ready? Xuanyu affirmed. That's right. And immediately received invaluable encouragement. Then, after you rest, begin. We'll protect you here. Moved by their sincerity, Xuanyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Seniors, Ming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Elder Shu. What do you think? Elder Shu replied frankly. There shouldn't be any problems. The life school is giving its full support, and the Sea God Pavilion is waiting. Ming seemed to have put aside some of his worries. Our research is nearly complete, and your timing is perfect to review it for any issues. Daimin added seriously, I plan to take the Myriad Beast platform to unexplored areas of the Federation for testing. Elder Shu was surprised, thinking, I didn't expect the Azure Emperor to value this child so much. He eagerly suggested, let's go see him after he successfully breaks through. The time it took for Xuanyu to adjust was longer than everyone imagined, a full 5 hours. At the intersection of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Xuanyu focuses intently on his breakthrough, sitting cross-legged in a space filled with light, telling himself that the two energies of ice and fire have entered his body. Every change in the breakthrough is carefully recorded, merging with the bloodlines of the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King, seemingly reaching an optimal state. Xiao Bao diligently reminds him, Master, do not be careless. Observing his master's powerful body, he assesses the situation, noting that this is just the beginning. It will only intensify from here. and each breakthrough is a process of destruction before creation. Suddenly, Xuanyu looked panicked. Xiaobao, the accumulation is getting stronger and stronger. What do I do? Xiaobao reassured him. Don't worry, I will help you control it. But you must prepare to endure the outburst. Back in the original forest, Huang Jin couldn't help but speak up. Father, it's been 3 days. Could something have happened? Da Ming denied it, slowly explaining. Breaking through isn't easy. It takes time to accumulate. But I can feel it. It shouldn't be too long. During the breakthrough, the treasure-seeking beast continuously released treasures to stabilize Lan Xuanyu's spirit and mind. Sensing the opportune moment, a glimmer of hope shone in Xuanyu's eyes, and his bloodline became excited. The moment of breakthrough has finally arrived, and 2 dragons appear, entwined around each other, overwhelmed. Da Ming witnesses the scene, exclaiming that the breakthrough has begun, as the old guardian is also stunned by this grand spectacle. 2 dragons, one gold and one white, roared and clashed, creating an unimaginable impact. The force was so great that Da Ming immediately sealed off the ice-fire yin-yang well to prevent external damage. Suddenly, a strange light flashed before Xuanwu's waterfall. Xiaobao and the guardian elder waited to see what would happen next. Feeling the time was right to use the treasure, the guardian elder didn't hesitate to toss the 100,000-year-old Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum into the sky. Each petal radiated a rich aura, and a giant beam of light soared over the center of the ice and fire yin-yang, causing everyone present to change their expressions. From beneath the lake, the dragon god's illusion ascends, surpassing the golden and white dragons, unexpectedly devouring the celestial chrysanthemum, leaving Da Ming frozen in confusion. Dragon god. Then, the dragon god's illusion soars to the center, erupting in a myriad of sparkling lights. Da Ming wondered what was happening, but the old man calmly reached out towards the rain of light, explaining that it was the illusion of the dragon god. As the light continued to penetrate Xuanyu's body, Xiao Bao is overjoyed for its master, transmitting its thoughts. Excellent. All the energy has fully merged, taking the celestial chrysanthemum as its core, converging the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang, through the transformation of the chaos water and the embrace of the dragon god's aura. Pour it into the master's body. Xuanyu's body is constantly changing, and seizing the opportunity, the old man tells himself that now is the time to use them. Without hesitation, he quickly throws out the blazing apricot and the 15 abyssal ice grasses. They instantly transformed into 2 streams of mystical red and blue light, then shot straight into Xuanyu, his body eagerly absorbing their fiery power. This sudden change overwhelms him, and Zhao Bao observes, certain that his master will succeed. It just depends on the extent of the breakthrough. The dragon scales are constantly increasing. Looking at the dragon scales in front of Xuanyu, Xiao Bao was shocked. There are actually 36 dragon scales. Xuanyu enters a meditative state, a radiant gem close behind. A tiny crystal appears in the center of the colorful pool, absorbing all the energy. Xuanyu focuses, feeling his soul power surge. Could the crystal forming in his bloodline become a soul core, like those of a soul sage after the 7th ring? Those watching anxiously from outside see that the breakthrough is complete, and they move in to observe as a radiant light emanates from Xuanyu's body, surrounded by strange circles. This excites everyone. It's pure dragon god blood, the rebirth of our divine beast. But a voice warns, something's wrong. The tree elder knows too much and must keep everything he saw a secret. Did you hear that Ni Min grabbed the old tree spirit, who was flustered and tried to stop him, saying, "Don't get excited." Senior Niming Daming, unable to bear the sight, slapped him, asking what he was thinking. Don't forget, Xuanyu still carries human blood, so even if the dragon god is reborn, he won't be the same as before. Xuanyu's situation is indeed special, so it really needs to be concealed. However, the Academy's higher-ups should also be informed, as it can't rely on just one side to fully help it grow in the future. Upon hearing this, Ming scratched his head in embarrassment, apologizing to Elder Tree for his earlier outburst. The Elder Tree forgave him, saying it was all right. that no one could have foreseen such a change in the boy. This time, he's truly transformed. Having broken through, he now possesses the true dragon god bloodline, and hopefully, will live to see the rise of a divine beast. Xiaobao emerged from behind, gazing at everything with sparkling eyes. The ring's color changed, the red gradually turning black. Drawing Deming's attention, the soul ring had turned black. Xiaobao suddenly spoke up. "You're mistaken. The spirit ring was just dyed red by the scorching Yang spring." Then, exhausted, he leaned on Xuanyu's shoulder. After a while, Xuanyu opened his eyes. The breakthrough complete. While Ming remained at the bottom of the lake, he heard voices calling from above. "If you're awake, come up." "You stinky brat," Xuanyu happily replied. "Okay." A radiant glow emanates from his eyes, and a brilliant halo surrounds his body as he steps onto the earth. Pure light radiating from him, he respectfully bowed to those who had helped him. "Thank you, Senior Da Ming. Senior Eming. Thank you, Tree Elder. I succeeded." Everyone was pleased and shared in his joy. Only Ni Min grumbled. "You little brat. You tricked us this time. You should visit the Spirit Ascension platform later and absorb their essence." Dai Min congratulated him, adding that his next breakthrough would require a new location. Then he turned to Ming, telling him to stand guard while he showed them something. Xuanyu wondered where they were going. "Senior Daming, where are we headed?" Daming gently guides him, telling him to just follow along. Then, the three of them head to a place where Xuanyu receives more praise from Elder Tree. "Xuanyu, congratulations. Your 10,000-year soul ring is truly astonishing." Xuanyu, confused, repeats, "A 10,000-year soul ring." Elder Tree chuckled, reminding him to keep the red spirit ring a secret, no matter what. Though still confused, Xuanyu agreed, seeing it as a good thing. After a long walk, the three arrived at a lush, green field. Teeming with life, they had arrived. Daming calmly leads the way, saying, "Follow me inside." But for Xuanyu, something feels strange, a metal cave entrance. He sighs as he walks. This cave is so dark. Daming touches the token to the chamber once more. "We must pass through this wall of light." Daming goes first, reaching his hand through the wall. Inside, it had created a new path, and the wonders made Xuanyu's eyes widen. They ventured further in, discovering a dragon-modified engine at its heart. Tendrils attached to the soul beast's body surprise Xuanyu, who wonders what they are. Before he can ask, Elder Shu explains that this is part of the Academy's collaborative project. The Tang Sect and the soul beasts of Samla created the ecological battleship, an ancient beast, the 1,000 Armor Rock, with a cultivation base of level 15. Daming explained that the Federation had always wanted to control the Tang Sect and Shrek, while they were searching for living space, no longer controlled by humans. The three parties are cooperating to research this ecological warship. Xuanyu hesitantly asks if he's learning this secret too soon. Elder Tree sees this as necessary. As the heir to the life school, you need to know this. Daming adds that this is the battleship's body, made from the corpse of a soul beast. So, that's the basic principle. We're using biological technology to amplify the life energy of the silver-armored Great Peng. All the abilities of this ecological warship mimic the abilities of the soul beast when it was alive. It's like a soul master inside the warship. Xuanyu is overjoyed. A warship that can unleash soul skills is indeed fascinating. "Can I see what an ecological warship looks like in action?" Seeing his interest, Deming already had a new plan, though he couldn't let him try the silver armor Great Peng. He had prepared another gift for him. He snapped his fingers, and a bird resembling a phoenix appeared, causing Xuanyu's eyes to widen in surprise. It was a huge emerald devil. Daming explains this special gift in detail. It's a deceased emerald devil bird, possessing 3rd and 5th soul rings, which he's giving to him, allowing him to control it undetected. Xuanyu looks at it intently, asking if he can try it out now. Deming happily hands him a necklace, saying, "Of course. This is the control device. Activate it with your spiritual power, and it will transfer directly inside." Xuanyu slowly picked it up and put it on, marveling at how advanced it was. and decided to give it a try. Immediately, a different space was created around him, filled with countless animals and vast mountains and forests. Xuanyu observes his surroundings, realizing this is the memory of the Emerald Devil before it died. After a moment, the space disappears, leaving Xuanyu disappointed. Is there a connection? Daming knows what he's wondering. This is a system space. And now that they're linked, he and the Emerald Demon Leech can fight side by side. It will become his most powerful battleship. He then unhesitatingly accepted an orb from the leech, his eyes still closed. As he quietly sensed the connection, the old tree spirit watches for a long time, congratulating him on the successful connection. Xuanyu is surprised. Senior Daming, why do I feel a little strange in my body? From his palm, light erupts, transforming into jet black wings. His hand, this is... Daming smiles, congratulating him, telling him he must adapt well. From this moment on, he is the Emerald Demon Warship, and the Emerald Demon Warship is him. Xuanyu revels in the sensation, marveling at its wonder. He suddenly wonders if he can now use its skills. He tries it out, and then, with a flap of his wings, blasts forward, only to crash headfirst into the wall. The old tree spirit is shocked. Is it really that hard to control? Daming extends his hand, energy flowing out, realizing he needs to help him. Meanwhile, still dizzy, Xuanyu wonders how he's going to get out of here at this speed. Before he knew it, he was pulled back. Xuanyu collapsed on the ground, and the old tree spirit rushed over to ask, Xuanyu, are you all right? Xuanyu groggily replied, I'm okay. It's just, it was so fast. I couldn't control it. He frantically asked, Senior Daming, how do I get out of here? Suddenly, Xuanyu's eyes widened as he realized he was back to normal. Xuanyu is overjoyed, realizing his martial soul and soul skills can influence the warship, which Daming confirms, explaining that the warship mimics his soul skill traits using its own biological energy. So, you're saying the ecological battleship has learned my abilities, as Daming elaborates. That's right. And our ecological battleship has another strength evolution. The warship can evolve. And if you reach God level, it will evolve into something even more powerful. Because of its biological nature, the ecological warship needs to devour spirit alloy. So you need to be prepared. What it eats: spirit metals. How much does it eat? It consumes a standard-sized piece of spirit metal every minute. This is too expensive. Way too expensive. I can't afford it. I'm doomed. How much rare metal would it take to power the ecological warship? That's it. Little Shu, I'm leaving him with you. Senior, rest assured. But where should he go next time he breaks through? Take him to the Tang Sect and use the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, Duluo Continent, Shrek Academy, Sea God's Pavilion. Xiaoshu sends word that Xuanyu has successfully broken through, with a never-before-seen red soul ring. From now on, the Academy will increase security measures. What all of his soul rings have evolved into 100,000-year rings. Tang Wulin is still a powerful level 8 soul Duluo. But thanks to the Emerald Xuanji's powerful recovery ability, they managed to hold on. Qianlei sensed the unfavorable situation and called for an end, saying that continuing would be too risky. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A true showdown would have been impossible to control. Still, murmurs persisted. I'm still not convinced. Mengqian's Emerald Jade Swan kept me suppressed, and I barely got any hits in. Hui Hui's name is really annoying. If we let our guard down, we'll lose. Meng, you haven't even used your true form. It's too easy to lose control. So let's stop here. Mengwu immediately intervenes to mediate the situation, saying everyone should rest, as both Xuzhu and Mengqin did well this time. But Qianlei wanted to lead, and now no one needs him. Is he that bad? She had no choice but to tell him the harsh truth. Everyone except Xuanyu is at least a rank 7 soul sage. Otherwise, why would only he still be a rank 6 soul emperor? Hearing those words, he collapses to the ground, defeated, tears welling in his eyes. I don't want this, but I can't break the curse. Qianlei was so sad he cried out in despair. Boss, please come back. Meanwhile, Xuanyu, sitting in the spaceship, suddenly turned to question the person next to him. Elder Shu, can I ask you a question? The elder stroked his beard. Looking wise. Just speak. Why be so polite with me? Xuanyu looked at the tree elder expectantly, asking if the emerald warship could travel long distances in space, to which he explained that it could. But it would be costly. The old man chuckled at his expression. An ecological warship is naturally expensive, but the effects are extraordinary. Your Emerald Demon warship is 3 times faster than a normal warship. The Silver Armor Rock is twice as fast in short distances, and more than 5 times faster in long distances. But remember, Xuanyu, unless absolutely necessary, don't rush to use the Emerald warship. Ecological warships are quite special, and once exposed, the Academy and Tang Sect will face considerable pressure, potentially endangering the soul beasts. Xuanyu nodded, trying to absorb the information. Yes, Elder. He continued to advise, don't be too hard on yourself. Your life is just as important. The Star Luo City Transit Center made Xuanyu take a detour instead of heading straight back to the Academy. As soon as he answered, a familiar voice rang out. Xuanyu, what's up? He immediately replied in an excited tone. Uncle Luo, I've broken through to the 5th ring. Do you think I can try out for the Soul Team? Wu Lin was surprised. Really, congratulations, I'm on Heaven Due Star right now. So I'll arrange a trip to Shrek to guide you personally. Xuanyu nodded. Pleased. Really, thank you. Uncle Luo, I'll be waiting for you, he agreed, and hung up. Okay. Goodbye. Just as he finished with Wu Lin, he received another call. Nana. How did you know I was back? Yuan Na chuckled. Not teasing him, but said it was a secret. Then asked if the breakthrough went smoothly. Xuanyu couldn't hide his pride. Yes. I succeeded. How did you know? She didn't reveal anything. Just vaguely said, that's a secret. 3 days later, she would come to guide him in getting acquainted with element control after advancing. Is your 5th soul ring light element control? No sooner had she spoken than Nana hung up, leaving her muttering to herself. How did she know? Because her 5th soul ring is also light element control. Meanwhile, Wu Lin was still pleading. Xingling, I need to go to do Latin. Postpone the performance for a week. She was fuming. What are you trying to do? Do you know how much of an impact this will have? But he remained firm, saying he would bear all the losses. Xingling was at her wit's end, wanting to give him a good scolding. This isn't just a matter of reputation. This will affect your credibility. Wu Lin immediately flies away. He suggests that she tell the organizers that he's writing a new song for the performance and needs time to complete it. After a moment, she was convinced, saying, all right, but that kid isn't your son, is he? Why do you like him so much? The question made him hesitate. Son, well, maybe he is. Hanlin quickly stopped those thoughts from going too far, warning Vulan not to blurt things out without thinking of the consequences. Meanwhile, Hien Vu returned to the academy, a changed person, realizing that both Chu Lok and Nana would be testing him in 3 days. So, in 3 days, will he be forging with Uncle Lei or learning elemental control with Nana? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Uncle Lei is single, and so is Nana. If they could be together, wouldn't that be perfect? Should he play matchmaker? As he pondered, a knock echoed from the outside. Xuanyu called out, coming. It was Bai Xiu, the little fairy. Waiting. She blushed furiously, but still had the sense to correct him. Who's the fairy? More like a little devil. He was overjoyed to see his sweetheart again. Okay. Okay. Little devil. Let me give you a hug. I've missed you so much. But Bai Xiu refused, telling him to back off. She then turned serious, saying, seriously, I came to you with something important. Su, don't interrupt. Xuanyu was curious, and Bai Xiu reminded him that his 2-word battle armor was complete, and she brought it to him on purpose. Hearing this, his face lit up with excitement, and he suggested they go to the training room to try it on. Soon, the two arrived at the training room, and the newly armored Hien Vu radiated main character energy. The armor was forged using star essence, demon silver, and profound iron, with Hianvu overseeing the forging and Baktutu crafting it. The right-hand armor was slightly heavier, complete with a series of clasps. The left arm armor is relatively slender, with a transparent gem in the palm of the left hand, a gem that the treasure-seeking beast discovered at an auction, which Xuanyu bid on. He gave the others to the girls, keeping only this one. Treasure-seeking beast told Xuanyu that this gem is called a starwine stone, and it has an extremely strong affinity with the origin. It's the best element to use as a magnifying glass. And treasure-seeking beast even used chaos water to nurture it, making its resistance even stronger. Bai Shu looked at him expectantly. How does it feel? Xuanyu praised without reservation. It's amazing. The power of the bloodline is dispersed by the battle armor, and the strengthening effect is extremely obvious. He then turned to Baizu for her opinion. Now that I have a two-word battle armor. Shushu. Can you help me name it? She calmly replied. Isn't the name already on it? Xuanyu read it over and over to get it right. Dragon Demon. The dragon from the golden and silver dragons. And the demon from the Peng Demon Dragon. So, what's the name of your battle armor? Bai Shu simply replied. Long Yu. After school, the seven gathered at the training grounds and headed to the food street for hot pot. The name of this little shop is Spicy Ginger Hot Pot. Instead of chili peppers, the broth uses lots of fresh ginger, giving it a wonderful flavor. It's extremely spicy, perfect for winter, and after a meal, your whole body will be warm, dispelling any cold. After their meal, they strolled through the streets. Meng Qin stretched and asked about their plans after graduating from the Inner Academy. Hearing that, everyone started chattering. I'll probably stay with the Tang Sect battle team, or continue as a Heaven Dew Knight. I haven't thought about it. I'll probably return to the Spirit Star. I'm not much different from Feng Zi, continuing as a Heaven Dew Knight to train myself, striving to reach the God-breaking level soon. What about Xuanyu? He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The future, our future plans. In truth, he hadn't given it any thought. The more he experienced this world, the more he realized things weren't as rosy as he'd imagined. The Federation isn't as peaceful as you think. We live in peace because countless predecessors and soldiers have blocked powerful enemies from the outside. If we truly become the next Shrek 7 Devils, how heavy will the responsibility we bear be? As we grow stronger, we'll inevitably face enemies on the front lines. So abandon your rosy fantasies. But Xuanyu acted serious. The pressure weighing down on us the day we graduated from the outer court. I don't know how to cultivate, but the stronger we become, the more secrets we uncover, the greater our responsibility. I don't know what you'll think in the future, but there's one thing I have to remind you. If you regret it and just want a normal life, then you understand what I mean when you take the Tang Sect's inner court graduation exam. Qianlei immediately jumped in to mediate. Boss, I'm sure Meng Qin doesn't mean that. Don't pressure her. Zhang Hair silence. Xuanyu spoke up. No, I'm not pressuring her. But I just want to tell her. If you don't want to put in the effort, then don't continue to enjoy the benefits. Meng Qin, do you understand what I mean? It's then that Meng Qin finally reacts. I understand now. You guys go on ahead. I'm going home. Qianlei anxiously tries to stop her. Meng Qin, he urged. Fatu. What are you waiting for? Go after her. Before leaving, he turned back and said, Boss, I'll be back. Soon. Only the two of them were left walking in the night. As Meng Qin prepared to enter her home, Qianlei called out, Wait. Meng Qin. He was heartbreakingly understanding, saying that she must have had her reasons for what she said, and that if she needed help, she should just ask. But she remained silent. Afterward, Meng Qin turned around, revealing eyes brimming with tears of frustration, leaving Qianlei utterly flustered. Mangcam. Please don't cry, it's my fault. Please don't cry. No sooner had he spoken than she burst into tears, blaming him for being so awful. Her whiny, coquettish tone made him blush furiously, as she called him annoying over and over. Abandoning all pretense, Qianlei said nothing, simply tenderly comforting her in his arms. Later, at Lan Mengqing's dorm, it was Qianlei's first time in this inner sanctum, and he couldn't hide his excitement. The sea god lake. This is the sea god lake Meng Qin gave me. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Meng Qin in front of him, who had just sat down on the sofa beside him, and silence fell. Qianlei was so tense he was sweating bullets. What to say? What to say? What to say? Then, Meng Qin chuckled, and with a mocking tone, she said, "Fatu, why are you so dumb?" For the first time, Meng Qin dares to confront her feelings. Does she like Qianlei? She's not really sure. He seems to try to get close to her, and he seems to protect her. She could feel Qianlei's heart pounding in his chest, his flustered and bewildered expression bringing her a warm happiness. The atmosphere in the living room had eased, and the two seemed much more relaxed. Now, Meng Cam opens up, sharing that her mother is ill. The in-law is stunned and asks if it's serious. She nodded sadly, revealing, "It's very serious. Even senior bitch Keiqian can't cure it. It's a hereditary disease of our family, appearing after fear. Our clan leaders, despite their immense talent, are cursed to not live past 50. It's due to a unique energy within her bloodline, one that even the Federation's highest technology can't touch. No matter how much life energy is replenished, it's immediately lost. I'm my mother's only daughter, and the next clan leader, so I must return to inherit her position, protect our people, and I hope to spend her final years by her side." With difficulty, Mongcam makes her decision, saying she truly wants to shoulder her responsibilities, and she knows how well the apprenticeship treats and helps her. She doesn't want to leave everyone, but she has no choice. The captain is right. She shouldn't delay the inner court exam. I've made up my mind. I'll return home after graduation to spend my mother's final days with her and my father. After she's gone, I'll become the clan leader. Qianlei was heartbroken and declared that if she didn't take the exam, neither would he. He beats his chest, ready to abandon everything to help his love, saying, "I'll go back with you, care for your mother, and protect your people." But Meng Qin couldn't hear a word. "Don't you understand we're destined to fail? My mother and I are the same. We can't escape our fate. My parents knew she wouldn't live past 50. But he stayed with her anyway. His love for her is equal to his pain now. I don't want to hurt you. The 7 devils of Shrek can still make it without me. But if you leave too, I'll let everyone down. Please keep this a secret. I don't want to drag anyone else into this." Every word pierced his ears, and Qianlei couldn't hold back his anger. "Meng Qin, do you know what you're saying? You're trampling on my concern for you, and everyone's feelings for you. Why didn't you tell us what happened? Why not let everyone face it together? This is the Otherworldly Modification Academy, filled with God-level seniors. We all have our own abilities. Why are you so sure your problem can't be solved? Do you think pushing me away and ignoring me is what's best for me? The pain of the future is for the future. If I don't have you now, I'll be in pain now. Do you understand? Even if you only live to be 50, I'm willing to go with you. I'll only love you in this lifetime." Her stunned gaze locked onto his determined face as she stammered, You were fierce with me." Qianlei, hearing this, immediately started berating the man, who was now as cowardly as he had been fierce moments before. No, I wouldn't dare." Meng questioned him sharply. "You say you wouldn't dare, weren't you fierce just now? Look at you. You're hopeless." She could only beg for forgiveness. "I didn't mean it. I was just a little excited. I was wrong. Meng Q. I was wrong." Afterward, Qianlei didn't try to stop Meng Qin, insisting everyone return, and Xuanyu said nothing. He directly led his friends back to Meng Qin's room, where Qianlei recounted the situation to everyone. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu frowned and questioned, "Meng Qin, how could you not tell me about something so important? Do you even consider me your sister?" She softly explained the reason. "I just didn't want everyone to worry, interrupting their sisterly bonding. Xuanyu says they should focus on solving the problem. He asks Meng Qin to summon Biji so he can ask about the situation." She nodded, channeling her spiritual power, and a shimmering green figure appeared. It was Biji. As a soul spirit, even Biji wouldn't know what was happening outside unless Meng Qin told her. As she appeared, Xuanyu cut straight to the chase. "Senior Biji, What's the exact situation with Mungkin's mother? What's the root of the problem? BG didn't hide anything. Explaining everything she knew, their family carried an innate, flawed bloodline, and it was for the sake of merging bloodlines with her. Mungkin could gradually compensate for the defect, but her mother's bloodline had erupted, completely severed, and her life force was fading beyond saving, unless they sacrificed the entire life force of a god-level being like Tree Elder, or unleashed the original power of the eternal tree. But that was too important to touch. Just when all hope seemed lost, Xuanyu spoke up. Senior Beiji, what if I had a vial radiating an incredibly dense energy? What about this? Baiji was stunned, sensing the essence emanating from the object, a massive life energy. Xuanyu, understanding, directly explained. This is the divine life essence of the eternal tree. When the eternal tree designated me as its successor, it gave this to me. There are still 2 drops left. Would that be enough to treat Mengqin's mother? Hearing this, she couldn't hold back her tears, calling out, Xuanyu. At this moment, a weight lifted from Mengqin's heart. He awkwardly tried to avoid her embrace. Baiji said, 1 drop is enough. Baiji looked at these young people, a slightly complicated expression on her face. Whether it was her or the beast, God Tian, or the deep underworld dragon horse, they were only 1 step away from reaching the god level. If they could have obtained it in the beginning, it could have changed all the soul beasts on the spirit star. With just 1 drop of divine essence, with a solution found, Mengqin set off for home with the divine essence of life. And the day of great importance to Xuanyu quickly arrived. He had been waiting for this. And upon seeing Yulin, he excitedly ran over. Uncle, you're here. He smiled, opening his arms to greet his student. I've been waiting. Xuanyu jumped for joy. Not long. You're just in time. Just then, he heard a caring voice. Breaking through really makes a difference. You seem taller. He was as excited as a hamster seeing a running wheel. Uncle, please sit down first. I've already ordered the food. It'll be delivered soon. Wu Lin listened to him and said, All right. When are you planning to try the soul guidance device? Hianwu confidently assured him that they could start any time, mentioning that another beautiful teacher was on her way, which made him question who this teacher was. Hianwu, sensing his concern, quickly reassured him that Nana never chased idols and wouldn't bother him, adding that it was Nana calling. As he connected the call, he eagerly began, Nana, are you on your way? Whenever is fine. I'm with someone, Uncle Luo. Like I mentioned, after Lan Xuanyu hung up, a silver light silently formed a silver portal, and long legs and white pants stepped through. Hearing the sound of heels, Wu Lin couldn't help but look back as Xuanyu rushed forward, excitedly greeting. Teacher Nana, Yue Na returned the warm embrace. Chuckling, so big, yet still a child, he buried his face in her warm arms. Before you, I'll always be a child, and you haven't changed a bit. She subtly noticed the difference in Xuanyu. Excellent breakthrough, maintain this level, and future breakthroughs will be even smoother. He stood up straight and replied with a smile. Okay, Nana, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Luo I told you about. And this is Nana, at Xuanyu's words. Yuena finally noticed someone else in the room. The moment their eyes met, both Wu Lin and she were stunned, their pupils contracting as their minds went blank. Xuanyu, seeing them frozen in place, didn't dare raise his voice. Hey, what's wrong? Don't scare me. He waves his hands in front of Yue's face, snapping her out of her daze. She flinches, stammering. I'm fine. I'm fine. Across from him, Wu Lin blinked, snapping back to reality as well. Xuanyu looked around, wondering if the two knew each other. Wu Lin and Yue Na, as if caught red-handed, simultaneously denied knowing each other, then fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Xuanyu, wanting to ease the tension, wondered why the two were acting so strangely, but neither of them said a word. Just then, the doorbell rang, and he rushed to answer it as Uncle Luo raised his glass to welcome Nana and himself, offering water in place of wine, hiding their true feelings. They smiled and accepted the warm greeting from their little pup. The three glasses clinked together in the sunlit room, and Luna and Wu Lin drank in unison. Xuanyu noticed their strange behavior. Luo seemed parched, and Nana even spat out her water. How odd. The meal, meant to be filled with laughter, was eerily silent. It seemed neither of them could stand the other's presence. Wu Lin urged him on. Xuanyu, you need to get back soon. We're about to start the spirit fusion breakthrough. Xuanyu reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. Okay, Nana, why don't you rest in my room for a while? But to his surprise, Juena decided, I'll go with you two and watch. He was startled, wondering if she wasn't supposed to hate the other. So why did she want to come along? But he quickly invited her. Of course. You're welcome. The three left the dormitory and headed to the soul forging room. On the way, Xuanyu discussed his insights from the training with Uncle Luo, when suddenly, Zihan came over to greet them, asking where he was headed. He casually replied that he was going to the training room. He also noticed Xuanyu's two companions, and their outstanding appearances made him confidently ask, Are these your parents? The three of you look so alike. Xuanyu quickly corrected him. What are you talking about? These are my teachers. This is Nana, and this is Uncle Luo. Embarrassed, Zihan slapped his forehead and apologized. Sorry. Imistokyu. But you really do look alike. Despite the correction, Zihan couldn't help but compare them. Noting their figures, noses, and gaits, they were indeed similar. And upon closer inspection, so was Xuanyu. Zihan's observation planted a seed of doubt in Xuanyu's mind. Did he really resemble Uncle Luo and Miss Nana? Zihan quickly forgot what happened and excitedly approached Yu Lin, saying, Uncle Luo Luo, my whole family are your fans. Can I get your autograph? It was then that he belatedly realized. Oh no, I forgot to wear my mask. With Vu Lan's priceless autograph, Xuanyu's group finally managed to shake off Ding Zihan. And soon, the three of them arrived at the forging room. Xuanyu quickly gets a chair for Yuena to observe, while he and Wulin gather around the forging table, where Wulin explains that spirit forging creates life, while soul forging gives that life intelligence. The soul forging is about using your spiritual power to forge it. Do you understand? Xuanyu vaguely replied. I think so. He wasn't rushing him to learn everything at once, so he told him to observe the creation process, and that he would slow it down. As he said this, Wu Lin glanced back at Yue Na, only to find her staring intently at him. He nervously avoids her gaze and gets to work. Let's begin. Xuanyu, oblivious to the pink mist, replies, Yes. Wu Lin shakes off his inner turmoil and begins hammering the heated ore. In an instant, a pillar of light shot up, illuminating the entire room, a heavenly masterpiece. Xianyu blankly noticed something unusual about him. Just one hammer. Was his uncle deliberately showing off? Yue Na watches from outside, sensing a familiar aura. The blood energy is similar to Xuanyu's, but this is completely god-level. As Yu Lin stands by the forging table, eyes closed, carefully entering the zone, 3 hammer strikes landed in quick succession, and the metal pulsed with energy. The spirit refinement was complete. Wu Lin raised the hammer in his hand, reminding him to pay close attention as the forging tool slowly struck the red-hot metal. He stopped his hand movements and earnestly told Xuanyu that to stimulate intelligence, one must first have sufficient levels of life. Therefore, the spirit alloy process is also guiding the increase of life levels within the metal. With blinding speed, Wu Lin created afterimages as he worked, stunning Ruan Na. By the time he stopped, the soul alloy was complete. Even though he's seen it before, Xuanyu is still amazed. It's truly incredible. Meanwhile, Nguyen Na has a completely different feeling. This familiar, non-hostile aura, she must have met him before. Realizing this, she has the illusion that they should be extremely close. Meanwhile, oblivious to the turmoil in her heart, Yulin focuses on his young student, asking if he needs another demonstration or wants to try it himself. Xuanyu was eager to try again, saying he'd go first. Mimicking his stance as he stared intently at the stone on the forging table, Nguyen Na guided him, explaining that he could use fire to sense the changes when burning metal. which would help him understand it better. Then, he focused intently on the forging table, the hammer in his hand striking with a deafening blow. A single strike created a blinding pillar of light that shot upwards, a spiritual forging. First grade, Xuanyu continued to hammer away, the rhythmic clang filling the room. 10 minutes later, the rough shape of a dragon began to envelop the glowing stone. Overjoyed, Lan Xuanyu's face flushed crimson. I actually succeeded. Now, all four are gathered in the forging room, seeing the light emanating from the stone. A surprised Xuanyu asked, Uncle, does this mean I've succeeded? Seeing Xuanyu's excitement, Yulin happily announced, Of course. Congratulations. You are now a level 7 soul engineer. Although he suspects there might be some cheating involved, Yuanin interjects, stating that it's simply taking advantage of one's strengths. How is that cheating? Don't many soul masters have the harmony attribute? Seeing the beauty's cold demeanor, he could guess the implication in her words. Later, Wu Lin explained that what he called cheating was finding a path that was destined to have a higher success rate than others. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Nana, he replied. Let's call it a day. Meanwhile, Yuan A gently touches the other's head, asking if they're tired. Xuanyu, still full of enthusiasm, reassures her, saying he's fine. Nana, come have dinner at my dorm tonight. I'll call Tutu. Perfect. We can go to where she lives. It's getting dark. So they all head to the dorm area together. Seeing a familiar face, Baishu rushes to hug her teacher. Nana, the four happily eat dinner together, after which Nana and Shu return to rest. Amomaleti, curiosity piqued. He asked, Uncle Luo, what do you think of Nana? Wulin was taken aback and replied, she's great. Seizing the moment, Xuanyu asks if Nana is his girlfriend, prompting Yulin to gently tap his forehead and explain, Since when did you become so nosy? Kan Lin and I are just good friends. She even saved my life once. This surprises Xuanyu, who asks, Saved you how? At that moment, Yulin recounted his past, how she saved him from the sea. And when he awoke, he had lost his memories. He forgot everything. Who he was, and what he had done. She said I was handsome enough to be a star. But I don't really want to sing anymore. I plan to give her all the money I've made over the last decade as repayment. Hearing this, he wondered what his uncle planned to do, and without hesitation, he replied that he intended to live in Lake City and travel around. Seeing his determination, Xuanyu also expressed his resolve to join him, promising to accompany him whenever he was free. He noticed that a part of his spirit seemed similar to his. But how? Without a second thought, Yulin raised his hand to display his energy, saying he wasn't sure. But Xuanyu's golden ripple blue silver grass was similar, yet different, from his own. Hearing this, Xuanyu obediently suggested that they might be related, like an uncle or something. Without hesitation, Wu Lin happily agreed, suggesting a DNA test with his parents when the opportunity arose. At the same time, Xuanyu chuckled in response, agreeing that it was a good idea. He wondered what he thought of Nana. Surprised but also sharing his opinion. She's great, beautiful, and strong. Seeing the other's puzzled look, he cut to the chase, a little embarrassed. Nana is so beautiful. Don't you have any thoughts about her? Hearing this, Wu Lin earnestly explained, I'm an amnesiac. What thoughts could I possibly have? All right. Get some rest. We have more forging to do tomorrow. Xuanyu obediently agreed, wishing his uncle good night. Now alone in the dormitory, Wu Lin gazes thoughtfully out the window. The image of that girl, Nana, flashing through his mind. Nana, why do I feel so strange around her? Outside, the night deepens, and Wu Lin is still restless, unable to calm the strange feeling within him. What is it about that name? Meanwhile, Wen Na gazed silently out the window, a familiar feeling stirring within her. Teacher, have we met before? Who is he? Who is he? Really, each time he thinks of her name, he can't help but blush. He heard she teaches at Mother Star. If he stayed there too, would he be able to see her more often? Meanwhile, Nguyen Na's eyes betrayed her longing as she pondered the handsome man. She'd heard he was a star. But what kind of songs did he sing? They both thought of each other. Yet neither dared to reveal their feelings. Why do I feel this strange urge to be close to her? Is this the happiness people talk about? And so, another day passes. Xuanyu excitedly calls his teacher. Nana, wanna come forging with us? You can give me pointers. Weena agrees. Okay. Hearing this, Wu Lin was secretly pleased. And after a moment, he said, Uncle Luo, let's set off. The two immediately became serious again. After the four of them walked for a while, Xuanyu suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. Do you have star essence? I want to use it. Bai Shu replies in surprise. I have some, but it's in the dorm. Hearing this, he immediately pulls her along. Nana, Uncle Le, we'll be right back. And so, they stared at each other in silence. Until Wu Lin spoke up. Let's go inside, he said. And she agreed without hesitation. Okay. From behind a tree, they watched, as Bai Shu wondered if he was trying to set them up. Unable to contain his excitement, Xuanyu eagerly watched on. Knowing that leaving them alone would lead to some drama, inside the forging room, an unusual silence makes Wu Lin uneasy, wondering if he should say something. He speaks up. Nana, have we met before? You seem so familiar. Thinking she might be interested in him, Ruo Nan asks directly if he says that to every girl he meets, zaying her coldness. Wu Lin immediately denies it. I'm a good person, and I rarely talk to other girls. And if I do, it's for work. Hearing this, Nana stares at him in silence for a long moment. Later, she tells him that he looks a little silly. His actions make Wu Lin feel awkward, and he blushes, replying, I don't know what to do. I guess it's because I don't usually talk to people. Upon hearing this, Wien Na wondered. Aren't you singing? How can you sing without speaking? Wu Lin quickly replied. I only know how to sing. I have a concert next week at Heaven Du Star. Would you like to come listen? But she refuses and looks away. Not wanting to hear it, he's left speechless. Wondering, if she doesn't like music, what should he say next? At that moment, Nguyen Na replied that they had just met, and she wasn't planning on going to Tiandu Star. Wu Lin quickly offered. Then, what about the concert on Muxing? Will you come? She unexpectedly stares at him for a moment. And Nguyen Na, flustered, immediately gives her consent to go with him. At that moment, he froze for 5 seconds. Seeing this, Wu Lin quickly booked seats for both of them. Wait a moment. Crash. Help me arrange a concert in Mingdu no breaks. The sooner the better. I'm sorry, but with the Federation Conference, no concerts are allowed for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Ruo Na replied that it was fine, and seeing the other party overcome difficulties to go, he couldn't help but feel excited. A few seconds later, Wu Lin reported the situation, saying he'd let her know as soon as a concert could be arranged, and to go with Xuanyu and Shuzu Shu. She nodded in agreement. The room fell silent once more, but the air was no longer awkward, even filled with a hint of joy. Now, the sun climbed higher, bathing the space in its light. A crisp morning dawns on a grand building, where Yuanan, Nana, and Yulin stand facing each other, an ambiguous distance between them. Hianvu watches from the side, secretly guessing that there's hope, and the sight of them chatting intimately makes him happy. Today, Tang Lei and Nana communicated more than yesterday, and the next 3 days of training continued in the same vein, with Tang Lei and Nana giving pointers to Lan Xuanyu. As night fell, Xuanyu and Yulin found themselves at the Shrek Travel Center. Suddenly, Xuanyu turned and vowed, Uncle Luo, don't worry. I'll practice the soul group 100 times over. Yulin didn't react, but muttered, Xuanyu, that. He immediately looked confused, asking what was wrong, while Yulin suddenly shouted to cover his embarrassment, demanding Nana's contact information. Your teacher made some extremely valid points, and I plan to study them carefully, so I can ask her questions. Meanwhile, he blushed furiously, only to see that Xuanyu was trying not to laugh. He finally agreed with a smile. just before Wulin's embarrassment reached its peak. After Tang Li obtained Nana's contact information, he rushed onto the spaceship. He even forgot to say goodbye. And Xuanyu could only sigh, watching his figure disappear as the spacecraft took off into the sky. Inside, Wulin is overcome with embarrassment. Could it be that he really likes her, back at the academy? The atmosphere shifts. Xuanyu returns to report. Nana, I've seen Uncle Luo off. Nguyen Na hums softly in acknowledgement. But he doesn't leave, probing for more information. Nana, what do you think of Uncle Luo? She was a bit surprised by his personal question. Oblivious. Xuanju continued, saying that before Luo left, he specifically asked for her contact information. He even asked me to give you his contact information. His number is 93752. Before he could finish, Nana cut him off, saying, Today, we're going to the martial arts school to rent an arena. He asked for clarification. A real fight, me and who? Her eyes gleamed with a sharp, cold expression. You. Those light words struck Xuanyu like a bolt of lightning, and he immediately begged for mercy. But Nana coldly urged, Let's go. Xuanyu cried out in his heart. Uncle Luo, I'm doing this for you. Don't let me down. The two quickly moved to the Shrek Academy's martial arts training ground. Xuanyu sheepishly scratches his head. Nana, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Yuan Na mercilessly activates her power. Didn't you feel any pain when you were matchmaking? His eyes widened as he frantically thought. Is Nana really going to do this? Hianvu immediately created an orb to strike first and gain the upper hand. He then rushed forward, using it to hurl an elemental burst at his opponent. Nana was shocked by his power. She swiftly evades, leaving Xuanyu's preemptive strike to hit nothing but air. And his target vanishes before his very eyes. Shocking him, he poot, complaining that Nana isn't playing fair and shouldn't use spatial abilities. Nana calmly retorted, questioning if she truly used a space attribute soul skill, and urged him to sense carefully. You can't break down the elements under my control. True separation requires control over at least 7 major elements. Power surged around Yuan Na's body as the clearest proof. It's like this elemental devouring. He was startled and raised his guard. The power of devouring was too strong. Meanwhile, she calmly explained, this is called elemental devouring. In the future, when you break through to the 7th ring, your true spirit's control over the elements will be this elemental devouring ability. Finally, Yuan Na commands him to continue. Xuanyu carefully considers his next move, conjuring a ray of power if elemental stripping is useless against Nana. Then he'll compete with true control. Instantly, a dual-colored arrow of red and blue light is unleashed, and Nana's eyes widen in surprise. As the two forces collide, Xuanyu senses something is amiss. Nana countered the explosive attack with a different technique, using elemental control to separate the two poles of the light arrow. She slowly explains the reason for her student's recent failure. He must learn to rotate and use spiral force to prevent the fire and ice from separating before detonation. He seems to grasp the truth, finally understanding. And so, Yuan Na orders the match to continue. Upon command, Xuanyu conjures swirling vortexes in his palm, like a dragon amassing power, ready to unleash a devastating blow, the Ascendant Dragon Spiral. Seeing this, Yuan Na was pleased, thinking it was interesting. His bloodline glowed, and the skill was successfully activated Dragon God Transformation. But suddenly, upon seeing Yuan Na, the Dragon God falters, and he seizes the opportunity to create a vortex of purple energy, which Yuan Na gently blows back at him. The attack seemed harmless, yet it effortlessly defeated Xuanyu's skill. He was stunned, speechless, wondering if this was even possible. He turned to her, explaining and offering encouragement. Even though she suppressed her cultivation, the elements recognized her as superior. However, his attack was impressive. All he lacked was stronger control. He sadly lowered his head, feeling that it had escaped his control and was instead controlled by her. Yuan Na smiled calmly and taught, "You're right. Your spiritual power is still a bit weak, but you've made a lot of progress in being able to merge successfully." Xuanyu, Invigorated, tries again, unleashing a massive force, and the dragon god reappears, fiercer than before, but Xuanyu can't sustain it for long. Nana comforts him, saying control requires practice. Yuana offers helpful advice on breaking through, noting that the biggest challenge is the clash between two bloodlines. So, in training, you're essentially promoting the fusion of those bloodlines. Hyun Woo looks down, contemplating that he needs to put more effort into this aspect. She nodded quickly, realizing her mistake, and said she understood. Yuan Na patted his back encouragingly, and offered to teach him about the properties of light elements, which he eagerly accepted. Xuanyu diligently listens to Nana's explanations, learning about the light element, while his friends strive to improve themselves. Meanwhile, Luo Hong and the other teachers are facing difficulties in the Foreign Academy, Dean's office at Shrek Academy. In a room at the academy, 5 figures gather to discuss a matter. Luo Hong explains the meeting's purpose to finalize the details of the Star Warrior experimental class's graduation exam. Once the categories are set, they'll need adjusting and preparation. And there's no time to waste. For now, the only certainty is that the elite class graduation exam will have 3 parts. One more than the standard class. A strange silence fills the room as everyone sits without offering an opinion. Zhang Chenhua smiled. Lak Hong urged him to share his views, saying, "Come on, teacher. You're the one guiding the elite class. You have the most say." Startled by the sudden attention, Zhenhua stammered, "Who? Me." He then shared his perspective. "The difficulty this year is already high. If we increase it further, no one will graduate, and our experimental class will become a laughingstock." Cheng Bin, holding his glass, countered, "Don't be modest. Everyone knows the situation in your class. If the graduation exam is of normal difficulty, how can their excellence be shown? Not standing idly by. What are your thoughts?" Cheng Bin calmly states that he feels quality is still the most important aspect. He smiled, continuing his point. "I think letting them experience the 7 elemental abyss would be a good choice." Xiao Kai objected. "That's a bit much." "Teacher Cheng." Zhenhua scowls at the absurd suggestion, retorting that it would ruin the children, as it's a graduation requirement of the inner sanctum. Cheng Bin clarifies, assuring them not all experimental elites will participate. He lays out a series of reasons, saying only the top 7 are tested, and once they've passed, they don't need to be tested again. The older they get, the more complex their minds become, making it harder to pass. While the other students will undergo the standard quality assessment, he was taken aback by the suggestion, stating that this proposal would be decided after discussing it with the inner court, and asked if any other teachers had suggestions. Someone immediately spoke up, suggesting they complete a due heaven mission for the practical assessment. But the strict Dean Yan stated that the academy had already considered this. Lan considers all opinions, but wonders if they all pass. Should they all be admitted to the inner court? Cheng Bin disagrees, saying this is unacceptable, with only a few spots available. Xiao Kai retorts, saying that Mr. Cheng's suggestion is unfair. Zhenhua makes eye contact with Xiao Kai, a clear understanding in his eyes. "Mr. Xiao, don't be so hard on them. How many students from previous graduating classes have made it into the inner courtyard?" Zhenhua shifts uncomfortably. "Let's organize a competition. Your entire class will participate, and we'll send 10 people from our class. If your class wins, we won't take a spot. If you lose, you'll give us your spot next year." Lan Xiao interrupts the men, saying, "All right, stop arguing. I'll report this to the academy, but the inner court will make the final decision." She stood up, stating that the Star Battle assessment would proceed as planned, with Lan Xuanyu and 6 others undergoing individual assessments. The quality assessment and entry to the 7 Saint Abyss still required approval from the inner court. The inner court would also decide on the level 5 heaven mission for the combat assessment registration. Everyone left, except for Zhenhua, who lingered, prompting Wu La to ask why he hadn't left yet. He remained calm, stating his intention to request the academy and the 7 sages to participate in the assessment, leaving Wu Jiangkong shocked by the insane idea. Do you even know what the Seven Sages is? He continued to explain his reasons. I know what the Seven Sages is, but I know even more that you no longer trust me. Even if Rong Zhenghua descends, you're unwilling to give me a chance. But if I pass the test, will you? Those words startled her. Zhenhua looked up, trying to look directly into Luo Hong's eyes. Will you give me a chance? She choked back the words, unable to speak. As he gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, he couldn't bear her leaving him. And if she wouldn't give him a chance, he would give up. I'll resign and request a soul fruit to start over. Zhenhua clenches his fist, holding back tears, and vows to forget her. When did tears begin to well in Lak Hong's eyes? What are you meddling in? Don't you know the importance of the elite combat class experiment? Zhenhua reaches out. It doesn't conflict with the kids' graduation exams. I only know that if this isn't resolved, I can't win her heart. He gently touched Luo Hong's chin, saying he couldn't take it anymore, and maybe the only way was to truly forget her and start over. She coldly brushed his hand away with an emotionless gaze, asking how an old man like him could start over. Zhenhua's dejected face was better than a living death. Luo Hong trembled without turning back. Then go die. Stay away from me. Get as far away as possible. He sadly watched her retreating figure. Okay. I understand. Zhenhua left, unaware that Lak Hong was secretly shedding tears. I'm leaving. Take care. She cursed and cried, unwilling to accept it. Damn you. Go to hell. The scene shifts to a simulation ship in the world of Duluo, where everyone is desperately preparing for battle, unaware of the graduation exams arrangement. Fueled with determination, everyone reports in 10 minutes to the chaotic starfield. Standard weapons ready. Base module nominal. With unwavering eyes, Xuanyu orders the team, prepare for battle. Engage stealth mode. This is the interstellar battlefield within the world of Duluo, where players can choose battlefields to gain merit. Different battlefields offer different amounts of merit, which can be exchanged for resources and various warships. With everything in place, he immediately roared the order, prepare to enter the defensive shield and charge the main cannon. At this moment, Xuanyu was extremely confident as he faced the challenges ahead. The opportunity had arrived. Smelling danger, Xuanyu immediately warned the team a black warship had been spotted ahead. Everyone, proceed as planned. Yu Jie, the infiltration mission is yours. Upon receiving the order, she confidently affirmed, rest assured, they won't even know what hit them. But before they could act, the enemy ship opened fire. Witnessing this, Bok Tu couldn't help but exclaim, this guy's fierce. He's going all out right from the start. He and Vu quickly rallied. Everyone, hold on a little longer so Vu Catch can buy us some time. But shockingly, the enemy ship continued to relentlessly fire upon him, riding the high of their advantage. They acted superior, dismissing their opponents as mere trash as they continued their assault. But their arrogance was short-lived. As an urgent warning blared, main cannon overload imminent, evacuate immediately. His eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't be. The next moment, the ship exploded, and everything was engulfed in flames. Only now could Xuanyu breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Liao Feng, still shaken, lamented how brutal their opponent had been. He almost got rattled to death. But still, Xuanyu wants to push on. Let's go check it out. And with that, he floors it, sending the ship hurtling forward. After some searching, Liao Feng was overwhelmed by the gold before him, exclaiming that they'd struck it rich. He wondered how much they'd plundered tonight, while Xuanyu cheered at the sight of someone's arrival, shouting that Wuge had returned. Before even resting, she quickly reported the information she'd gathered. Their system is easily infiltrated, and no one even notices. Hearing this, Xuanyu's face filled with concern. It seems we've encountered someone very formidable, and if they were in a position of total victory, it would be terrifying. He needs to think it over before deciding. But this is enough to upgrade our warship by another level. To be safe, we should head back first. Liao Feng eagerly agrees. Whatever the captain says. No sooner were the words out than the ship turned back, cutting to Wu's office where he asks, you wanted to see me. She immediately gave a series of instructions, telling him that he was going to the Spirit Pagoda as a Tang Sect disciple, and that while he could do as he pleased on the Spirit Ascension platform, he had to return to the academy immediately after leaving. If anything unexpected happens, someone will back you up. So don't worry. He looked blank. Is it dangerous? Unable to simply stand by. She'll see just how far he can go. Hearing this, Xuanyu could only offer a wry smile. After a moment, he confirmed. Yes. She nodded. All right. Remember to prepare. But as he turned to leave, she quickly stopped him. Wait. Xuanyu was confused. What else did the headmaster want to say? It turned out Luo Hong still cared about her ex-husband and took the opportunity to ask about Master Tang's recent situation. After a moment's thought, he replied that he hadn't seen him lately, and that he was probably spending most of his time at the Tang Sect researching. Satisfied, Luo Hong quickly saw him off, saying, I understand. You can go now. And he agreed. Alone in her room, she tore at her hair in anguish. A flicker of sadness crossed her eyes, then closed tightly, as if lost in thought. Entering her bedroom, Lak Hong witnessed a heartbreaking scene. 2 figures entwined on her aunt's bed, and one of them was her husband, Tran Hoa, with his mistress. After that incident, Tran Hoa was almost beaten to death by Uong Thien Vu, but he could never explain why. After that, he was kicked out of the outer court, and he completely collapsed. In the 10 years since they separated, Tran Hoa would occasionally steal glances at An Lak Hong, but he never dared to approach her. Though long past, the events of that day remain vivid in Luo Hong's mind, and she can't help but resent him. Back in reality, she's weighed down by worry. Her eyes welled up at the thought of Zhenhua, the soul-severing fruit. Did he really want to start over? To forget everything here. To forget her. At the shores of the sea god lake, 2 small figures were faintly visible amidst the dreamy and romantic scenery. It was none other than Zhenhua and Luo Hong. In his imagination, she still wore that warm smile, as if they had never been torn apart. Zhenhua smiled faintly in return, but the harsh reality and difficult situation made him sigh deeply. He sat there by the lake, lost in thought, until someone approached him from behind. It was Tianyu, the soul-severing fruit. I won't allow it. As he turned around, his eyes welled up with tears, and he saw the master of Wang Manor. Yi continues to plead, suggesting he go to the road of myriad departures to avoid her. But Zhenhua refuses, saying that even if they don't meet, they'll always be together as long as she's in his heart. Growing impatient, Tianyu demands to know what really happened back then. Fifi blamed herself when she left. And your love for Luo Hong was so deep, don't you want to explain? Hearing this, he was even less willing to explain, saying it was his fault, and he had nothing to explain. He had not only hurt Tio Hong, but also Fi. He was guilty. Perhaps the soul severance fruit is the greatest release for me. And for Lak Hong as well. I can't hold her back any longer. Zhenhua pleaded desperately, but received a stinging slap from Thien Vu in return. Don't talk nonsense, he retorted, showing no pity. He coldly declares Zhenhua beyond saving. Then, Tianyu leaves him there, a soulless husk. Later, in Luo Hong's office, Tianyu barges in, startling Luo Hong. Without preamble, he gets straight to the point what troubles her. For if she didn't care for Zhenhua, she wouldn't look so distraught. I've seen everything he's done these past few years. Can't you give him a chance? Now he wants to propose the soul separation fruit. Should I allow it or not? Faced with this difficult question, she can only bow her head in silence. After that, she replied hesitantly, if he wants to forget, then let him. Hearing this, Tianyu was speechless at the young couple's stubbornness. If he truly had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have spent decades protecting you, day in and day out. But Luo Hong has her reasons. After all these years, he's never explained anything to her. How can she forgive him? He quickly suggests that he go to the 7 sacred abyss, even if it's to uncover the truth of that year. She's terrified, her eyes filling with tears, but she fears he'll be in danger. If there's trouble, Tianyu will handle it. He's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. I'll ask the seventh elder to go easy on him. Is he joking? Or is this real? He really won't be in danger. Will he? Having endured enough of their lovey-dovey display, Tianyu finally snaps. Hey. Hey, the scene shifts to Lan Tianyu's dorm, where his voice echoes. Nana. Hurry up. The concert's about to start. Tianyu quickly sat down to snag a good spot. Tutu. Sit here. Sit here. But she threw cold water on him. Who wants to sit on the bed with you? Nana quickly arrives to defuse the situation, telling him not to tease her. Soon, they're all settled in, and the young couple is drawn into an awkward hand-holding game, with Tianyu taking the initiative. That decisive action stunned Bai Tu, but Tianyu deliberately changed the subject. It's starting. The MC's voice immediately rang out. Lady Anne Gant-Torman. Welcome everyone to the premier performance square of Tianduxing. Today, this is a worthwhile trip for everyone. Next, allow me to introduce tonight's main attraction. The soul singer we all adore. The die-hard fans below seize the opportunity to cheer with all their might. The MC once again calls out the name of the night's most anticipated guest, young Master Luo. His appearance silences the entire auditorium, and he gives a gentle nod to the crowd. Those who have attended Tang Lei's concerts know this gesture means the show is about to begin, and as he prepares to sing, the entire venue falls silent. It's as if they're reserving this unique moment for him. Her image has long been blurred. As if after countless reincarnations, her voice gradually becomes clear, echoing in his ears. Countless times a person's life has three phases, one of beauty, one of companionship, and one of secrets hidden in the heart. Her third life has always been here, etched in the depths of my heart. My memories are hazy, but believe me, I'm still searching. May the heavens have eyes to guide me above, the sky, below, the yellow springs, wherever you are. Lead me there. His eyelashes fluttered, holding back tears, and as he sang the final note, a single tear appeared on his face, as if beckoning him to come. The entire concert was cast under the senator's somber note, though Duong Lat didn't exert much force. Each word struck deep into the souls of the audience. Unbeknownst to them, a sharp pain was now violently attacking his head, invading his sea of consciousness. This time, he didn't compromise. He struggled to remember, to search for that deep, longing memory. And finally, it became clear to him, in his heart, there was always someone who filled his heart completely, a figure in his memory with long, silver hair, tightly wrapped around his heart. Nanae sat in front of the TV, not even realizing that tears were streaming down her face. The song's longing echoes, shaking her heart and soul. A figure begins to emerge. She sees golden light, a golden figure standing tall and unyielding. Suddenly, tears streamed down Wu Lin's face, for reasons he couldn't understand. With no other choice, he apologized to the audience and excused himself. Then, to the fans' surprise, Wu Lin retreated to compose himself before returning, bathed in a warm, golden light that flooded the stage. The next song is a tribute to our loved ones, but more importantly, a reminder to cherish those beside us, to protect time, to protect you. Gazing into time, seeking my soul, time snaps its fingers, unable to express sorrowful thoughts. Hope in time comes unexpectedly, stirring the heart in a fleeting moment. A familiar feeling in time is a strange calling, leading me to seek hope, a hope that arrives, yet feels daunting, wanting to touch it, yet fearing it will vanish. Hope within time. Please follow me. Don't leave me. Hope within time. Suddenly, Wu Lin stopped singing and instead gave a heartfelt speech. First, I apologize to everyone for making you wait a week. Then, he apologizes again, as he only has the strength to sing 3 songs today. This next one will be the last for now. A song I just wrote. I hope you all like it. If life were only like the first time we met. This song is for you. That heavenly voice rises once more, carrying countless emotions in every verse. Back to when we first met as children, protecting your innocence. You return to me all grown up, offering warmth and support, silver and blue intertwined. An imprint etched in my heart. They cried out in anguish. Nana. Hyunwoo rushes to help Nana up, asking what's wrong. Seeing she's unresponsive, he tells Baeksu to watch over her while he finds the elder. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately grabbed his hand. He was confused. Nana, don't you want to see the elder tree? Baishu was still naive and didn't understand everything. Why did Nana suddenly react because of that song? Didn't you say they didn't know each other before? Nana only felt a splitting headache. That song deeply shocked her and stirred up some memories. Countless fragmented memories swirled within her mind. A pain she'd never known before. Who was he? Did she know him? Was his song meant for her? As memories flooded in, the agony intensified, overwhelming her very being. As the young master was helped down by staff, the concert was in a state of chaos. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shu helped Nana back to her room to rest. Lan Xuanyu unleashed his spiritual power, subtly sensing Nana's changes. But he only felt a massive, chaotic spiritual force seizing Nana's mind. His own spiritual power was almost torn apart in an instant upon probing. Suddenly, Xuanyu coughed up blood, breaking out in a cold sweat. Bai Shu, witnessing this, was immediately worried. But he reassured her. Don't worry. I'm fine. It seems Lan Xuanyu triggered something, causing the chaotic mental energy in Nana's mind to quickly subside. Her breathing stabilized, and her furrowed brows relaxed, though she still gripped Lan Xuanyu's hand tightly. A moment later, Yuena awoke, and Xuanyu, without thinking of himself, immediately asked, Nana, are you feeling better? With guilt in her eyes, she said she had hurt him. And then, Nuyetna embraced him tightly. Xuanyu was stunned, while Baishu couldn't help but feel jealous, but told herself not to be. Nana then bid farewell to Xuanyu and Baishu, saying she needed a few days off. But didn't know, Baishu Zhu felt it even more clearly. She had known Lord Luo before. Meanwhile, at the heavenly planet, Luo Qingling paced anxiously, worried about Tang Lei's condition while also appeasing the audience. Luckily, Tang Lei had announced at the concert that he would only sing 3 songs. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. After more than an hour, Tang Lei's condition gradually improved. Luo Qingling cried. Are you okay? He replied politely. I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. The next second, he asked for a favor. Hangling, please postpone the upcoming concerts. I haven't been feeling well lately. Once Mother Star removes the restrictions, we'll hold a concert there. She immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll arrange it. You rest well first. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and said, Qingling, I'm a little tired. She was startled by this. If you're tired, rest quickly. It's okay to rest more. I'll take care of everything else. Now that we've signed the free agent contract, you're your own boss. And everything depends on what you say. I'll go arrange other things. You get some rest. After Qingling left, Tangla sat blankly staring at the ceiling backstage as Lan Xuanyu called to check on him. Indeed, that song caused him such pain. But singing it made him feel like he'd truly remembered something. He must go to Mother Star and sing it before her. Perhaps then he can recover all his memories. He must. After Nana left, Lan Xuanyu called every day to check on her. And on Tang Lei too. Lan Xuanyu was a little worried, but neither Nana nor Tang Lei were willing to tell him anything. It was at this moment that Lan Mongshan brought his mother back. Lan Xuanyu specially invited Elder Shu to help. With the added assistance of the Emerald Swan Baiji, Lan Menqin's mother has had her life force restored. And Lan Mongshin hasn't thanked him. But everyone can see that she's expressing her gratitude through her actions. And she's more diligent in her cultivation than before. Lan Xuanyu is about to face a major event. The Academy has officially informed him of the time to go to the Spirit Transfer Pagoda headquarters, located not far from Shrek City, near the Spirit Transfer Academy. The Spirit Transfer Pagoda built this academy to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shrek Academy. But things didn't go as planned. The founder of the Spirit Transfer Pagoda was the leader of the original Shrek 7 Devils, Spirit Ice Dolua, Huo Yuhao. But as time passed, the Spirit Transfer Pagoda once had a divergent development, and the Federation was always the driving force behind it. Supporting the Spirit Transfer Pagoda's conflict with Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect, since humanity entered the Space Age, the relationship between the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, the Tang Sect, and Shrek Academy has eased considerably, but some private matters remain, which is why Lan Xuanyu is borrowing the treasure-seeking beast's secret art. In the eyes of others, he now appears as a young man of 27 or 28. Lan Xuanyu presents the red invitation to the reception, successfully verifying his identity. Next, the receptionist led Lan Xuanyu to an elevator. After 3 transfers, Lan Xuanyu arrived at a circular hall, one that the receptionist wasn't authorized to enter. Upon entering, he's greeted by an attendant. "Welcome to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Is this your first time?" Xuanyu nodded, confirming it was indeed his first time. And Luo Ya continued with enthusiastic advice. "Then allow me to introduce you to the ways of the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. As you know, the high-level Spirit Ascension platform isn't entirely a simulation. Severe injuries inside can affect your real-world condition. Please be careful. We'll provide you with a teleporter so you can leave and return here at any time." Following the staff's suggestion, Lan Xuanyu released his soul rings. She was very attentive. "It's all right. You're fully capable of entering the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Please follow me." Luo Ya guided Xuanyu through the proper procedures. "Please remove your shoes before entering." Moments later, he entered a room filled with machinery, where she handed him a button, wishing him a fruitful harvest and advising him not to push himself too hard. Luo Ya then announced the collection point. "Master, this seems to be the Duluo Grand Forest." Xuanyu looked surprised before being sucked into the portal. As the gate opens once more, he finds himself stranded in the middle of a vast forest. The newsfeed began to shake, throwing the Spirit Pagoda headquarters staff into a panic, and alarms blared incessantly. Xiong quickly sends out a notice. An attack is underway on the information stream. All external operations are temporarily suspended. All Soul Masters, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Luo Ya just returned and hasn't logged in yet. What's going on? Meanwhile, Lu Ping loses his composure. Wondering where the attack is coming from, he urgently ordered everyone to activate the surveillance screens, protect the data vault, immediately find the enemy, and capture those immortals. At the same time, when Xiaobao noticed the water stains, he felt uneasy. Could this be a fragment of the God Realm? Suddenly, Xuanyu senses something. "What is it?" The boy explains everything. The God Realm faced a great calamity and was shattered. And somehow, the Spirit Transfer Pagoda found this fragment. They now use technology to guide human consciousness into this fragment, forming an independent space. This place we're in must be the largest piece. And the soul beasts here are actually transformed from the energy absorbed by the immortal spirit. Xuanyu wondered if they could absorb the spirit qi directly from the Spirit Transfer Pagoda if they found its origin. And Xiaobao confirmed that it was theoretically possible, filling him with determination to explore it thoroughly when he was stronger. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, and as Xuanyu turned, he saw a massive red-tailed scorpion standing tall. Xiaobao immediately recognized it, a crimson-tailed scorpion, at least 10,000 years in cultivation. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with murderous intent. Its needle-like, venomous tail lunged forward, ready to deliver a fatal strike to Xuanyu, who, while dodging, couldn't help but marvel at its speed. In a split second, Xuanyu retaliated with a punch, unleashing the Titan Divine Fist, creating a firestorm that threatened to incinerate the entire forest. However, the red tail showed no fear, instead creating a ring of poisonous fire, shocking him. In a desperate situation, Xuanyu quickly summoned the Golden Dragon Ascension, overpowering the monster and sending it flying. Seizing the moment, he drew his familiar fiery blade, causing the creature to freeze in terror as the attack hurtled towards it. Unable to dodge, Crimson Tail is struck by the full force of the Liet Yen sword. As Hinfu watches on, afterward, he returns his weapon to his ring, a triumphant look on his face, his vengeance complete. After a while, the forest returned to its original tranquility. and Xiao Bao marveled at the spiritual energy around Xuanyu. Confirming his master's words, it was indeed the aura of a celestial spirit. He nonchalantly states that he feels extremely comfortable all over, which fills the little guy with hope. As finding the God Realm fragment would greatly benefit his master's recovery, Xiao Bao softly asked for confirmation. And with a resolute nod from Xuanyu, they sped off. Their footprints were everywhere in the forest, leading them to a 10,000-year-old soul beast, which he defeated and absorbed its energy. Suddenly, they stopped in the middle of nowhere, and Lan Xuanyu sensed danger. So, the purple eagle was watching them. A look of concern washes over him. An integrated battle armor domain, a 3-word battle armor. Xuanyu wondered aloud what those streaks of light were, and Xiao Bao replied that after the soul beasts here were killed, their energy had been claimed, but it still needed time to be absorbed. Our situation is special, so I helped you absorb that energy directly into your body. He cleverly spots an opening, wondering if defeating the lion would make its energy a greedy thought forming in his mind, but before he can act, the purple carving initiates an attack, summoning forth his power. The crimson flame lion, a fire-breathing beast, intent on incinerating its foe. Meanwhile, relying on the power of the azure silver grass, Xuanyu quickly summons another skill, elemental separation. The crimson flame lion can now only cough up smoke, and Zidiao is shocked by the sight. What? Seizing the opportunity, Xuanyu immediately closes in on his opponent, splitting the light spirit ball into elemental forces. The spiritual power in Xuanyu's hand swirls at an incredible speed, forming a tightly compressed ball of energy. And though he wasn't directly hit, he's still blown away. Before long, Zidiao's figure vanished into the vortex ahead, at which point, Xuanyu extracted a stream of green essence, leaving Xiao Bao utterly perplexed. Master, what are you doing? Extracting an element from the storm element will make it unstable. Just as the boy said, the tornado suddenly exploded with terrifying force, throwing Xuanyu back. The entire forest is quickly engulfed in dust and debris. But thankfully, they only suffered minor scrapes. Xiao Bao tries to act tough, saying his master doesn't need to worry about him, that he can still hold on. There's a reason he's being so reckless. There was a surge of amplified energy. As the blood essence became even more chaotic, the core clearly grew larger. The advanced spirit ascension platform was indeed a good place. The Academy instructed me to cause some trouble for the spirit transfer tower. What kind of trouble? I could try to see. After searching around for a while, Xuanyu suddenly stopped, declaring this was the place. Xiao Bao, sensing something, asked, Master, what do you want to do? I feel a little uneasy. He doesn't answer directly, remaining vague. You'll see soon enough. Then, Xuanyu raises his hand, summoning a small whirlwind. Still haunted by what happened, he asks worriedly, Master, you're not going to blow it up again, are you? He replies frankly. I want to see how large an area the explosive power of this windstorm element can cover if it's completely uncontrolled. Still, Xiao Bao remained skeptical, wondering what would happen if it engulfed the entire advanced spirit ascension platform. Surely they'd be caught in the blast. Xuanyu reassured him, saying it wouldn't happen. He just wanted to experiment, and maybe they could find God fragments by blowing up the low and medium-level platforms in the future. Knowing he couldn't stop him, he sulked. But I still feel like it's too dangerous. Xuanyu gently stroked his head, reassuring him that this is a simulated world, so there won't be any real danger. As they talked, the tornado doubled in size. Xiao Bao couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Master, are you really going to let it explode? Xuanyu confidently assured him, Let's try it. It won't explode on us anyway. Hopefully, it can blow up some soul beasts and release some energy. No sooner had he spoken than the two quickly retreated from the danger zone. But he sensed something was wrong. Out of nowhere, another forest demon appears, stunning Xuanyu. But to his dismay, he suddenly finds himself paralyzed, unable to move. Meanwhile, the monster relentlessly charges, poised to crash into him. Xiao Bao cries out in terror, Master, danger. In a life-or-death situation, another forest demon appeared from the opposite direction, its eyes wide with surprise at the sudden arrival. Meanwhile, the transformed little Bao whispered to Xuanyu, "Master, hold on tight," and with that, the two beasts collided, creating a strangely romantic scene. While Hyunwoo was still bewildered, wondering what was happening with two of them, he received a wink from his teammate and realized everything. It was Tu Bao transformed. Coming to his senses, Hyunwoo summons the Scarlet Flame Sword, but the forest demon is lost in love and completely unguarded. It only awoke when his explosive fist was about to hit it, narrowly dodging the blow and saving its life. A moment later, it retaliated with a barrage of thorns. Hyunwoo didn't expect such a swift recovery and couldn't evade in time. But where there's a will, there's Xiaobao. He immediately shoves the forest demon into the windstorm pit from before. It's immediately stunned as it stabbed from behind, while Xiaobao is overjoyed. Then, everything suddenly explodes and is sucked into an infinite void. Xuanyu seizes the moment, absorbing the monster's spiritual energy, and the forest returns to its peaceful state. Having narrowly escaped death, he marvels at the power of the soul beast, whose body could withstand the heavenly sacred abyss halberd. While Xiaobao rejoices, "Master, what a lucky day. We actually ran into a Lin demon." Recalling the moment, he asks, "What was that just now?" "It was extremely alluring." Nip enthusiastically explains that there are two types of forest demon eagles, the space messenger and the time messenger. The golden-patterned forest demon eagle he just transformed into is the time messenger, and the simultaneous appearance of both types could lead to the birth of a powerful offspring, a phoenix. A true phoenix. Hearing this, Hyunwoo was stunned. What a phoenix, he then pondered. The forest demon didn't even use its full power. Was it using its strength to prepare to conceive? Xiaobao nodded in confirmation. That's right. That's exactly it. Suddenly, they both fell silent. He wore a blank expression. Why do I feel like something's off? A second later, they both shouted in unison. Elemental storm. And so, man and beast immediately took off. Running. Master. Run, but again, he sensed something was wrong. As expected, a terrifying windstorm was brewing over the battle forest. Sensing the impending chaos, Hyunwoo dashed away like a bus fare evader, fleeing for his life. The youth's face contorts with fear. The seal is failing. A wave of unease forces him to speak his mind. Little treasure, tell me. I'm not going to blow up this advanced ascension platform, am I? Will we even be able to escape? But little treasure offered an unpredictable response. I don't know. I don't want to die. If this place explodes, we're definitely not getting back. And we just devoured the 5 devil dragons. We don't want to die. Before Xuanyu realized something was wrong, he stopped dead in his tracks. As the vortex of energy closed in, he cried out in alarm. This is bad, it's too late. But even as he spoke, his body was already transforming. Adapting to the storm with the dragon god transformation, Xuanyu quickly conjures an energy sphere, slamming it into the ground. As he dives in after it, he must survive. Thanks to a powerful energy source clearing the path, Xuanyu dove into an underground lake to escape the massive, mobile bomb above, which unleashed a deadly explosion, its shockwaves forcing his eyes shut. Time passed, and Xuanyu's body drifted in the frigid water. Though still unconscious, a hazy voice echoed in his mind. He felt utterly drained. His chest rose and fell with each ragged breath. His spirit power depleted. That explosion was devastating, even with the Xuan Tiangong. As his lifeblood slowly returns under the influence of his soul force, strands of that power begin to emerge. After a time, Xuanyu can move again, but he's still unsure of his situation. Has he been teleported? His ragged breath couldn't mask the confusion swirling within him. Why is it so dark here? Did the power go out? He focused his mind, drank a bottle of Poseidon Lake water, and ate a crystal blood dragon ginseng. He felt like he was coming back to life. And when he felt the wetness on his face, Xuanyu raised his hand in confusion. The pungent, metallic scent assaulted his nostrils, snapping him out of his dazed blood. Had he been injured in the ascension platform, he fell silent as he realized something else was missing. Little treasure, little treasure. Could the explosion have killed little treasure? He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to get back. He stared blankly at the spirit pagoda uniforms on the rack. Xuanyu sighed, then decided to pull the uniform down, put it on, and pull the hat down to cover half his face, trying to minimize his presence as he slipped past the busy crowd. But suddenly, a voice echoed, stopping him in his tracks. There were still injured people here, and he shouldn't wander off. His bewildered eyes followed the sound. Seeing his pained expression, Mei Yue anxiously pulled him away, asking what was wrong and demanding he be brought over. He needs to be taken to a hospital for treatment. Using mental energy to forcibly stimulate information flow is far too dangerous. The ambulance sped off into the dark night. Inside the emergency bay, Mei Yue gently reassured him, saying he would be all right and that they would definitely heal him. His body, now resting, left him speechless with relief. Suddenly, the survival index on the scanner jumps erratically. Startling Mei Yue. This is bad. He's about to die. Her eyes filled with worry as she said, I'll give you a shot to boost your immunity. You'll be fine once we get to the hospital. Before pulling out a massive needle, shocking him. But contrary to Mei Yue's expectations, the needle bent as soon as it neared him. The sight of it failing for the first time stunned her. He was just too thick. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo feigns clinical death out of embarrassment, thinking sarcastically about the doctor's words. Though still a bit dizzy, Hyunwoo quietly ponders as he's wheeled through the hospital corridors, wondering about the extent of the explosion in the Spirit Ascension platform. I was so far from the explosion, and I almost died. I've recovered some strength, but I'm still not fit to fight. I hope Shushu gets my message. I need to get out of here and find a way to meet up with her. The male doctor, looking at the patient who had just been brought in, asked emotionlessly as per procedure, How are you? I need to verify your identity. Little did he know, Xuanyu was just waiting for the right moment with his eyes closed. Verify his identity, that would expose him. Time to play dead. As soon as he turned around to check for identification, he knocked the man out, grabbed a doctor's coat, and put the poor guy in his bed, saying, Sorry about this. Not wanting to waste time, he quickly contacted Bai Chu. Chu, where are you? But hearing her gentle voice, I'm on my way. How are you? Xuanyu calmly replied, I'm fine. See you soon. This caused Bai Tu to fall into dissatisfied silence on the other end of the line. He definitely wasn't telling the truth. How frustrating. Her foot unconsciously pressed down, sending the car speeding forward. After picking him up, she slowly asked again, Xian Yu, you look terrible. Are you really okay? But Xian Yu casually replied, Don't you trust my constitution? It's nothing serious. Bai Tu's worry only intensifies. How did you get hurt? What were you doing? Her interrogation leaves him searching for a suitable answer. The academy requires secrecy. Sorry, Tutu. Just a small mission. But it went smoothly. That sentence made the car ride quiet, as if the moon shone brighter to hide the negativity beneath. Moments later, the white car stopped in a remote area, and Bai Shu stared blankly at the man beside her. He sighed wearily. He's fast asleep. I've never seen him so tired. But that gaze startled Xuan Vu from her slumber, interrupting her captivated admiration. She quickly turns her head forward, unaware that her face has been flushed for some time now, as Hien Vu sluggishly rubs her eyes. Hearing Bak Tu whisper, Are we at the dorm already? No. I brought you straight to Sea God Lake. Why is your face so red? Go soak in the lake. I'm off. Good night. The majestic scene before him soothed Xuan Yu's heart. The Sea God Lake was full of life energy, with the best healing effect for his injuries. The light on his face continued to blaze, endlessly replenishing his life energy, leaving no after effects. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the bracelet, startling Xuan Yu. You little brat. Where are you? He could only offer an obedient chuckle before replying. At Sea God Lake. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yu appeared before Xuan Yu, who was astonished by his speed. Without preamble, he asked, noticing the other's haggard appearance. You're hurt. What happened? But hearing his vague answer, something unexpected happened, and Tian Yu sighed, changing the subject. What about the spirit transfer pagoda? Recalling that moment, Tian Yu didn't delay, replying, When I ran out, I didn't know how they'd react. He looked at him, annoyed, and began to lecture. What have you done? The spirit transfer pagoda has gone mad, directly negotiating with us. And even the Tang Sect is acting like they're ready to risk everything. The information sent chills down his spine. But before he could dwell on it, he heard the other's unrelenting interrogation. You weren't in the Ascension platform for long. So why are you out already? Unable to find a satisfactory answer, Tianyu chuckled and chose the safest words. I seem to have caused them some damage. I used my newly acquired ability. He then recounted how he tested the power of the windstorm element in the advanced Spirit Ascension platform, leaving Wang Tianyu stunned as he listened, his expression gradually changing. Only then did he slowly finish his long speech. So I don't know what happened. I only know there was an explosion, and I was blown to bits. Masters, do you think I've completed the mission you gave me? Tianyu burst out laughing, confusing him. You're a talent. Without explaining, he activated his teleportation energy after giving one last instruction. Heal well. Rest. And don't leave the academy lately. He was so frustrated he sighed. Shouldn't you at least tell me what's going on? Just leaving like that is like sharpening a knife to kill a donkey. In the cool lake water, dense life energy converged on him, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and the dull pain in his internal organs eased considerably. 3 days later, the Academy finally received confirmation that the Spirit Transfer Tower had indefinitely closed its advanced Spirit Ascension platform, following an unprecedented explosion that destroyed over a third of it. Early in the morning, Zhenhua's boisterous voice echoed through the Spirit Guidance Center. The graduation exam for our experimental class has been announced. Aside from the requirement of a 2-word battle armor, there are 3 exam components. First, a spirit battle assessment. Second, a personality assessment. Finally, the group must complete a level 5 Do Heaven mission. All exam items have points, and accumulating points, according to the Inner Court's regulations, allows entry. He was completely absorbed in his presentation, adding that if they could complete a mission 1 level higher in difficulty, it would add 5 slots to the Inner Court, and 2 levels higher would allow the entire class to enter. Once the teacher finished speaking, he expressed his sincere thoughts. I understand. Teacher, this is the Academy's greatest advantage for us. This made Zhenhua nod in approval, reminding them that 12 spots were more than a third of the class. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Even if they don't make it into the inner sanctum, they'll still get into the Duluo Hall. Understanding his concern, Xuanyu solemnly replies, We will definitely do our best. As he left the building, he excitedly declared, Graduation exam. Here I come. The Star Battle experiment class was bathed in the pure morning light. Xiao Kai stood silently, gazing at his students for a long moment, before bowing deeply to them all. This stunned Hian Vu and the others. As teacher 2, unscripted, quickly added, Don't say anything. Not wanting to keep them waiting, he bravely spoke his heart, bowing to them to express his deepest gratitude. Teaching them made him proud, and they may very well be the greatest pride of his life. The silent space amplified the passion in Xiao Kai's words, carrying them even further. He didn't know if he'd ever teach a class like this again. But for now, they were his greatest pride. The lengthy speech left him pausing for breath. Then he quickly bowed to hide the emotion welling up in his eyes, saying, From the bottom of my heart, I thank you all. The scene prompted you to call out in a panic. Everyone, stand. As if on cue, the entire class bowed in unison to show their respect for their beloved teacher. Thanking him, this moved Xiao Kai, who had finally calmed down, to tears. After a moment, he stood up anxiously and said, The graduation exam is coming up, so I won't offer any words of encouragement, because his students are all outstanding. The class responded in unison. Ainsi l'ont promis, teacher Xiao. We won't let you down. After the excitement subsided, Xiao Kai calmly introduced the next speaker, inviting teacher Tang Zhenhua to say a few words. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he simply offered a heartfelt smile and a simple phrase, Do your best. This statement stunned not only Xuanyu and the elite combat class, but also stirred up the other students, who began chanting, Charge! Charge. Everyone rushed outside with shouts of joy, ready to begin the graduation exam, starting with the first event, the Spirit Battle Assessment. Filling the vast hall with palpable tension, Tianwu couldn't help but look at the man beside him, asking if he was nervous. Contrary to his expectations, Zhenhua gently shook his head. No. I believe in these kids. They can do it. His sudden silence only made Tianyu more anxious. Was he ready? The question made him glance worriedly at Zhenhua. Before quietly closing his eyes to meditate, all the teachers focused intently, trying to keep their minds calm as they observed the test before them. Lan Xuanyu and his team were tasked with surviving for 72 hours in the chaotic starfield and destroying at least 10 warships of equal or superior class. Inside the ship, Qianlei finished his report. 21 minutes until we reach the chaotic starfield. Lan Xuanyu confirmed. Okay. Maintain medium speed ahead. Half an hour later, the ship entered an area filled with asteroids. He just heard his teammates report new information. There's an extremely faint energy fluctuation to the front right, suspected to be an approaching stealth warship. So he immediately ordered the entire ship to go silent. This decisive action made everyone's faces tense. The exam hasn't officially started yet. So why is Xuanyu taking such a risk? Minutes later, a silent warship emerged, preparing to enter the chaotic starfield, prompting the silent Xuanyu to sternly command. Charge the main cannon. Activate the warship. The ship unleashed a devastating barrage, obliterating its target without resistance. But it wasn't enough. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xuanyu's urgent command rang out, accelerate into the chaotic star cluster. The pilot slammed the throttle, sending the warship speeding away as the system announced a 72-hour countdown. Time is of the essence. And Xuanyu urgently orders his team to deploy the mechs, and they quickly comply. Piloting their ships toward the target they just bombarded. Moments later, one of them contacted him. Captain, we found the rare metal they were guarding. Plus, the remaining personnel have retreated, reassuring Xuanyu, who nodded in approval. Very good. You all retreat as well. And as he said that, the enemy ship turned to dust after his entire team returned. The sight stunned Xuanyu. 10 minutes had passed. Meanwhile, Chenhua smiled to himself, pleased with the perfect opening. After the heavenly wing fighters unloaded the precious metals, they were launched again by Xuanyu. Though the team members didn't understand why, they gritted their teeth and carried out their mission, led by the scouts, who cleared the path for those behind. Alarms began to blare. Baichu urgently relays information to the mothership. I'm under attack. They have colored defense warships. I'm attempting to retreat, but they're using a net to capture me, blocking my escape route. Xuanwu then calls out to the distant Space Knight. Space Knight, continue scouting. No need to return for support. We're going to reinforce Bai Chu. Meanwhile, Bai Shu and her comrades were still struggling in a precarious situation. But when the enemy ship began to power up for an attack, she quickly gave a stern order. Main beam. Help the entire ship escape the magnetic field in the blink of an eye. But that only made Bai Shu more worried. The enemy was deploying such a large net. They must be rich. After a moment's thought, she decided to call the mothership and suggest to Xuanyu that she be captured on purpose to carry out internal sabotage. But he absolutely refused that request. It was too dangerous. Once captured, they'd paralyze his mech, leaving him to fight with his bare hands. This only strengthened Bai Shu's resolve to stick to her plan, ditch the mech and fight head-on. Even if they won, they'd suffer heavy losses. Knowing her stubbornness would only prolong things, Xuanyu sighed and quickly agreed, approving her proposal. Immediately, Bai Shu's small ship was captured by the enemy without delay. As it speeds away, he orders pursuit before opening communications, demanding the release of his comrade. Grasping the critical intel, he urgently warns that the enemy's firepower is immense, with 24 secondary cannons. Thanks to it, Xuanyu quickly voiced his intention to pursue, causing the large ship to hurriedly hide under the huge stone clouds, letting the enemy leave freely. However, he had no intention of letting it remain free, and coldly issued an order. Fengzi, prepare to assist. forcing Lu Feng to lean over and press the buttons wildly on the control panel. Got it. Meanwhile, Bai Shu's ship was being pulled into the enemy's hangar, causing her to fall unconscious, and Xuanyu couldn't help but feel uneasy as he watched the enemy ship close. Meanwhile, the Federation soldiers began to investigate, assuming the pilot inside was paralyzed by their magnetic currents. But how to open the cockpit? The small ship quickly caught Lang Fu's attention. It seemed quite beautiful, even better than their own fighters. However, that didn't make them any less cowardly. Maybe they should pry it open, but be careful not to damage the fighter. It's a prize. Perhaps because too much time had passed, the hatch suddenly opened with a loud bang, startling Lang Fu. It's opening on its own. I'll go take a look. Just a quick look inside, and his face lit up with excitement. Baitu's beauty was like Sleeping Beauty, especially her fair and supple skin. Needless to say, Lang Fu was completely captivated inside, was a battle armor master who had frozen herself. And a great beauty at that. This was a huge win. Hearing that, Ngu Dao excitedly waved his hand. Bring her down. Let us see. Understanding his comrade's eagerness, he quickly agreed. Soon, the ice block containing Baitu was surrounded. But unnoticed, her body began to stir, and her blue eyes snapped open. It was also when the soldiers of the Federation were frozen, all thanks to Baisu's powerful ice-scattering skill. But with the protagonist's aura still protecting her, she swung her spear, piercing Lang Fu. Though in pain, he could only utter, "So brutal," but not answering. Bai Shu tightened her grip, arrogantly withdrawing her spear to watch her enemy fall. The vast warship drifted silently through space, standing back-to-back with Lu Feng. Bai Shu couldn't help but ask if he was all right, causing him to momentarily drop his guard to reply that he was fine. But there were still enemies inside, so they should go take a look. Before they could react, the ship's cargo hold was blasted open. 20 minutes later, Xuanyu anxiously spoke into his communicator. Are you in trouble? But when he heard Lu Feng's blunt announcement that their opponents were just a bunch of clueless, rich kids from the Federation who were now offering to surrender and hand over control of the ship, he almost choked, saying, Okay, I'll get it done right away. The good news lightened Hian Vu's mood considerably. Okay, I'm counting on you here. Send me a message when it's sorted. How could he not seize this chance? Don't worry, boss. But when he arrived at the transfer bay to meet his teammates, the scene before him left Hian Vu stunned. What was this? A grown man groveled at Bai Zhu's feet, begging for her attention, a scene so surreal. It left him speechless. What was going on? Liao Feng, having witnessed everything, becomes a reliable messenger, revealing that they're all Tutu's fans and want to become her disciples. But a glance at Tutu's displeased expression is all it takes for Xuanyu to break up this male fan club. If this were the real world, your teammates would be dead. Could you be so carefree? His virtuous behavior only angered Cheng, who lashed out, telling him not to act like he was better than everyone else, and to do whatever he wanted. Since they were captured, his serious demeanor made him wonder, as he was the one in charge. Still bitter from the recent loss, she decided to maintain her attitude to the end. And that was that. Xuanyu continues the conversation without hesitation. Next, we need your cooperation. If you do well, this warship can be returned to you. But the Thon responded negatively. We don't need the warship. What do you want? He sighed, revealing his true intentions. I have one condition: obedience. After a moment of silence, she happily agreed. Okay, it's settled then. But where do we sign the world contract? The Cheng's request caught him off guard. But before he could react, she reverted to her unfiltered self. Handsome. I think you're getting more and more handsome. This forced Xuanyu, though innocent, to endure Bai Shu's fiery gaze, compelling him to quickly steer the conversation elsewhere. Take me to familiarize myself with this warship first. Fortunately, the Cheng didn't notice the difference and happily agreed. As a result, Xuanyu's team was suddenly strengthened without sacrificing anyone. 2 hours later, Ding Seihan lured a small fleet, The sight of the ships trailing each other in space shocked the Chengs. Could they really control warships like this? It definitely wasn't a basic warship. Paying no mind to the direct approach, Xuanyu was busy giving orders to his teammates. Begin. Jia Han understood immediately. Got it, boss. He quickly maneuvered the ship to face their opponents head-on. As the hulking warship drew closer, the city dwellers' fear escalated into audible panic. What are they doing? Are they trying to ram us? That fear evolved into sheer terror as the ship she was on suddenly tilted violently without warning. Oh my god. A warship can accelerate straight up at 90 degrees. Once the opponents confidently closed in, Xuanyu gave the order, secondary cannons. Fire at will. The hot barrels, awaiting this command, unleashed a barrage of powerful shots, stunning even the most experienced Cheng. This works too. Having dealt with that threat, Xuanyu immediately reverted to his usual innocent demeanor, saying, "Let's get out of here and go deeper." Meanwhile, the teachers watching outside couldn't help but be amazed, except for Luo Hong and Zhenhua, who remained somewhat calm. Xuanyu seemed to be processing the shock of it all, realizing that surviving 72 hours in the chaotic zone was no problem for them. 13 hours later, the 10th warship was destroyed, a result that pleased Xuanyu so much that he sighed with satisfaction. Everyone rest. Tutu, Menqin, Qianlai. The three of you go first. Switch in 2 hours. Luo Hong happily nodded in agreement. Not stopping there, he also arranged for the merged groups to split into 2 shifts, taking turns resting, causing Chung to hastily hide his happy smile and reply, "Okay, Commander." The peaceful scenery washed over Xuanyu, warming his heart like a hot spring. The battle was over. Now just 72 hours of perseverance remained. Later, as Xuanyu planned for the team, that person from Chang approached him discreetly, when no one else was around. This strange behavior visibly displeases Xuanyu. "You can call me Shou Yu, and don't touch me." Seeing the line drawn, the man awkwardly retreats to talk. "Okay, Shou Yu, are you with the military?" Before Xuanyu coldly shuts down the conversation. "None of your business." Seeing his firm stance, the Cheng person didn't dare to be as flirtatious as before, and cut straight to the point. They wanted to hire him in the Duluo world, and could pay in Federation credits. A thought that made him nod in consideration. Remembering something, Xuanyu asked sternly if they also needed Duluo coins, to which Yue Hang replied with great enthusiasm, "Of course, we need them. So many." And he quickly takes the initiative, saying, "All right, we can exchange a portion for you later. But it has to be at the night market price." Getting such a bargain, she excitedly agrees. No problem. 36 hours later, the massive ship continues its journey through space, and Xuanyu announces that they're over halfway to completing their mission, and now, it's time to show their true strength. Sensing their expectations, he rallied the troops, boosting morale with the cry, "Fighters can destroy battleships." A series of scout ships were sent out and quickly returned. The incoming data deepens their worry. A scout ship remains, surrounded by star mines. The tension in the cockpit forces Xuanyu to act. "Attack the ship. I'll draw the mines away." Seeing the ship approach, Chu was terrified. "Captain, enemies ahead." But the boss was excited. "What's the panic? They're just fighters. Fire the cannons." For that reason, his warship actively approached the enemy, navigating the ship through the minefield. Xuanyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, successfully luring them in. In a split second, he ordered the ship to turn sharply in the opposite direction, leaving Chu in confusion. Why would he steer straight into our minefield? How dai? The captain ignored the issue, figuring he'd be blown to bits by the star mines soon enough, and immediately fired cannons to detonate them. Then, Xuanyu's warship escaped a beat faster. The rising excitement made the crew more enthusiastic. Everyone, increase firepower and attract the enemy. As the star mines detonated in a domino effect, Xuanyu steered his ship beneath the enemy flagship, his face brimming with confidence as his plan neared fruition. Hearing his teammates' signal, Xuanyu activated the Serpent mechs, sending Hao scrambling. But just as his brain caught up, he watched in horror as a stream of star thunder drifted closer and closer. There was no escape. The screams fade beneath the thunderous explosions of space mines, and the self-detonating shockwave propelled Xuanyu's ship faster than normal. As things returned to normal, Yuge expressed his frustration, but Kuei-han cheerfully retorted that it was all strategy. Ignoring their banter, Xuanyu, Steel Tensa, warned them not to let their guard down, as their opponents likely had allies. Outside the hall, the vast room fell silent, captivated by the unfolding events on screen. Then, a chorus of amazed voices erupted, leaving Xiaoqi dumbfounded. Oh my god. An 8-year-old god-level pilot. How is that even possible? But some chose to slander Zhenhua, knowing he guided those students. If the students are so skilled, how could their teacher be lacking? Zhenhua's silence made Xuanyu glance over, warning him not to be destroyed on this trip to the Seven Sacred Abyss. Even Boulay felt uneasy, silently watching his upright figure. He's done so much these past few years. Her face fell as her mind flooded with thoughts. He's become even more beastly than before. Despite the stares, Zhenhua focuses on his exceptional student, thinking Tianyu can do it. Pride swells within him. Unbeknownst to anyone, he is, after all, the 58th ranked mech pilot in the entire Federation. Meanwhile, Tianyu tensely piloted the ship, facing the formidable fleet ahead. Their imposing presence surprised Lu Feng, who blurted out, 7 battleships. Captain, that's a lot. Yet, he calmly soothed his team's nerves before sternly commanding, trusting in their abilities, and preparing for battle. In the blink of an eye, the 12 Skywing fighters scattered around the meteorites. The dire situation forces Tianwu to shout, transform into mechs, hide behind the meteorites. The ship roars and quickly transforms into a sturdy mech. Looking at the data on the screen, Wu sighed. The outer perimeter was heavily fortified with star mines. As soon as he spoke, the core members unanimously agreed. The silence of the galaxy made the scout mutter, how could they disappear so quickly? They can't escape. Search carefully. The silence stretched, time seemingly frozen. Then, Lin Xin's voice broke the stillness. Captain, we've searched everywhere and found nothing. The words fueled Cao Doc's frustration. How could they hide a warship so quickly? They must still be there. Then, Cao Dong's suggestion reached his ears. Captain, I think we should retreat. He couldn't help but roar. Our comrades have fallen. Even if we retreat, we must avenge them, forcing the other to nod in agreement. The rising tension only fueled the Special Forces' urgency. I don't believe they can disappear. Search with maximum speed. Meanwhile, a reconnaissance ship was secretly emitting a scanning beam. Seeing the Cao Doc ship enter its sights, Hianvu's tightly pressed lips curved slightly. The opportunity had finally arrived. He quickly put his mech into combat-ready mode. But without warning, a massive spear pierced the asteroid's surface, brutally impaling his mech through the abdomen. With everything taken care of, Xuanyu had the machine piloted away. Just as the massive mech landed on a nearby asteroid, it conjured a massive spear, preparing for its next move. While the lack of intel left the captain in a panic. What's happening? Main Ship 4. Main Ship 4. Report. Before he could react, he was startled by Wuji's frantic alarms and reports. Report. Commander, we don't know what's happening. It seems the scout ship collided with an asteroid, and enemies have infiltrated our battleship. It turns out that Xuanyu had already ordered the mechs to attack, and as soon as that battleship exploded, he immediately sped away. The ship suddenly began to shake violently, turning the commander pale. He finally issued a delayed command, only to see the enemy warship looming before him. It was only when Lin Xin screamed in despair, "Damn it! Shoot it down." The powerful shots proved useless against the enemy's masterful evasion, and as if things weren't tense enough, Lin Xin added fuel to the fire. We've got company, he's lured the star mines here. The crew froze, witnessing the horrifying scene unfold before them. But the comms officer quickly reassured everyone. Cease fire. He's trying to lure us into the path of the star mines so he can escape. Launch the capture nets. He won't get away. A barrage of energy nets is launched, but none can ensnare the nimble starship, leaving him stunned that it escaped the stellar mine's pursuit, rarely given a chance to shine. Xuanyu maneuvers the fighter like a roller coaster. His calm face and bright smile infuriating. That display left both Lin Xin and Kode stunned. Was he even human? Was that a spaceship being piloted? Or a super powerhouse? After a moment, he snapped back to reality and ordered his team to fire all cannons, regardless of whether they detonated the star mines. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Xuanyu used his old trick, the serpent-like evasion, to detonate the star mines. The floating bombs changed color as they were activated, and Kauda cried out in despair. It's over. Before the ship was engulfed in an endless sea of flames in the vast universe, Lan Xuanyu ended his first battle with a starfighter in the blink of an eye. The hall fell silent as everyone stared intently at Xuanyu's team's sublime performance. Amidst the atmosphere, Teacher Xiaokai was secretly panicking inside. Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu. Unaware of his teacher's feelings, he calmly directed everyone to their positions. Everyone, prepare to surround them. As Xuanyu's reconnaissance team unexpectedly closes in on the massive ship ahead, the opponents begin to panic, wondering what to do. Once his team was perfectly positioned, Lan Xuanyu gave the order fire at will, shaking the battlefield to its core. The dazzling display brought a wide grin to his face. They had won. The cheers of victory allowed Xuanyu to breathe a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. The battlefield was covered in smoke, with only the laughter of the last team standing echoing through the air. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy was cloaked in a somber atmosphere, a stark contrast to the outside world. Looking at the scene before him, Xuanyu quietly said to Zhenhua, "Call them back. There's no need to continue the battle assessment." Zhenhua. The Spirit Ascension experiment was a success. Congratulations. His words slowly healed the wounds in Zhenhua's heart, causing him to bow deeply in gratitude for the Academy's recognition. Moments later, as Xuanyu awoke from the machine pod, he saw his skilled teachers. Overjoyed, he called out, "Teacher!" But before he could say more, Luo Hong interrupted him. "You did great. Keep up the good work in the next test." Xiao Kai was so excited that Mr. Shen took him as a student. He even patted him hard on the back. "Xuanyu, congratulations. You all passed." But unlike the other two, Zhenhua coldly suppressed his emotions and instructed, "Follow me." He will tell them about the upcoming character assessment. But that makes Xuanyu even happier. "Yes. See ya. A moment later." Zhenhua's office suddenly became more crowded than usual. Surrounded by the youngsters, Zhenhua began his slow speech. "The upcoming character assessment is extremely important." This cryptic opening piqued Xuanyu's curiosity. What does the character assessment entail? He didn't want to hide anything anyway. Raising his eyebrows, he reminded everyone, "Your character assessment will be based on the standards of the Shrek 7 Devils. That should make it clear. Within God Lake lies not only the eternal tree, but also a special space, the Seven Saint Smoke, secretly guarded by some seniors." Startling Qian Lei. As for Xuanyu, he sinks into his own thoughts, wondering just how terrifying this place is. Judging by his teacher's uneasy expression, Xianhua, of course, saw this clearly and continued the conversation calmly. "That's right. It's the Seven Sages' Smoke. The Seven Sages' Smoke is a place that magnifies the individual self, a place that will examine your souls. It will torment your spirit. And if someone can't control their true nature, they might even lose the chance to enter the inner court." This makes Xuanyu wonder immediately. What kind of test is it? Like greed for money or something? Is he asking about silk while struggling with reality, recalling what he knows? Zhenhua calmly explains that the Seven Saint Smoke is a comprehensive assessment with 7 seniors inside, known as the 7 Devils. They will test you in 7 aspects: greed, gluttony, lust, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. The air grows silent as only Zhenhua's voice echoes. "Your only advantage is your youth and pure hearts." The tension breaks as Qian Lei interrupts, asking how to pass or fail. His words prompt a sigh as the teacher gathers himself to advise. "Remember, no matter what you face inside, maintaining focus is paramount." An unadulterated sincerity moved the students more than ever before. After a moment, Xuanyu spoke for everyone. "We understand, teacher. Afterward, the others left Xuanyu's office and returned to their dorms to rest, leaving Zhenhua alone. Gazing melancholically out the window, her beautiful face suddenly appeared, both clear and indistinct, and his hazy eyes inexplicably took on a beer-like hue. A flood of thoughts rushed through Zhenhua's mind, unbidden if he couldn't overcome this obstacle. Perhaps their fate was truly sealed, but his brooding was cut short by the beeping of his bracelet. Looking at the caller ID, Zhenhua speaks sternly. "Director, what is it? Don't come to the 7th Sacred Forbidden Land again. You're too old, it's life-threatening." But he only received a vague reply. "If I don't go, can you forgive me?" Zhenhua anxiously awaited a response, but he only saw the screen light up, signaling the end of the call. Leaving him stunned for a long moment, he finally accepts the truth with a wry smile. And then everyone gathers at Sea God Lake as planned. The young disciples couldn't help but marvel at the scenery, exclaiming that the Sea God Lake was so vast, and that they were getting closer and closer to the eternal tree, which was truly enormous. Xuanyu couldn't help but add that the life energy here was getting stronger and stronger, acknowledging that he was indeed chosen by the eternal tree, causing him to scratch his head in embarrassment. "You flatter me, teacher." After a moment, the wooden boat glides to a stop, and he announces softly, "All right, we're here." Gazing at the shimmering lake, Tianyu begins his prepared speech. Junior Wang Tianyu, leading 7 others chosen as the new Shrek 7 monsters from Shrek Academy. Thus, Lan Xuanyu, Bei Xiuzhu, Tang Wulian, Yuan and Hui Hui, Lan Menchen, Liu Feng, and Qian Lei arrived to accept the trial. As the 17 seniors opened the gate of the 7 sages, allowing them to participate in the trial, the lake suddenly churning, surprising Lan Xuanyu with a whirlpool. Seeing this, he calmly instructed, "You may enter now. Jump directly into the vortex. The trial has begun." Niem, filled with enthusiasm, volunteered himself. "Teacher, I'll go first." Tianyu watched the young man and slowly nodded. "Remember to stay focused." Lan Xuanyu eagerly replied with a yes, and hurriedly jumped into the strange whirlpool, leaving Qianlei utterly bewildered. Just like that, he vanished without a splash. One by one, the 6 followed, leaping into the lake and vanishing without a trace. Once they were all gone, Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, hoping they would pass with ease. But to his surprise, Zhenhua suddenly declared, "Chief, I'm going too." Xiao Kai watched his moonlit figure in confusion, asking, "Mr. Tang, what are you doing?" Hearing his heartfelt words, he said, "Mr. Xiao, I've enjoyed working with you these past few years. If I don't make it back, or something happens, don't tell the students." Xiao Kai couldn't hide the bewilderment rising in his eyes. "Mr. Xin, Mr. Ignoring him, Zhenhua slowly stood before Qianyu to express, "Headmaster, I've thought it over. My experience in the 7 holy rings is entirely for you and the dean to see." He summoned an aura of energy around himself. "I'm going." But just as Zhenhua was about to leap, Luo Hong's angry voice cut through the men's farewells. "Get back here." Her warm hand quickly grasped her ex-husband's wrist, pulling him back with a bit of force. And while Zhenhua was still stunned, Luo Hong embraced him tightly, mainly to hide his tear-streaked face. Tronhoa greedily inhaled the refreshing scent emanating from the other man. He stared blankly at Tianvu, the director, but he paid no mind, turning to leave, saying there was nothing left to do and he'd be going, leaving Xiao Kai bewildered. His face flushed as he watched the lovebirds, wondering what was going on, and hoping the director wouldn't walk in. But seeing Zhenhua frantically waving, as if begging, Xiao Kai's wooden head actually caught on quickly, understanding everything. Except he hastily jumped into the pool, muttering strangely, "Gotta scrum. Quick. Escape. He's making Tranhoa uncomfortable. Let him get away for a bit." But why jump into the pool when the boat is left with only 2 people who share a special bond? Lak Hong's sobbing strikes Tranhoa's mind like a drum, forcing him to speak words of love. Lak Hong, "It's okay now." His hand gently caresses her soft, flowing hair, I'm here. Their silhouettes exist in a timeless space, with tear-filled eyes. Luo Hong gazed at Zhenhua's back as he poured out his heart, never once turning around. Luo Hong. If you can't forgive me, then forget me. Hearing those words from Zhenhua, Luo Hong couldn't hold back her tears. Damn it. You want to leave me. Even as Luo Hong tried to hold on, Zhenhua's figure vanished before her eyes. I won't allow it. As Zhenhua departs, Luo Hong crumbles, begging him not to leave. But then, a hand gently strokes her hair, and Luo Hong suddenly awakens. It was Zhenhua, embracing Luo Hong to soothe her sorrow. He gently asked, You won't let me go? Luo Hong leaned on his shoulder and whispered, I won't. Receiving her answer, Zhenhua was puzzled. Why was Luo Hong burying her head? It wasn't good. Zhenhua lowered his head, knowing that she wouldn't accept anything that went against her wishes, except his journey to that holy abyss. Before he could finish, tears welled in Luo Hong's eyes, and she covered his mouth. Zhenhua gazed at her face with affection, gently stroking her hair. Then, gazing into her glistening eyes, he whispered, My love. Unable to contain his longing, You're finally back. The two stood on the boat, admiring the night view, when Lak Hong voiced a question. Dranhua. I have a question. What is it? My dear, was that a misunderstanding? Her intuition told her it wasn't his fault, but she couldn't bear to think that she would do such a thing. At this point, Zhenhua had nothing left to hide. She came to him because of a cultivation issue, and if he had refused to go, the aftermath wouldn't have happened either. That's what I regret the most. So, it's all my fault. Lak Hong turns to look at Zhenhua. Do you know why I didn't let you jump into the Seven Saint Valley? All these years, you've never left me. And the moment you wanted to jump, I realized I can't live without you. I don't want to live in pain and loneliness anymore. Let's never be apart again. Okay. After hearing her heartfelt words, Zhenhua finally agreed, and Luo Hong blushed. There's something I have to tell you. We have a son. Zhenhua was thunderstruck. What? As Luo Hong and Tang Zhenhua reconciled, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates began the trial of the 7 holy abyss dragons. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline vortex suddenly accelerated, devouring life energy. From there, Xuanyu's body slowly sank into the sea, his clothes swirling and rain pouring down. When he awoke, Xuanyu stood before a vast cave. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, sensing a chaotic and destructive force that threatened to obliterate everything. Yet, he could still feel the pulse of life energy. A strange energy emerges, seemingly the opposite of life energy. Suddenly, a light appears, accompanied by a voice, welcoming him. The light was blinding, forcing Xuanyu to shield his eyes as an old man with silver hair greeted him. Welcome to the 7 Holy Origins. Your first trial is about to begin. And it's quite simple. Seeing a strange man before him, Xuanyu was taken aback. Without giving him time to react, Ren Mian pointed the way, saying, Here's the first test. Suddenly, the space around him transformed into a luxurious bedroom, and the old man calmly introduced the test. The first trial. Sleep, he asked in disbelief. Sleep. The old man patiently explained the rules of the trial. If he could leave the bed after falling asleep, he would pass. Hearing this, Xuanyu was surprised. Was that all there was to it? But before he could get an answer, the proctor vanished. Xuanyu felt around the bed, trying to find a mechanism, but the blanket was just a blanket, and the bed was just a bed. Though still doubtful, Xuanyu lay down. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu lay down and sensed a change. This bed was indeed too comfortable. The mattress was soft and resilient, the blanket warm and light, and lying down felt like returning to his mother's embrace, making him feel extremely relaxed and comfortable. Lan Xuanyu quickly felt drowsiness wash over him, and before he knew it, he was fast asleep, succumbing to the warmth and softness of the bed, lost in slumber. He thought to himself, So confortable. Just a little longer. In his sleep, he vaguely recalled the words of the Dreamweaver, that if he could leave the forest after falling asleep, he would pass the test. Lan Xuanyu recalled old Da's words. Wanting to sit up, but found he couldn't even move his fingers. Even as his consciousness faded, Xuanyu sensed something strange. The speed of his bloodline vortex was much slower than usual. Then he sensed something was off. The situation wasn't right. Realizing this, Lan Xuanyu focused his mental strength to stimulate the dragon core within his bloodline vortex. The dragon core pulsed, bloodline aura surging, accelerating the vortex, as dense life energy and destructive aura reappeared, flooding his body. And within the core, he saw two lights, one blue, one purple, rising. But with his persistence, Xuanyu managed to sit up, wondering what these two energies were. Suddenly, two streams of energy floated in from outside the door, followed by a dazzling figure appearing in the room. A human face suddenly appeared and hastily announced, "Kid, you passed." The old man immediately whisked Xuanyu away to another place. In the next trial, two new figures appear, stunning Xuanyu. And before he can even think, he's thrown into the exam. What are your views on desire? Can you control your own desires? Xuanyu answers honestly, I already have someone I love, and my desires are only for her. Having received a satisfactory answer, the apparition quickly departs, passing through the door. Next comes the power of arrogance, and a question full of reason is asked. How do you feel about arrogance and pride? Xuanyu responds decisively and accurately. People can be resolute, but not arrogant. I may be proud of many things, but never arrogant. No sooner had he finished speaking than envy rushed in with his question, are you envious of others? Though the question was confusing, Xuanyu answered honestly, no. If I want something or want to achieve a goal, I can just work hard myself. The seven sins kept asking questions and letting him pass. Xuanyu was confused, wondering what was going on. He was extremely doubtful of this dismissal. Was it really this easy destruction? With a thoughtful face, came forward to announce, Kid, you've passed the 7th trial. I'll take you outside. Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately refused. Senior, I'm not in a hurry. But he didn't consider Xuanyu's opinion and immediately took him away. Quickly, Xuanyu was brought outside, and he walked through the air, slowly descending to the ground. He now stood on the lake outside 7 Serenity Valley. Xuanyu turning back to look at the tree amidst the water, silently pondering. What exactly happened inside the 7 Saint Smokes cave? 7 elders gathered. Lan Xuanyu is annoyed by Meng Yan's meddling. Why is he so talkative? Asking more questions. Do you know that if he stays any longer, he'll absorb even more life and destruction energy? He also explained that he had to ask, or else laziness would lead to great losses. Destruction quickly joined in on the Hianvu bashing, and the kid didn't even want to leave. I quickly got rid of him. Where did the Shrek Academy get this monster? In just a moment, he absorbed 1,000th of our energy. And so, the 7 devils inside the cave endlessly discussed Xuanyu. This kid will definitely be blacklisted from coming here again. What about his teammates? Did they experience anything like this? They're all struggling to get up. These kids have strong spiritual power. Hurry up, Tai-chan. If there are no obvious problems, let them pass quickly, so that kid doesn't come back looking for us. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu felt the power of his bloodline surging within him, realizing it had increased significantly a short time here, rivaling a cultivation session at the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, in the Latin forest, just as Xuanyu opened his eyes, he spotted a figure descending into the water. Quickly recognizing Qianlei, his trial was over. What was the result? Qianlei stomped his feet, his face streaked with tears, lamenting, Mom, it's finally over. That was too hard. Xuanyu approached to check on his teammate. How did it go for you, Qian? Lei sat on the ground, honestly sharing. The first trial was a breeze. The second trial was so embarrassing. A dozen beauties tried to seduce me, but I thought of Menchin and couldn't go through with it. I barely passed. Being suddenly bombarded with this, he was left speechless. Next, the teammates appeared one by one, each having undergone roughly the same trials, except for Enhui, who seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xuanyu gazed expectantly at the river, wondering why Tutu hadn't returned. Finally, to his relief, she emerged, Seeing her silhouette, Xuanyu rushes over to her, asking, Xiao Tu, are you okay? But all he receives is Bai Xiu's rejection. Stay away from me. Something must have happened in the river. As she quickly left with a strong reaction, bewildered by her strange behavior, Xuanyu wondered, what happened? Tu wait for me. Mengqin helps her teammates, asking, Vuga, are you all right? She tries to hide her exhaustion, but says, I'm fine. Just tired. I'll rest. Seeing everyone's strange behavior, Mengqin grew worried. Could they have encountered some trouble during the test? After a moment of silence, Yinhui spoke up. It might be a real problem. I'll go home and ask my father. As everyone departed, only Qianlei and Lan Mengqin remained by the sea god lake. He couldn't help but voice his concerns. They all seem so troubled. I hope nothing's wrong. She mechanically echoed. I'm sure it's nothing. Xuanyu catches up to Bai Xiu, his voice filled with concern. Shu. What's wrong? Did you not pass? She doesn't turn around, simply replying, I passed. I just want to be alone. She vanished through the door, leaving Xuanyu bewildered and wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, Bai Xiu secretly blushes and scoffs, wondering if he'll really become that ugly, deciding to ignore him. Back at the Titan family, though the villa is dark, one room remained lit. Inside, Yinhui sat deep in thought. If his sister knew the truth, she wouldn't be able to bear it. He had to find her. Meanwhile, at Tang Wulin's house, a similar situation unfolded. With a look of shock, she stammered, Mom, is it true? Is it really true? Hi. Meng simply lowered her head and asked, Did he tell you? At this point, Yuga couldn't hold back her tears as she voiced her doubts. Why this isn't true? Is it I saw Zhang Qicheng? With no more secrets to keep, Haimong confesses the truth. She's not his biological daughter, and she was the one who betrayed him. This revelation sends Vukach reeling. Mother, why? Why would you do that? It turns out we were wrong. It turns out I'm just an illegitimate child. Hearing those words from her own daughter, Shi Meng couldn't hide her pain. Unable to contain her anger, she raised her hand, ignoring Wu Gei's tearful cries as she clutched her reddened cheek. You wretch! Do you know what you're saying? Do you even understand what happened back then? Though tears welled in her eyes, she commanded, Get out. Get out of my sight. Her words, like the earlier slap, left Wu He shaken. She quickly turned and ran outside. And as the door closed, Shi Meng could only sigh helplessly. Vukash sat dejectedly outside the house, just as Enhui arrived, bombarding her with questions. Why is this happening? Why? His eyes filled with worry as he asked, Sister, what happened to you? Vukash startled, her tearful eyes looking up. She lowered her head again, waving her hand dismissively. Go away. I'm not your sister. But with a gentle voice, Yinhui affirmed, No matter what, you'll always be my sister. A voice suddenly calls out, Haimong, you've come. And Hoi turns quickly, sees Fengvu, and calls out, Father. He stood at the door, but before he could speak, Haimong lashed out. What are you doing here? Come to watch my mother and I turn against each other. Fengvu lowered his head and replied that he came to apologize. As he looked towards Vu and calmly explained, Your mother did nothing wrong. I was the one who erred. Hearing this, she looked up in shock as Fengyu recounted each word, heavy with memory. At that time, your mother, your biological father, and I were all classmates. I had always been deeply in love with your mother, and I took the initiative to confess my feelings to her. But your mother chose your father, which I couldn't believe. Just then, your grandfather went missing during a mission, so I secretly went to Latin, found him, and brought him back. Another coincidence, your biological father also went looking for your grandfather, but he disappeared without a trace. Months later, your mother, believing him dead and all hope lost, agreed to marry me. Not long after, your mother told me she chose to marry me because she was pregnant with you. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning and was instantly furious. Fengyu choked back his remorse. And then I saw your mother and father meet, and I fought him. I told him that, unless he beat me, he would never be worthy of returning to the city of Saraik. The truth is, I've long regretted it, Haimong. I'm the one who failed you. It was then that Haimong finally emerged. And Vukash, seeing hair, called out, "Mother." Fong Vu tenderly calls out to her. But with a gentle smile, she insists that he's not at fault. She is. He turns to leave, confessing his return. But Haimong stops him. "Wait." She choked out, her eyes filled with regret, saying she had never fulfilled her duties as a wife, and apologizing. Feng Yu frowned, confused. "Shimeng, do you know where he is now?" he asked. Stepping closer, Haimong sadly replies that she doesn't know, and Fong Vu realizes that if he ever sees him, he'll tell him everything. "Haimong, there's something I need to tell you. I've been attacked these past few years, and I think it's him." Haimong is shocked. "You mean, he's been in Thanshu Lai this whole time?" Feng Yu calmly surmises that it's highly probable. She retorts angrily, "Then why hasn't he come to see me?" "That bastard." Amidst the starry night, a voice echoes in response, "Because I am a scoundrel." Both Hai and Wu Ge are startled by the sound. Dong Yu appears, hands clasped behind his back, bearing the weight of his sins as Shimeng looks up and whispers his name. He descended before her, and she called out his name in a daze. "Dong Yue," he explained softly. "I never knew Wu Ge was my daughter, but I've always been by your side, watching over you. I was content, just knowing you were near." Haimong asks, "Hurt? So all these years, you were always with me?" Dong Yue nods, confirming her question. Haimong suddenly raises her hand and slaps him hard, screaming at him to get out. Haimong turns and runs inside, slamming the door shut as Dong Yue cries out in desperation. "Haimong," Fang Wu calls out, "Oui, let's go home." But Yin Hui refuses. "Adamant. Father, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with my sister." His eyes saddened, and his voice grew heavy. "Vukach is not your sister." But Hai remained steadfast, replying firmly, "No." At that, Vukach looked up at Anhui in surprise. Hai steps forward, asserting with certainty that she is his sister. As he gently takes Vukach's hand, "Hai needs comforting, sister. Don't be sad, you still have me." Her eyes welled up, glistening with unshed tears, unable to restrain themselves any longer. They embraced, and Vukach broke down in tears, calling out, "Brother." Time seemed to stand still, freezing that image in that moment. Under a sky silently lit by countless stars, the two returned to Shrek Academy in silence. Hui led Vukach to the dormitory door. He stood frozen, watching her approach the door. Her hand, though calloused, hesitated before touching it. She lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you for today, but please don't call me sister anymore. I'm not your sister." But Hui stubbornly replied, "In my heart, you'll always be my sister." The two stood silently facing each other, the invisible distance growing heavier. Finally, UK gently reminded him, "It's time to rest. You still need to participate in the assessment in a few days." Watching the dormitory doors close, he knew things would never be the same between him and Duong Vukach. In Vukach's room, the lights burned until the first light of dawn. The next morning, warm sunlight bathed the academy as Zhenhua emerged, looking disheveled and strange. Xuanyu stared in disbelief. "Teacher, what happened? Were you provoked?" He replied with a bright smile. "My teacher is the embodiment of joy. My teacher's wife has returned," he exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher's wife Lu Feng was also stunned and asked, "We have a teacher's wife." Zhenhua claps, saying he'll take them to meet her after graduation. But just then, the door opens and Ruohan enters, looking embarrassed, and greets him, relieved he's not late. Zhenhua's eyes shone with a gentle light, looking at him with affection. Jehan was startled and stammered, asking why he was being looked at like that. But his eyes remained fixed. He quickly apologized, saying he was wrong and would arrive earlier next time, asking the teacher not to stare at him. Then, standing before the class, Hianfu began his presentation, stating that everyone was present and they could begin, and that he would now explain the specifics of the Level 5 Dao Tian mission. After explaining everything, he turned and asked if the two teachers had any advice, to which Xiao Kai replied with praise, saying his analysis was thorough, and Zhenhua nodded in agreement. The mission, the 5th grade's Heaven Fighting mission, a secret reconnaissance of Dragon Origin Star, mapping the route to Dragon Origin Star, and exploring the secrets deep within. The degree of mission completion will be based on the reconnaissance results during the exploration. Killing Dragon Origin beasts will also count towards mission completion. Killing a Level 9 Origin Dragon and handing in its Dragon Origin Crystal will be considered mission completion. He politely asked, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Tang, do you have any guidance for us? Xiao Kai reminded them. Don't be careless just because you know about the Dragon Origin Star. Be careful, and make sure everyone returns safely. Zhenhua agreed, saying that returning safely was the most important thing. Xuanyu nodded confidently, saying that was the plan. He turned to the class and urged them to prepare for departure in 4 days. As Cheka gave a thumbs up and cheered them on, beneath a clear sky and blinding sun, they set off, their spacecraft hurtling into the vast expanse of space. Meanwhile, Hianfu quietly murmured to himself that Director Jung would be joining them this time, closing his eyes. He thought with anticipation, Long Windstar, we'll meet again. In a vast yard amidst the machinery, 2 figures faced each other under the scorching sun. Quanziren Zhuang raised his hand to his forehead. Chief Wang, welcome to Dragon Origin Star. Tianyu approached and replied, Commandez-le. No need to be so polite. I'm just here as a guide this time. He remained courteous. Please. Master Wang. Quanzek looked at Xuanyu with affection, making him slightly flustered. Lei Guanzek invited Wang Tianyu to the command center and arranged accommodation for Lan Xuanyu. Inside the orderly command center, the 2 men conversed, when Qiu suddenly appeared to report that Lan Xuanyu was requesting an audience with the commander. Quanzek nodded, granting him entry. Xuanyu entered and saluted, but Lei Quanze told him to dispense with formalities and call him senior. Xuanyu cut to the chase, explaining that he was there to seek guidance for his team's upcoming mission. Guan Sehuan replied, Follow me, Junior. As Xuanyu listened intently, his eyes widened, realizing the high stakes of this mission. The main reason is that we suffered severe losses during previous explorations, and after years of investigation, we've discovered that all dragon essence originates from this gray area. The exploration's objective is to find the cause of this gray area, and preferably, the secret to the creation of dragon essence. After hearing this, Xuanyu nodded, thanking his senior, promising they would be careful. As he thought to himself, this mission is harder than expected, but the upside is the potential to directly advance to level 6. He refused outright, causing a slight frown. He'd just been told to ask for anything. Leaders. Senior. I'll go prepare. 2 hours later, all 33 Skywings departed, leaving the Dragon Origin base. Observing Xuanyu, he assigned tasks after a preliminary exploration. Form groups of 3 to hunt primal dragons. Hui Hui, UK, and I will be one group. They both agreed. Okay. Yin Hui quickly scans the quest screen and reports that they've found a pack of primal dragons. Wu Kei volunteers to go, and Xuanyu agrees, telling her they'll provide cover. Her eyes shone with focus. While below, the star bastards fiercely fought back with fire, but in an instant, they were all incinerated, terrifying the star bastard behind them. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but admire her, saying that UK's Gengjin Divine Light, developed from the 5 elements Divine Light, was becoming more and more powerful. She explained that Gengjin Divine Light wasn't as effective against other creatures, but it did have a suppressive effect on the primordial dragons. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3 they grew more familiar with fighting the primal dragons, and Lan Xuanyu and his team collected over 6,000 primal dragon essence fragments. Chu Tei's worried expression prompted a report, Commander. We can't let them continue. How can we explain this to the cleanup crew? Junzi coldly replied. I know. Back at headquarters. Upon hearing a knock, Xuanyu said, "Come in." The person who entered had a serious expression, and he quickly greeted. "Senior." The commander spoke. "Junior. That's enough. Leave some for our cleanup crew." Xuanyu reassured him. "Don't worry. Senior. We're preparing to leave for our mission tomorrow." He pointed, emphasizing his words. "I've said it. Now, for the main event, the most crucial moment is at hand." The 33 Skywing fighters converge. Flying towards the gray area, Xuanyu quickly ordered everyone to activate stealth mode. A sense of unease washing over him as he muttered that the sky in the distance was dark and abnormal. Immediately, Xuanyu ordered the other Skywing fighters to halt outside the gray area and await his signal. As he ventured in alone to scout ahead, suddenly, the red alert blares, warning of imminent danger ahead. As something outside begins to affect the fighter, Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock. A magnetic field. Suddenly, a massive beam of light swept across the fighter's tail, and Xuanyu knew something was wrong. He quickly swerved to avoid the looming pursuit, a cold sweat trickling down his tense face as he realized he'd been discovered. "Too much primal dragon energy. We need to retreat and regroup. Can anyone hear me?" The response echoes back. "We hear you." Xuanyu steadies his breath and says grimly, "The dark gray dust is metal debris. An extremely strong magnetic field exists in this area. There are a massive number of primal dragons inside, so there must be a secret hidden there." He immediately turned and gave an order. Wu Ge, "Analyze the metal element composition in the geology near the gray area." She agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Wu Ge intently examines the screen, reporting that the metal elements here are extremely rich, even exceeding the metal element concentration of low-level primal dragons. Xuanyu wonders if they can penetrate it with the metal shield, and she nods decisively, affirming that they can. He carefully observed and replied, "I understand." Then, Xuanyu assigned tasks. Tu Xiu, Meng Qin, and Wu Ge will infiltrate for reconnaissance. Zahun, you'll command the 33 Heavenly Guardians. They all responded in unison. Understood. 10 minutes later. Deep underground. The four figures of Xuanyu moved slowly. Wu Ge carefully observed and softly reminded, "We've entered the gray area, currently on the periphery." He sternly ordered everyone to prepare for battle as time ticked by, until Wu Ge suddenly stopped. Puzzled. "Xuanyu, something's not right." Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. Surprised. "What's wrong?" She voiced her concern. "I sense 5 presences like 9th-level primal dragons, with terrifying power. Why haven't they attacked the Dragon Origin Crystal Base? If we can figure that out, it'll be like completing our mission." The 4 continued deeper, until Wu Ge stopped again, her eyes widening as she observed. The others call out, "What is it?" Wu Ge, she looks to the side and replies, "There seems to be a cave over there." Without hesitation, Xuanyu suggests they take a look. A heavy energy emanates from the metallic cave, golden light shimmering all around. As Wu Ge leads the way, her eyes firm, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Level 10. If I continue probing that cave with my mental energy, I'll definitely be discovered." Hyunwoo cautiously asked, "Can we go over there?" Wu Ge replies that they can see it with their own eyes. Reaching out to touch the golden surface, suddenly, the scene before them opened into a space filled with astral energy, and both Xuanyu and Yuge's eyes widened. This is vats filled with yolk-like plasma, fiery star dragons forged within, their bodies radiating a fierce aura. Xuanyu held his breath. His eyes locked on. A series of artificial spirits are formed on an automated assembly line. Suddenly, one stirs, shocking Xuanyu. It can move. In that moment, the truth was revealed. Primal dragons weren't born naturally, but created by humans. The star dragon's eyes began to flicker. Xuanyu's face pales as he realizes it's a level 10 origin dragon, and they can't be discovered. Wu Kei and Baishu are equally shocked. She withdrew her hand from the golden surface. The spatial crack immediately closed, and an urgent voice echoed, "Retreat." Then, The four silently made their way back to the exit, and after 10 minutes, they finally reached the surface. Seeing UK's pale face, Meng Qin asked with concern if he was all right. She forced a weak smile, saying she was just a little drained. Baeksu cautiously warned, Hyunwoo, don't get comfortable here. Let's head straight back. Hyunwoo nodded in agreement. Let's rendezvous with Chakum first. He then gave the order to return at full speed. Maximizing the amplification effect, Xuanyu urgently calls out, little treasure, come here for a moment. A sleepy little treasure appears, eyes still bleary. Master, I'm here. Xuanyu held a dragon essence crystal in his hand and hurriedly asked, take a look at this dragon essence crystal and see if there's anything wrong with it. After a moment of observation, the little one hesitated. This isn't just an energy stone. Wait. On this energy stone, the stone flared with heat, forcing the little one to drop it. The divine sense is too strong. The boy states seriously. It's too strong. At least a level 1 god's consciousness. Xiaobao turns to Xuanyu, puzzled. Master, where did you get this? Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from the stone. Isn't living better than dying? Why do you seek death? A shock to both Xuanyu and Xiaobao. Their hearts pounding, the ominous voice continued. Now that you've discovered me, you can only die. The red stone surged with dark energy and hurtled toward him. Xuanyu froze, seemingly unable to resist. But in that critical moment, a hand reached out and seized the stone. A spatial gate opens, its azure light filling the void, as if beckoning the creatures within. Hyunwoo, narrowly escaping death, coughs, gasps for air, and looks up. Then, like a goddess descending, Yue Na appeared, and he couldn't hide his shock. Calling out, Miss Nana, with an icy gaze, Yue Na urged him to leave. The heavenly dragon's form materialized, its resonating voice tempting. Isn't living better as it fixed its gaze forward. Zing Nguyet Na. The gloomy dragon was surprised, never expecting such a powerful figure in this small primal crystal. Therefore, he waved his hand and shouted, Nana, catch perfectly timed. Yue Na reached out to receive the hesitant Li Xuanku. At that moment, her body radiated brilliantly, elements harmonizing and merging, forming a majestic halo around her. The celestial dragon narrowed his eyes, a divine artifact, truly unexpected. Or be loyal to me, and I will make you my heir. You're really jumping the gun, sneers Nana. Then, she turned and decisively urged, Xuanyu, you guys go first. The heavenly dragon confidently introduced himself. I am the leader of the heavenly dragon star from the Dragon Horse star system. You may call me Heavenly Dragon. With a cold face and disdain in her eyes, Yuena ignored him, gathering her strength and transforming into a streak of light. Her spear aimed directly at Tianlong. The blue light clashed with the red aura, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that distorted space itself. The ship shuddered violently. Alarms blared, and he gritted his teeth, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, Xuanyu's eyes widened as he looked up and out. For reasons unknown, Yue Na's power had transformed into a massive arrow, infused with purple energy, hurtling towards the celestial dragon. The ship's AI pleaded with him not to waste his energy. He slowly raised his hand, red light gathering in his palm, unleashing an aura of destruction. Immediately, crimson energy erupted, sending Tianyu flying. Xuanyu and Wuge cried out in disbelief. It was a one-sided battle. Yuena unleashes her weapons, their power erupting in a massive burst. Her energy and the dragons collide in the void, but he evades every blow. After a fierce exchange, the celestial dragon sneers, suggesting she stop fighting and return to Tianlong Star as his empress. If she doesn't want him to kill the others, he'll take them back to Tianlong Star as well. The greatest offer he can make. Nguyet Na retorts sharply. Dream on. The heavenly dragon closes his eyes, his voice dropping. Then I have no choice but to kill you. What a pity. He unleashed a torrent of swirling crimson and black flames, causing Yue Na to stare in astonishment as the 9-colored light before her chest erupted, channeling directly into her forehead. Tianlong exclaimed in surprise. A god king's core Nana gazed at the nine-colored light before her, memories flooding back. She lowered her head and whispered, I remember. I am. Her eyes flashed, and Nana roared as if to tear through space. I am Guyuena. I am the Silver Dragon King. Her small but dignified figure stood before the sacred light, serene and awe-inspiring. In that instant, violet-white light erupted from Yuena's entire body, and enormous wings unfurled from her back. Swallowing the void, the heavenly dragon was stunned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he wondered if this woman was truly a god king. He narrowed his eyes, calculating, and if that were the case, a crimson longsword was slowly raised high, and with her as the center, the surrounding space began to crack. Luna urgently cried out, Xuanyu. Go Xiaobao trembled, blurting out, Dragon God's core, Master, Silver Dragon King. She's the Silver Dragon King, one half of. Xuanyu froze, his eyes wide with shock, his heart in turmoil. He placed his hand on his chest, questioning, I can feel it. The connection between me and Nana is so strong. Me and Nana, what kind of connection is this? Xuanyu stood frozen, his lips trembling as he whispered, Nana. Baishu turns and says, Xuanyu. Noticing his unusual calmness, she warns, Xuanyu. Something's not right. Chahan says, you control the ship for him, and nods in agreement. Just then, Xuanyu suddenly shouts, no. Turn back. He breaks free and runs, screaming that he has to go back. But Baishu stops him, telling him to calm down. She hugs him tightly, pleading that going back would only mean death, accomplishing nothing, and certainly not saving Nana. Tears welled in Xuanyu's eyes, but he fought back the emotion and commanded, full speed to the Mother Star, prepare antimatter rounds. He stood facing Baishu, trying to appear calm, saying, Shushu, I'm okay. Suddenly, Tianyu turned away, his eyes fixed on something. Nguyen Na appears before him, eliciting a cry of surprise. Ko Nana. As she gazes at him with an unusually warm and affectionate look, Xuanyu rushes forward, his eyes glistening, as Wen Na lowers her head, delivering a brief but serious warning. Xuanyu, you don't have much time. Listen to me. I remember some things, but not completely. Go back and ask your mother where you came from. A premonition was clear on her face, because, finally, Nguyen Na found the courage to speak, saying, I might be your mother. Hianvu was shocked, tears streaming down his face, and he remained silent. She continued, I know this is sudden, but I truly believe you might be my child. I don't know if you can feel it, but I will definitely try my best to keep you safe. If anything happens to me, go find Uncle Lack. His potential, Nana's words faltered as her gaze drifted into the distance. Then, she vanished, leaving Xuanyu to cry out in despair. Nana, that sound brings tears to her eyes as he pounds on the cockpit, screaming, Nana. Mom. A red light blots out the sky, and Yuan Na flies straight into it, facing the terrifying power head-on. Her face reflected resolve, her eyes gleaming. As she gathered immense energy in her hands, Tianlong coldly declared that if they refused to submit, they would all die. A red light, small as a laser beam, suddenly erupts in front of him. Behind the sky dragon, a pair of menacing black wings spread open, resembling a terrifying demon. A blinding silver light erupts from Nana as massive silver wings spread wide. Nguyen Na gives her all, her small figure standing strong against the colossal darkness. Amidst the terrifying explosion of red light, the ship is suddenly pushed away. She struggles to hold on, then abruptly turns her head, her eyes flashing with surprise as if she's just realized something. So, the spaceship is being pulled toward the planet. Even a god-level powerhouse couldn't withstand the planet's heat and gravity. It absolutely can't be allowed to fall in. Nguyen Na channels all her power, unleashing a blast to push the ship away from the deadly orbit, her face etched with determination. She clings to one thought: survival, willing to sacrifice herself. Nguyen Na chooses to be pulled in rather than let Hianvu be harmed. In her final moments, as her body is consumed, she whispers with both love and regret, Hinvu, farewell. I'm sorry. My child. Wen Na's eyes closed tight, her lashes shimmering in the golden light, her face etched with pain and helplessness. The temperature around her soared, and the seven-colored light enveloping her grew blinding, gradually consuming her entirely. The planet's immense gravitational pull becomes a nine-colored aura, gradually dissipating towards the planet, as Xuanyu's eyes widen and his anguished cries echo through space. Nana. Protective light surrounds the 33 Skywing battleships, slowing their speed as they escape the planet's pull. He chases after her, calling out, Nana. Baichu cries out in worry. Xuanyu. She quickened her pace, approaching him with a determined voice. Xuanyu struggled with immense force. Let me go. Let me out. Baishu held him tightly, reassuring him. Xuanyu. Calm down. Don't get agitated. Nana won't die. She's so strong. She definitely won't die. Didn't she want you to find Uncle Luo? Didn't you discover the enemy's great conspiracy? We have to report this immediately. Then, a gentle blue light spread, causing Xuanyu to pause. It turned out that Mengqin had appeared, her fingers gently plucking golden melodies. In that moment, the three stood still, silent amidst the gentle music. Once he'd calmed down, he spoke. Baichu, let me go. I won't get agitated. Then sighed and walked away, his voice hoarse. He commanded, turn back. Find the nearest satellite immediately, and transmit the news. Tsihin, you continue to pilot the warship. I'm not in the right state to pilot. I need a moment of peace. A moment à terre. Baishu cautiously opened the hatch and asked, Xuanyu, can I come in, Xuanyu? Still slumped in the dark corner, eyes fixed on the floor, nodded slightly in agreement. She entered, and before she could speak, Xuanyu said, you're right. Nana wouldn't die so easily. She has the strongest elemental control I've ever seen. And it has a 9-colored halo. It must be the dragon god's core. Baishu hugs him tightly, surprising him. Shushu. He didn't understand what was happening, but he let Baishu embrace him as she burst into tears, certain that Nana would be all right. As her emotions calmed, Lan Xuanyu summoned Xiao Bao to inquire about the dragon god's core. Xiao Bao appeared, confirming that it was indeed the dragon god's core, the purest divine power of the dragon god. Moreover, the one who possesses the dragon god's core is the Silver Dragon King, who is likely your foster mother. Otherwise, you would never have inherited the dragon god's bloodline. Xuanyu asks directly, what about Nana? Who's missing on the planet? What will happen to her? The little one, slightly embarrassed, replies, I've never encountered this situation before. If it were the dragon god, the planet's power wouldn't affect him. If it were just the Silver Dragon King, I wouldn't be sure. But since she has the dragon god's core, you're asking if Nana could still be alive, just unable to escape on her own. Right, Xiao Bao stammered. If she can survive, then probably so. As long as you get close enough to the dragon god's core, you should be able to sense his aura. But you can't survive on the surface of the planet right now. Master, please don't get excited. The 33 sky-piercing battleships accelerate towards the nearest satellite. As Xuanyu doesn't return to Longyuan planet but contacts Wang Tianyu, every primal dragon carries a Longyuan crystal, each imprinted with divine consciousness. If his survival is exposed, it could alert the enemy. And dragon source crystals are now widely used, if detonated. The damage to the Federation would be incalculable. After a day of travel at full speed, they finally reached the nearest visible satellite, and Han Ham urgently reported a successful connection, allowing for long-range communication. Xuanyu immediately requests connection to the Academy, needing to contact them, and upon connection, he speaks with teacher Luo Hong, who anxiously asks if he and the class are safe. Without hesitation, he replied, we're all safe. Headmaster, please don't worry. It was a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Where are you now? She will immediately notify the federal government to send a warship to pick them up. But Xuanyu replies that they are currently connected to her at Satellite 6, 789, 433, returning to the home star, and have important information to report, which she allows. Then, Lan Xuanyu recounted in detail the situation that occurred on Dragon Source planet. Luo Hong knew even more than Lan Xuanyu just how widely Dragon Source was used. And if Dragon Source planet had problems, the consequences would be enormous. The Longma system actually harbors such a conspiracy against the Federation. Once it erupts, war is inevitable. Luo Hong issued an order. This intelligence is too important. Return as quickly as possible. Without delay, I will immediately report to Poseidon Pavilion, and then notify the Federation. Listening to Lan Xuanyu's report, Luo Hong felt a sense of horror. Too much was at stake, including the possibility of enemy spies within the Federation itself. He then asked Lan to make a phone call for him. The number being, Xuanyu waited for the other end to pick up. And then that voice rang out. Hello, hello. Who is this? Hearing that voice, he felt a sense of comfort, his eyes glistening with tears. Xuanyu politely introduced himself. And Wu Lin asked in surprise. Xuanyu, he anxiously pressed. Xuanyu. What's wrong? What happened? Xuanyu tries to remain calm as he speaks. Uncle Luo. I'm okay. It's just that Nana was sucked away by the planet to save us. Wu Lin was stunned, furrowing his brow as he asked in disbelief. What his brow furrowed, and his eyes flashed with worry. What exactly happened? As he and Wu struggled to compose himself, he recounted the events with a trembling voice. Uncle Lack. Nana. She. Vulan replied with uncertainty. I don't know either. But if she can control the fire element, there might still be a chance. Yem urgently tells him to return to the Mother Star, and they'll meet at Shrek Academy. He agrees. And as he hangs up, Wu Lin looks to the night sky, praying nothing bad happens. Shrek Academy basks in golden sunlight under a blue sky with white clouds, a picture of serenity. Wu Qian and a god are present at the academy. Xuanyu watched them, thinking, there are so many high-ranking officials. It seems this news is truly important. A dignified voice announced, This is Elder Yi, the first assistant head of our Sea God Pavilion. Everyone said in unison, Greetings, Elder Yi. Beside him, a man with long, fiery red hair is introduced as General Yu Mushin, the first war god of the War God Temple. A god approaches Xuanyu, saying the information they sent is extremely important, but still needs verification. Follow me. Xuanyu cautiously replies. Okay. In the office, he asked seriously. How did you detect the divine consciousness within the origin crystal? Xuanyu answered honestly. I once possessed a rare creature called a treasure-hunting beast. It once lived beneath the gods. It was it that recognized the intensity of the other's divine sense. A god frowned, eyes full of surprise, and asked again, Treasure-seeking beast, release it. Let me see. He quickly nodded. Okay. Little treasure. Come out for a moment. Xiao Bao appears reluctant. Master, who is this person? They're a level 2 divine insight. The god secretly acknowledges what he's seeing. Indeed, it's divine insight. Then he says, the one who confirmed that the Dragon Horse system powerhouse attacked you was a level 1 divine insight. Little treasure affirmed. That's right. The aura of a god tier 1 and 2 are completely different. Wu Mushen continued to ask questions, which Xuanyu answered one by one, for over an hour. Finally, Xuanyu stood up earnestly. General Yu, if after your questioning, the Federation can help me save Nana, then ask whatever you want. Otherwise, I don't want to delay any longer. A god's eyes widened in surprise. He dares to interrupt me. He explained sternly that this was of great importance. And while he understood his feelings, he hoped he knew which weighed more, the interests of the Federation or personal interests. If this could be confirmed in the end, they would be greatly rewarded. Hyun Woo bluntly refuses. General Wu, merits and honors mean nothing to me now. I just want to save Nana. A god's eyes widen in shock. I've been patient with you. Don't push your luck. Suddenly, a spatial gate opens with a resounding sound. What if I do push my luck? With a cold and imposing demeanor, Wu Lin appeared as a savior, and Xuanyu rushed to embrace him, sobbing. Uncle Luo. Wu Lin reassured him, saying no one could stop him. As a god realized this was the Golden Dragon King himself, and was shocked to see a true god. Wu Lin, with a cold face and sorrowful eyes, put his arm around Xuanyu's shoulders and said, "Let's go." To which he politely replied, "Yes." A god shouted, "You can't leave." Wu Lin glanced back at the powerful voice. "Just you." He touched his golden dragon armor, ready to fight, and the god fell silent, speechless. And so, they let the two leave right before their eyes. Ziqian had quietly appeared next to the god amidst the heavy atmosphere. As they departed, his shoulders slumped, and he trembled. A god wondered, "Elder Yi. Is he also from Shrek?" Ziqian slowly explained, "This person can be said to belong to another Shrek Academy, but not Kite. In terms of status, he far surpasses me. In Lan Xuanyu's dorm, he sits across from Yulin, receiving information. According to my research, I could survive for a short time if I fell into a star. So, if we can reach the star in time to find her, but I fear our strength alone won't be enough." He anxiously asks if they need power to escape the gravitational pull, as he's unfamiliar with Federation technology. Does he know anything about that? Xuanyu hesitated. "I'm not sure about that, but I'll ask the Tang Sect." Hearing this, Wu Lin relented. "Okay, go ahead." Xuanyu understood and quickly stood up. Soon, he arrived at Tang Sect, where Dangbo waved enthusiastically at the familiar face. "Xuanyu, you're back. So, how did it go?" Without hesitation, Xuanyu grabbed the other's shoulder. "Ding. Can you introduce me to the person in charge of spirit tool research at our Tang Sect? I have something important to ask." Dangbo seemed a little taken aback, but said that he could answer questions about soul technology. Hearing this, Xuanyu pressed on urgently. "Do you know the extent of the Federation's current planetary exploration? Can we reach the planet's surface? Tell me the answer." This made Dangbo a little suspicious, asking why he needed to know this, as only planetary-class sample probes can currently reach the surface of a planet. That information weighs heavily on Xuanyu's mind. He decides to seek advice from his superiors, hoping for another solution. After a moment of contemplation, he resigns himself to waiting for the head of the electric circuit here. After he returns, "Please let me know. I want to see him." "Understood." Dangbo replied. "Wait here." After their farewell, Xuanyu quickly entered the waiting room. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, he soon fell asleep in the car, and his eyelids fluttered as he felt someone tuck a blanket around him. He quickly straightened up and bowed respectfully. He fell asleep. Lord of the Hall. Tang Miao spoke with equal politeness. "Sit down and talk. The journey back must have been tiring." "The question you asked Dangbo. He already asked me. I know you want to save that teacher." Hearing this, Xuanyu seemed to sober up. "Master, Nana has powerful fire elemental control. She definitely won't die." Tang Miao sat in his chair, explaining calmly. "Dangbo's answer is my answer as well. Only a battleship-level guidance system can counteract a planet's gravitational pull." A revelation that left him stunned. Realizing it was their only option, he cautiously inquired what it would take for the Federation to send a planetary-class battleship to search. This competition is indeed an important piece, but it's not enough. Pressuring them through the Academy and the Tang Sect alone won't work, and might even backfire. Faced with the potential risks, Xuanyu grew increasingly worried. Was there really no other way? Tang Miao kindly reminds him that if the Academy wants to support him, there's still a chance. But he'd better have another way, and he needs to think carefully. At this point, Xuanyu has no choice but to give up and thank the landlord. Watching him disappear, Tang Miao couldn't help but advise. "Xuanyu, there's one more thing I need to remind you. Your path ahead is long, so don't make any wrong choices because of this." Seemingly reading his worries, he immediately reassured him. "Are you worried I'll join the Battle Soul Earth because of this? Don't worry." He carefully reminded him. "Don't forget your identity as the heir to the life school. It will be your trump card." At this point, Xuanyu had no choice but to obey. "Yes, At Shrek Academy. Reporting in. A god stood by the window, listening to the report from his subordinate outside. Xuanyu, an outer court student of Shrek Academy, requests an audience. For a moment, his whole body stiffened with unease. Why is it here again? Is there something I don't know? He silently ordered. Bring it to me. As soon as it entered, a childish voice spoke. Greetings, General Wu. A god couldn't hide his suspicion. What's the situation that wasn't reported? Xuanyu admitted the truth, saying it wasn't convenient to speak in front of Wai Lao. The general couldn't help but say, oh, and urged him to speak. Nana is actually a member of the War God Temple. A god was stunned, wondering how he didn't know this. As the other explained, before becoming a teacher at Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, she was accompanied by Anbeju of the War God Hall. Hearing this, he hurriedly opened a communication screen and contacted Anbeju. As soon as the call connected, the god inquired, Little Bay, I need to ask you something. Do you know Nana? The other end replied mysteriously. Her situation is a bit special. It's a top secret of the Federation. You'll need the Lord's permission. Without hesitation, the war god suggested, then seek instructions from the palace master. We'll initiate a three-way connection. After Anbei agreed. A disconnected, his face darkening. Wait outside for a moment. I'll call you back later. Understanding. Xuanyu immediately stood up. Yes. Standing outside the office, he told himself, Nana, you must wait for me. Xuanyu stood outside for a long time, and after a while, a god called out from the room. Come in. He pressed him, wanting to know the full story between him and Nana. So Xuanyu recounted their acquaintance and how she became his teacher. After a while, the god couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He was the class monitor of this year's graduating class from Shrek Academy. What about after graduation? Any other thoughts? Like joining the War God Hall. After all, it's directly under the Federation. Despite the offer, Xuanyu tactfully declined, thanking him for his kindness, but explaining that he had other special identities. It would be difficult to leave the academy. After graduation, I hope to join the army, contribute to the Federation, and protect our homeland. This piqued the god's interest even more. Special identity, he asked. I can tell you. I replied, but I hope you'll keep it a secret. Without hesitation, he agreed. Okay. I agree. Tell me. After some thought, Xuanyu was honest. I have a physique that interacts with life energy, and I'm the next heir to the life school. It was a bombshell that stunned the war god. If he helped save the teacher, what benefits could the military of the war god's domain, or even the Federation, gain? Xuanyu explained carefully first. The Federation could use this opportunity to promote and build a reputation that would encourage them to devote their resources to our faction. Second, if Nana returns alive, she will definitely join the war god's domain. It continued. Third, in my personal capacity, I will do 3 things for the god of war, provided they don't violate my morals. Target the Tang Sect, or Shrek Academy. The god seemed pleased. Interesting. But isn't the third point a bit premature? At that moment, Xuanyu affirmed without fear. I am not only the heir to the life school, but also one of the future Shrek 7 devils. In an instant, the other man's expression froze. He was one of Shrek's 7 monsters. But Lan Xuanyu wasn't finished. Not only that, but he was also a space fighter pilot. Super God 58. And the man's face grew darker with each revelation. Super God 58 is easy to verify. But I can't verify that you're one of Shrek's next 7 monsters. How will you prove it? You just spoke so eloquently. And now you're immediately breaking through your soul power. This sight startled him. Awakening his martial soul wasn't enough. Even seeing the halo from his reverse scale, he remained calm. Martial soul fusion skill. Peak bloodline impressive. But still not enough. But when he witnessed Xuanyu's powerful soul force, he couldn't help but marvel. 10,000-year soul rings. He was truly a monster. The stern look in his eyes was now mixed with bewilderment, still trying to maintain his composure. He thinks, you've convinced me. I accept your 3 promises. and I assure you, I will keep your secret. Furthermore, he kindly suggested that with his talent, he could learn a lot at the academy. But 18 was the best age to enlist, and he suggested experiencing the real cosmic battlefield. But with worry in his heart, Xuanyu pressed on. I will seriously consider your suggestion. If I go to the planet's surface to save Nana, do you have any advice? The general replied. I'm returning to the military to approve the order to save Nana. You should return to the academy and seek help from more powerful individuals. You must carry out the mission flawlessly. Understood. General Yu. Thank you. Meanwhile, back at Lan Xuanyu's dorm, Yulin rushed to open the door at the sound of a knock. The death god spoke softly. May I come in? She looked around, adding, the academy's dorms are quite nice. She then turned to Wu Lin and asked about his time here, noting that the academy wasn't as large back then. He was a little surprised. Back then, the death god's tone suddenly took on a hidden meaning. Did you think outsiders could just casually enter the Shrek Academy? You are like this because you originally belonged to Shrek. Wu Lin was stunned and questioned. You're saying I was originally a member of Shrek Academy? The death god, without explaining, quietly probed. I've heard the story. You want to save Nana. Wu Lin readily admitted. She's Wu's teacher, and Wu is anxious. Of course, I have to help him. Besides, I think I knew her before. A feeling in my heart compels me to save her. Hearing this, a pensive look crossed the death god's face. Is that so? Yes. You really must save her. But with a keenness that made Wu Lin a bit wary. What was she trying to say? At this point, she frankly admitted. What if I don't let you save her? Wu Lin raised an eyebrow at the woman before him and asked directly, why won't you let me go? Faced with her interrogation, the death god calmly replies that if she doesn't want it, no one in the world can help him. That she can stop the Federation. But her words only pique his curiosity further. Why is she targeting Nana? Did she offend her? Remembering Yu Na's delicate face, she couldn't help but let her anger slip out, of course. She offended me. If it weren't for her, never mind. Even without her, it probably wouldn't be my turn. Rest assured, Shrek Academy will surely help Xuanyu. Though she had spoken her piece, Wu Lin was at a loss for words. Until Death spoke again, her tone laced with strange coyness, asking if he even recognized her, causing him to study her face intently before nodding dumbly. It seems I know. She didn't get a clear answer from Wu Lin, and could only sigh and cut the conversation short. He didn't even recognize her. So how could he recognize me? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm tired too. I'll find a chance to return everything to him. Having said that, the Reaper turned to leave, but her heavy heart wouldn't allow it before she confessed everything. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. People often say things like, I've loved you for years. After a heavy sigh, the Grim Reaper found the courage to continue. But did you know, I've truly loved you for years. Having spoken her piece, she calmly walks forward, leaving the man of her dreams behind. Outside, the Grim Reaper lets the wind wash over her, and before she knows it, she's crying. She finally told him. But so what? Meanwhile, Xuanyu had just entered the room and asked, Uncle, I'm back, only to have Wu Lin change the subject in the blink of an eye. Xuanyu, you look terrible. I'm too tired. Don't force yourself. And that worry is useless as he makes it clear he's ignoring it. I'm fine. I have a lead. General Wu has agreed to help me request a warship for reinforcements. Having already considered it, he reluctantly shares that he's thought it through. And if it really comes down to it, he can go himself before Xuanyu flatly denies it. No. It's too dangerous. Beads of sweat betray his genuine concern. Besides, I haven't been able to find Nana either. You and she have a connection, allowing you to sense her presence within a certain range. Those words did little to sway Wu Lin's resolve. He was sure he could sense her too. If he gets close enough, he might be able to find her. A conviction that only makes Xuanyu more uneasy. No. Uncle. Nana is already gone from me. I can't lose you too. His desperate plea tugged at Xuanyu's heart. Rest assured, I will rescue her. But only if I can ensure my own safety. Let's work together. The next day, The villa was bustling early in the morning as the master of the house awoke. Xuanyu sat on the sofa, listening to an incoming call. Hianvu. The Federation held an emergency meeting overnight and agreed to the rescue. Before the words were even finished, he eagerly replied, "Thank you. Thank you, General Vu." But the other party interrupted, reminding him, "Don't be too happy too soon. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Later, the Shrek Space Center was fortunate enough to welcome the most important figures of the century, 4 true god-level powerhouses, Dang Li, Yilao, Wu Muheng, and Ming Fei, joined by Grand Gods Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao. Along with Lan Xuanyu and Shushu, they boarded the War God No. 17 warship and set off. 4.5 days later, that planet reappeared in Lan Xuanyu's sight. This rare sight left both Bai Shu and Lan Xuanyu stunned. Though unspoken, they shared a single thought: Nana is waiting for us. Just as they were lost in thought, Yulin's calm voice broke the silence. "Don't worry. We will find her and bring her home." 2 days later, in addition to the ship carrying Xuanyu and other dignitaries, the space fleet also arrived to provide support. One of them looked at the army before him, sighing. Before a space fleet of this scale, individual strength is still insignificant. An officer approached and reported, "Admiral, we've received a signal from the mothership. Permission to land, granted," forcing him to suppress his emotions. He ordered, "Land." After a while, the representatives from the 2 ships finally met in the lower hold, where General Bok Lang, commander of the 7th warship and the fleet, waited with a smile as his guests approached. An officer saluted, addressing him as teacher, prompting Bai Ling to chuckle and say formalities weren't necessary. But upon seeing Ziqian, his tone softened. "Greetings, Dr. Yi. It's been many years." His refined demeanor put the old man at ease. "Indeed. It's been several years since you left the Mother Star." After a brief greeting, Bai Ling spoke seriously. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Li, here to help with the rescue. And this is Lan Xuanyu, a student from Shrek Academy." His tone was surprisingly eager. Impressive young man, contributing so much to the Federation. "Time is of the essence. Let's discuss this." After everyone settled into the meeting room, Bai Ling began this important meeting. "Let me update you on the progress. The interstellar probe is ready and can depart at any time, but it cannot enter within 10,000 meters of the surface. If we proceed with the rescue, we'll have to leave the probe's protection range. Who will act?" Before the question was even finished, Yulin quickly volunteered, "I will." Meng Fei and Ziqian followed closely behind. "I'll be in charge of support." The third one, after a moment of thought, Mu Chen also clarified his plan. "I'll be in charge of maintaining the planetary probe and bringing them back. Pavilion Master Wang and Dean Tang will help me guard it." Once everyone had shared their thoughts, Xuanyu and Wu Lin finally spoke. "I have a connection with Nana, within a certain distance. I can sense her presence." The abrupt end to the conversation made Bai Lang frown. "I must remind you all. Safety first. And time is limited. The planetary probe will assist them in 3 explorations, each lasting 3 hours. If all 3 are fruitless, the 7th Fleet will return to base." The silence was broken by Bai Lang's sigh. "There's no time to waste. Let's begin." Everyone boards the planetary probe to head to the surface. And as the ship moves, Xuanyu's heart races with worry. "Nana, we're coming to save you. Please hold on." Suddenly, the warship's system announced they were approaching an altitude of 5,000 meters, maintaining stability, and moving in the designated direction. Bai Shu rushed to Xuanyu, handing him 2 items, hoping they would yield something. But before Xuanyu could speak, he felt a finger tap his back. Turning around, he saw Yulin gently reminding him to prepare to depart, leaving him only to blankly reply, "Okay." Hyunwoo then began to meditate with his white silver, guided by Wu Lin's instructions to focus his spirit and feel, not see. 3 hours later, pure energy began to flow around Xuanyu's body. But upon waking, He anxiously shared that apart from the fire element, nothing had been discovered. She told Bai Shu that Bai Ling had recorded the exploration location and would exclude it next time, causing her to grab his hand and try to lift his spirits, saying they still had 2 chances to find Nana. The second exploration began with a pilot ship being sent out, but the next 2 rounds yielded nothing beyond fire elemental traces. This only heightened Xuanyu's anxiety. Nana, please, let me sense your presence. The third exploration begins. The first round yields nothing, nor does the second. This is the final round of the third exploration, and tension mounts. But then, Bai Ling's cold voice echoed, announcing the end of the third round of exploration. Everyone watched as Xuanyu collapsed from exhaustion, prompting Bai Shu to rush to his side, clinging to the last vestiges of hope. He pleads, "General Wu, if I rest, I can continue the search." But Ziqian shakes his head. "Xuanyu, we've done all we can." The once strong Xuanyu breaks down, sobbing. "No, I can do it. But neither he nor Yichen can follow him this time. They've done all they can. Xuanyu, suppress your grief and prepare to return." In a fleeting moment, he knelt on the wet floor in despair. "It won't hurt. It won't hurt. Nana won't he?" Causing Baektu's heart to ache until he cried out. She hugged the other person tightly, bitterly murmuring, "Nana." A god shouted in alarm. "Wait. This only makes Wu Lian more anxious. He wants to go out and try one last time. This stubbornness only angers Yi Shen further. He wants to go out, blinded by desperation. He faces grave danger. But Wu Lun stubbornly declares, "I must go out." Seeing the tense situation, Tu Kiem quickly stepped in to mediate, suggesting they let him try, and that he would speak with General Bach Long. He quickly turned to instruct those inside. "General Bach Long, let one of us go out to investigate. Return immediately if you find nothing in 10 minutes. They reminded him, "and proceed with the search only if it's safe. We'll activate the probes soon. General Vu, Mengfi, you two are in charge of protecting them. I'll reinforce the exit to prevent sabotage, while Thien Vu and Duangmu will strengthen the defensive shield." Hearing this, Wu Lin felt relieved and gave his thanks before heading towards the massive door without hesitation. Seeing his resolve, Xuanyu anxiously grabbed Wu Lin's hand. "Uncle, you have to come back safe. Promise me." "Okay." A hint of complexity and sorrow in his eyes. He couldn't help but embrace him, reassuring him that he would return, and that his Nana would return as well. Suddenly, he remembered her name. She is Guyuena. The silver dragon dance Lin Guyuena. A god steps forward, casting a spell to alter space, initiating the change. Gazing at the crimson door before him, Yulin steps inside without hesitation, his figure swallowed by the light. He lets out a heaven-shattering roar, and a golden dragon appears, opening its massive maw. Then, together with Wu Lin, it roars with a majestic, earth-shattering cry. A god remains bewildered. Can he even be found like this? Ziqian stands by helplessly, perhaps resigned, witnessing the scene unfold. Xuanyu whispers, "Uncle is." Inside the space, Wu Lin gazes thoughtfully at the dragon before him, realizing it's time to break through for her. The dragon roars again, the sound startling Xiao Bao, who cries out, "Golden, Golden Dragon King." Could it be that he wants to restore his full power, a power of utter destruction? Even Xuanyu is stunned by the Golden Dragon's power. Could it be that Nana and Uncle Luo are 2 parts separated from the dragon god? At the same time, the jade pendant on his chest glowed, and he exclaimed, "Nana's gift is reacting." Then, he stared in shock as the silver dragon spear faded away, vanishing completely, as if with a soul. It hurtled toward the golden dragon, meeting it in an instant. The golden dragon's eyes, filled with threat, fixed upon the silver. It suddenly flaps its wings again, its appearance changing as a result. The spectacular transformation stuns both Xuanyu and Xiao Bao. Even Mu Chen and Ziqian couldn't hide their shock. He broke through. Level 120. Becoming a super god. After evolving, the golden dragon flew towards the burning magma, unleashing the silver dragon. Shock washes over Mu Chen's face. He pierced the planet's surface. Who is he? After a moment of silence, Ziqian speaks. He is the hero of the Federation, sect leader of Tang Sect, island master of Sea God's Island. And he died with the original Dragon King Dulo, Golden Dragon Yu Tang Wulin. Hearing this, Mu Chen was petrified. They're still alive. How is that possible? Qianqiu seemed to remember something, his tone trembling. I remember now. It turns out he protected my parents. Uncle Luo is our family's benefactor. This only deepens Xuanyu's respect. Uncle Luo is actually Jinlong Yueyu. Tang Wulin, seeing the gravity of the situation, Bailin quickly took command, ordering a complete blockade of all communication signals and observation equipment of the fleet. All that was witnessed today is to be kept secret by the entire army, under penalty of severe punishment. An unease had settled in his heart. He had to save him. Wu Lian quickly descended into the lava below, and everything was about to change. That decisiveness alarmed the god. He's diving deeper into the star. Does he have a death wish? Moments later, Wu Lan emerged, carrying a radiant egg. A god quickly turned and gave the order to prepare support, but Wu Lian politely refused, saying, "Don't worry about me. I'll go directly into the air to reduce the temperature." Soon, he flew back to the ship. Seeing the mission complete, Tu Kiem finally spoke. "Let's hurry back." Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "Okay." Seeing him return, Hien Vu rushed out to greet him. "Uncle." He stared blankly at the opening door. The boy stared in astonishment at Wu Lun, his curiosity piqued by the egg in his hands. "Uncle, is that..." "This is..." Wu Lun smiled softly, his eyes full of tenderness. "My Nana is inside. Don't worry. She's okay." Xuanyu felt incredibly relieved. As Wu Lun gazed at the egg he'd brought back, his face filled with affection and longing. "She's merely entered a deep slumber. With enough time, she'll surely recover." This news elated Xuanyu. It was too good to be true. He calmly affirmed, "Indeed, there couldn't be better news." Ziqian happily stepped forward, praising, "Do you have any requests now? Everything you do is a miracle in our eyes." Without hesitation, Wu Lian suggests giving him a quiet room, but looking at the egg containing Yuana, he felt a pang of regret. They had to return to the mother star quickly. She needed to be nurtured by the energy of life. Ziqian immediately reassured him that they could depart at any time. Hearing this, Wu Lun declared, "Give me one day. After that, we'll return." And so, the ship gradually moved toward its designated point. Tang Wulin slowly enters the resting chamber. His eyes suddenly turn crimson as he clutches his face in anguish. The silver dragon card radiates a faint, hazy light that spreads outwards. Tang Wulin presses his right hand upon it, and the flickering energy surges through his body, quickly enveloping him. Yuhan calmed his mind and considered that the 18th floor was still unstable, and the entity couldn't be allowed out. A day later, Xuanyu and Bai Shu meditated in the cold room to conserve their strength. He slowly pondered the changes within himself, realizing his spiritual power had entered a new realm, the spirit domain. She happily gave her companion a warm look. "You're awake." Xuanyu responds with a gentle smile. Remembering Uncle Li's words, he needs to return sooner, as Nana needs to borrow life energy to recover. Bai Shu, overwhelmed with happiness, agrees. He gently embraces her, relieved. Nana is okay. Bai Shu softly returns the embrace. "Yes, it's all good." The aircraft continues onward, carrying a glimmer of hope for the future. In Shrek City, warm sunlight mingled with the peace of the land. A gentle smile conveyed trust to the person before him. "Let's part ways here. Xuanyu, I'll await your news, and I'll certainly consider signing. General Vu, thank you again for your help." And with that, he departed, leaving Xuanyu standing there. Wu Lin calmly delegates tasks. "Ziqian, find me a place on the eternal tree. I need to take her into seclusion for a while." The old man dutifully complies. "No problem." Xuanyu rushes over, sweat beading on his face. "Uncle," he embraces the child in his arms, his tone filled with sorrow. "We're at Shrek Academy. Don't worry. This world is too foreign to me now. It belongs to you. Do what you want. This is a gift your aunt gave me. And now I'm giving it to you. It's called the Golden Dragon Spear. Xuanyu was taken aback, only able to offer heartfelt words. Thank you. Uncle. I will treasure it. Wu Lin felt a warmth in his heart, raising his hand with a loving smile. Farewell. He waved back to the departing figure, bidding farewell. As Xuanyu gazed at the sky, his spirits sank. Uncle. He's my father. Baishu couldn't bear to see her beloved in such sorrow. She softly consoled him, telling him not to be so hard on himself. He has 2 sets of parents, all of whom are his family, both by birth and by raising him. Hearing these words, a warmth crept into Xuanyu's heart, and he spread his arms wide with joy, when suddenly, a golden bell rang. Dakana buck. Yet delighted, he answers, Mom, I just got back to the academy, and you're already calling. We're so connected, but only an unfamiliar silence answers him. Xuanyu gently calls out, sounding lost. Mom, what's wrong? A deep, sorrowful voice replies, as if on the verge of tears. Xuanyu, overwhelmed, he blurts out, Mom, are you okay? Is Dad bullying you? Tears stream down her face as she cries out his name. Xuanyu, his heart ablaze. He tries to resolve the issue. Mom, please don't cry. What happened? How about this? I'll bring Tutu with me to visit you. Okay, don't worry. We're coming home now. A cold silence fills the air as the two stand face to face. He's uneasy, unsure how to proceed. Tutu, I'm sorry to trouble you again. You've been through so much lately. Bai Tu offers a stark warning to the person before him. What are you saying? Of course I'll help you. Let's go. As the dim sunlight shines on the Latin Quarter, Xiao Hua comforts his sobbing wife. What did Xuanyu say? Nam Cheng wiped away tears, her voice cracking. He said, he'll bring Tutu to visit us. Honey. He embraced his beloved, gently comforting her. We have to face what we have to face. Xuanyu's identity is likely extraordinary. She wept even harder, her heart torn to shreds. He is our son. Nam Xiao was deeply moved, and could only hold her tighter, repeating, he is our son. Many long, bitter days passed, and Nam Trung continued her normal life. Then, he Envu met someone important, and unable to contain his emotions. He said, Mom, I'm home. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes as Nam Trung rushed to embrace her son. Hien Vu, you're finally home. He patted her back, comforting her. What's wrong? Mom and Dad, why are you crying? She faces the bitter truth head-on. Xuanyu, there are some things we need to discuss. He immediately responds. Mom, you don't need to say anything. I'll always be your son. Whatever happened before doesn't matter. Nanchang is moved to tears. My son, Lan Xiao happily affirmed, saying he knew his son had grown up and was more understanding. She was frustrated, remembering who couldn't sleep from worry. But he shyly avoided the issue, telling her not to tell their son. Without waiting, Xuanyu excitedly announces that he's returning to Shushu's for the 2nd term and will be freeloading at home. Nancheng understands and indulges her son, promising to buy him delicious food. Lum Xiao quickly intervened, determined to explain everything. Don't go just yet. There are things you should know. After all, it concerns your origins. Your mother and I piloted a probe ship to explore the northernmost reaches of the planet, where we discovered a bizarre, 2-toned golden and white egg. Xuanyu froze as Lan Xiao mentioned his origins. And another child. He recounted the details. How he and Nan Cheng discovered Xuanyu in the far north. He calmly explained the reason, that after deliberation, he and his mother decided to adopt him. His mother cried, not just fearing rejection, but for his safety. Xuanyu stood frozen, the words echoing in his mind. He was born from an egg. Bai Shu looks at her lover in disbelief. He's not even human. He calmly accepts the revealed truth. Unexpectedly, that's how he was born. But it seems history has been verified. Nam Chung, realizing the implications, urgently asks, confirming history. What does that mean? Xuanyu recalls old memories and recounts in detail. Father, do you remember when Shrek Academy was destroyed? After the war, the great battle between Dragon God Duluo Tang Wulin and Silver Dragon Duluo Gu Yuena ended with their disappearance towards the north. According to historical records, he calmly considered the situation and realized Nana must be Silver Dragon Duluo Gu Yuena, prompting Nan Cheng to anxiously confirm. You mean, Xuanyu confirms his suspicions, saying she might be his birth mother, then asks who his father is. He recalls the warm, reliable man, asking if his mother remembers him, suggesting he is the Dragon King. Nam Chung pondered the events that had transpired. Son, you must have experienced many surprises lately. I'm only just starting to adjust myself. Xuanyu gave her a warm look. Mom, Dad, don't worry. If it weren't for you two, I might have died in the far north. Because of that, I will only love you both more from now on. Nam Cheng embraces her son with joy, calling him her precious boy. Before rushing to the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal, Bai Shu decides to help her future mother-in-law. Asking what she can do, Xuanyu sits next to his father, wondering if he and his mother would like to move to Likac City, so the family can be together more often. Lam Xiao seriously considers the proposal they'll return to the home planet, discuss it with his mother, and then decide. Nan Cheng calls from the kitchen, her voice full of laughter, saying there's nothing to discuss. She completely agrees. Without delay, Lan Xiao begins the process, agreeing to contact the dean. After speaking with Dean Luo Yinghong, arrangements are quickly made for Lan Xuanyu's parents in the outer court, and work is even easier to arrange, as the military has transferred them to the War God Hall. For days, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shuzhu enjoyed the sights of Tianlong Star, but their trip has come to an end, and it's time to return to Shrek Academy. The warship takes off, heading back to Shrek, and upon their return, the teachers arrange for Lan Xiao and Nan Chung to stay in a wooden house by the Sea God Lake, while Lan Xuanyu and Bai Zhuzu are summoned to the outer court dean's office. Entering the room, they respectfully greeted the dean, who explained that they were to report immediately upon their return, mainly regarding matters within the inner court. Their reward was ready, finally deemed to be the completion of a level 7 Heaven Dew team mission. Bai Shu couldn't hide her excitement, and neither could Xuanyu, as the entire class would be able to study in the inner courtyard. After discussing it with your classmates, you'll all join the Tang Sect. But study at the inner court first, a rare exception. This is indeed good news. The mission is expected to last 1 to 2 years. Xuanyu hesitated, looking at Bai Shu, but ultimately decided to follow his own instincts and trust the academy's arrangements. Leaving the tense space, he unconsciously looked up at the sky. Xuanyu retracted his gaze, his expression becoming even more serious. This mission will be extremely difficult, and anything can happen on the battlefield. We need to prepare more when we get back. Diao Qing calmly advises him to focus on this matter, as everyone believes in him. And then, Xuanyu walks alone on the desolate road. Qianlei's voice crackles over the comms boss. Guess what? Our whole class made it into the inner court, Xuanyu confirms. I know. The dean just told me. His voice is filled with excitement. This is huge. He calmly mentions the future, saying that they'll likely need to spend some time training with the military. Qianlei remains optimistic, saying he's heard about it too. Xuanyu is surprised, impressed by his sources. He winks, hinting at unexpected news. Of course, and there's more gossip. Headmaster Ying and Teacher Tang have made up. They even have a child, and that child is in our class. He wondered in confusion who this special person was. Who could it be? Qianlei laughed obnoxiously, looking extremely irritating. It's that cold, aloof Ding Zihan. He rambles on with his speculations, saying he looks like Teacher Duang. But Hian Vu thinks to himself that there's no resemblance at all. Tian Loi continues his wild guesses, wondering how big the psychological impact must be for someone to suddenly gain a father. Annoyed by his friend's delay, he asks if there's anything else, or he's hanging up. He quickly explains that he wasn't finished. But Xuanyu hangs up anyway, lost in thought, Realizing he also has a father now, he glanced at his watch, estimating the time needed, and decided to visit Tang Sect. Time passed, and half an hour went by. He greeted him cheerfully at the rendezvous point. Xuanyu, you just got back. Right, what's up? He cut straight to the chase. Chief, the Academy has informed us that we'll likely be sent to the front lines for real combat training, where we'll face constant danger. Could you lend us some decent gear? Dang Miao, secretly proud, cuts to the chase. So you're here for handouts. What do you want? Xuanyu seriously requests. That ecological warship isn't bad. He immediately interrupts. Horrified. Absolutely not. Don't even think about borrowing it. He shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting antimatter missiles or whatever anything would do. These supplies were just inanimate objects. But people were alive. Tang Miao frowned. Annoyed. This kid had a violent streak. He turned away helplessly. All right. All right. Say no more. I'll find something good for you. Tang Miao led Xuanyu to a metal door, a massive, thick, desi door. A massive, 3-meter-tall blood-colored skull was painted on the door, with crossed bone images beneath it. Secured by a golden lock, etched with intricate blood-colored patterns, it slid smoothly into the lock. Turning to reveal a spectacle, Duong Mu respectfully announced to the person inside, Elder Mong, we're here. A gentle voice immediately echoed back. Good. I'm coming. Xuanyu greets Meng Fei with respect. But Meng Fei, wary, wonders if allowing him here was a mistake. This is where our Tang Sect stores its most lethal weapons, requiring 3 keys to enter one I hold. 1 Duong Mu possesses, and the last held by the Sea God Pavilion Master, Meng Fei calmly announces as she slowly walks forward. The Sea God Pavilion Master has already given me the key. Now I will open this door. Hyunwoo stares at the neatly arranged keys, wondering, what kind of weapon is behind this door that it's so heavily guarded? The gate opens, and the light within stings his eyes as Meng Fei calmly leads them into the secret chamber, saying, Follow me. Xuanyu looked around with curiosity, his eyes drawn to the objects before him, wondering what they were, this terrifying feeling, like when he met the celestial dragon star. What exactly is in this place? Xuanyu quietly observed the items around him, unable to suppress his tension. Meng Fei reveals crucial information the Federation government has always known about this forbidden armory. They've tried to mobilize our forbidden weapons, but we've refused. This place protects the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy. This time, you're going to train with the military, and they're sure to try and recruit you. In case the Federation government acts up, because of your special status, you need the power to protect yourself. So, this time, we'll let you take some things to protect yourself. Xuanyu hesitantly voices his concerns. Hallmaster, can I really use a forbidden weapon? He quietly states the obvious. What is there that you wouldn't dare to do? Meng Fei solemnly warns him not to mention the forbidden weapon to anyone. He understands and obeys, gently placing his hand on the glass. Meng Fei explains the item's properties. This forbidden weapon, we call it God's Fury. The 36 God's Wrath weapons you see are no longer produced. Using one means losing one. They're the culmination of our technology from 600 years ago. Just take the God-tier metal we provide, apply it to the surface, and then use your spiritual power. Just tell it how long until detonation. When God's Fury explodes, it unleashes a terrifying shockwave, engulfing a 10 meter radius. When God's Fury detonates, with the point of explosion as the center, within a 3-meter radius, an absolutely safe zone will be created. And Xuanyu decisively agrees. Thinking it's acceptable, he carefully advises on the minimum safety level, adding that the safest method is to escape beyond 10,000 meters, since no one has used this thing for thousands of years. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupts Meng Fei, and Xuanyu eagerly asks, Chief, how do I activate it so I can pack up the God's Fury and take it with me? Tang Miao was shocked and enraged, wondering if he was planning to take them all. He innocently asked if he wasn't giving them all away. Meng Fei, annoyed, stressed that he could only take one Wrath of God. With puppy dog eyes, Xuanyu pleaded for 10, promising not to misuse them, but was immediately shot down, suppressing his desire. He calmly negotiated for 3, citing the unknown duration of his upcoming journey. Frustrated, Meng Fei concedas. Fine. 3 it is. Overjoyed, Xuanyu bows deeply. Thank you, Master. He then pointed into the distance, asking what the next item was. But Meng Fei and Tang Miao were furious, kicking him out of the secret chamber. He picked up the item on his ethereal necklace. A bountiful harvest, the palace master gifted him a primal essence-level core, made into a pendant. Usable for 3 invincible shields. Not bad. Not bad. There must be a call to distract him. It's Teacher Duong's phone. He accepted the call. Teacher Duong. Xuanyu listened intently as Zhenhua explained that the next morning, they would log into the Duluo world to practice their dual strike techniques in combat, reminding him that the battlefield is not a game, and they could face life or death situations. Xuanyu accepted the task with a yes. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu logged into his simulation pod on time, and soon met his teammates at the rendezvous point. The students quickly gathered, and he approached with a stern look, telling them to follow him. Xuanyu nodded and quickly complied. Yes. The two continued until Zhenhua signaled, "We're here." He touched the wooden wall, and a gate appeared. Zhenhua slowly explained the rules of the secret realm after entering this gate. Each of you will be transported to an independent space. To pass this trial, you must defeat Dix. 000 opponents to escape. Failure to do so means you will never enter the inner sanctum. As Dut arose, he calmly addressed their concerns, explaining that acceptance into the inner sanctum didn't guarantee graduation. This is your first test upon entering the inner court. Failure means expulsion. Xuanyu slowly enters the doorway as Zhenhua speaks, and the terrifying trial begins, enveloping him and transporting him to a strange place. One by one, the others followed. He couldn't help but feel pained, respect filled with worry. The academy was truly cruel, making these kids participate in a blood trial. It seems this mission to the front lines won't be simple. Zhenhua sighs in resignation, forced to accept the grim reality as everyone watches intently in the Foreign Affairs Dean's office. After 5 minutes, all 33 students passed the first gate, and as they began the second, Bak Tu remained vigilant. Zhenhua watches the screen, his face etched with annoyance as the students unleash their full power in pursuit of victory. Tianyu praises their outstanding abilities, noting that each has a spirit to aid them in battle. So passing the second gate is only a matter of time, and indeed, only 2 fail. And so, the third trial begins after 5 minutes, with Tianyu hastily making a suggestion. Seeing that Lan Tianyu is not accepting the situation calmly, the scene shifts. And now, in Tianyu's hands, is the divine artifact known as God's Wrath. Zhenhua stares in terror at the object before him, wondering what it is and why it's so frightening. Emitting a brilliant light that heralds untold dangers, Ruihan frantically looks for a way out. A silent alarm blares in his mind, and terror washes over his face as he realizes the extent of the horror. He's done for. Ruihan fled as fast as he could, but Tianyu had already made his move. Activating the magic treasure, Tianhua, who had been watching from the start, was shocked, wondering what it was, while Tianwu solemnly isolated the space. If the Federation asks, tell them we were conducting experiments in the Dulo world. Nothing more. The air in the training ground slowly settles, and Tianyu is secretly thrilled with the power he just unleashed. The fury of a god is indeed potent. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure emerges, weary and in pain. A pitiful sight accompanied by hacking coughs. Tianwu, his heart softening, asked with concern if he was all right. But the man, tears welling, retorted, "Do I look all right to you?" Tianyu calmly suggests, "Actually, I don't want to. So how about we have another fair fight?" Senior, Ruihan was shocked and in disbelief. A fair fight. He blankly held the god's rage in his hand. Or rather, tried this. He covered his face, desperately defending himself. No. No. Quickly put that thing away. Hearing this, Tianyu drew his fiery swallow blade, saying, "Senior, let's begin." As expected, Tianyu won after only 5 minutes. Seeing this, Tianyu is furious, demanding that the kid be brought to him immediately. Left with no choice, he complies. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Wang Tianyu dismisses the others, leaving only Yi and Xuanyu in the room. Tianwu, burning with anger, unleashed his criticism. Can that thing be used carelessly? Did Mengfei and Tang Biao lose their minds? Giving it to you. Xuanyu dodged the blame. Then you'll have to ask them. Tianwu replied sternly. You dare talk back? Yi composes himself, sternly questioning his decision. Why did you use the wrath of the gods? Give me a reason. He honestly recounts his intentions. I was afraid it would expire. If I couldn't use it during a military mission, wouldn't that be a disaster? Tianwu's anger flares as he questions him. But Xuanyu stands firm, saying it's for the Federation and he can't pass the buck. Helpless, he tries to control his emotions, saying he thought he'd be praised, and that he'll leave if he's not wanted. He quietly bowed and quickly left, bidding farewell to the dean. An hour later, the blood trial ended, with a total of 3 people passing the 3rd level Luoyu, Lan Xuanyu, and Tang Wulin. In Mingxiang's room, Xuanyu gently holds the golden tree in his hand, staring blankly at it, his heart an empty shell. The unassuming golden scales began to glow with an otherworldly light, enveloping the room and guiding Xuanyu to a vast dimension. He gazed around with curious eyes, wondering where he was. A warm voice echoes through the void. Xuanyu, recognizing the voice, he desperately searches. Uncle, where are you? Appearing as a divine consciousness, Wulin's face is downcast with sorrow. This is my space of consciousness. The fact that you can come here must mean you have calmed down and seriously felt my golden dragon spear. My memories are returning, and I didn't want to remember the past. Perhaps because those memories are too painful. But even after letting her go, she was unwilling to hurt me. Wulin's tone grows sorrowful as painful emotions surge, and now, my memories are slowly returning. When I discovered our true relationship, I didn't even have the right to say I love you. For 10,000 years, we've made you suffer. We're so sorry. Xuanyu interjects, his voice full of emotion. I've never hated you. Tears well in his eyes, but a smile remains, as he's never felt so happy with his parents. Wulin's heart is warmed, wanting to give his child the best. As he introduces him to his family, your aunt is the dragon butterfly Duluo from 10,000 years ago, and your grandmother is the founder of the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, the Spirit Ice Duluo. Huo Yuhao. Your grandfather is the Thousand Hands Duluo. See God Tongsan. Looking at the projection, Xuanyu couldn't help but marvel. I can learn from my great-grandfather in this spiritual space, the Thousand Hands Asura, simplifying the complex. For the next week, Lan Xuanyu immersed himself in training with the Thousand Hands Asura. Time passes until the day they gather at the Star Luo Sea God Lake in Star Luo City. And before their departure, General Yu Mu Chen personally awards them their military ranks. He smiled and called for Lan Xuanyu to step forward and receive his rank. Lan Xuanyu, for your accomplishments during your mission in the Duluo sector, with a solemn expression, Mu Chen presented the item, the rank of Major General. The room stirred with awe. Could this be right, a general's rank? Xuanyu stands ready to lead his troops and board the ship, as the experimental warship prepares to depart, targeting the Federation's 7th Fleet base. In the following days, they arrived at the fleet and were about to join the mothership, after which Lan Xuanyu was led to a conference room. Dao Han smiles warmly, welcoming him. Xuanyu salutes respectfully. Addressing him as chief, he radiated warmth, saying, Sit. Relax. We're all family now. I've reviewed your files. You'll be assigned to search teams within the squadrons. At least 5 per team. You decide the team compositions. Xuanyu, consider it, and make your decision. No problem. He suddenly remembered something important and asked, Chief of Staff, what kind of missions do the search teams carry out? He was willing to share practical information, saying they would likely be ordered to infiltrate enemy territory, The reconnaissance mission will likely include special operations, he said sternly, giving them a day to prepare. Upon your return, report the completion of your team assignments immediately. Within 24 hours, you'll receive your specific deployment orders. Understood. After returning, Lan Xuanyu immediately studied with his classmates and quickly completed the detailed plan. As for Lan Xuanyu's group, needless to say, the leaders of the other 4 groups are Ding Zhehan, Bing Tianyang, Wang Zijiao, and Shi Xinwu. A standard spacecraft flies through space at the Star River Fleet Command. As Xuanyu approaches and salutes, Jinghe listened intently, but upon recognizing the person before him, he couldn't help but smile. Our youngest general has arrived. War is imminent. The mobilization order will be issued soon, and our 7th Fleet will be the main force in this battle. The 3rd and 5th Fleets will attack from the inner flanks into the Dragon Horse system, coordinating with our actions. Xuanyu silently thought to himself. The Federation wants to attack the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Xing. He calmly organized the information. The military's order this time was just one word: fast. We must try to destroy their military and research equipment. Shenwu joins the planning. Captain, what about the reconnaissance blockade? He points out a flaw in the plan. As soon as we move, the reconnaissance blockade will be compromised. They fear they'll face a reversal of fortune, and he can only accept the situation, powerless to change it. Meanwhile, Xuanyu listens quietly. Finally understanding everything, Jinghe manipulates the system, outlining the tactics at hand. The central objective of this war is to try and destroy the military strongholds of the Dragon Horse Federation, and there are places where we must land to engage in combat. He turned and ordered those behind him to make the landing operation swift. The generals straightened their backs and solemnly answered the call. Xinghe then issued instructions with a serious expression. The Xinghe landing operation will be under your command. Begin the landing operation immediately and ensure the mission is completed. Filled with unease, Xuanyu tries to piece things together, realizing this operation is likely related to the Dragon Source essence. Xing, he approaches solemnly. Major General Lan Xuanyu. Xuanyu stands up straight. Serious. Yes. He calmly suggests that command will assign them important tasks, asking if there are any issues, to which he quickly and decisively replies, "No problem. We will ensure the mission is completed." Xinghe turns to the remaining individuals and announces that the meeting is adjourned, except for Major General Lan Xuanyu, who is to stay behind. Everyone quickly left, leaving only 2 figures in the room. He turned and gave the person behind him a look of trust, saying, "General Yu specially recommended you to me, which shows how different you are." Afterward, Xinghe looked up, appearing deeply worried. In recent years, the enemy's development has been rapid. We must stop them. He sternly issued an order. Next, I'll send you to the General Command Headquarters for observation. Xuanyu happily complied. Thank you for the recommendation, Captain, Xinghe softly advised him. All right. Go get some rest. I'll have someone notify you before the war starts. He suddenly remembered something important and quickly called him back. Captain, I have a small request. He calmly replied. Go ahead, clarifying his intentions. Hianvu asks if they can register their Meteor-class attack warship as part of the fleet. Tinha readily agrees, saying it's an easy matter. His eyes sharpened, a smile unconsciously forming. Thank you, Captain. Xuanyu looked into the distance, thinking, this year of military life will surely be extraordinary. With the registration of the Skywing 33 warship complete, Lan Xuanyu instructs everyone to immediately call for help if danger arises. A tense atmosphere fills the air, creating a sense of urgency for all. Back in his room, Lan Xuanyu worked diligently, trying to discern the right course of action, as Bai Shu approached him softly, her voice full of concern. Commander, are you studying tactics? Seeing his love, Lan Xuanyu perked up, and without hesitation, consulted her on tactics, saying, right now, we're roughly in this position. If we attack, we should target Pegasus first. Xuanyu anticipates the problems ahead, knowing that defeat could mean utter destruction. while victory would all but guarantee the Federation's triumph. With a serious look, she probes. "So what are you thinking?" Xuanyu reveals his plan. "I'm thinking, if I were the commander, how would they use the dragon origin crystal for this great battle?" Bai Shu looked at him with concern. "Xuanyu, do you know why I came to find you? I want you to know. Wherever you are in future missions, I'll be there too. So, you have to protect me. And more importantly, protect yourself. I don't care about merits. I just want you to be safe." He held the one he loved, seeking comfort, and reassured her. The next day, the flagship set out, and after 3 long days, alarms blared in the command center. Xinghe solemnly announced, "Attention all units. Entering combat zone. Prepare for battle." Xuanyu gazed into the distance, a thrill coursing through him. The Longma star system has already detected the 7th Fleet and is deploying formations, preparing for battle. The two of them looked at the screen, each with their own thoughts. He calmly laid out intricate strategies regarding warship technology. "Even if the Dragon Horse Federation tried to catch up, but there's still a significant gap between us, which is why we can defeat them head-on. Even if they have a 30% chance of overwhelming us in a direct confrontation, they won't allow us to freely blockade this area. After all, they have abundant resources. So if we can hold them on the main battlefield, we can build more warships. In fact, we've been waging a war of attrition all these years to prevent the Longma Federation's warships from posing a threat to us. The vast starry river flows in space, needing no detailed guidance. Look, the Longma Federation's warships are like a ragtag army. See that? They're trying to make up for quality with quantity. The longer the war drags on, the more important resources become. I always thought the war against the Dragon Horse Federation should have started sooner. The Federation's hesitation to launch a full-scale attack is due to concerns about those higher-level powerhouses attacking the Dolua continent. Jing hypothesizes a scenario and proposes a solution if they invade our administrative star. Their power could destroy the entire planet, rendering our warship firepower useless. Within the Federation, including Shrek Academy, the God of War Hall, the Tang Sect, and the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, resources are being pooled to cultivate super god-level powerhouses. It's just too difficult. Even the Mother Star's own energy reserves aren't enough, or we would have launched a full-scale attack long ago. This information piqued Xuanyu's interest, and he thought to himself, a super god-level powerhouse. So this fleet commander already knows about Zhu Luo's breakthrough to the super god level. Xinghe stroked his chin, guessing the enemy's intentions. Here we go. Do you believe they won't risk a fight with us and will just retreat after a feint? He keenly understood their intention to harass and delay their attack. Wondering, because they can't withstand our firepower, he didn't deny it, but explained further. That's right. They can't stop us, even if we only have 1 fleet. They can't win a head-on fight. They can't break our defenses either. We can hold out until reinforcements arrive, while our firepower can tear through their defenses, constantly reducing their manpower. The server's command tone catches Tinha's attention. All fleets prepare. The red and black lights mean the flagship is taking control of our warships. He calmly dismisses the concern, explaining that the mothership uses the link between electronic pulses and consciousness to control them, making it impossible to seize control with current space technology. Moreover, staring at the screen where the battleships opened fire, Xinghe said, "It begins." Xuanyu instinctively shielded his eyes, his mind reeling. "It's too bright. I can't see anything." Explosions echo through space as both sides commit to a final showdown. He observes the battlefield, analyzing it in his mind. There's no strategy, just a simple clash. Winning with firepower. Xuanyu anxiously asks, "Captain, is there really no strategy for combat in open space?" Xinghe forces a smile and calmly explains, "It's not that there's no strategy. Centered around the flagship and 4 Longwang-class battleships, they formed a shield for the entire fleet, impenetrable, even to a super god-level powerhouse. This is our greatest strength, and why the Longma Galaxy's experts are trying to dismantle our plans from within." He surveys the battlefield in his hand, a smile playing on his lips that holds little joy. They're surrounded. The enemy has lost at least 39 relatively large ships, and their attacks are completely ineffective. Xinghe's face is inscrutable. Let's see if they can hold back now. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Hold back what? He turned to explain. Hold back from using your merit. Clearly, the Federation has a plan for Longyuan planet. If the enemy uses tactics against Longyuan planet, their strategy will be exposed. I wonder if our battleships will satisfy their appetite. Just then, a voice crackled from the comms. Xinghe. The 3rd and 5th fleets have engaged the enemy, preparing to execute the Longyuan planet plan. He solemnly reports that the combat methods from the Longyuan star plan exploit the star's filtration system, keeping it in a constant state of energy release, like it's always in use. Only this can dispel the Heavenly Dragon's suspicions. Xinghe analyzes the situation, issuing commands: close the vents, cease the scheduled energy release, close 70% of the shields, shut down the designated lighting system, and maintain only the holographic projection. The battleships flew in formation, following the established plan. Xuanyu watched the battlefield, worry etched on his face. Captain, isn't this bait a little too much? We might not have time to raise our shields. Even if we fire the Soul Guidance Cannon, without raising the shields in time, we risk mutual destruction. But a terrifying glint flashed in Xing's eyes, his voice chillingly cold. You underestimate our strategists. Amidst the growing explosions, the aircraft silently awaits orders. The bracelet relays the kill all tactic, destroy Dragon Origin Star, raise all defensive shields, deploy all wings, and all teams are free to engage. Xinghe swiftly complies. Understood. Xinghe is launching. Piece by piece, the battle armor sheds its defenses, and the heavy weaponry is unleashed. Energy converges, echoing Xing's words. Behold, the Federation's ultimate weapon, capable of destroying a planet. Given the situation, it only needs to unleash 30% of its power. No need to overcharge. The unleashed power obliterates everything in its path. With the prior explosion and the bombardment of the main guns, over 1,000 Longma Star System battleships have been destroyed in short order. Without a doubt, the scales of victory have tipped. It seems that when the fleet stopped, they released those spatial wraiths into the air, along with a self-propelled antimatter bullet. The enemy will walk right into our trap, straight into our minefield. Outside the massive warships, a region has already been reduced to ruins. Hong's eyes dart around, a pang of anguish as he sees the devastation. Why is everything in ruins? Meanwhile, Tianlong scans the scene, trying to make sense of it all. I don't know what happened, he says. But this is a Federation trap. He frantically questions. We barely amassed this force, and now it suffered such a severe loss. You can't shirk responsibility, he solemnly vows. I will personally compensate for the losses I've caused. Tianlong leaps away, deciding to go elsewhere. But Hongate appears before him, blocking his path. He was visibly agitated, his voice barely concealing his anger. Get out of my way. Why are you stopping me? Han tried to mediate, offering a suggestion. Right now, in Tianlong's heart, Tianlong contemplates his next move, wondering if he should seek aid from the Deep Crimson Mother. But Crimson refuses, knowing such a partnership would be disastrous. Defeated, he relents, agreeing to follow his lead. Realizing how the secret was leaked, a flicker of hatred flashes in Tianlong's eyes. Those ants still haven't disappeared. Back at the Star Age Command, Tianyu expressed his gratitude on behalf of all the soldiers, saying that without them, they might have been the ones defeated. Tianyu demurred, saying it was the least they could do. Before asking seriously about the battle and their impressions, Dianloi gave a thumbs up, radiating warmth and happiness, cunningly. Suddenly, he recoiled as if he'd said something unlucky. No, that's not right. It's wisdom. Xinghe quickly corrected the information. And it wasn't wrong to call it insidious. Survival is the only meaning on the battlefield. And without it, there's nothing left. Don't think the Longma Federation's allied forces are constantly failing, because in reality, their individual combat power is truly strong. We've now entered the Longma star system, Our first priority is to destroy their bases and military installations to prevent them from using Lan Xuanyu star to attack other planets. We can only attack a maximum of 5 targets simultaneously during this operation. Xuanyu instinctively voiced his concern. Captain, when can we initiate ground operations? Xing. He solemnly recounts key information very soon. The 7th Fleet's most important mission is to destroy military installations. Everyone in the room reports in unison. Understood. He sees their momentum and is satisfied. Quickly ending the meeting, go back and rest. Await your orders. Soon, the room was filled only with Xinga and a series of impending plans. Senior, I've set the stage for him. Let's see what your prize student can do. He smiled unconsciously, his eyes full of expectation, back on the sun-drenched home planet. The Shrek Academy stood tall as Manhwa lounged on a sofa, enjoying a delicious fruit. Seeing this, La Kong scolded. What kind of posture is that? What if the other teachers see you? He understood and complied. I'll sit up right away. She worried endlessly. Her anxiety growing. The war must have begun. And our son is there. How can you not be worried? Manhwa's voice betrayed his unease. How could I not be? But he rallied, deciding to trust their son completely. Yet for his future, they couldn't interfere. He believed their son would achieve greatness, becoming a battleship captain, or even commanding a Covet-class vessel. Startled, she asked, "What, our son can't be a commander?" Manhwa calmly lays out the practical reasons, saying being a commander is a bit difficult. Frankly, he'd rather see him in landing operations. But who can blame him for being a bit soft on his own son? Despite her heartache, she accepts the reality before her, saying it's for the best. He retort, questioning how anything good can come without facing danger and growing stronger. She couldn't hide the worry bubbling inside. If it weren't for me, you would have thrived in the military. Manhwa nestled into his wife's lap, whining, would it have gotten me a wife as wonderful as you? She gazed into the distance with concern, wondering if they were truly ready for a full-scale war, or if they were just provoking. After all, the burden rests on her beloved student. If they win, the Federation will surely reward him handsomely. Manhwa quickly denied it, his voice firm. Probably not. The Federation giving Xuanyu the rank of Major General is reward enough. She worried incessantly. Do you think the Academy's selection of the new Shrek 7 Devils is preparation for joining the military? He affirmed the possibility. Of course. Otherwise, how could people like Xuanyu be chosen with their age and strength? The military training exercise over the past year was both a test and a cultivation for them. On Star Destroyer, number 3 of the Duluo Federation's 7th Fleet, Xuanyu holds a meeting with his comrades. Our mission is reconnaissance. If we move with the main force, the gains will be minimal. Let's try a more distant planet. Qian le agres. Saying, whatever you say, boss. Despite saying that, he wasn't blindly reckless. We should still prioritize safety. Prepare for departure. After getting approved, Xuanyu immediately and silently left the Starfall warship, heading straight for the Dragon Horse system. A day later, the warship reached the wormhole area, and he calmly issued the order to prepare to jump. As his voice fell, the warship began to accelerate. This caused the white-robed figure's hair to whip about. But suddenly, Xuanyu shouted, Maximum shields Tong Ti. Charge the main cannon with energy. Prepare for battle. Small lightning strikes begin to appear outside the wormhole, and an unannounced beam of light suddenly appears in front of the 33 Heavens warship. Xuanyu focused intently, maneuvering the warship to evade the attack and ambush, just as he suspected. Then, with unwavering confidence, he turned and said, Xiaobo, I'm counting on you. The 33 Skywings battleship splits in two, and another identical ship appears, leaving Dahan bewildered. What kind of black magic is this battleship cloning? Which warship should the main cannon target, he wondered. Then answered himself, fire at both. Seeing the enemy attack, Hinfu shouted, Activate stealth. Meanwhile, Nam Ho, who had been glued to the screen, was in utter shock, exclaiming that the warship was lost, and asking what to do. Du Khan responded decisively, ordering them to continue the attack. Not to be outdone, he prepared 2 antimatter homing bullets, locking onto the enemy's large model warship below. And with a quick "got it" from Tutu, the blue bullets sped forward. Daokan immediately cried out that it was over. They were done for. And as he spoke, an explosion erupted, giving them no time to react. At that moment, the tension left Xuanyu's voice as he ordered, "Wujie, capture this scene." She calmly replied, "Okay." Qianlei couldn't hide his joy. Yes, Xiaobao next to him also looked delighted. "I've made a great contribution too." Meanwhile, back on the other side, Xuanyu continued to issue commands. "Hui Hui, send a message to Xingxia. Tell them we've dealt with the enemy's forces outside this wormhole." He quickly replied, "Yes." With everything done, he advances the warship, initiating ghost mode. The first victory is theirs, and the entire warship accelerates forward as Xuanyu intently observes the map, noting that they're nearing their destination. On Dragon Horse 76's resource star lies an incredibly rare metal, No Origin Essence, one of the most precious metals known to the Duluo Federation, and listed as a top military resource in the Dragon Horse system. The Duluo Federation's attack on the Longma Federation has one of its top 3 resource targets as non-elemental metal, whose value is an enormous military achievement. So Xuanyu has begun to pay attention to this place. He calls everyone together to confirm the battle plan, and they begin to determine their next move after arriving on Planet 76, with little treasure helping them conceal their presence as they infiltrate. This mission is primarily for intelligence gathering and acquiring no primordial love. I, Wujie, and Hui Hui will infiltrate for the operation. Menqin, Zhuzu, Fengzi, and Qianlei. You'll stay on the ship, ready to provide backup. He felt a little lost, boss. Aren't you taking us with you? Mengqin immediately glares, threatening. Just follow orders. But then Baizu protests. Let me go with you, whether we succeed or fail. I want to be by your side. Hearing this, Xuanyu reluctantly compromised. Okay. Then it's settled. The 4 of us will act. He continued to lay out his plan. After we land successfully, Yuji, you will immediately use metal manipulation to take us underground. Little Bao will help conceal our presence. It confidently agrees, saying it's a piece of cake, and to leave it to Andy. Then, Xuanyu turns to another side and instructs Fengzi, take pictures of Planet 76's exterior from space. Also, don't contact us. Radio waves will expose us. We'll contact you from space when we return. He quickly responded loudly. Got it. He then hypothesized the worst-case scenario. If we're discovered, use me as the center point to fire the antimatter homing missiles. I have a way to protect myself. Qianlei immediately objected. Boss, that's too dangerous, but Xuanyu reassured him. It's okay. After you fire the antimatter homing missiles, fly far away. If we can escape, we'll contact you later. A confident smile crept across his face as he said, Don't worry. We'll be fine. In his heart, Lan Xuanyu was determined to succeed. For the Federation, Shrek Academy, and the Tang Sect, because the element-free source ore was simply too rare and scarce. 3 days later, their warship approached its destination, a dark blue planet in the vast universe, surrounded by a bizarre cluster of light. Seeing this, Xuanyu frowned. The situation was more complex than he'd imagined. Did planet Longma 76 really have such multi-directional defenses? After Lan Xuanyu and his group observed the planet and did a simple analysis, Yuga made his judgment. The defensive layer on the planet's surface is likely spatial, but it has no defensive capabilities itself. Baisu added, but it must have early warning capabilities. Diao Lei turned to ask for confirmation. Boss, are we still going? Xuanyu responded with a familiar phrase. I'm here now. Of course I'm going. He says, I have a plan. Listen up. He begins to explain in detail. Our biggest advantage right now is the stealth capabilities of this warship. With the current accuracy of the Dragon Horse star system, they won't be able to detect us. Then, assigning tasks. Lan Xuanyu explained that they would inevitably encounter the shield when breaking away. and the others should attack from that side again, to cover them. Lu Feng nodded firmly and agreed. Seeing that everything was settled, he announced the end of the meeting. Everyone, start preparing. We'll begin the operation in 3 hours. Lan Xuanyu and his team of 7 began meditating, secretly replenishing their soul power. As the 3-hour deadline quickly approached, 4 of them headed to the rear cabin, while the other 3 advanced forward. Lan Xuanyu's group pilots the Skywing fighter into space, quickly approaching the defensive perimeter. He calmly issued the order to prepare for entry, then looked up and said, "Little treasure, conceal our presence." The boy immediately used his power to open a small hole, saying, "Leave it to me." As they entered the planet, Bai Shu quickly reported the data, noting that the planet was primarily a dark blue. The surface was uneven, with faint metallic glimmers and numerous structures. The air has been analyzed. It's uninhabitable for humans. Protective gear is required, and the gravity is 3-4 times higher. With that, Xuanyu decisively orders them to prepare for landing. 3 more aircraft followed closely behind. Carefully observing, he looked towards his commanders. Wu Ge analyzed the metal. She quickly placed her hand on the ground to sense it. Okay. The planet's surface is made of blue copper, with a purity of about 35 to 40%. I tried to probe deeper, but an energy field is blocking me. I can't explore further without being detected. Hearing this, Bai Shu turned to ask for instructions. Xuanyu, what should we do? He didn't answer immediately, but continued to ask. What about the energy intensity? Wu Ge quickly replied. It's not weak. Moreover, it has defensive properties. Their god-level experts will arrive shortly, and there's nowhere left to run. It seems we'll have to deceive them and take a thorough look inside. Bai Shu, as if realizing something, exclaimed in surprise. You mean we're going to sneak into their base? He calmly nodded in affirmation. Yes. Xuanyu looked towards the base and lightly sighed. The Yu clan protects the entire surface of Planet 76 like a carapace. She asked for the detailed plan, wondering what to do. But he calmly replied, just wait and see. There will definitely be a chance to get in. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanyu suddenly called out, the opportunity has arrived. We'll slip in while they haven't closed the door yet. He quickly double-checks. Little treasure, are you ready? The kid replies confidently. Ready, everyone can come in. The 4 slip in before the door closes completely. With a hint of excitement, Yin Hui exclaimed that they had succeeded, and Wu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Finally inside, Xuanyu quickly issued new instructions. Wu Jie, scan for metal again. He couldn't believe there was another layer of defense underground. After checking, she happily denied any issues, saying she'd used the 5 elements evasion technique. Hearing this, he perked up, urging Wu Ge to quickly take them inside. 2 minutes later, about 10 meters underground, guardian rings appeared once again beneath their feet, and Hui was speechless, while Bach too gritted her teeth in anger. Are these horse people born under the sign of the tortoise? Unlike them, Xuanyu was quite relaxed, telling everyone not to worry too much. The constant appearance of protective barriers means they're on the right track. Wu Ge, move horizontally, towards their base. A moment later, the 4 finally located the base. As he touched the shield, he said to the others, Little Bao, use your spiritual sense to give us a look inside. Through the boy's ability, Xuanyu could see many people and a massive machine. He quickly voiced his suspicions they seemed to be forging metal, but not unsourced alloy. Bai Zhu once again took the lead, asking for instructions. So, what do we do now? Xuanyu's voice is resolute. They must go inside to confirm their suspicions. Wu Jie, just follow my lead. Let's find a spot to squeeze in. As always, her reply is short and to the point. Okay. After searching, Xuanyu and the others finally made it inside, where he found enough evidence to confirm his earlier guess they weren't forging unfeeling ore. But something else. Tang Wuge had mentioned magic silver. Not only that, but Xuanyu analyzed that they must be transporting the demon silver to a higher level base, and suggested they follow the vehicle to see where it leads. The 4 quickly climbed onto the vehicle's roof, following the beetle-shaped transport to a distant location. 2 hours later, They spotted another structure. A base 10 times larger than the last one appears, before Lan Xuanyu and his team, who have now entered a massive warehouse. He was stunned by the sight before him. Xuanyu wondered to himself, why is there so much demon silver here? What are they planning? After observing a room, Ennui asks, Brother Xuanyu, there are no elemental crystals here. What should we do next? He reassures his teammates. Don't worry. Let's just wait and see. Every 10 minutes, a truckload of magic silver enters the warehouse, where workers arrange it. And after 3 hours, another truck arrives. A member of the Feather Clan loudly urged, load the car faster. As the vehicle passed, he glanced back. That's enough. Leave it like that. His subordinate quickly replied, yes. See ya. Seeing this, he quietly urged everyone, let's go. Let's follow them. Lan Xuanyu and the others jumped back onto the drill vehicle, which exited the Mana Silver warehouse and headed toward a building in the center of the base. The vehicle quickly arrives at the central area, where a large metal tray sits on the ground, adorned with subtle patterns. After the vehicle stops, the metal tray slowly descends, lowering 50 meters before entering a passageway. The drill car carved a path, burrowing deep underground, prompting Lan Xuanyu to remark on their descent of perhaps 1,000 meters. Hearing this, Xiao Bao hesitantly reminded him, Master, there's something good here. I sense a familiar aura. He tilted his head and asked, can you tell what it is? The little guy sadly shook his head. I can't. But it's the aura of the divine realm. Perhaps a treasure of the divine realm is here. Xuanyu wondered if there was a divine treasure on planet 76. Perhaps a fragment of the divine realm. Putting that aside, he warned his teammates to be careful. As they were almost there, just then, the little one sensed something again, a powerful presence. Master, suppress your aura. The drill car continued to advance rapidly. Xuanyu and his companions gradually saw the scene inside an ethereal, primeval landscape. On the other side, the Yukong clan began to stir after a shout, move it. Everyone get in line. A high-ranking figure sits down and begins transferring soul power. Witnessing this, Xuanyu is stunned. Could there really be a god-level Yukong clan member here? The high-ranking figure then stands and takes hold of the cart. He carefully pressed against the rock wall to observe, his mind filled with doubt. Why go to such lengths to transport demon silver here? There must be a reason. With that in mind, he turned and suggested they go inside to investigate. And they slowly moved forward, trying not to be detected. Leading the way, Hien Vu was the first to witness the astonishing scene. Unable to contain his surprise. The spatial elements are so dense. What is this place? Before he could finish, a tentacle rose from the lake, and Xiao Bao immediately sent his golden energy toward it. At the same time, it shouted, Sloth. Is that you, Sloth? It's me. Little Treasure, leaving Xuanyu in utter disbelief. Do they know each other? Before Xiao Bao could answer, Sloth emerged from the lake, and upon seeing who it was, the little one excitedly flailed its tentacles. Then, the little guy excitedly scrambled ashore on all fours. Leaping as it reached the edge, sobbing, it embraces the creature before it, crying out. Bao Wuge moves to intervene, but Xuanyu stops him, saying, Wait, let's see what happens. Meanwhile, the little one was sobbing uncontrollably, utterly terrified as he watched, so Luoi's tears transform upon hitting the ground, becoming merciless, tears streaming. So Lazy cried out, thinking he'd never see them again. Little Bao could only softly comfort him. Don't cry. So Lazy, we're all still alive. Look who's here. The little one followed the sound and looked over, and a myriad of lights suddenly sparkled in those big, round eyes. Sloth immediately jumped over joyfully, grabbing Tianyu's face and showering him with happy cries of master. Though unintentionally pulled away, the little one still earnestly expressed his feelings. Master, I missed you so much. He turned and asked indifferently. It's from the lower realm too. Xiao Bao then began to recount how Lazy had always followed him, usually staying by his side when he cultivated, being responsible for casting the spatial projection of our divine realm. He often said, Lazy is here to help, adding the classic line, If I cultivate into a human, I'll definitely be a great beauty. The little one nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Over on the other side, Xuanyu felt helpless. It was someone he knew. Lazy began to complain about her hardships, saying she didn't need to eat when she followed him before. But now she's too greedy and always wants to eat. Helpless, Xiaobao had to explain. Master, here's what happened. Rong then explained that back in the God realm, Lazy and his brother protected the spatial elements. His brother trained hard and became a spatial element god. But Lazy was incredibly lazy, sleeping next to the dragon god every day. Until the Great God Realm War, when the dragon god was killed, leaving Lazy in the void. The little one chimes in, saying that from then on, it drifted through the void, secretly resolving to become stronger and protect its master. Little Bao smirks, thinking, protect the master, with what? So Lazy apologetically says she's too sleepy, then falls asleep. After that, the ugly grub came and took her drool, so she started following them around for food. Xuanyu finally understands. So all the silver liquid here is from you. If you keep eating demon silver, you'll produce space origin crystals. Is that right? The little one looks confused. Master, you're making it too complicated. I don't understand. He sighs, summarizing. Simply put, if you eat demon silver, you'll produce space essence. Finally, understanding. The lazy worm nodded, confirming that eating a lot makes it drool. Verified. Yu was immediately happy, asking if they would be discovered if they took it away. The little creature across from him answered honestly, I don't know either. Hearing this, he shook his head helplessly, thinking the mine treasure beast was far more reliable than this lazy worm. Suddenly, Little Treasure asks if he can teleport himself out, preferably off-planet. The sloth is reluctant, saying there's so much good food here. But Little Treasure replies without hesitation, to a place where you can sleep well without eating. The lazy worm's eyes lit up at that. Really, but I don't know how to teleport. I've never learned. Seeing this, Xuanyu was speechless. So all you know how to do is drool. The seven didn't feel ashamed at all, but rather proud. After all, he was a lazy worm. Helpless, Xuanyu turned to Xiaobao, asking if they would be discovered if they brought him along. Xiaobao looked up, calculating. It shouldn't be detected in the short term, but you can't touch anything else here. He immediately makes a decision. He'll create another lazy worm to leave here, and they should conceal its aura to take it with them. Xiaobao nods, seriously. Leave him to me. After acquiring a bit of his aura, he uses illusion magic to create a fake lazy worm, clutching onto consciousness for a few seconds. The seventh son praised. Xiaobao, you're amazing. I can sleep in peace now. Bye-bye. Unconcealed shock filled Yunhui's face. How can he sleep at a time like this? What kind of mental fortitude does he have? As he put the sloth into his bag, he urged, Master, leave it to me. My illusion technique should last about an hour, so we need to move as fast as possible. Xuanyu quickly ordered a retreat, and the four of them followed the tunnel back outside. They stealthily boarded a transport vehicle, leaving the warehouse. Xuanyu and his group piloted the Heavenly Wing Fighter toward Defense Planet No. 1. As they cleared the barricade, alarms blared, and the battlecraft's magnetic signals were jammed. Warning. Warning. Intruders detected. Xuanyu urgently ordered the others to accelerate, but at that moment, Enhui suddenly cried out in fear. Brother Xuanyu, is that our warship over there? Hearing this, he turned his head sharply, his pupils widening. Seeing the wreckage of the warship, Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be. The others felt the same despair, a nightmare. He tried to contact them, but all he heard was silence. Lu Feng, answer me, Qianlei. Respond. Tears welled up as Xuanyu slammed his fist into the console. Raging. How could this be happening? No. Of the four, only Wu Ge remained calm. Xuanyu, calm down. We need to leave. But he gritted his teeth, refusing. I can't let this go. Hate blazed in those blue eyes as he commanded. Little Treasure. Detonata. Even Little Treasure's mood was grim as he replied. Yes, Master. After completing the task, Little Treasure reported. Master, detonation in 30 seconds. Hearing this, Xuanyu urged in a low voice. Let's get out of here. His eyes stared ahead. Qianlei, Liufeng, Meng Chen. I've avenged you. 4 streaks of light sped away. But a beeping sound came from one of the aircraft. Then, the comms connected to Xuanyu. Boss, weren't you guys calling us? You're already out. All 4 were stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Qianlei, unaware of the danger. He recounts. Boss, you wouldn't believe how close we came. An antimatter homing missile was launched, and a warship grazed it and exploded. Then, the signal was lost, and it was completely destroyed. It was heartbreaking to watch. Hearing this, Xuanyu was completely stunned. A glimmer of hope in his voice. Xiao Bao. Was there still time to stop it? But the boy quickly extinguished it. It's too late now. As soon as he finished speaking, the planet on the other side exploded with a deafening roar. And Qianlei was immediately horrified. What's going on? Xuanyu didn't answer, muttering to himself about the power of a god's wrath. Just then, Xiao Bao spoke hesitantly, saying that the space-devouring worm had left, and all the space condensation fluid and non-source ore had been detonated. So, the disjointed words were enough for the other side to imagine what happened. The leader asked if they were responsible, only to be met with an urgent cry to run. The 4 quickly flew back to the 33 Skywing battleship, as Xuanyu went straight to the main controls, rapidly piloting the ship away. Once safe, Xiao Bao approached again. Master, there's something I feel I need to tell you. He turned back and asked, What is it? Expressing his concern. The Skyfeather clan is highly sensitive to the lazy worm's aura. Within a certain range, they can sense its presence on the same planet, which is extremely dangerous. It seems we can't completely conceal our actions this time. With that in mind, he decided to report to headquarters, saying they'd successfully infiltrated Planet 76 and destroyed the source of the non-elemental crystals, which would likely provoke the Skysoarer's revenge. Bai Shuzu asked. Just like that, Xuanyu calmly explains that since the ether crystal was destroyed, the Spirit Federation will be blamed, and the Wing Clan will surely seek revenge. So they should inform the fleet to prepare. Qianlei, Flustered, approached and asked what they should do now, to which he calmly replied that they should wait for news from the Iron Blood Legion before deciding what to do. There's a hint of reproach in his voice, saying that he's gone too far this time, to avenge you all. And Mengqin plays the peacemaker, saying it's good as long as everyone is okay. Qianlei finally sighs, saying this is all a big misunderstanding. On the Covid Cup Dragon King, no. San. Team 7. Duluo Federation. Yedu straightened his collar and reported. We just received a message from the 33rd Heavenly Wing battleship. Xinghe, holding a cup of coffee, said calmly. Read it. He heard Lei Lion report that the 33rd Skywing battleship had successfully infiltrated Planet 76 of the Zero Language Clan, detonating their central non-elemental crystal storage area and destroying their non-elemental crystal source. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, Well done, they were only 7 people. And yet, but as Xinghe spoke, he suddenly realized something. Wait, what did you say they blew up? Leafbud didn't understand but repeated truthfully. Planet 76. Destroying the source of zero ore production. He slams his coffee down in shock. They destroyed the Ethereum crystals. Are they insane? The other replies. They said the Zero Clan will likely retaliate, so we should prepare ourselves. With a headache, Xing held his forehead. What a mess. He sighed, trying to calm himself. That kid's something else. But it didn't seem to work. As Xinghe was still shaking with excitement. My heart. Hurry. Connect me to the mothership. I need to speak to the commander. As the connection went through, Bai Lang's stern voice echoed. What is it? Xinghe, is something wrong on your end? He hesitated, unsure how to explain. Commander, there's a problem. Those youngsters from the Shrek Academy. He's losing patience. What happened? Tin Ha sighed helplessly. Those kids blew up the Noon Clan's base on Planet 76, destroying all the Zero crystals. On the other end, Silver Fang was stunned. What, they blew it all up? Everyone knows how heavily guarded the non-elemental star is. How could it be blown up, he sighed. I don't know how they did it. But I'm guessing the Nungu tribe will be here soon. He could be said to be completely at a loss for words. His voice stiff. This is extremely sensitive. Await my orders. I must report this to the Federation immediately. An hour later, Silver Wolf contacted him again. Asked them if the destruction of Planet 76 was discovered to be the work of a Federation fleet. Jinghe immediately accepted the order, confirming he would ask, but pointing out they used the Tang Sect's 33 Skywing warship, a ship not belonging to the 33 Skywing pirate group, suggesting they escaped and haven't contacted the enemy at Cooley yet. 20 minutes after confirmation, Silver Wolf issued a firm order, Star River. Erase all data related to this incident. It never happened, and we know nothing about it. Understood. He stood at attention and replied clearly. Understood. After disconnecting, Star River breathed a sigh of relief. Those kids sure know how to stir up trouble. A puzzled voice echoed through the ship. Boss, the fleet says they didn't see our previous message and that we don't need to report it. What's going on, Xuanyu? Standing on the platform, speculated. The Federation is probably playing dumb. If that's the case, I have a new idea. Let's head to Tianlong Star. If the top experts of the Pegasus Galaxy have gone to the mother planet to negotiate, we'll be safe. And so, 3 days later, after several alpha jumps, the 33rd Skywing battleship arrived in Tianqing Star's airspace. Xuanyu loudly commanded, "Prepare to land. All 7 of us will go. The 33rd Skywing battleship will be set to silent autocruise. And wait for us here." Immediately, 7 aircraft launched into space. According to the probe, the environment around Dragon Star is excellent, perfectly suited for human habitation. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was especially pleased. Excellent. Let's prepare to land. Passing through the atmosphere, they spotted several dragons leisurely flying. Intrigued, he asked. Little treasure, do you recognize these creatures? After focusing, it replied, I don't know, but I can sense the dragon bloodline within them. However, their dragon bloodlines are not uniform. Hearing this, Xuanyu had an idea. If these creatures truly possess dragon bloodlines, could he exert some pressure on them? Seeing a dragon fly by, he was eager to test his theory. So he focused his will, a golden light flashing in his eyes. The dragon on the other side seemed to sense something, its face instantly paling. It looked around, then immediately turned and ran. Seeing that, Xuanyu was extremely pleased. It really worked. He then returned to the main issue. Xiaobao, help us transform into the appearance of the Blue Sea race on this planet, so it will be much easier for us to enter the city. With everything in place, Xuanyu urged them forward. Let's enter the city. The streets of Dragonstar teemed with countless creatures of all shapes and sizes. Looking at the scene before him, Anhui couldn't help but exclaim, This dragon lives in the city too. Qian Lei, standing next to him, immediately chimed in. No wonder the buildings here are so big. It's so cool. Then, his eyes fell on a passerby, a centaur. It was truly magical. Meng Qin, walking ahead, had to remind him to pay attention to where he was going. Soon, they stood before a grand structure. Xuanyu assigned the mission to enter and learn about the Draco Star, searching for any relevant information that might help the Federation. Upon entering, he immediately grabbed a history book, studying the Draco Star, once belonging to the Centaur clan, who controlled both planets. Deep within the twin stars of Tianlong and Tianma lies a teleportation array, capable of instantly transporting beings between the two planets. Then one day, the Tianlong star saw the emergence of a mutated dragon race. Beings of immense strength and extraordinary intelligence, they quickly seized a large territory on Tianma star's twin planet, after which the leader of Tianma star gathered the strength of the entire race, nurturing a super god-level expert to fight the dragons, thus stabilizing the two stars and maintaining the current state. Just as he was reading, Bai Shuzu called out, Xuanyu, there's a map of Tianlong here. He went over and examined it, noting that Tianlong Star has 13 cities, the capital being Tianlong City. According to historical records, Tianlong Star has 18 Dragon Knights, each a god-level master. Xuanyu pointed to a location on the map. We're currently in Fenglong City, where the mineral resources are incredibly abundant. He couldn't contain his excitement. Looks like we came to the right place. Xuanyu folds the map and puts it in his pocket before turning to the others. Let's go to the mineral exchange. They've arrived at the Fonglong mine, located in the heart of Fonglong City's mineral exchange, and their eyes widen at the sight of everything for sale. Xuanyu then noticed a stele labeled Treasure Appraisal. As an introduction echoed, explaining that trading in the treasure appraisal area was similar to opening mystery boxes. Customers choose and purchase a stone, then have it appraised on the spot. The most valuable find is the Void Essence, which can bring instant fortune. Of course, most people lose even the entrance fee, because they just end up with a normal stone. The treasure gamble area is also tiered. The higher the tier, the more expensive the ticket, but the higher the chance of finding treasure. The introduction is tempting, but considering his situation, Xuanyu's spirits dampen. This is interesting, but he doesn't have a Tianlong gold card, so he can't buy a ticket. But he quickly regained his composure, thinking they needed to find an account first. Xuanyu scanned the hall, locking onto Liang Pu, who was walking and singing. He couldn't help but exclaim with joy. It's him. With a target in sight, Xuanyu approached him. Hey, can I talk to you for a moment? He responded cautiously. What are you talking about? He leaned in close and whispered. I saw you come out of the Mineral Service Center. I have some interesting things here. Are you interested in buying them? He quickly pulled Xuanyu behind a pillar, urging, let's talk over here. Liang Pu probed. Where did you get your goods? Brother, if they're good, we can negotiate the price. So, Xuanyu quickly handed something over. He took it and examined it closely. Isn't this just dark silver? What's so special about this? Halfway through his sentence, Liang Pu abruptly stopped, his eyebrows slowly furrowing. Wait. This is, seeing his expression, Xuanyu immediately guessed. My friend, have you figured it out? His voice turned serious. Where did you get this silver essence with life force? He takes back the silver and explains that this is a Duluo Federation silver, imbued with life force, and worth a fortune in the human world. Liang Pu feigns concern, saying it's good, but its origins are likely dubious, making it hard to sell. But with one glance, Xuanyu saw through the familiar price gouging. Never mind then. Instead, he reached out and stopped him. Wait. How much are you looking to sell it for? The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. This isn't a good place to talk. Find somewhere safer. But I'm on the blacklist behind the scenes, so I can't trade. I'll have to borrow your name. We can make money together. How about it? Liang Pu decisively agrees, telling him to follow. But Xuanyu points behind him, saying he has some friends from their clan who will come along. He doesn't seem to mind, and tells them to come along. As sunlight streams through the window, while they waited, Liang Pu asked, What's your name? Xuanyu cautiously replied. We all use code names. You can call me Thuduk. Liang Pu introduced himself. I'm Liang Pu, of the Senyusi. Once everyone arrived, he led them to his private residence, saying, We're here. This is my place. Please, have a seat. He then stepped forward to close the window, immediately activating a formation, a design that widened Hyunwoo's eyes in surprise. Though unsaid, Liang Pu could guess his intentions. The room was soundproof to prevent eavesdropping and ensure privacy. He eagerly asked, How much do you have? If we cooperate, you'll cut me in. Right, Xuanyu agreed, but added that he had one more request. They were on the blacklist, and he needed a Heavenly Dragon Gold Firm account. Liang Pu didn't rush to agree, but asked instead, How much of this do you have? And how will you supply it in the future? Hyunwoo answered truthfully, I can't guarantee how much I'll get, but I'll contact you as soon as I have something. He frowned, displeased. How can I be sure you won't just use the Heavenly Dragon Gold Firm account to trade on your own? But he waved it off, saying it was simple. He'd share his account, allowing them to monitor all his transactions. Liang Pu's expression softened, and he asked how much Xuanyu had this time. But Xuanyu simply placed a large chunk of heavy silver on the table. Seeing this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he added, I only have this much for now, but I'll have a second shipment transported here soon. Within 2 days, settle my account, and transfer the dragon horses directly into it. How's that? Liang Pu nodded without hesitation. All right. You guys can stay here for now, but I need to take this with me to sell it. Do you trust me? Xuanyu gestures for him to take it. Hearing this, his face lit up with joy. Excellent. Liang Pu then pushed over a stack of money, saying, It's settled then. I'll find a way to take care of you. Consider this an advance. Soon after, his voice echoed from outside the room. I'm off. Liao Feng watched him leave, marveling at how much they owed to the treasure-seeking beast this time. Qianlei was ecstatic. So they had successfully infiltrated the enemy. Taking the opportunity, Xuanyu revealed his plans, stating that this place was a golden opportunity to gather resources. I'll be back after I deliver the soul-devouring worms to the mother planet. Even the Tianlong won't be able to detect us. Bai Zhu immediately understood. You're planning to be a freeloader here, he nodded in confirmation. That's right. But then, Xuanyu seriously warned. Everyone still needs to be careful. Act cautiously and don't give anything away. What's our ultimate goal? To find the life center of Tianlong's star. I have an even bolder idea after observing things today. Xuanyu slowly spoke. I can tell that the dragon race on this heavenly dragon star has a very high status. If we want to truly resolve the heavenly dragon race and control the dragon horse system, perhaps we can start from the inside. Bai Xiu quickly caught on. You don't mean to impersonate a member of the heavenly dragon race, do you? He nodded firmly once more. But she immediately objected. No, that's too dangerous. Knowing her concern, he reassured her gently. Tu Shu. Not now, at least not until my spiritual power transforms again. Then I'll try. With utmost sincerity, he suspected the dragon transformations on Tianlong Star were tied to the dragon clan's sacrifice years ago. If so, his innate bloodline could suppress them, and becoming a dragon knight on Tianlong Star would force them to acknowledge him. Hearing this, Qianlei's eyes flashed with defiance. Boss, you really are the bravest person I've ever met. Xuanyu then tried to boost the team's morale. Everyone, we're establishing a cooperative relationship, and we need to become stronger. Otherwise, we'll never gain a foothold in the Tianlong clan. Yinhui anxiously asked. Brother Xuanyu, what should we do these next few days? The team listened intently as he replied. Let's use 1,000 dragon horses as seed money and start earning. Xuanyu then called for Xiaobao to prepare. It's your turn. Xiaobao. The little guy quickly replied. Master, rest assured and leave it to Andy. Xuanyu went straight to the lowest level of the treasure betting area, bought 7 of the cheapest tickets, worth 5 dragon coins each, and then selected 7 mineral stones, all with different appearances, but all covered with a very thick layer of mineral stone on the outside, looking no different from ordinary rocks. Meanwhile, they enter the screening area, where Dong Shu is inspecting the brought-in mineral stones. Bai Shu watches him with growing suspicion. Finding him untrustworthy, Qianlei doubted the stones, asking, Xuanyu, can these rocks really be sold for money? After inspection, Gatukua announced, Young man, you're very lucky. This is Star Sea Silver Essence, and I'll buy it for 500 dragon coins. Bai Shu then cautiously spoke, asking him to take a look at her rock. She slowly placed the stone on the table. Its glittering sheen, truly beautiful. The moment Dong Shu touched it, he confidently declared, after celestial star iron, worth 300 Longma coins, a kilogram of demon silver, worth 500 Longma coins. The total value reached 23,000 Longma coins, causing Qianlei and Meng Qin to burst into laughter, while he thought to himself, These people seem interesting. Happily, he and Vu tells the group, looks like this method really works. Let's check out the 500 coin area. With Tubao's help, finding valuable minerals isn't difficult at all. Master, take this one. This one's valuable. This one. That one. Dongshu was now examining the massive rock that Xuanyu had brought, and he suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, This contains nether iron. This is worth 40. Ling ling ling. At least 40. 000 dragon coins. Hearing this, he happily replied, Okay, I'll sell it to you. He turned and placed his hand on another rock, saying, Try this one for me too. The man's mind raced. Could this be? Dongshu confidently looks at Xuanyu. No dice, you guys struck out this time. But I must say, you've been very lucky today. Baisu feels a little disappointed. Did we fail? Is this guy trying to trick us? Xuanyu, unhurried, asks if he might be mistaken. But the man quickly denies it, saying he doubts him, that the black cultivators are professional appraisers. Hearing this, he unhesitatingly smashes the stone, saying they want to open it up and see. The stone's water stain reveals a mineral with a uniquely purple hue. Seeing Xuanyu's power, Dongshu becomes wary, cutting through the stone so easily. It seems they've encountered a master of the Blue Sea clan. To avoid any mistakes, he carefully examines the stone. Suddenly, a shout rings out from Dongshu's area, throwing the fair into chaos. A crowd gathers, buzzing with questions. What's going on over there? What happened? He can hardly believe his eyes. Celestial essence. This is celestial essence. I'm done for. I'm dead this time. Dongshu looked at Xuanyu and said softly, Please wait a moment. He happily agreed. Okay. Then he turned to reassure Bok Tu. Tutu, don't worry. We won't lose out. Dongshu excitedly calls out to Xuanyu's group. Everyone, could you come to the back to talk for a bit? Sensing something amiss, he becomes wary. Are they planning to rip us off in the back? If you want to buy now. Just stick to the price. He slammed his foot on the table, surprising Xuanyu. Magical light spread everywhere, making those around them even more curious. The crowd, drawn by the commotion, surged forward, eager to see what treasures had been unearthed, and the atmosphere around the appraisal area grew increasingly tense. Dongshu then called his brothers and loudly proclaimed, Our Huo-Tu clan's appraisal skills are the best in the entire star system. Are you trying to disrespect us? Xuanyu calmly retorted. Are you threatening me? Your unwavering attitude only fueled his anger. From now on, the Huo-Tu clan will refuse to cooperate with you in any way, and we will also inform your Lanhai clan. But before he could finish, Baizu's bloodline evolved into a deep ice demon dragon, punishing the treacherous Dongshu. The Huo-Tu clan was dumbfounded at the sight of the dragon. The deep abyss ice demon dragon hissed menacingly. You dare threaten my family? Dongshu and his men quickly begged for mercy. We wouldn't dare. My lord, we wouldn't dare. The massive and proud ice dragon wondered why they were so terrified. Before things could escalate, Xixia rushed over, shouting, What's all the commotion? But he stopped short, suddenly horrified. Upon seeing the deep abyss ice demon dragon, the servant felt a sense of familiarity. Then, a moment later, he bowed his head in fear, paying respects to the esteemed high-ranking dragon, who dared provoke his wrath. The cultivators were stunned. A high-ranking dragon. Xuanyu stood aside, thinking, Luckily, we researched the history of Star Dragon. The hierarchy of Tianlong Star is clear, the Tianlong clan at the top, followed by the high-ranking Dragon clan, then the mid-ranking, low-ranking, and common dragon clans. Seeing the steward, the deep ice demon dragon demanded a resolution. I'm here guarding treasures to make money, but someone wants to leave without paying, and even threatened me. What do you think I should do? Hearing this, the ice demon dragon's face contorted in anger, declaring them worthy of death. But Xixia and his companions could only beg for mercy. The dragon ignored their pleas and turned to Xixia. Lions are unnecessary, just pay up. I'm just here to make money. Who cares if they live or die, he grumbled. And Xixia turned to the others. Did you all hear that? The terrified group replied in unison. Yes. We'll pay. We'll pay right away. My lord. We'll pay 1,000,000, they pleaded. Scrambling to gather the money, Baitu then transformed back into human form, thinking, that's more like it. Seeing this, Shiha was surprised, while Xuanyu smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Baeksu turned to Hyunwoo and called out. Startling him, she asked, what do you think? Before he could think, He quickly replied, yes, just tell me what to do. But Baeksu waved his hand repeatedly. You wait here to collect the money. I'm tired. I'm going home to get some sleep. Seeing Baitu's confident departure, he reluctantly agreed. Okay. Take care. Then turned to look behind him, where Shiha was blushing, lost in thought about the higher dragon race that could transform into human form. He could very well become a dragon knight in the future. I must find a way to get close to him. Have you seen any large-scale auctions? The master is very interested in auctions here. Hearing this was music to his ears. Opportunity had arrived. He handed out invitations, hinting that their auction today would have many interesting items. Seeing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised at the thickness of the invitation. He pondered. Seeing a bronze dragon horse beneath the invitation, is there bribery in the dragon horse galaxy? Without a second thought, Xuanyu happily agreed. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why was this low-ranking dragon so eager for Tutu to attend the auction tonight? Before long, the sun dipped below the mountains, giving way to the enchanting night. This time, their spoils filled an entire box. The spoils of this venture excite Meng Qin. Suddenly, she feels that the heavenly dragon is a wonderful place. But then she sighs, lamenting that she can't transform into a dragon. At this moment, Xuanwu informs the group about what just happened. He's obtained an invitation to tonight's auction, and this money will be their capital. But the lower dragon's attitude was unusually eager. I wonder if there's a problem. Can I change back into human form yet? If I still look like a Blue Sea clansman, will I be discovered? He agreed with her, adding that tonight, she could appear in human form and test their reactions, and they absolutely had to invent a background for her. Hearing this, Baitu immediately passed the task on to him. All right, little Lan, I'll leave this little matter to you. You've gotten used to calling him that, haven't you? Xuanyu, she giggled. This name sounds nice. Little Lan. He turned to the one who had been silent until now, and asked about any new discoveries. She replied that the place was vast, and she had been sensing the changes in metal elements, with an extremely intense metal element underground. Tonight, I'll use metal evasion to scout around and see if I can find the treasure or something. The mineral exchange's warehouse must be huge. It can't hide anything. Xuanyu, confident in his strategy, boldly replies that they should just take the most expensive thing, all the non-attribute crystals. Meanwhile, at the trading center, the auction hall is more bustling than ever. Witnessing this scene makes him a little nervous. It's huge. Xuanyu reflects on what just happened, realizing it cost 300,000 dragon horse coins just to enter. The abundance of resources in the dragon horse system exceeds our imagination. Thanks to Shu Shu's dragon clan aura, we were granted a private room, but the masses here don't seem interested in human appearances. The serving girl is also of the Blue Sea race. Are they testing her preferences? Everyone is happily enjoying the food. It smells delicious. Just eat. Why don't you try some? No need. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the stands, welcoming everyone to the auction. The host bows politely, introducing himself as the MC for the evening. Esteemed guests of Room 2. Greetings. As the lights dim, our auction is about to begin. So please, make your bids and participate actively. Bai Shu, Xuanyu, and their comrades settled into their positions, awaiting the auction, when a figure in a white suit approached, putting Xuanyu on guard. It was then he recognized him, the young master of Fonglong City, Huang Yuelang. He was quite surprised to see him at this auction. Meanwhile, upon seeing him, Bai Shu was mesmerized, thinking, the dragon race's human form is so beautiful. Yue Long then chose a seat next to Bai Shu, not wanting to dampen the mood. He turns and says softly, "Forgive the intrusion. My human name is Xuanyu Lang. May I ask your name?" She coldly replies. 2. He, Pozeld, asks, "Just one character I heard you displayed elemental aura today. He scared away the lesser beings. And I've captured those Hack 2 clan members who offended you. Dispose of them as you wish." Bai 2, annoyed by his rambling, snapped, "Why are you so talkative? Be quiet." Yue Lang sheepishly replied, "Okay, let's watch the auction." Qianlei couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Boss, you have a rival Xuanyu." Upon hearing this, flared up, "Get lost." A moment later, the auctioneer's voice echoed through the stands. "Our first auction item today is 5 Dun Demon Silver, with a starting price of 5 million Dragon Horse coins, and each bid must be no less than 100,000 Dragon Horse coins." Bai Chu then turned to Yue Lang and coaxed him. "Huang Yue Lang, you said you could decide the outcome of this auction," he confidently replied. "My family can decide the outcome, as long as we pay the tax to the head seat." She added, "What if I win the auction and don't pay to impress Bai Zhu?" Yue Lang pressed the auction button, and the room lit up. The auctioneer quickly announces that room 1 has bid an astronomical price, asking if any other rooms will raise the bid, causing her to wonder why the city lord is suddenly in such high spirits, even bidding on magic silver. After a long pause, with no one else bidding, the auctioneer announced, "Sold lot number 1 is sold at the price of assets. Congratulations to bidder number 1. Yue Lang confidently turned to Bai Shi. "Little Zishi, it's just a little magic silver. How much do you need? I'll just give it to you. But who are you from the Tianlong clan?" Still rambling on, Nguyen Lang continued, "Let me guess. With your ice affinity, you must be from the Ice Feather clan. Am I right?" She coldly replied. "No." Hearing her answer, he frowned, thinking, "That can't be wrong." A faint, dark purple light flickers around her. Upon seeing this, Yue Lang quickly backs away and shouts, "Dark elemental magic. Dual ice and dark attributes, you're from the Heavenly Dragon clan." Bai Shi then withdrew her power, gently explaining to him, "I'm not part of any clan. I am simply myself." Yue Lang Palet, realizing, so she's a high-ranking, dual-attribute dragon, destined to become a dragon knight. "Little Miss Tutu, I was out of line just now." Bai Shu then turned to him, suggesting, "How about this? For every question you ask, you have to buy me an auction item." He happily replied, "No problem." Hearing this, Hien Vu felt incredibly proud, thinking how clever his tutu was, and because she always kept her word, she said, "You just help me bid for the magic silver, so you can ask me one question." Seizing the opportunity, Yue Lang hastily asks where her dual attributes come from, to which she curtly replies that she was born with them. He's bewildered, never having heard of naturally occurring dual attributes. At that moment, Nguyen Tai's voice echoed through the hall. "The second auction item." "Tai Kim," he excitedly said. "Little sister Tutu, please bid." She coldly replied, "I don't need this, it's not pretty." Hearing this, Yue Lang didn't hesitate to wait, saying they'd wait for the next item. Soon, the next auction arrived, a specialty of their clan, the 7-colored gold of the rainbow cloud. This auction features 100 kilograms of 7-colored gold, starting at 800,000 dragon coins, with minimum increments of 50. Ling Ling Ling, seeing his wavering heart, Bai Shu turned to Yue Lang without a second thought, asking where this beautiful thing came from. Yue Lang, seeing her so charming, felt his heart melt. She was too cute, too beautiful. Surely, this was the most beautiful human form the high-ranking dragon clan could create. It took him a moment to compose himself, thinking he'd lost face, before cheerfully asking, "Which family do you come from?" But Bai Shu insisted on her original answer. "No family at all. Is such a stupid question worth 1,000,000 dragon coins?" Realizing his questioning was over, Nguyen Lang looked at the treasure and said, "I want the iridescent gold." "All right. But iridescent gold is just pretty. It's not very useful." he said. Bok Tu turned to him, annoyed. Why are you talking about usefulness to a girl? Her adorable petulance melts his heart, and he relents. I understand. He presses the button, and Nguyen Tai announces. Room number 1 bids 10 million. The entire hall is stunned into silence by the staggering price. Meanwhile, she wondered what was up with the young master today, bidding so aggressively. Bok Tu happily looked at Nguyen Lang. All right. You asked the right questions. Her answers made him wary. Don't lie to me, he said. A statement that irked Bai Tu. What? You think I'd lie? Seeing her fierce reaction, Nguyen Lang softened. Forgive me, sister. I misspoke. As an upper dragon, why would she lie? But if she's not from any family, then where did she come from? Bai Su coldly replies. Out of respect for your generosity, I'll repeat myself. I'm self-made, born of nature. As I said before, he doesn't believe her and presses. What do you mean? Self-made. She ignores his question and says, that's the next question. And you still owe me an auction item. Moonlight was eager to know and hurriedly said, just bid. Sister, but can you tell me first? I'm really curious. Seeing Moonlight's sincerity, Bai Shu agreed. All right, I'll tell you first. Actually, I don't know where I came from. When I woke up, I was on a beach. Later, I discovered I had transformed into a dragon. In my memories, I seemed to be a member of the Azure Sea Clan, but I don't know why I became a dragon. I was rescued by a family from the Azure Sea Clan. The people behind me aren't actually my family, but friends I grew up with. We live in a remote place, and as I grew up, I truly understood the meaning of the Dragon Clan. So I wanted to see the big city. I don't have a family, so I don't have any money. Otherwise, I wouldn't need someone to auction things for me. Upon hearing this, Yue Lang was incredulous, asking how there could still be unawakened members of the Upper Dragon Clan after so long since the dragon transformation period. Annoyed by his disbelief, she retorted that it was up to him whether he believed it or not, to which Yue Lang quickly reassured her that he was just surprised. Hianvu glares at him with malice, but Nguyen Lang ignores it and continues rambling, saying it's no wonder he's never seen Hian Mui at the Tianlong Assembly. He's surprised that there are still dragons like her in the Thuong Vai Dragon Clan who haven't awakened. It's truly astonishing. Xian Mui, may I ask? As a member of the Upper Tail Dragon Clan, have you registered your identity in Tianlong City? All members of the Upper Tail Dragon Clan receive support from Tianlong City. Tianlong City provides for you. Does that mean money? How much money? A moment later, the auction resumes as Yue Tai's voice rings out. Next is the final auction item. The highlight of today. The most precious item. Please take a look. 10 units of Null Source Essence. The Skyflight clan produces many Null Essence stones, but in recent years, they've tightened their control over them. Normally, they're hard to come by. These Null Essence stones are taxes the Skyflight clan paid to Heavenly Dragon City. Hearing of this rare treasure, everyone fiercely bid 21 million, then 23 million. As today's main attraction, the starting bid is 20 million Longma coins. With a minimum increase of 1 million Longma coins per bid, the audience eagerly raised their prices. 26 million, 28 million. Upon seeing the non-origin stones, Baishu exclaimed, these are so beautiful, I want them. But aren't they a bit too expensive? Nguyen Tai stared at VIP room, exclaiming 81 million. VIP room number 4 bid 1 million. Lang, hearing this, was curious and ordered an investigation into the VIP in room 4. His subordinate complied. He then turned to Bai Shu with a smile. Didn't you want some void origin stones? No problem. The auctioneer shouted. The guest in VIP room number 1 bids 200 million Longma coins. She was utterly bewildered. 200 million. Is the young city lord out of his mind? Hearing the knock, Yue Lang knew the VIP room 4 had arrived, and said, enter. Zhang Yu and his companions quickly said, Zhang Yu of the Imperial Clan greets the young city lord. He cut to the chase. What brings you here? You've cost me a lot of money. With hands clasped in sincerity, they stated their desire to purchase 10 units of unburdened origin for over 200 million. also hoping to gain the young city lord's friendship. But Yue Lang immediately refused, saying he had no interest in their friendship. The Yukong clan continued to plead. You must have heard. Something happened at mine, number 76. And they can't produce emptiness origin stones for a while. These stones are crucial to us. So the great powers sent us to Tianlong to buy some and solve our urgent problem. If the young city lord is willing to help, our clan will surely have a great reward for you. He coldly replies, So, how many void origin stones do you want? They pleaded, of course wanting as much as possible. But Nguyet Lang, unwilling to give too much, arranged to give Ellison a means of contact another time, and dismissed them. He then turned to Bok Tu, saying, I hope the young city lord can help us. He then turned to Bok Tu. I'm sorry you had to see such a farce. Something big must have happened within the Skywing clan, and this could give us a chance to gain more power. I won't be with you any longer, but I'll leave you my contact information. If anything comes up, we can contact each other anytime. I was wondering if you'd be free tomorrow. I'd like to treat you to a meal and give you the auction items from today. She agreed without hesitation. Tomorrow, sure. I'm free. I'll probably be in Fonglong City for the next few days. Hearing this, Nguyet Lang's heart skipped a beat. Okay. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Night falls, and silence descends. At the auction, Bai Shu signals her teammates. Let's go. Back at their lodgings, she slumps down. Exhausted. Acting is tiring. A voice rises from the conference table. Huang Yue Lang clearly baited the Yukong clan today, intending to profit from it. But he also revealed some of their information to us. Xuanyu then concluded that, first, the Yukong clan's relationship with other clans on Tianlongstar wasn't harmonious. Second, Fonglong City was indeed rich in resources. And finally, the Upper Dragon clans were likely divided into different factions. He initially believes you. But our only problem now lies with Liang Pu. She calmly asks, So, what are you planning? Xuanyu, seemingly planning his escape, casually ordered. Xiao Bao left a mark of divine consciousness in his mind. We can control him remotely. Xiao Bao cheerfully replied, Leave it to me. Bai Shu was speechless. You really are a master schemer. Meng Chen, unfazed, continued. I just want to know how it feels to use your girlfriend in a honey trap. And speaking of handsome, Huang Yue Lang is quite the looker. But you're more of a scheming mastermind. Hearing her compare him to Yue Lang, Xuanyu, enraged, confronted her. What's so handsome about him? Take a good look at your boyfriend. Am I not as handsome? Bai Shu forces a laugh and changes the subject. You're so shameless. Seriously. What's the plan tomorrow? When I go to dinner with him, I'll try to feel him out and see if the dragon defense has any suitable places to cultivate. He'll probably offer you some training spots and try to recruit you into the royal family. So agree to join them tomorrow. Let him get your ID sorted out first. He'll probably ask if you want to become a dragon knight. So remember to take notes. Baisu was surprised by the detailed plan and asked if he could predict everything the man would do. Xuanyu calmly explained that tomorrow's mission was crucial, and once completed, her identity problem would be solved. Suddenly, a noise came from the door. They turned to see that it was likely Wuge returning. Indeed, Wuge had returned with news after scouting. She replied that there were many large treasure troves, but none could be entered. Approaching them in any way would trigger an alarm, which was very troublesome. Seeing that it was already dark, he reassured everyone not to rush and to just record the locations of the treasure troves. All right, everyone get some rest. Tomorrow is a very important day for us. Yes, the full moon is here, like a giant silver platter, casting its gentle, silvery light upon all things. The next day, after about an hour, Bai Tutu finished her meal with Huang Yuelang, and Xuanyu called out as soon as he saw her. Tutu. She looked at him suspiciously. You conspiracy experts are terrifying. What he said is almost exactly what you predicted last night. I'm starting to get scared of you. Hearing this, he excitedly rushed over. Tutu. My little skills are nothing compared to yours. Mingchen, seeing the couple flaunting their affection, was furious. Have you two had enough? Let's discuss what to do next. After a moment, Xuanyu inquired about the situation, asking when Huang Yue Lang would get her identification papers. Bai Tu recounted what had happened, saying he would send them tomorrow, and that he told her today that Dragonscale City had many suitable places for her to cultivate, and that the royal family had many suitable cultivation methods for her as well. He was curious, asking how the man described the power of a dragon knight. She recalled his words. Dragon knights are the strongest fighting force there is. He said both you and he have a chance to become dragon knights, and that the Hoang family would reserve a common dragon lance just for you. Since this weapon seems special, Hien Vu is curious, did he say anything about the power of the dragon lance? She turned and replied, I didn't ask too much. In front of him, she still tried to act like she didn't need anything. He didn't blame her, but happily replied, I understand a little. There must be some secret within the Dragon Knight Order. You can look into it further. Bai Shu nodded in agreement, and Xuanyu began planning for the days ahead. Knowing he would contact her again tomorrow, she was to tell him that they would go the day after tomorrow, or the day after that. He'll surely invite you to settle down in Fenglong City again. And this time, you can agree to it. She softly replied, Okay. The sky was now turning to dusk, and everyone returned to their lodgings to rest. As evening approached, Liang Pu brought Lam Hianvu his ID and purchased the necessary metal for forging. Lam Hianvu's group now had 2 million dragon horse coins. Lam Hianvu handed all the money to Liang Pu to buy favors. Today, Bai Shuzhu also acquired a necklace, one that can store items, with an internal space even larger than Lan Xuanyu's Ring of Destiny. It was late at night, but the lights in the room were still on. Xuanyu was still writing furiously, and Bai Shu, a little worried, asked Meng Qin, What's he writing? He's been at it all day. Meng Qin just shook her head. Who knows, probably plotting something again. With unwavering confidence, Ed declared, You all rest here, don't go anywhere. Without the treasure-hunting beast's protection, you'll be vulnerable. Be careful, I'll be right back. Hearing this, Meng Qin asked in confusion what he was going to do and if he needed them to come along. Despite everyone's suspicion, Xuanyu cheerfully replied that he didn't need them, that he could go faster alone. He turned to Xiaobao, giving the order treasure-seeking beast. Conceal me. The little one eagerly replied, Yes, Master. With that, Xuanyu and Xiaobao leaped out of the hatch. Just then, a blue light appeared. Surprising him, the Emerald Demon warship was now unleashing its power. Its speed was astonishing, leaving Xuanyu in awe so fast. As expected of the Emerald Demon battleship, soon, they arrived at their destination, and he gazed down thoughtfully. This is the capital of Tianlong Star. It's a prosperous place, the most vibrant in the Dragon Horse system, Tianlong City, with a rich life force. But suddenly, an aura emanatus, making him feel relaxed and comfortable, accompanied by a voice calling, Xuanyu. This surprises him, and he turns to search. Is someone calling him? Who could it be? Recalling the voice, he can't help but ponder. But within this seemingly familiar call lies an intense sense of danger. Don't go. If you go, you'll surely die. That's the feeling he gets. Sensing something amiss, Xuanyu turns to ask, Little treasure, do you sense anything? But the little guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. Sense what? Master. The answer only confused. Xuanyu further, his treasure-hunting beast sensed nothing. The dragon core at the center of the bloodline vortex glowed brighter than ever. The bloodline power throughout his body is fluctuating. Perhaps the reason for his unease. So it's related to the dragon bloodline. Could the secret in the sky be the great secret the heavenly dragon race is hiding? Moreover, this secret might even be related to the previous dragon transformation. Meanwhile, the Emerald War Beast continues to soar through the sky like a rocket. Arriving at their destination, it slowly descends, and he calms himself, knowing something important remains. He turns to the Emerald Demon warship and instructs it to wait. As Xiaobao chimes in, Master, shall we begin? With that, Xuanyu summoned the still sleepy deep mesh. Zaying him, the little one cheered. Master, he then presented the gift box. I brought you food. Eat up. The little one eagerly dove in. Looks delicious. He barely gets a bite in before something feels wrong. And he cries out. Xuanyu is overjoyed. It's a success. He quickly turned and commanded, "Little treasure, quickly take the void worm away." The little guy responded obediently. The emerald demon warship then carried everyone back, which caught he and his companions' attention. It was the aura of the space-devouring mother. No mistake. It has to be. Nothing else could create a spatial ripple of this magnitude. The Void Mother is behind the Tianlong, and she's in Tianlong City. She's here. The Tianlong race. It has to be the Tianlong race. Night had fallen, but the lights of the inn still flickered dimly, when a hand suddenly flung open a window. So, Xuanyu has returned. But he's met with the gazes of his companions. They're all glaring at him, making him confused. What's wrong? Why isn't everyone asleep yet? Bai Shuo then loudly complains. How can you even ask that? You left without saying a word. Of course we were worried. He quickly reassures her. I'm sorry. I just went out for a walk. He then quietly turned to the group. I'm sorry. I made you all worry. The truth is, this time I came to Tianlong City. At this point, Lan Xuanyu revealed his plan to everyone. Explaining the situation, Menqin scoffed, calling him sinister, while Wu Ge wondered if they should leave immediately. But Xuanyu said there was no rush, as leaving now would only arouse suspicion, and Tianlong City was likely in chaos, possibly even under lockdown. I bet Tianlong will be back soon too. Let's stay another day tomorrow to settle everything. And two, say goodbye to Huang Yuelang. Then we'll leave. This harvest is already huge, and we'll deal with the rest later. I bet this time, Star Dragon will be in complete chaos. Qianlei was stunned. You're planning to come back? Boss Xuanyu replied cheerfully. Of course. But until we return, let's digest all the heavenly treasures we've acquired this time. When Bai Shushu spoke with Huang Yuanlong, probing about her desire to leave, Xuanyu became certain that Tianlong City would be in chaos. As Huang Yuanlang wasn't there, he'd gone to Tianlong City with his father the previous night, and Tianlong City was now in turmoil, like the eye of a storm, beginning to spin violently. Though Huang Yuanlang was away, Bai Shuzu's identity was still taken care of, and as night fell, Lan Xuanyu and his team of 7 checked out, left for space, and didn't breathe easy until they were back on their warship. Mengqin and Qianlei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back. And it was scary but not too dangerous. After everything settled down, Xuanyu turned to announce to everyone, this time, we destroyed Planet Soixante-Six. The military didn't punish us because they didn't want to turn against the Dragon Horse Federation right now. And to protect us, I plan to hand over a piece of the Void Source crystal, along with some useless metals and minerals that are valuable for military research. We can exchange them for metals of merit. Any objections? The group agreed with his plan and happily shouted, no objections. Not stopping there, he added that they absolutely had to return to their home planet to deliver the soul-devouring worm, lest it be discovered by the dragon race. Bai Zhu wondered if the environment on their home planet would be suitable for its survival. He confidently explained that the environment on their home planet should be fine. And besides, he planned to entrust it to the most trustworthy person. He added that after this trip, they would hand over all the unsourced crystals and other things to Tang Sect and the Academy, which should earn them a lot of cultivation essence. They had to take advantage of this essence to level up before returning to the arena. Qianlei's eyes lit up as he excitedly declared, this is even faster than completing a Duluo mission, Xuanyu added. That's why we need an official identity on Tianlong Star. Days later, the warship drifted through space as he reactivated comms. Jinghe. This is 33 Skyherb. Do you read? As soon as he opened communications, Xinghe rushed to reprimand him, asking what was wrong and why he had cut off contact, knowing how dangerous that was in the military. Xuanyu, feeling wronged, explained that they had no choice, or they would have been discovered by the enemy. But they were bringing good news. Can you pick us up and bring us back to the warship? He didn't scold us upon hearing that, and allowed us to return, saying to come back first and then we'll talk. After some interrogation, Xuanyu and his team returned to the 7th Fleet, where Xinghe sternly approached them. Xuanyu was relieved to see Lian Yexi. "You finally returned with news," he stirred. "Follow me." Juanyu complied. But his silence upon returning only fueled Xinghe's irritation. "Now you're being a good boy." "Huh," Xinghe said, his anger still simmering. Xuanyu lowered his head. "Captain, I was wrong. I misled you." He turned, awaiting Xuanyu's answer. "Don't you have anything to explain to me, Xuanyu?" Flustered. Could only repeat, "I was wrong, especially for deceiving you." He, hearing this, was furious. He considered teaching him a lesson, but thought better of it, and they headed to the conference room to discuss things. As for Xinghe's gentle side, he then got serious, saying that if the warship of the Abyss race hadn't suddenly appeared, he wouldn't have believed that he'd destroyed their most important resource planet. Planet 76 is now a third smaller, transformed into a giant meteorite, as Xuanyu innocently listens on, further fueling He's rage. Realizing he destroyed a resource planet, how impressive. Xuanyu then asks if their non-renewable resource can be regenerated, to which he replies that it would be difficult. He gaped in astonishment. "You destroyed a treasure of the entire universe. One of the conditions for our military and wartime victory was the non-origin essence, and you destroyed Planet 76 like that." The federal officials in charge of negotiations are under immense pressure. Xuanyu calmly asks, "How are the negotiations going, He ponders. And he inquires, "Captain, has the Abyssal clan fleet withdrawn? And are they not planning to attack us again?" Xing raised his eyebrows. "How did you know?" Xuanyu calmly replied. "I have some important intelligence to report." Hearing this, Xinghe swallowed his anger and said, "Speak." As Lan Xuanyu recounts the events on Tianlong Star, Commander Xinghe is stunned, hardly believing his ears. "What, you went to Tianlong Star? Are you crazy?" Lan Xuanyu quickly tries to reassure him. "Commander, please, hear me out. We discovered a fluid on Planet 76, with an incredibly powerful spatial fluctuation. We carefully extracted some of it. We once used it to soak demon silver to create space source crystals, but it proved impossible. Destroying Planet 76 was indeed reckless of me. At the time, I thought my teammates were all dead, so I detonated the timed bomb. That's why I wanted to redeem myself by going to Tianlong Star. I released the remaining liquid from Planet 76 back on Tianlong, and it unleashed a massive spatial surge. We rushed back here, and things are a little chaotic on Tianlong right now." Meanwhile, Xingheng was stunned to hear that he had blamed the destruction of Planet 76 on Tianlong Star. Sitting in the cold room, Xingheng couldn't hide his frustration as he questioned, "You shifted the blame to Tianlong Star. That kid?" Hianvu hesitantly agreed that, theoretically, that's what happened. He quickly scolded him for not returning the fluid immediately. As the boy frantically explained, "I didn't have time. Captain, the Voidling clan was right behind me. If I had turned back, they would have caught me for sure." Xuanyu briefly recounted the operation. "If I had gone around, the fluid would have been used up. I might as well have used it a little. So you see, the GNU race's fleet is no longer here." "Right, they must have gone to Tianlong City to demand justice." He shook his head in frustration. "All right, I'll report this immediately. Is there any other important news?" he reported frankly. "That's all." Xuanyu suddenly remembers something and suggests, "Also, I brought some things back from Tianlong Star. Would you like to see them?" Xinghe gently stops him. "That's not urgent. Wait until I report. Then we'll talk. Wait here first." Xuanyu accepts seriously. 2 hours pass by, and Xuanyu falls asleep. A buzzing sound awakens him. As the captain returned, Xinghe approaches excitedly. "Xuanyu, you've done well. The information you provided is crucial to the Federation. We may not need to rush negotiations anymore. Your actions have bought us more opportunities and time. The fleet has been ordered to continue seizing resources, and the commander has requested that this be considered atonement for your past crimes." Xuanyu thought to himself, a chill running down his spine. The Federation was full of sly old foxes, and maximizing their gains was their next priority. Xinghe, not forgetting the previous item, suggested. Let me see what treasures you've brought back this time. He gestured for him to bring it out, but he hesitated, unsure where to start. Xuanyu dejectedly gestured. That's all. Xing, he helplessly complied. All right. I'll back up a bit. Is that enough space? The air in the room grew still as he prepared to activate the item in his hand. Then I'll take it out. Xuanyu's ring glowed brightly, and books emerged in a surge of energy. Witnessing this, Xinghe couldn't help but think. So the Dragon Celestial System also uses paper books to record information. In the Duluo Federation, paper books are extremely rare. He looked at the books and muttered. Don't tell me. You brought back quite a bit. Is there any more? He stated the truth frankly. That's all. This is everything. We bought all these books from a bookstore on Dragonstar. They should help you understand the Dragon Horse Galaxy better. Xinghe flipped through the pages, inwardly astonished this. So much textual information. This is truly significant for understanding Dragonstar. And even the Dragon Horse Galaxy. He glanced at the person before him, realizing that anyone revealing information about the Dragon Horse system would be considered an enemy. And this kid managed to get so much, truly impressive. These books are more valuable than resources. Xinghe was grateful, but curious, thinking this was a great achievement. But what he really wanted to know was how they got onto Tianlong Star and obtained these things. Xuanyu, understanding, began to explain, I possess a spirit, comparable to a god-level powerhouse in transformations, which I acquired by chance. The Titan ape can attest to it. Now, allow me to demonstrate its power. Xuanyu transforms his body into another form, able to change shape at will. Leaving Xing, he deeply impressed. Amazing. Not only can it mimic appearances, but even energy waves can be perfectly replicated. The Blue Sea clansmen only had a spirit power equivalent to humans from the outer and middle rings. But Lan Bian transformed into a powerful Dark Origin clansman, even emitting a god-tier aura. He smirked. Battleship. It's not over yet. Xuanyu vanishes through space, leaving Xinghe in utter bewilderment. Where did he go? He asks, as Xuanyu calmly explains how, with this near invisibility, they infiltrated Planet 76, evading enemy detection. It can also evade the radars of Tianlong Star. And now I have the identity of a Blue Sea Clan merchant on Tianlong Star, allowing me to trade with them and obtain more resources. Xinghe placed a hand on his shoulder, eyes gleaming with excitement. Amazing. You're wasted not being a spy. He imagined the benefits and grew excited, realizing what infiltrating Tianlong Star meant for the Federation. That means we have the ability to deeply infiltrate the enemy. In the future, we can do whatever we want on Tianlong Star. If we want resources, we won't have to resort to war. The Dragon Horse Galaxy is rich in resources, including many extremely valuable ones. We could even acquire everything the Federation needs through trade. Upon hearing this, Xinghe was stunned, a hint of loss flashing across his face. He presents the null element crystal, immediately asking sternly, what do you see here? Its energy radiates, already filling the empty room. Staring at the item before him in disbelief, Xinghe wondered if it was a complete piece of nothingness or. Xuanyu quickly confirmed. Yes, and an extremely pure one at that. He cradles the item in his hands, overwhelmed with joy. Xuanyu, where we're from, void essence is measured in milligrams. Even a milligram would cost a fortune. Yours. This one must be 500 milligrams. Right, he grumbled to himself, wondering if he'd given them away too soon. Now he regretted it, wishing he'd portioned them out based on the wall's condition. I have 10 blocks, and I just gave one away. I really did give too much. Xing blinks, then decides. All right, with this unsourced crystal, whatever you did back then can be considered making amends. Infuriated, Xuanyu retort. Making amends? I haven't even stated my terms yet. Okay. The cold, empty room of Huangyu, and Xuanyu awkwardly makes a request, Captain. I need a favor. Xinghe is willing to listen. What is it? He states frankly. During this trip to Base 76, I used some special items from Shrek Academy. It's all used up now, and I need to return to my home planet to replenish it. He was confused and wanted to confirm. You want to go back to your home planet? Xinghe was silent for a moment, then snapped. Wait. You little brat. Don't tell me you want to go back there to get stuff. Then come back and blow up Tianlong Star. That won't do. It'll only invite trouble. A chastened Xuanyu replies. Captain, do you think I'm that kind of person? He immediately affirms. Yes. You are exactly that. You compress antimatter immortal fire at the slightest provocation. You are a ticking time bomb. He sadly retorted. Not daring to. Xuanyu used all his sincerity to assure him. Captain, rest assured. I'll bring some good things from Tianlong Star over here for consideration. In fact, the living environment on Tianlong Star, it's even better than our home planet, with a richer life aura. If we could take over Tianlong Star in the future, wouldn't that be even better? You go get some rest first. And wait for my word. Lan Xuanyu stood at attention and replied, Thank you. Captain, I'll head out now. He left the room and walked down the corridor to his next destination. Xuanyu happily greeted them. You're back. Baishu couldn't help but rejoice. Xuanyu, you're back, his comrades immediately asked. Boss, tell us. Did the captain give you a hard time? He happily confirmed. Why would he? Everything went smoothly. The captain even said he'd give us credit. Xuanyu enthusiastically suggested. I brought back the everlasting fruit and the sea god lake water. The two of us can use them to cultivate. Everyone eagerly agreed. It's been so long since we've cultivated. What a luxury. Amazing. Just amazing. Lan Xuanyu had brought out all the good stuff for everyone to cultivate with this time. Though it will consume a lot of energy, the effect will definitely be the best. And everyone focuses on cultivation. 2 days later, Xian Xinghe summons Lan Xuanyu to the conference room, agreeing to give them leave to return to their home planet. Lan Xuanyu immediately set off in the Heavenwing 33 warship, bringing everyone back to a land filled with warmth. Xuanyu eagerly took in his surroundings. There's no place like home. While Qianlei happily chimed in. It's so comfortable. He excitedly laid down the law. All right. Let's return to Shrek Academy quietly. And everyone cheered in agreement. But after passing through the main gate, their desire for humility was shattered. For Thunder God Duluo Wang Tianyu stood waiting for them, along with Luo Hong and Tang Zhenhua. Xuanyu bowed respectfully. Pavilion Master Wang. Headmaster. Teacher. We're back. Wang Tianyu was clearly annoyed. What's going on? Why are you back so soon? Did you run away from the battle? He quickly explained the situation. Headmaster. How could we? We were specially approved to return by the captain. Tianyu happily welcomed them. You're a good kid. Gold always shines. No matter where it is. I'm taking you to the inner courtyard for a trip. Activating a formation. They're pulled away, revealing a majestic sight that leaves everyone in awe. The ancient tree radiated an immense energy, filling Xuanyu's eyes with admiration as they soared upwards with head Wang. Their destination is the true heart of Shrek Academy. The sacred hall. All soul masters aspire to reach the inner sanctum of Shrek Academy, the Eternal Sky City. This is my first time in the Eternal Sky City. Could anything be more amazing? They soar through the wind, dizziness evident on their faces. Through the mist, a colossal tree that blots out the sky comes into view. Upon this massive tree, each great branch emits a faint golden light, and every leaf is as flat and exquisite as if carved from precious jade. The life energy is so thick it's practically tangible. Tianyu urges them onward. Boss. I'm dizzy and nauseous. Tianyu explains. Clearly uncomfortable. Absorbing too much life energy can cause bloating. You'll feel better once you adjust. Let's proceed together on this unfamiliar path. Tianyu stops, delivering grave news. We've arrived. This is the Eternal Sky City. Here, there's no trace of metal, only the vibrant essence of life. It's incredible, like stepping back into ancient times. When spirits ruled the world, his mind was captivated by the vibrant movements. The life force here was many times denser than on the periphery. It was as if every spirit of life was beckoning them. Freedom flows through us. And today, I truly feel that we've become inner disciples. Sunlight filters through the lush green trees. Tianyu activates his power, unlocking the gate before them. and everyone marvels at the glorious vista revealed. The gate creaks open, light pouring out from within, and Tianyu cheerfully signals the students behind him to follow. They quickly obey, each receiving instructions as they step inside, their footsteps moving forward in unison. The dazzling light made Tianyu dizzy, and he thought, bright, so bright. Then his eyes settled on the distant scenery. Before them floats an island, its seedlings sprouting and spreading, and in the distance, a villa hides beneath a massive tree. Tianyu generously shares information. As you've probably guessed, this is the inner city of Eternal Sky City. His words surprise everyone. These large golden trees before you are golden trees. And this wooden building is our Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion. Tianyu's heart pounded with unmatched admiration. The Sea God's Pavilion. This was the Sea God's Pavilion, the sacred hall that all soul masters aspire to. Powerful sages flashed through his mind, whether it was the Tang Sect, the War God Hall, or the Spirit Transfer Pagoda. They all paled in comparison to the Sea God Pavilion. Tianyu pushed open the door and naturally led everyone into the reception hall, saying, "Let's go in." He turned and made an important announcement. "Wait here. I'll go inform the Sea God Pavilion members." Tianyu happily speculated. "Pavilion Master. Are we here to participate in the Sea God Pavilion conference?" Tianyu expressed his opinion frankly. "Haha. You're not qualified yet, but I hope you'll earn a seat here in the near future." "I'm so excited." "I'm thrilled too. This is the Sea Gods Council. It's rumored that the Sea Gods Council has decided the future direction of the entire Federation many times, and every decision has a huge impact." Everyone marveled, impressed by the power, as a figure squeezed through the crowd from behind. "You little rascal. You're quite the hero. I heard you went through hell this time, even alarming the Federation." Xuanyu turns around in surprise, and the old tree smiles kindly. He says they'll talk more later, especially about the Tianlong Star, which the Academy is very interested in. That matter also holds immense importance for our life school. He bows respectfully to listen, sensing something amiss. Mengfei's soft footsteps echo in the solemn room. "We've arrived." Yunhai politely knocks before greeting everyone. "Oh, Elder Tree. It's been a while." The Elder Tree, slightly surprised, gently asks, "So, you've returned as well?" He smiled helplessly, calmly explaining the reason. "Yes. How could I not return with such important intelligence? I had to come back to hear it. Especially since these youngsters will be explaining it soon." Xuanyu couldn't hide his curiosity, his mind racing with questions. Who are these people he's never heard of? The executives are all surprised, calling him Big Brother, a detail that makes Xuanyu wonder. Big Brother. He looks ordinary. His features are normal, and he exudes no aura. Yet those three call him Big Brother. What level of power and status does he hold? Could this be the head of the current generation of the Shrek 7 monsters that Teacher Sue mentioned? It has to be. Only that explains why the three Dream Demon, Sea God, and Tang Sect masters address him that way. But if that's true, it's too incredible to believe. A warm voice echoes, announcing an important guest. The Master has arrived. Hyunwoo and his group share a thought. The Master. Death gently arrives, exuding an immeasurably pure aura. The sages in the room respectfully greet him. "Greetings, Lord," to which Death solemnly nods in acknowledgement. Xuanyu observes, a thought forming in his mind. The head of the Sea God faction, and thus the leader of the Federation, is a woman. Yunhai asks in disappointment if this is everyone, and Dong Yue quickly starts the meeting. Xuanyu frankly offers his suggestion. "Xuanyu, this time you participated in the war between the Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Today's Sea God Pavilion conference is for you. Next, the members of the Sea God Pavilion will ask you questions." To which Xuanyu replies, "Yes." The first question is posed with curiosity. "We already know about the exam process. Now we need you to tell us what the Academy doesn't know. Upon your return, you'll still need to plan your return to Tianlong Star to maintain your identities there." "Correct." Without hesitation, he confirms, stating that Tianlong Star has abundant resources, and lying in wait there will yield even more resources. Some for the Federation, and the rest for the Academy, and Tang Sect. With a serious look and a cold tone, Yunhai asked if their safety could be guaranteed. Xuanyu frankly expressed his thoughts and useful information, saying that it didn't seem to be a problem now. But if they encountered a super god-level expert, or someone who had met him or been in close contact with him, he felt that they might be recognized. Therefore, he hoped to receive the support of the Academy, so that everyone's strength could be improved. He nods in approval. It's a good idea, and it will be helpful later on. So Mengfei immediately agrees. If safety can be guaranteed, then there's no problem. Yunhai assesses that this child is brave and cunning, not bad. Elder Tree provides information and a stern warning. Xuanyu, you say you can sense the life center of Tianlong Star, and it's even stronger than the Eternal Tree. This news is important. You say that some power in the sky above Tianlong City is calling to you, and he can try to bring some back here. Zhen then shifted the conversation to the power dynamics at play, revealing that among the representatives of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, there were 4 super god-level experts eager to fight. Xuanyu was stunned. 4 super god-level experts. That's too powerful. He continued to build a sound argument, further proving that cultivation was better on Tianlong and Tianma stars. He bashfully explained the issue, assuring her that they would not act rashly on Tianlong Star when exploring its secrets. The venomous words of Tuthan ring out. So what if it explodes? You want to wait until they get stronger, even places like Tianlong and Tianma. If we can't have them, we might as well destroy them. Xu Zhen was so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide. But she retorted, "What's wrong? Go take your medicine if you're sick." He was meek, but she snapped at him to watch his words in front of the kids. And then she questioned him. "What? Are you afraid I'll corrupt them?" Zizhen points at Xuanyu, reminding her not to forget whose son he is, implying she couldn't possibly corrupt him, as she frankly accepts all proposals. As for you, Lan Xuanyu, the Sea God Pavilion highly values your actions this time. The Academy will fulfill all of your requests, and the resources you brought back, along with the merits you earned, will be converted into cultivation resources tailored to your specific needs. Furthermore, when you return to the 7th Squad, you will have the autonomy to decide on your specific actions. Silence fills the room as no one dares to object. Xuanyu and his comrades bow, expressing their sincere gratitude for the trust of the masters and elders. He hesitated, then offered, "Actually, I have a few things I'd like to turn in." Xuanyu quickly agreed. "Hurry and get them." Yi urged him on. "Quickly. We have things to do." He hastily began. "Okay." Xuanyu's storage ring flashed, and dazzling void source crystals materialized, stunning the high-ranking officials into silence. Xuanyu couldn't hide his surprise. 10 spatial origin stones. You call that a few things? Xuanyu laughed along awkwardly. Dong Yue cherished the item in her hand. "Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen such a large spatial origin stone. I was wondering why this kid was so stupid, giving such a large spatial origin stone to the Federation," he thought painfully. Don't scold him. The child already regrets it. He's incredibly excited. Our research into the spatial dimension will surely advance by leaps and bounds. You flatter me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Dongyu retorted sharply. I wouldn't dare teach you. From afar, the god of death observed, thinking, no surprise. He's his son. She decisively stood up to leave, not forgetting to make a decision. Have you all finished asking? If so, let's dismiss. Tianyu, you're in charge of safekeeping. Tianyu nods in obedience. Yes. The death god shares important information. Your father's seclusion is on the floor above. He knows you're back. You can go see him. Tianyu is thrilled. Uncle Luo. He bowed deeply, feeling grateful. Yes. Masters. Yunhai placed a hand on Xuanyu's shoulder, his voice warm. Xuanyu, he casually drops the line. Wait for you to inherit it later. Sparking a realization within him. Inheritance. Could it be the 7 sages of Shrek? Yunhai departs with heartfelt encouragement. You kids, do your best. Wuge was in awe, finding it hard to believe. Like a dream. Qianlei was overjoyed, and Baishu was still in disbelief, feeling excited. Xuanyu left a message. Wait for me. I'm going to see Uncle Luo. Everyone happily agreed, filled with anticipation and excitement. He thought, Uncle Luo, I'm here to see you. I've missed you so much. On the second floor of Sea God Pavilion, Xuanyu cautiously approached the room, and a voice immediately responded. Come in. He slowly opened the door, revealing Wu Lin's figure, and Xuanyu's eyes fixed upon him, his heart pounding with anticipation. With a gentle smile, he softly called out, Xuanyu, you're here. The boy cautiously approached, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle, I'm back. Tears streamed down Xuanyu's face, his heart heavy with sorrow. Teacher Nana. Wu Lin's expression darkened, his pain evident. Xuanyu, come here. An embraces Hien Vu, sharing warmth to soothe his heart, telling him not to worry, that everything is progressing well, and that this event isn't entirely bad for her. He held her tighter, burying his face deeper. She hummed, gently encouraging him. I heard everything you all said downstairs. You did well this time. We humans have an old saying, no risk, no reward. Taking risks is a kind of fighting spirit. So be brave and do it, even if you fail. It's okay. Just follow your heart. Mac bow. No matter what. Nana and I will always be behind you, supporting you. The Dragon Horse System's negotiators are indeed powerful, and your cultivation needs to improve. Others might rely on rare treasures to break through. But you're different. See that pit outside? Xuanyu confirms the information, noting the high concentration of life energy. Yu Lin shared data, revealing the origin of Duluo's life force, concentrated in this very spot. Moreover, the Eternal Tree's realm absorbs energy from the universe to accumulate life force. Years ago, when we defeated the Abyss Plane, our planet devoured its life energy, reactivating its vitality and evolution. Each step of a planet's evolution becomes more difficult. Only planets like Tianlong and Tianma, blessed by the heavens, can produce powerhouses surpassing the god level. If planets like Tianlong and Tianma could evolve one step further, they could become god realms. Wu Lin frankly points out what's needed, saying we'd need dozens of times more life energy to reach that level. That's the difference in life energy levels in the universe. Outside, the origin of the mother planet's life force can't temporarily evolve our planet, but its level of life has risen to another level this time. It qualifies you to cultivate once in the lake of life. I've already spoken to the masters, and your reward is to cultivate here until you complete your breakthrough. Xuanyu happily agrees to everything, promising to follow his arrangements. As Wu Lin begins his training, telling him to stay with him to adjust first. Once you're stable, I'll take you there myself. He listened intently, pondering the energy of his foster father, feeling only warmth and gentle reassurance. His heart and mind were at peace, a sense of belonging he'd never known. Was this what it felt like to be with family? As Lan Xuanyu's blood and soul power flowed naturally, he gradually entered a state of serene oblivion. His spiritual power, strength, bloodline, and soul power are all drawn together as one, transforming his body, and an unprecedented sensation spreads through his limbs. Xuanyu's power erupts, radiating outwards. Xuanyu clearly felt the stirrings within his body, as the auras of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King began to move and collide, and the immense power hidden within his bloodline gradually awakened. Along with it, Xuanyu was pulled from his comfort, replaced by an excruciating pain that threatened to tear him apart. His spirit faltered under the immense strain, the pain unbearable. But just then, a refreshing energy flowed into his mind, easing the agony. Unbeknownst to Lan Xuanyu, he was being cleansed by the purest source of life, energy. The very core of Duluo Star Dragon, god blood may be powerful, but the planet's origin was enough to control it in his current state. What Tang Wulin needed to do was enhance Lan Xuanyu's life origin by increasing the planet's original life energy. Before his body and cultivation reached the god level, his life essence must reach it first, helping him through the tribulation. An extravagant act, but worth it for Lan Xuanyu. After Tang Wulin reached the super god level, He always controlled the last seal in his body. Thus, Wu Lin's thoughts drifted into the memories that lay dormant within him. The reason his father, Tang Sect, brought him down from the god realm to the Duluo continent after he was born was because the Golden Dragon King had awakened, seeking to wreak havoc. As the god realm faced the threat of temporal currents, he was ultimately slain by the god king Tang Sect. But in the moment before his destruction, the Golden Dragon King managed to preserve his consciousness, extracting his essence and merging it with the newly born Tang Wulin. The immense power overloaded his fragile body, threatening to overwhelm the young Wulin. In that critical moment, Tang Sect created 18 seals to contain the Golden Dragon King's power. But if he remained in the god realm, absorbing immortal energy, the seals wouldn't hold. So he was sent to Duluo continent. Seeing the child wrapped in chains, Tang Sect had another thought to at least preserve the bloodline. Thinking this, he had no choice but to place a seal on the young Wu Lin. After that, Tang Wulin would spend his life fighting the Golden Dragon King's power, constantly absorbing its strength, never realizing the Golden Dragon King's mad intentions. And even when he used Eternal Frozen to seal Gu Yuena, he had only unlocked 16 seals. The final 2 seals were incredibly dangerous. But to save Gu Yuena, he ultimately chose to break the 17th. Xuanyu is different. He possesses both the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines. The Dragon God inheritance stabilizes both bloodlines, and as he grows, he'll continuously absorb, transform, and fuse them into his own power. The colorful energy within his bloodline vortex is the result of fusion, enough to give him the chance to become the Dragon God. And if Xuanyu can truly become a god, he could build a god realm. For this Starfield needs one. If Xuanyu becomes a god king, he will build a god realm based on Duluo Star. Duluo Star will become the central star in his god realm, and never again face the threat of declining life. With that, his eyes softened. Xuanyu, my son. Looking at his child, Wu Lin dreamed of a happy future, truly wanting him by his side, always. Let's wait for Nana to wake up, find a quiet place, and live a good, peaceful life. Thinking of this, his heart soared. Perhaps the misfortune of the past was meant to lead to the happiness of today. In Eternal Heaven City, Tianwu briefs the 33 Skywings team. You are now official members of the Inner Court, and each of you will have your own room here. Yai's next words thrilled the team. These eternal tree houses are connected to the eternal tree, possessing the purest life energy, perfect for cultivation. There are only 88 eternal tree houses, so they can't accommodate all the 33 Skywing students. To reassure them, Tianyu solemnly promises that the academy won't go back on its word. After they return, they can take turns cultivating in the tree houses. Seeing the kids excited about the chance to improve, Wai was happy for them. This time, the academy would give them everything they could. These 10 void origin crystals should be enough for them to make epoch-defining progress in their research on space attributes. These rewards are what they deserve. Suddenly, Bai Shu, remembering his condition, asked, "Teachers, can we wait for Xuanyu to come out and go together?" Tianyu kindly reminded them, "If you want to wait for him, that's fine, but he'll probably need more time." Yu's words echoed everyone's feelings. "It's okay. We'll wait for him." Yu reluctantly agreed. "All right." The sea god's halberd hummed as time ticked by, and Xuanyu's body gradually became translucent, the gold and silver energies constantly resonating and colliding within him. With the transformation, his body suffered intense pain. "It hurts. The power is getting stronger. It hurts so much. But I have to persevere." The death god had been observing the eternal tree by the lake for a long time, and the death god beside him had also noticed. Is this going too far? This is consuming the eternal tree's original power. She gently reasoned that it was all right. It was his son, and the academy, Tang Sect, and even the Federation owed him. Without him, Duluo might not have survived 10,000 years ago. The eternal tree belongs to their family, and besides, he has his limits. Xuanyu's potential weighs heavily on him. The boy's growth is exceeding expectations, and if it continues, he might bear everything alone. Perhaps he shouldn't risk so much. But the death god knows that with Wu Lin there's no real danger. Suddenly, a powerful dragon's roar echoed, cutting through their conversation. And before they could react, the sound transformed into a streak of silver light. Before them, a silver dragon appeared, sensing something and diving into the lake, creating a splash, a sight that left the death god speechless. While in the cabin, Wu Lin watched his son's every move. Then, he gently nodded to the sea god, his attention returning to the activity in the lake of life. The water churns. The dragon's body radiates light, and the treasure-hunting beast on his forehead emerges, a dazzling little guy hovering above the dragon, continuously absorbing the water of the lake of life. With the naked eye, the little treasure grew brighter and brighter, and the lake's water level rapidly decreased. Seeing the situation, Zichen tried to intervene, but she remained calm, saying that as long as the eternal tree could withstand it, they should let it be. Dong's body grew larger and more radiant as it absorbed the energy. Zichen is nearly frozen in shock. At this rate, it's going to drain the entire lake. Wulan, fearing the impact on the mother planet's ecosystem, warns, "Hey, kid, that's enough for now." The innocent Xiaobao nods, then slyly clasps his hands, transferring power to the ancient tree, causing it to emit a brilliant golden light and waves of strange energy. The unexpected event stuns everyone, the energy waves. How is this possible? The eternal tree's life layers. Everyone realizes it's increasing, something the eternal tree itself couldn't achieve. The life pool is drying up, and death is heartbroken at the receding water level. The water has receded by over a foot. Vulan appears and asks what Death thinks of this. Death calmly guides the conversation in a positive direction, saying that a certain degree of transformation can also help the eternal tree's life level. Wu Lun adds that, in the long run, raising each layer of the eternal tree's life is extremely important, and he didn't expect the power within that kid, Xuanyu, to be so strong. Hearing this, she was annoyed. "Humph. If it weren't for your sake, I would have killed him long ago." Wu Lun apologized. "Just this once. There won't be a next time." This only made her emotions explode. Don't come to the ice and fire, Yin Yang. Well, again, within the Lake of Life's waters lies a vast amount of life energy, originating from that place. Better to let him wreak havoc than go there. Zijin anxiously tries to soothe her anger. "Master, you should be more careful with your words. Is that something you should say?" Meanwhile, Wu Lun can only hold back. Women are indeed terrifying. Beneath the lake, Xuanyu has returned to his human form, and as his consciousness returns, he slowly opens his eyes. As his breathing slowly returns, water fills his nostrils, and he quickly floats to the surface. After what just happened, his body has undergone a transformation. He can feel his meridians are open, and his body is completely light, as if it's been completely renewed. His eyes sparkled, focused, and everything around him seemed new. He could even see the drifting life spirits in the air, sensing their movements. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Xuanyu." Uncle Le's voice echoed in his mind. Knowing he could hear, Wu Lin smiled kindly, saying, "Come on." Hearing his name, he bursts from the water, forgetting his nakedness in his excitement. "Uncle, I think I broke through. I feel so light." Seeing him without a stitch of clothing, Yu Lin said, "No wonder you feel so light. Get dressed first. Then we can celebrate." After the embarrassing moment, he called out, "Xuanyu." Vulan explains the situation, saying that this breakthrough is a life-level evolution, reaching God level in a sense, which is why he could withstand the breakthrough to level 6, with the two bloodlines fighting each other, while also helping him break through more smoothly. The information overwhelms Xuanyu. Does this mean he's already reached the 6th ring? The greater the power, the harder it is to control. He explains. But since he suddenly advanced here, he will guide his cultivation and control of this power. Does he have something with spatial attributes? Logically, at the 6th ring, the silver pattern blue silvergrass should have awakened the dark attribute, but this time, it awakened the space attribute. As Wu Lin mentioned, it all makes sense. Oh, How could I forget about this? To clarify everything, he summoned, Xiaobao, come out. Seeing the little guy, Wu Lin realized. So it was you. Is this your master? Xiaobao nods along. And this kid is more surprising than we thought. To be sure. Xuanyu presses. Xiaobao, did you tell Lazy Worm to help me awaken the space element? The boy happily takes credit, saying he told it to do so, believing the space element would greatly aid him in future ambushes. This mysterious figure piqued Wu Lin's curiosity. Who exactly was this Lazy Worm, the boy? Never one for laziness. Insisted on summoning it. Lazy Worm, come out here. Watching the boy's excitement, Xuanyu felt helpless but proud. Seriously, is it still sleeping? You have no idea how powerful it is. It's so important that I haven't even told the Academy yet. The lazy worm inside me. He excitedly recounts his memories. And then, Xuanyu tells Tang Wulin all about the lazy worm's history. He couldn't help but be astonished. He already considered himself quite bold. His son's vivid storytelling stirred up indescribable emotions in Wu Lin. His son not only took the space source from the space-devouring worms, but also destroyed their home. Analyzing the situation, it seems this is the space source, one of the foundations for building a god realm. We must protect it carefully. I'll inform the Sea God Pavilion Masters. This may be the Academy's greatest secret. Wu Lin takes Little Treasure and Lazy Worm, saying he'll take them for now, and tells Xuanyu to rest for a day before returning. As his classmates are waiting for him in Sky City, I'll guide you in mastering your new abilities. After the events at Sea God Pavilion, a new sensation washes over Xuanyu. He can't believe how quickly and smoothly he's leveled up, and he's eager to find his friends and see how their training is progressing. A moment later, Xuanyu knocked on a door by Baishu's room. Hearing the knock, she softly opened the door. Asking who it was, he reassured her, his heart filled with warmth and affection. Tutu, I'm back. The two figures blended together seamlessly. As Baitu blushed and playfully complained, honestly, what took you so long? Xian Yu embraces her, saying tenderly, Tutu, I've kept you waiting. His embrace makes Bai Shi feel lightheaded. Shan Yu, enjoying the embrace. She playfully punches Xuan Vu, calling him annoying, then quickly changes the subject, saying everyone is waiting for him to help choose treasures, and they should hurry. Sensing her avoidance, Xuanyu was puzzled. What's wrong? Tutu, why do you seem afraid of me? Her guilty conscience stung. So, Bai Shu decides to reveal her feelings, saying she doesn't know what's happening, but the bloodline energy within him has a strong influence on her, and she feels like she's losing control. Understanding the situation, Xuanyu explains, I've just broken through, and I haven't fully controlled my power yet. I'll try to suppress it. Suddenly, a resounding voice broke the atmosphere. Boss. The 33rd Skywing Squad cheerfully greeted him. You're finally back. Hyunwoo chuckles softly, greeting everyone. Liao Feng senses the change in his aura, asking if he's broken through, to which Hyunwoo casually confirms that he has. His increased power makes him want to stretch his limbs. Want to try me? Qianlei welcomes the challenge. I couldn't ask for more. He unleashes his aura. I've been feeling pretty strong lately. Xuanyu's pupils narrow as he emanates a Yiwu aura. Just as he wanted, the two powerful forces collide, and Qianlei grits his teeth. Unable to withstand the pressure, he realizes just how far Hyunwoo's power has advanced, and a vague, dragon-like figure appears. He's far too strong. To avoid hurting his teammates, Xuanyu withdraws his power. Qianlei, are you okay? But Qianlei is already dizzy. Ouch. I'm out. After the exchange, he has to admit, I can't withstand it at all. Not even a little. Boss, your power is truly terrifying. Xuanyu acknowledges this, noting that he's leveled up considerably, feeling like his power is endless. Qianlei leans on him, saying his bloodline aura is both terrifying and alluring, causing their bloodlines to resonate. When you unleashed your power, it felt like a giant furnace appeared, drawing us in. Yunhui nuzzled against you. And I felt it too. What's going on? Lu Feng agreed. Me too. Baishu thought it was just him, But the truth made him jealous. Dumn it. Why do you guys feel it too? Considering their reactions, Xuanyu surmises that it's likely related to the fact that all three of them possess dragon bloodlines, and he has broken through to the sixth ring. His dragon god bloodline is also stronger, and the fusion of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines is even tighter. So the dragon god's aura has an effect on them. Zing hair reaction. Mention teased. Look at you getting all worked up. Are you jealous? Baixiu immediately retorted. Jealous never, Xuanyu suggested. How about we try cultivating together sometime? For now, let me help you all choose some treasures. But first, he wants to know Xuanyu's intentions. What do you say? Pavilion Master Wang asks for guidance. Follow me. Xuanyu agrees. Okay. Xuanyu gazed at him, thoughts racing, certain that Xuanyu wasn't god level, but compared to before, he had clearly undergone a qualitative change. Baishu gently asked about their destination. Pavilion Master Wang. Where are we going now? Pointing to the dragon vein, he reveals it's the sacred ground of Eternal Sky City. And with his team, Xuanyu opens a portal to the land of immortals. Now, in the land of the immortals, eyes peek through the forest leaves. Xiaobao boasts convincingly to everyone. Master, I've told them, and most of them will follow us. As soon as he arrived, Xuanyu heard the little leopard Xiaobao causing trouble again, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Great bosses. Have you really thought this through? But Xuanyu quickly put on an admiring expression, just like Qian lay next to him. Wow. Amazing. However, Xuanyu felt like he was being led around by the nose, making Xuanyu drive and mad. A questioned Xuanwu. Who cons people like you? You've conned them all. He was about to collapse on the spot. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, Master Wang. Let me explain. Even in the vast forest, their voices carried clearly. I'm not listening. Ouch. Ouch. It's not what you think. After all the commotion, they finally got down to business. As they walked, Xuanwu wondered why Yuan Kak-chu was so furious. And it all started when they first entered the land of immortals. The closer he got, the more he could feel the pores on his body opening up, absorbing the miraculous energy that nourished him. Deeper inside, the scenery before Xuanyu was like a painting, and he couldn't help but marvel at how perfect this place was for cultivation. After diligently training, Qinglan finally achieved the desired result. Recently leveling up, Hong Lian has also made great progress. And so have I. Yuzhu, sitting nearby, has also achieved similar results. It was at this moment that Hong Lian noticed the presence of Xuanyu's group of strangers. Oh, so the Academy has finally sent people here. Xuanyu explains that these seniors are all rare talents from the Tang Sect's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang. Well, who came here after cultivating into human form. Just then, an old man arrived, clearing his throat to get everyone's attention, and Kim Lao gently reminded them. Xiaowang, you didn't bring these kids here to train, did you? If so, we're leaving. Seeing his misunderstanding, Tianyu awkwardly explained. That's not it. Elder Jin, as you all wished. They're here to take some of you away. Elder Jin simply grunted in response. That was enough for Tianyu to understand, and he turned to the group to announce. Listen up, everyone. Each of these seniors has at least 10. Ling ling ling. 0 inches cultivation. They can truly be compared to 10. Ling ling ling. 000 soul beasts. If you want them to choose you, you'll have to try your best to show them what you've got. Hearing how powerful they were, admiration was written all over the Xuanwu team's faces. And Kim Lao added, the Qianling land is perfect for our cultivation, but breaking through to the god level is extremely difficult. But without a massive life force, our own life force will gradually dissipate. Therefore, we'd rather become soul spirits, using an equal contract to give our lives to you, forming a partnership. There's one more thing to say first. If you reach God tier cultivation, we'll ascend as well, and can choose to leave you, provided we have somewhere to sustain our immense life force. So, until you reach God tier, the plant you choose will be your companion. But there's no guarantee after you break through to the god level. This is also our agreement with the Academy. And we hope you understand. Cultivating to the god tier in a few decades is a shortcut for these plants. A mutually beneficial method that's quite intriguing. Meanwhile, the others are still hesitant, unsure of who to choose. A real headache. So, let's show our skills to the seniors first. Bai Shu's words sparked another idea. They could ask Xiao Bao for help. Speak of the devil. Xiao Bao wahivis, eager to receive orders from Xuanyu, his master. He immediately states his request to help everyone choose the most suitable plant senior. No sooner had it received the order than it became extremely enthusiastic, as if entrusting it to Xiao Bao was the right choice. A swirling energy emanated from Xiao Bao, enveloping its body. As its aura slowly spread out, examining everyone's skills, after some investigation, the little guy announced in a commanding tone, "Everyone, come here. I have something to say to you." Jin Lao's group was already used to Xiao Bao's attitude and responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Only Xuanyu was left dumbfounded. He had a bad feeling. What did it call itself? Bontoa Xuanyu, standing next to him, replied with a face full of sweat. "Yes." Suddenly, he loudly probed him. "What are you planning?" "Kid," Xuanyu quickly waved his hand in denial. "Absolutely nothing. I really don't know about this." He still didn't quite believe it. "You better not." It just dawned on him. Wait. The treasure-seeking beast manages the dragon god's immortal herbs. So could it also manage natural treasures? Just thinking about it made him pray. "Xiao Bao, be reasonable, or the Academy and Chief Wang won't spare me." Qianwu didn't care what he was thinking, reminding Xuanyu that the Qianling land was a core part of the Academy, and he should understand what that meant. He quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, Headmaster. I won't mess things up." It seemed that Xiao Bao was still hesitating, probably wanting to choose the most suitable people, but something still bothered Tianyu. The god-level cultivators were meant to guard the Academy. Just then, Xiao Bao suddenly came out to report. "Master, we finished negotiating." The little guy brought several god-level experts before them and announced the shocking news. They all agreed to follow us. Xiao Bao looked at Xuanyu with sparkling eyes, as if seeking praise, and said, "Okay, let's go." But all he got in return was a complaint from his master. "Where are we going? Why are all these seniors following us? Are you even thinking about the Academy?" As soon as Xiao Bao finished reporting, Tianyu was furious. "Good job." Lan Xuanyu Dun stammered, trying to calm him down. "Chief, don't be angry." But Elder Jin was the most straightforward of them all, saying, "Master, don't worry, we'll take care of the Academy." And so, Avorm. Sunny morning began peacefully in the spirit immortal abode. Xiao Bao excitedly said, "Master, we need a massive amount of life energy to evolve into god-level powerhouses. Absorbing life energy from the start is extremely important. And right now, there's a suitable place that can allow us to complete our evolution." Xuanyu is surprised. "You're talking about Tianlong Star." The boy nods and explains. "That's right. The life energy there can support even more god-level powerhouses than the mother star." Xiao Bao Shimizing, saying that while he's not strong enough to seek out the core of life on Tianlong Star, they can still seize some of its life energy and transport it back to Duluo Star. On this side, he pondered for a moment before a realization dawned on him. Xuanyu then asked if he meant to have the seniors use their bodies as containers to transport life energy back. To which Xiao Bao quickly responded, "That's right. That's what I mean." But he was still worried. This method sounded both reliable and unreliable. Could it really work? The boy then wondered if his master still didn't believe. And Xuanyu asked what would happen if the plant-based soul beasts didn't want to return. To which Xiao Bao confidently explained, "No, Master, you're about to create a god realm. What could be more enticing than that?" The others chime in, urging, "Lord, take us with you. Here, we may never break through to the god rank, and we risk a false death. So we offer our life energy to the eternal tree, and pledge to serve you." That only made him more flustered. But then Tianyu spoke up, saying that they could try, as success would benefit both the eternal tree and their academy. He hesitated, asking if they should discuss it with the pavilion master, to which Wei solemnly agreed, emphasizing the importance of thoroughness. And Tianyu nodded in understanding. Yes. He then instructed the students to cultivate here, saying that he and Tianyu would return soon, to which they obediently agreed. And so, the two set off for Sea God Pavilion. After arranging accommodations, Pavilion Master Wang led Lan Xuanyu back once more. Upon meeting Wu Lin, Xuanyu spoke first. Uncle Luo. We're back, he asked in surprise. Weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Did you get into trouble? Tianyu explained the situation, and the sect leader recounted the events to Tang Wulin. After hearing this, he smiled with relief, saying, Indeed, this is a great opportunity, very beneficial to the evolution of the eternal tree, and I support you in this. With his father's approval, Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Lan Tianyu took his leave. After he left, the door remained wide open, sunlight streaming in. In the training yard, Wu Lin asked how long he'd be staying at the academy, to which he honestly replied, Not long, to maintain Shuzu's identity. We need to return as soon as possible. Xuanyu then reveals his plan to depart in 5 days, to which he replies, There's no rush. Immediately, Wu Lin unleashed his power, seizing this time to help him adapt to his changing body. Come at me. A blinding golden light filled the room. Astonishing him, the wisps of smoke beneath his feet begin to fade, and now Yu Lin stands in the middle of a courtyard, where a large chair sits. He gently explains that his grandfather left behind a projection of his divine consciousness to pass on his skills. Now, he'll use his own consciousness to simulate that place and train with him. This is his consciousness space, and he can attack him without holding back. Xuanyu's eyes trembled with emotion. Grandpa. But he quickly took a deep breath to regain his composure, then opened his eyes wide, unleashing his spirit energy. One of his hands transforms into a sharp, glittering dragon claw, and an intense pressure radiates from him. He clenches his fist, pouring power into it, and lunges forward. But Wu Lin stands calmly, awaiting the attack. The distance between them closes, a stark contrast in their stances. The dragon's claw glows, burning with power from Xuanyu. In that instant, as the fist neared Wu Lin, he casually raised a hand and cast a simple spell. But because of that, his skill suddenly vanished. He looked back at his hand in confusion, wondering where his skill had gone. So many questions. Where did his skill go? Silence. What happened? Is it all gone? Meanwhile, Wu Lin continues to provoke him. So Xuanyu continues his attack, not allowing himself to be distracted for long. Xuanyu continues to use the water element, controlling the magic to attack him from afar. The energy in his hand slowly gathers, growing stronger as he moves, but with a single hand, Yu Lin calmly dispels it. And despite his surprise, Xuanyu tries another attack. Countless meteorites rain down from the sky, merging to create a massive explosion of light. He's startled, asking if his uncle is all right. Contrary to his worries, Yu Lin completely devoured the magic with his cosmic black hole, explaining that the biggest difference in elemental control between him and Nana is that her elements aren't pure enough. The purer the element, the easier it is to manipulate and fuse. His eyes lit up. It was incredible, a soul skill fused from 3 attributes, taking the meteor fire rain attack without a scratch. That was his ultimate move, a skill that was like being sucked into a black hole, devouring all the elements and spitting them back out. Xuanyu then mimicked the movements himself, manipulating and merging the elements, causing his energy to surge and swirl around him. Wu Lin gently continued to instruct, seeing the lightning within his son's elemental vortex. The fusion of elemental attributes forms a unique power. It contains water, fire, earth, and wind, meaning it can break any water, fire, earth, or wind, and is thus called lightning tribulation. And the art in Xuanyu's hand is now shining brightly. It looks simple, but its power is immense. Meanwhile, he added that initially, his mother couldn't control this power either. Her physique couldn't complete this refinement without damaging her body. But Xuan was different. Xuan interjected, saying he possessed both his father's physical strength and his mother's elemental control, so he thought he could give it a try. This surprised Xuanyu, causing him to freeze momentarily, but he quickly regained control. As far as I know, the dragon god was known as the god of judgment in the god realm, and elemental lightning was likely one of his abilities. Wait. Uncle Luo wants me to merge this terrifying elemental storm into my body to test the power of thunder tribulation. This is flirting with death. Uncle Luo, are you really my father? Nevertheless, he resolutely replied, then I'll give it a try. Having made his decision, he once again entered a state of magical accumulation. If Uncle Luo believed in him, then he would try. Countless elements swirled around him as he gritted his teeth in pain. Yu Lin, satisfied, said, good. Transfer the storm element into your body. Following those instructions, he immediately unleashed his power. The surges of pain made it even more difficult, as that lightning was already being massacred within the elemental storm. Xuanyu's eyes remained tightly shut. Who could endure this? A moment's lapse would leave him riddled like a honeycomb. The energy within him was incredibly unstable. Unbearably so. Just then, Yulin's voice pulled him back. Control. Suppress. Xuanyu tries to calm himself. Control. Suppress. He must persevere. Wu Lin continues to instruct. Prepare well. Use the Dragon God transformation first. Borrow the Dragon God transformation to enhance your own bloodline power. Use your bloodline power to guide this lightning out of your body. Out from your right hand. He immediately used Dragon God transformation as instructed to improve his endurance, causing the magical elements around him to become chaotic. Panic sets in, as he realizes he's about to explode. Certain this is the end. As he spoke, a massive lightning bolt struck him from above. But Wu Lin remained calm, knowing he had to stabilize such volatile power. Meanwhile, Xuanyu continued to listen intently, especially since his body hadn't adapted to this power yet, and he hadn't grasped its properties. He couldn't afford to be careless. And furthermore, when he sensed it was about to erupt, he clearly had time to use his mental power to solidify the domain, so why didn't he? He then realized that it wasn't Uncle Lei's time domain, but a time reversal that was too powerful. Another said that his cultivation was a mental risk, but still unstable, confirming Xuanyu's suspicions. Tang Wulin uses the time reversal domain, unique to his spiritual realm. After a long period, the room is now filled with smoke and dust. Wu Lin continued to teach, slowly condensing thunder in his palm. As Xuanyu listened intently and followed along, his efforts resulted in a gradually purified energy core, and in that moment, he expanded his command, ordering him to act. He reacted swiftly, unleashing his magic. Viewline never left his side, watching as it quickly became a barrier. Emitting a constant stream of light, Hyunwoo rejoiced inwardly. I did it. But then, his power vanished as if it never existed, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Wu Lin then takes the initiative to explain, saying that even his mother couldn't use this kind of power, and neither could he. This power belongs only to him, and if he controls it well, it will be one of his strongest moves in the future. He happily tells him that he can name it, and a name quickly comes to mind: Annihilation, Divine Lightning. Satisfied, he said, okay, let's go again. He then added that his wind elemental storm needed another 18 units of total energy, causing Lan Xuanyu to pale in fear, knowing he was about to be drained again. But he quickly regained his spirits, replying, okay, I'll try again. He didn't want to appear weak in front of his father. More than anything, he didn't want his father to look down on him. So Xuanyu didn't ask why he had to cultivate the divine lightning of annihilation so hard. He summoned the energy core again, and with each use of the divine lightning of annihilation, he grew accustomed to his increasing power. More importantly, he felt his entire body changing, as if he were shedding his skin. With each release, he could feel his body transforming for the next one. Through contemplation and practice, his changes became more stable, and the fusion of his bloodline power and soul power improved, even stimulating the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines, making them more vigorous. Seeing this, Wu Lin was satisfied and asked to stop, but he wondered why they weren't continuing, saying he could keep going, but he simply smiles at him. Wu Lin then explains that he has grasped the basics of the annihilation divine lightning, and in the future, he must control its total amount within a range that he can fully control. As he healed him, he said, "You did better than I imagined. I didn't think you could persevere, but you never complained. Well done. You must feel the changes within you. The annihilation divine lightning has terrible, destructive power, but it also has great creative power." He sternly reminds him that when he practices, he is also tempering his physique, soul power, and bloodline. Therefore, the annihilation divine lightning is not only an offensive force, but also a method of cultivation for him. Suddenly, Wu Lin is pensive. "Your situation is unique. So I've been trying to figure out the best way for you to cultivate something that would stabilize you and help you grow quickly. I finally came up with this method, originally intending to help you practice the annihilation divine lightning during training." These words moved Xuanyu, unaware that he had already achieved it through elemental explosion prevention. In the future, when you can control it better, you can incorporate it into any of your weapons. He then quickly retrieves something, a god-tier combat technique. He furrows his brow, noting it combines the power of creation and destruction, and will evolve twice more in the future. If he can complete it, then the Dragon God's return is no longer just a dream. He asks in surprise about the two evolutions, but his father simply, as he patted him on the head, Wu Lin explained that he also needed to reforge the annihilation divine lightning and master the dark element, and he emphasized that in the future, when he reached his peak, he would break through to the primal chaos based on the 7 major elements. With life and annihilation, breaking through to the Dragon God level is just one step away. At that time, the annihilation divine lightning will also face its greatest challenge. And once you break through, you may truly possess the power of a god king. Vu Lan's tone grew serious as he explained that no one would be able to help him then. He would have to rely on his own strength. He gently stroked his head, adding that this training would push him to his limits, so he could understand. Any risk is an act on the edge. A slight misstep means total defeat. Wu Lin revealed a hint of warmth. For the greater the risk, the more stable one must be. Risk does not prove progress. Xuanyu's words caught in his throat, choked with emotion. "Dad, Uncle Dad, it's me." Understanding. He embraced him tightly. "No rush. When your mother wakes up, our family will be reunited soon. Then, I'll call you back. It won't be too late then." Xuanyu nestled obediently in his arms, having called him dad countless times in his heart. The training ended, and after a brief moment of warmth, Xuanyu bid farewell to Tang Wulin. The rest of the team gathered around him as he and his comrades boarded the fighter, returning to Tianlong Star. Though it was a bit cramped, the journey through space was quite smooth. And after a long trip, Chrysanthemum once again saw the 7th Fleet's warship, the 33rd Skywing, decloaking. Threewood Senior accompanied Xuanyu, and before boarding the main ship, preparations were needed. Upon their return were countless other creatures. The Academy didn't inform the military of this operation. After all, so many 10,000-year plant-type soul beasts would be an irresistible temptation to any powerhouse, and couldn't be discovered. The ring began to work its magic as Elder Tree explained the situation to the plant elders, temporarily, and in terms of life force. Then, Xuanyu confidently shouted, "Everyone's in position. We're ready to board the main ship." Back at Long Tam's command center, Xuanyu had returned. He greeted him seriously. "Captain, we're back to the team." Long Tam chuckled. "Young hero. They call me young. But compared to you, I'm ancient," Xuanyu replied. "Captain, don't be modest. You're the chosen one for future Minister of the Army." He smiled faintly and joked, "Well, who knows when that'll be." Long Tam then announced that the Federation had a special reward for their contributions. Everyone on his team would be promoted to a level 6 Heaven Fighter, and he himself would be specially approved for level 8. He excitedly explains that as an 8th level Heaven Fighter, he has the right to mobilize the Dragon King escort fleet and other lower-level federal fleets. short of treason. It's like having a golden ticket. Longtam also suggests that if he wants to create his own battle armor, the artisans will cooperate, and they will create a specialized mech for him, making Lan Xuanyu a major general. Now, on behalf of the Federation, what request do you have? As an 8th level Battle Heaven ranker, you're in the top 100 most influential people in the Federation. Within reason, I can agree on behalf of the Federation and implement them immediately. He solemnly replied, Captain, I have a few requests. First, I want all 33 Skywings members transferred to the Long 3 battleship to uniformly execute orders and follow my command. Xuanyu continued. Secondly, I want an independent area where no one can enter without my permission. Thirdly, I hope Long San can cooperate with Tang Sect to prioritize creating god-tier mechs for all 33 heavenly wings. Finally, he carefully declared, I understand the Federation's request, as long as the fleet permits. We can depart for Tianlong Star at any time. Long Tam immediately agreed. The first 2 requests are no problem. But the last one, I must report for instructions. Hearing this, he happily said, Don't worry. The resources we submit will surely be far greater. He nodded in understanding. Understood. From now on, I will be your personal contact. He added, If you encounter danger, inform me immediately, and I will send reinforcements. Xuanyu quickly replied, Understood. Thank you, Captain. The two then quickly bid farewell. Okay. Everything's been handed over. Get some rest. He immediately responded. Yes. After leaving, he turned on his communicator and took the initiative to speak. Tutu. It's Xuanyu. I need to discuss something with you. Bai Shi's device is on the table. Beeping. Bai Shi. And a hand gently reaches for it. Is now a good time. She pulls up her towel and softly replies. Okay. Come on over. With her approval, he arrived at her door and knocked. Tutu. She quickly opened the door for him. I'm coming. Her beautiful appearance is captivating. Why are you here so soon? A blush creeps across Hu Yanvu's cheeks. Mesmerized by her beauty, they entered the room together, locking the door behind them. But then Bai Shu suddenly recoiled. Flustered. Keep at least a meter between us. He wondered why, saying they never had time to talk properly. But she shyly denied it, saying to keep 3 feet away, but as she hesitated, Baeksu realized he was gone. In a panic, she cried out, Hyunwoo, where are you? The person she was looking for immediately embraced her from behind, making Baishu even more embarrassed. Don't do that, calm down, she said, but then, Xuanyu caught her off guard, saying, I'm calm, calmly in love with you. He then smiled contentedly and caressed her hair. The distance between them closes as he changes the subject. Tutu. Why is your hair so wet? You'll catch a cold. Let me dry it for you. Baeksu immediately bristles, thanking him and saying he doesn't need to bother. But he's confused, asking why she's angry and that it's no bother at all. Eventually, she lets him dry her hair, and Baeksu wonders if he just used teleportation to get to her, and if he has space abilities. Baeksu asked suspiciously. You used wind and fire elements to dry my hair. Really? Couldn't you be gentler? He replied honestly. I'm being very gentle. Xuanyu tenderly cared for her hair. As long as you're comfortable, this is called making the most of everything. Though she enjoyed it, she said seriously. Okay. Hurry up and tell me. You didn't just come to dry my hair, did you? He got straight to the point, wanting to discuss the Tianlong planet. But Baisu's first reaction was a cold hum. I knew it. Go on. Xuanyu continued, saying that since Fenglong City has acknowledged her identity, they're likely to groom her into a dragon knight. But he worries that Huang Yuanlong has ulterior motives. He crossed his arms and scolded. Huang Yuanlong is the young master of Fenglong City, and his father is definitely a god-level powerhouse. If we're just your servants, especially if Huang Yuanlong deliberately approaches you, it'll be difficult to deal with. So, I'm prepared to take things a step further. Upon hearing those words, Bai Shu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She asked him curiously if he was jealous, and he didn't even deny it, saying of course he was. He was furious, which only made her laugh harder, telling him not to be angry. But then, Xuanyu suddenly added that she needed someone of status to follow her. She wondered what kind of status he meant, and he jokingly suggested she become his courtesan. Baguette's temper flares instantly. What sitting position? Think before you speak. He quickly apologizes. I was wrong, will you marry me? But she angrily grabs his collar. Xuanyu, are you asking for a beating? At that moment, a few rays of light crept into Baishu's room as Xuanyu patiently sweetened the deal. He'd be her courtesan, not the other way around. She asked, Pozled, if he was willing to be her courtesan. Baishu shakes her head, saying that even if he agreed, the dragon god transformation wouldn't last long. And what if he reverted and was exposed? He quickly waves his hands, saying it's impossible right now. Then, Xuanyu winks confidently, saying that due to this breakthrough, he's improved a lot and is probably comparable to a self-proclaimed Duluo-level powerhouse, and as long as it's not a prolonged battle, he can probably maintain it for a long time, super long now. The two then sat on the bed, and only the two of us infiltrating would ensure you wouldn't be disturbed by the yellow origin wolf. Whatever his intentions, he'd target me first, not you. Baishu then smiled mysteriously, unable to help but praise. You're so cute when you're jealous. Xuanyu looked awkward, saying he was a little worried, but she reassured him, trusting him to handle things. After their conversation, Xuanyu returned to Longsan's command center. The first thing he did was carefully ask about his orders, sending Xuanyu back to the team as Bai Lang and a few others approached, saying, Our hero has arrived. He expressed his gratitude, saying that even though he knew Xuanyu wouldn't be unremarkable when he first arrived at the 7th Fleet, he never expected him to make such great contributions to the Federation in such a short time, and that he, on behalf of all the soldiers of the fleet, thanked him for his contributions to the Federation, then presented 2 gems, and the Medal of Honor of the Federation, a special reward for his contributions. Bai Lang himself placed it on him. This badge representing the highest honor of our soldiers. Xuanyu looked at them with emotion. This was the 8th level Battle God badge, representing the identity of a battle god. It continued, explaining that it recorded all of his identity information, and he could use it anywhere in the Federation to exercise the rights of an 8th level battle armor master. He looked up in astonishment, realizing this must be the latest space storage soul device, a product of space-level technology research, and a rare treasure in itself. With that settled, he quickly made his request. All right, go and prepare. Obeying his words, Xuanyu immediately left the command center and walked down the familiar, silent corridor. The atmosphere livens as the members appear. How's your training going? A rapid increase. He claps his hands gently. Quiet down. Everyone. I have something to say. Tian Lei, Bai Zhu, and Lu Feng cried out with joy. The boss is back, Xuanyu. Our boss, Xuanyu, then adopted a serious tone. Although I haven't promised you anything before, I can now cast off the responsibilities on my shoulders. These words left them stunned. I've been through so much, as you all know, and Nana's fall into the star was a huge blow to me. I realized then that only with great strength can you protect those you want to protect. At this crucial point, he emphasized that through recent missions, he'd found opportunities to provide more cultivation resources, so they could consolidate, and those who couldn't keep up could leave. Finally, Xuanyu declared, all I can say is, if you're willing to follow me, I'll lead you to godhood. But the atmosphere that followed became rather awkward. He scratched his head, embarrassed, admitting it was a bit foolish. But that's truly what he thought. Someone suddenly shouts, Long live the class president. Immediately after, the others surround Xuanvu, saying they'll do whatever he says. His brothers followed him, vowing to obey his every command, as he reminded them to focus on their training and increase their cultivation until their year of military experience was over. Everyone returned to everlasting Sacred Sky City. Our contributions to the academy were enough for us to cultivate in the inner courtyard. Tian Liangze was a little puzzled, Class monitor. Are you saying that after a year, we'll return to the academy? But you might not. He explained that due to military secrets, he couldn't reveal everything, but staying would allow them to acquire more cultivation resources. Tianliang immediately responded, acknowledging all he had done for them over the years. We don't want to be dead weight, but true comrades. And the team unanimously declared, where you go. Class monitor. We'll stay where you are. If you're on the front lines, we're on the front lines. If you return to Shrek Academy, then we'll return. These words filled Xuanyu with joy, and a smile crept across his face, but he immediately returned to his stern demeanor, saying, all right, let's fight side by side. Once we've settled on Tianlong Star, we'll welcome you all there. And together, we, Team 33 of the Heavenly Wings, will advance and retreat as one. In the vast forest outside Fonglong City, where the air is pure and dotted with tiny spirits, a spaceship appears in the sky, and footsteps tread softly on the grass. Xuanyu leads the group, announcing, seniors, we've arrived. This is the vast forest outside Fonglong City. Sensing the surrounding vitality, Elder Tree marvels at the rich life energy. He points his finger, observing the intense light, and the elder is overjoyed, exclaiming, wonderful, wonderful. He is clearly grateful to him for witnessing this. Xuanyu, you're right. The life essence here is truly unique. Though it can't compare to the eternal tree, still, the overall life essence of this planet is incredibly high, a true treasure trove. Qingye and the others beside him are equally excited. This is amazing. Everyone reacted positively. But Xuanyu humbly raised another concern. My only worry is our life aura different from that of the creatures here? Therefore, it will be detected by the planet's life core. Old Tree understands his concern, but calmly reassures him, you don't need to worry about that. For a planet, the life core does indeed possess high intelligence, but they won't easily awaken before sensing a threat. There's no such thing as a significant difference in life energy. He stroked his white beard, looking very satisfied. This place is truly amazing. We can absorb life energy without any worries. Later, you'll use the Ring of Destiny to leave a life imprint on us, so we can be trusted when help is needed. When you return, call us to gather and go back together. Under the Tree Elder's guidance, Xuanyu creates a life imprint, and then, he uses his spiritual power to delve deeper into the Ring of Destiny, so he can sense each unique life within it. Through this imprint, he can connect his spiritual power with the plant-based powerhouses, achieving communication. Before disappearing into the tree, the Elder Tree urged, Xuanyu, I will assimilate my aura with that of this planet, so you can rest assured and complete your mission. He nodded in agreement, knowing this was why these powerhouses weren't worried about being discovered. Then, he waved his teammates over. All right, let's get started. They quickly mobilized and gathered around. He turned to Xiaobao and signaled, Xiaobao, transform? The little guy obediently complied. Okay. Xuanyu continua, assigning tasks to Qianlei and the others. The disguises we bought in Fenglong City will let us blend in as locals. Let's get to work. Bai Shu suddenly asked. Xuanyu, do you think I should contact Wang Yuelang? After some thought, he decided, contact him. Probe his intentions. Hearing this, she turned on her device and made the call. After a while, a joyful voice came from the other end. Tutu, you finally contacted me. I thought you'd disappeared. Leaving without a word. After he finished, Bai Xiu spoke bluntly. Weren't you in a hurry last time? Who knows what you were doing? I went back to the Blue Sea clan to get something. The signal's bad. You know that. Nguyet Lang. He replied. Yes. There are many places under the sea where it's hard to connect. He changed the subject. Where are you now? My dear sister. She responded with a distant tone throughout. We're almost at Fonglong City. Hearing this, Nguyet Lang became even more excited, saying, That's great. I've arranged everything for you already. I'll welcome you with open arms. After hanging up, Hianvu stroked her chin thoughtfully, concluding that, based on his tone, He probably didn't suspect her identity. He'll definitely investigate the Blue Sea clan, but he won't find anything. If he asks you, just say you've always disguised yourself as one of them. Got it. Are you planning to tell him you're a Dragon Clan member now? Unable to predict the outcome, Xuanyu decides to stick to the plan for now, taking things one step at a time, as revealing too much too soon could risk exposure, depending on their attitude towards him. After settling everything, he begins assigning tasks, one by one, as they seem to value his strength more. In case Hoang-Wen Lang has any excessive thoughts, he instructed Liang Fa to quickly open a shop in Finglong City and get everyone legal identities, so they could operate here long-term. Fatu, you and Menkin find a suitable, inconspicuous house that we can live in. Hui hui. Yuge, you? Tutu. And I will check out the place Huang Yuan Ling arranged. The illusion Xiao Bao cast on you will last 3 days, after which you must return. Everyone acknowledged the order, shouting, "Understood. No problem." And so, the 7 split up and acted independently. This time was different from the last. Before, they were ignorant of this place, knowing nothing of the heavenly dragon star. But this time, their primary mission was to gain a foothold here, secure stable identities, and then talk about the rest. For the resources of the heavenly dragon star were so abundant, they aimed to gain much more. And to acquire these resources, an ordinary identity is most suitable. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang respectfully reports, "Lady Shu, we are here on the young city lord's orders to receive you." On the way to the next location, Bai Zhu complained about the bumpy ride, but he calmly and professionally took the feedback, promising improvements in the future. This dragon carriage is specially designed for the Dragon Clan, mainly to accommodate their size. And Wol Ryung himself is there to greet her upon arrival. "Oh, they've arrived." She steps out, groaning softly, as he expresses his concern. "Welcome back, my sister. It's been too long." Seeing this, Hinfu, who was behind her, glared angrily, while Bakhtu asked, a little embarrassed, What are you doing?" He calmly explained that it was a human custom called a hug, but she still wasn't comfortable with it. "What hugging? Don't come near me. I don't like any of your human customs. We are the noble dragon race. Why would we imitate humans?" Hearing this, his expression darkened slightly, but he said nothing. As a polite gesture, Yue Lang adjusted his glasses and said softly, "Humans are a very special life form. Their bodies are the most balanced of all races, perfect for cultivation." It's said that back when there was a realm of gods, his voice was gentle, yet held a subtle reminder. All the gods were in human form. They stared at each other in silence, the tension rising. Finally, Yue Lang broke the awkwardness, saying, "Let's go. I'll show you around your new home." Meanwhile, at a vast and somewhat remote estate, Yue Lang confidently introduced the magnificent structure to Bai Su, calling her dear sister. "See, the main building is in the center, and the roof can be opened so we can fly directly inside." Knowing she's close to the Blue Sea clan, he adds, wanting to show how considerate he is, "I've replaced all the servants here with members of the Azure Sea clan. Dinner should be ready. Let's eat first." As the grand doors slowly opened, he politely gestured them inside, and the Hianvu group was greeted by rows of maids bowing respectfully. On the wall, a carefully hung monochrome portrait caught Bai Su's eye, an armored knight emerging from behind a red curtain. She hesitated, pointing at the painting and asking who it was, and Nguyen Long immediately answered her question, revealing a torrent of information about the figure in the painting. "This is Lord Lalan, the protector of our family, a powerful seed knight. His seed knight is a high-ranking dragon with a deadly poison named Mo Kong. So Lord Roland is also known as the Mo Kong Seed Knight. Of the 18 dragon knights, he ranked 7th. But enough about him. Has dinner been prepared? Let's head to the dining room and talk." At the table, Nguyen Lang raised a glass of red wine. "Welcome back, my dear sister. Let's drink some heavenly dragon tree water." He emphasized the drink's value. "This is from the heavenly dragon mother tree. It's a rare delicacy, a tonic for our dragon race." Bai Su mused, lost in thought. Then, stealing her gaze, she threw her head back and drained the crimson liquid in one gulp. Seeing her reckless action, Hianvu couldn't help but worry, wondering if there would be any danger from drinking it. The moment Bak Tu finished, she suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body, and her breathing gradually became more difficult. "What did you give me to drink?" she asks. But Nguyen Long only watches her expression. Hianvu, on the other hand, is extremely worried for her. Tu. Upon closer inspection, indistinct silver scales begin to appear on Bak Tu's fair skin. The plan worked, and Nguyen Lang chuckled softly, revealing the elixir's side effects only now. Hianvu's bloodline is strong indeed. The first time I drank the heavenly dragon sap, I almost revealed my true form. The heavenly dragon tree's sap is a great tonic for us, but poison to other races, causing their blood to boil and kill them. Yue Lang's words shocked both Bak Tu and Hianvu. The girl silently analyzed everything, realizing that Hoang Yet Lang was testing her identity. If she didn't have dragon blood, this Thien Long Thu sap would be poison. Fortunately, after merging with the demon queen, her bloodline had evolved into a deep abyss ice demon dragon, so there were no issues. This Thien Long Thu sap also proved that the dragon race in the human world and the dragon race here likely share the same origin. Dien was furious, cursing Huang Yuelang in his heart. That damned dog. Huang Yuelang, what kind of weird drink did you give Shu Shu? If anything happens to her, I'll blow your dog head off with the lightning of annihilation. Despite the white-scaled dragon's fury, he feigned innocence, asking what was wrong, but she refused to let it go, coldly questioning Wang Yuelang, knowing full well that drinking this could cause transformation. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand? You wanted to embarrass me, didn't you?" He quickly denied it. "Dear sister, you're overthinking it. The first time I drank this, I wasn't even fully formed. At most, your dragon scales will just appear on your skin. You won't revert to your true form." But the white-robed man wasn't about to let it go. "You've been bullying me since the Blue Sea Clan. Don't act like you don't know anything." He tried to smooth things over. "Hin Mui, I was too hasty. I'll definitely tell you next time." Having addressed the personal matter, she moved on to the main issue. "Last time you suddenly came to Thien Long Thon. What happened?" "Even the warship came," Nguyen Lang honestly replied. "A big thing happened. The Ngu Kong clan seems to have lost something extremely important, and the resource planet of Kongwin Tin exploded. The damage is even more severe than imagined." He then asked Bai Tu about her plans, and she bluntly retorted, "Now that she's joined their family, what do they want her to do?" Hearing this, he smiled kindly, saying she has a rare talent, and the family hopes she can become a figure like the Dark Knight, protecting the family. And of course, the family will spare no effort to support her. They went back and forth, discussing the matter further. "So, how should I cultivate? I've already told my father you're back, and he wants me to take you to see him tonight. He'll make arrangements then." "Very well." They talked for what seemed like hours, and finally, Bai Shu and the others were led to their quarters, a room seemingly designed to condense life force, with an incredibly high concentration of life energy. It was almost like watching them bathe in the sea god lake. Even she had to marvel at the abundance of life force in this room. She turned and sat on the soft bed, getting down to business, wondering what to do tonight. As Xuanyu carefully analyzed the situation, "We still don't know the full situation with Huang Yuelang's father. But drinking the blood marrow nectar today was a good thing. He confirmed your identity based on that. Tonight, when you meet his father, I suspect he'll test your power. You need to conceal any abilities unrelated to the abyssal dark dragon. I'll have Little Treasure monitor your status with its spiritual sense. And if your identity is exposed, detonate this. Even a god-tier powerhouse will have to temporarily retreat from its wrath." Xuanyu's sincere gaze offered a sense of security, promising to appear instantly and whisk her away words that moved Bai Shu deeply. Needing no alteration, the young couple's affection made Yunhui and Wugak standing nearby, envious. Hyun Woo. "That's too much." After reminding everyone of the plan, Xuanyu turns to instruct the two gossips who've been listening in. "If Shu Shu is discovered, You two leave immediately. Escape the range of the Dragon Clan's rage, and then cause chaos on both sides of Fenglong City. Everyone gathered at the old tree. And An Hui, understanding immediately, replied, "Understood." But he was still a little uneasy. "Isn't this a bit dangerous?" Xuanyu confidently reveals that his sixth soul mark awakened the power to control space, allowing him to teleport within a certain distance. And even a god-level expert couldn't outrun the Emerald Nightmare warship. He then turns to Bai Shu, reiterating the plan, emphasizing that they must avoid detection, as luring the Dong Clan's technicians would make escape nearly impossible. "I'll stay in contact with you at all times through Little Bao. You continue to act cold and try to talk as little as possible." The next morning, at the circular building, Yuan Lang led Bai Shu's group to meet with some families, saying, "This way, please." As the bridge between the two sides, he carefully spoke first. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my father, and the Lord of Wind Dragon City, Huang Daoqi." Bai Chu stepped forward, greeting him politely. "Greetings, clan leader. I am Bai Chu. I'm sorry to trouble you to come out and meet me." Dao Qi's attitude toward her was also very relaxed as he calmly praised, "Truly a beautiful girl. No wonder Yuan Lang couldn't stop praising you. Every high-ranking dragon is one of the brightest stars of the Dragon Heaven Star, and it's an honor to have you join our Hoang family. As the clan leader and an elder, I must welcome you on our first meeting. But I won't greet you next time you come. After all, this is your home now, and family doesn't stand on ceremony. Let's go inside and talk." This city, Lord of Wind Dragon City, is definitely considered a frontier ambassador of the celestial dragon star, making Xuanyu not dare to use his spiritual power to probe the other's cultivation. Without a doubt, this is a god-level powerhouse, and his refined, courteous demeanor and constant smile make you feel like you're basking in a spring breeze. Has Shu Shu adjusted to Wind Dragon City? Bai Shu replied simply that she was doing okay. Dao Qi hummed in understanding. "Wind Dragon City is your home now. Do you have parents?" Hearing this, Bai Tu looked slightly sad. "My memories of them are vague. It seems they passed away when I was very young." These words were enough for the old man, who had lived more than half his life, to empathize. "I'm sorry, this is your home now, and every member of the royal family is your family." After their chat, they finally arrived at the main hall to discuss matters. Dao Qi's voice echoing throughout. "Grand Tutor Dong Mo Kong has always hoped that an heir would emerge from among us. And now with Tutu joining, the chances are even greater. The royal family is counted among the 10 great families of Thien Long. But in reality, we've become a laughingstock." He recounts the rumors surrounding them, that they're only known for procreation, and all their energy is spent on reproduction. Hearing this, Huang Er couldn't help but giggle, and Yuan Lang eagerly joined the conversation. "Father, they may laugh at us, but aren't they also envious?" But then, he suddenly unleashed a torrent of scolding, lamenting that among the 10 great families, they alone lacked a bronze knight. If they truly felt proud, they should strive to produce one, and only then could they silence their critics. "And another thing, you haven't even inherited my greatest power, procreation. I don't even have a grandchild. You need to try harder." Wen Lang blushed at this remark, but Bai Su's expression remained unchanged. After his rant, he suddenly turned to her for her opinion. "Tutu, what are your plans for the future?" Bai Shu calmly replied, "No, I just wanted to earn money to buy things I like." And then I met Huang Yue Lang. Sensing Bai Shu's indifference, Dao Qi tried to persuade her. "Dragon coins are just material possessions. For a dragon of our status, wealth is easily obtained, but true power lies in one's own strength to reach even greater heights. Enough pleasantries, let's head to the Dragon Force Hall." "Don't worry, Tutu. It's just a test of your abilities." Daoqi stands and looks her in the eye, adding that it's to help the family provide her with appropriate support. Understanding this, Bai Tu has no objections. The group walks down a long corridor to a giant gilded door, and Daoqi turns to give Bai Tu a brief introduction. "This is the Dragon Force Hall. Let's go." The doors slowly open, casting a beam of light outward. But as the group is about to enter, Xianglong unexpectedly blocks their path, respectfully announcing, "Forgive me, but servants are not allowed inside." He looked at her with concern, and Baishu subtly reassured him with a glance. "It's all right. Tutu, I'll have Xiaobao stay in contact. And if there are any problems, I'll act immediately." She and Dao Qi entered together, and upon stepping inside, they saw a glowing stone floating above the altar. Bai Shu was a little surprised. Gazing intently at it, he continued to introduce the place. "Bai Shu, the Dragon Power Hall is the heart of our family, even of the entire Wind Dragon City. On the Heaven Dragon Star, only the 16 main cities have a Dragon Power Hall." After all that talk, Bai Shu still doesn't know what this place is for. "I feel like I know this place's power. It's a little strange. What is the Dragon Power Hall for?" However, Dao Qi doesn't directly answer her question. "You're already a high-ranking dragon. So, what is your original form?" Even if you are a high-ranking dragon, it was also when the new dragon transformation period had a mutation. Bak Tu then revealed a bit about her original form. "I was originally a fish, a relatively large species." The elder wanted to confirm again. "This is also the reason you're close to the Azure Sea clan, right?" Bak Tu admitted without concealing anything. "That's right." Daoki explains it all to her, arms crossed, that the dragon transformation is due to a special dimension descending, bringing with it dragon force. It begins with the dragon force dispersing in the heavenly dragon star, where all races can absorb it and undergo dragon transformation. But later, it was restricted. Only the heavenly dragon race and the higher dragon races can absorb and form a dragon power hall, a place to channel dragon power for cultivation and advancement. And the light of the stone, floating above their feet, illuminates the entire room. Now Bak Tu is sure of it. This must be a secret at the heart of Tianlong Tin. An independent dimension with dragon force. What could it mean? At the same moment, a flash of light suddenly enters Huyanvu's mind. He's startled, muttering, "What is this feeling?" Huyanvu carefully analyzes this sudden sensation. Feeling something similar to when he was first called on the central hill of Heavenly Dragon City. It's highly likely that place is a small world filled with dragon force. And the danger he senses is because Xuanyu stood silently before the large door, his mind racing as he considered the situation. The information he'd gained today was critical. This could be considered a core secret of the Tianlong Star. And the fact that Huang Daoqi is discussing it with Bai Zhu suggests he doesn't suspect her, at least, not yet. Back to the royal group in the Twin Force Hall. They're still giving Bai Shu a basic overview, explaining that different dragon clans absorb and utilize dragon force at different rates. Even the head of our heavenly dragon clan, which doesn't fully transform, and can't use dragon force as well as other dragon clans. That's why we later allowed the heavenly dragon clan to have knight lineages. Shushu. That's why I brought you here today. 1. To test her abilities, her compatibility with dragon force, and how effectively she absorbs it. Bai Su, with nothing to fear, immediately agreed. "Okay. What should I do?" His expression turned stern as he began to explain in detail. Shu stand in the center of the Dragon Force Hall. As she approached the floating stone in the center, he emphasized, "Yes. Right there." Though Bai Su appeared calm, she was actually quite tense. Yue Lang and her two younger siblings silently observed the power test. Daoqi announced the start, and the elder gathered the surrounding power. Bai Shi was still confused, but startled by the scene. Immediately, the stone in the ceiling glowed, absorbing the energy transferred by Dao Qi, and she seemed to sense something. He noticed the expression on her face and the aura emanating from her, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The dragon flames are the most obvious sign of absorbing power for the first time. She truly is a wild dragon." Bai Zhu's body began to show faint dragon scales, and her wings burst forth. Unable to withstand the surge, bathed in the stone's power, Bai Shu masters her wings in moments. Huang Yi and Huang Ke, witnessing this, can't hide their admiration, noting that none of them had such a powerful reaction. "It's just too amazing." Nuan Lang shared their sentiment. They'd all absorbed dragon force, but none had reacted as powerfully as Bai Shuxiu. The best result of initial absorption was the full activation of the dragon power in one's bloodline, making it purer, higher, and more powerful. The power assessment was a success, and Baishu gently retracted her wings, her body enveloped in a striking aura. Daoqi clapped, full of praise, calling her a masterpiece of creation as she slowly descended to the ground. Baishu felt the change within her immense power and a burning sensation. Thank you, Patriarch, for this opportunity. Daoqi Biamid. This is your own talent. You are part of the family, and this is all yours. You've absorbed the dragon energy so thoroughly. It's clear the dragon transformation was thorough. I can almost guarantee that given enough time, she'll have the makings of a true dragon knight. Though I have many sons and daughters, I wouldn't mind having another. Huang Ke and Huang Er listened intently to the patriarch's final decision, while Yue Long tensely waited. Bai Tu wasn't stupid. She immediately understood Daoqi's intentions, and silently thought, as if I would. Zhang Bachtu so obedient. He was extremely satisfied, and declared that she was his long-lost biological daughter. Huang Tutu. Why did I suddenly become the older brother? But I suppose I should greet her properly. Hello. Huang Tutu. I'm your older brother. Huang Tutu's face darkened as she forced a smile. Tutu. Hello. Brother. But inwardly, she restrained herself. Huang Tutu. What kind of name is that? No. I can't get angry. I have to be patient. Though outwardly he seemed natural, Nguyen Lang thought. Good sister. No. Tutu. There's no need to be polite between family. But inside, he didn't like this at all. Why did they have to be siblings? Baichu's eyes are serious as he contemplates something. Thanking his father, after checking Baichu's dragon force, everyone returns to their rooms. And Daoqi is questioned in his private office. Father. This wasn't the original arrangement. In a fit of rage, Nguyen Lang slams the table, demanding to know why his father has changed his mind about arranging Bai Tu's marriage to him now that she's proven useful to the family. Daoqi, losing patience with his son's attitude, rebukes him, questioning his audacity and calling him a worthless son. He was thoroughly reprimanded by his father, who reminded him of all the resources the family invested in him, and what his cultivation is now. The effectiveness of his dragon force absorption is probably not even a tenth of Zhu's. Frankly, I've given up on you becoming a seed knight. How dare you even bring it up? Nguyen Lang's initial arrogance vanished, replaced by a dejected admission of guilt. Understood. Father, please stop scolding me. But he still wanted to argue, this time in a gentler tone. Wouldn't it be better to keep her by my side as she grows stronger that way? It'll be easier to control her. His face etched with lines of thought. The patriarch knew he had to look to the future. With Zhu Shu's character and appearance, there was no doubt she would attract many powerful dragon knights. If she were also a dragon knight, coupled with a terrifying dragon knight, with 3 already backing our royal family, things will be different, and far more beneficial than you marrying her. Regarding this matter, the old man was quite confident. It's not that easy. Our royal dragon hall also has the Jinglong force shackles. Hearing this, his face immediately paled in disbelief. His father had placed the Jinglong force shackles in her body. The old man sternly reminded him. Or else what? Did you really think I'd so easily trust an outsider? If she obeys, all is as it was. If not, the dragon restraint will lock away her dragon power in an instant. Meanwhile, Bai Shu and the others head back to their rooms, unaware of Daoqi's sinister plan. Back in her room, Bai Shu sat on the bed, rubbing her shoulders. Exhausted, she asked the others if they felt like they had just accepted a foe as their father. But Xuanyu was more concerned about Bai Shu's health. Telling her she'd worked hard, he leaned in close, carefully reminding her, before anyone else, sit down first. Let me check your body. Though a bit awkward, she agreed. Okay. First, Lan Xuanyu senses the chaotic soul power and the power of the bloodline within Baishu's body. This absorption of dragon power has brought her to the peak of a rank 7 soul sage. She's almost at the rank 8 soul Duluo level, just one step away from breaking through. And she also possesses the Deep Abyss Ice Demon Dragon bloodline. Baishu doesn't need a soul, spirit, or beast to keep leveling up. So she relaxes and lets Xuanyu's soul power flow into her body, a power as vast and endless as the ocean, far stronger than her own. During this process, he clearly felt every change in her as Tutu's bloodline grew colder and deeper, a characteristic of the abyssal ice demon dragon, its bloodline energy swirling around her soul core, becoming much clearer after activating the dragon force. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over Lan Xuanyu, startling him. His face paled slightly. Something was wrong. Though he hid it well, she noticed it. Huang Daoqi seemed to have left something in his body. Hearing this, she panicked. Did he suspect her? Lan Xuanyu reassured her, telling her not to worry. He wanted to ask about her feelings first. And once that was done, he could use his bloodline power to erase it. In truth, it would be more troublesome if Huang Daoqi hadn't tampered with her, as that would mean he was planning something else. He analyzes the old man's actions and the current situation, realizing that her adoption suggests she's more important than he initially thought. He's eager to get closer, which means he doesn't suspect you. He'll probably give you a way to cultivate knightly power soon. By the way, Xuanyu, would there be any benefit if you could absorb Dragon Force? He affirms with certainty that there's no doubt the Dragon Force Hall is extremely important to us. Obviously, this was immediately rejected. No. Another person will make them suspicious. It'll backfire. I've been thinking on the way back. We can't do that. Suddenly, the corner of Baishu's mouth curved up, as if a new idea had come to mind. Seeing that sly grin, Xuanyu felt uneasy. What is it? She raised a finger, announcing, I have another way to solve the problem. Do you want to hear it? And so, the four gathered to hear Baishu's plan. We'll do this. And this. What do you think? Aside from Xuanyu, the others were intrigued. You know, you might be onto something. I think it could work. You're making such a fuss. Are you all devils? How could I? Everyone stifled their laughter. Yinhui teased. Xuanyu, don't be so stubborn. Maybe this really is the perfect solution. Despite knowing this, he couldn't help but object. It might solve the problem. But, Xuanyu struggled. He couldn't cross-dress. Laughter echoed from outside. Keep it down, he whispered. This room is soundproof. Even if Xuanyu screamed his head off, no one would hear. The next few days passed peacefully, with Baishu remaining in her training room, constantly cultivating. She hadn't broken through to the 8th ring yet, but waited for the Demon Queen to awaken and speak. Xuanyu went out a few times to check on Lu Feng and Liang Pu's shop arrangements. His main business was translating various mineral resources, all progressing steadily according to his plan, except for the cross-dressing. To break through in the future, to reach the god level, he would endure. Days turned into weeks, and 8 days later, the Demon Queen finally awoke, gravely reporting, My lord, I sense it. Hearing this, Hianvu was a bit curious. Senior Mahao, what do you sense? Wai truthfully presented everything she knew. It's the aura of our divine-level dragon race, and that power definitely holds the secrets of our dragon race. You must enter that space. I sense it holds secrets, perhaps even about you, that could greatly aid your revival. Like you, I also feel it. A voice is calling to me. The voice is immense, yet incredibly complex, like many sounds layered upon each other. The Demon Empress continued. It's as if Ditian is telling me that our dragon race, even in the universe, is a dominant species. I can feel it, and I have no regrets. Even in death. Suddenly hesitant, Xuanyu asks, Senior, you, but she seems to know what he's about to ask. Cutting him off with a solution, young master. When you break through to the 7th ring, and your dark power awakens, that will be when Ditian awakens, and his power will truly belong to you. The Demon Empress emphasized her final point. He has always awaited that day. Xuanyu confirmed to himself. You mean Ditian has been waiting for my dark power to awaken, she affirmed resolutely. Indeed. Receiving this confirmation, he turned pale with fear, realizing his 6th soul ring would awaken and control the dark element under normal circumstances. After space helped me control the first element of space. It's even more suitable for him now. But that's Tian's power. And I feel so bitter. Xuanyu quickly agreed, but still puzzled. He thought to himself that he should ask Uncle Luo about the Dragon Peach clan, which he was hearing about for the first time. With everything said, he asked to leave. My lord, I'll return now, and Shuju, and I will proceed with the final combination. He asks him to protect her, and he agrees without hesitation. With Xuanyu's approval, he immediately merges with Bai Shu. Through the purple haze, the image of Tianyu and Bai Shu cultivating together in the dimly lit room gradually appears. With his help, in an instant, the chanting from Bai Shu became resonant, and the lightning around her intensified. Suddenly, the purple shadow of the deep abyss demon dragon appeared behind her, its massive form dominating the space. Unleashing a torrent of dark aura, he suddenly opened his eyes, releasing the aura of his bloodline, and with the suppression of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines, the Deep Abyss Demon Dragon bloodline within Bai Shu stirred violently, but after a period of turmoil, it was finally suppressed by their combined strength, and Bai Shu's cultivation process gradually became easier. 8 rings. Sol Duluo Bai Shu finally took another step, becoming a powerhouse of the same level as Tang Wulin. This breakthrough marks a qualitative change for Bai Shu, a transformation from the great white shark demon soul lineage to the dragon clan. She slowly opens her clear eyes and says, "Call my name, Xuanyu." Xuanyu was even happier than she was, unable to contain himself as he hugged Bai Shu. "Shu, that's amazing. You did it. You broke through to the 8th ring before they could even assess the dragon core." Shu had condensed it. Bai Shu had just broken through to the 8th ring. Yet she already had the initial form of a second soul core. This will undoubtedly greatly benefit her strength. And it also means she's definitely not just an ordinary 8-ring soul master. However, in contrast to his cheerful expression, Bai Shu doesn't look very happy at all. "Xuanyu, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. The truth is, I'm not human. Or rather, I was originally a great white shark of the spirit sea. After cultivating for 100,000 years, I transformed into a human to cultivate again. Though I'm a soul beast, I'll fully transform into a human upon reaching the 8th ring, which is why I'm telling you now." Her cheeks flushed, hesitant to speak. "Afraid you won't like me anymore." But what did Xuanyu care about such trivialities? He drew close to Bai Shu and gently comforted her. "Silly. What are you thinking? Right now, you're the most important thing in my heart. My mother, Nana, wasn't human either. So I'm not entirely human myself. Whether we're human or not doesn't matter. What matters is Shu." Hearing Xuanyu's heartfelt words, she felt safe enough to reveal another truth. She took on a human form to repay a debt. When I was in utter despair, he appeared, taking human form to battle the deep-sea demon whale king, and ultimately avenged my people and my parents. After that, I began to cultivate in seclusion, wanting to become stronger. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed that she wanted to become human to seek out the powerful man who had slain the deep-sea demon whale king and repay her debt. During her transformation, perhaps the memories of the past were too painful, so I forgot many things. Then I was taken in as an orphan, and met Nana and everyone else. "So, have you found this benefactor of yours you've cultivated for so long? He must be alive." A slight blush crept onto her face. "No, he's still alive. And I've found him." Bai Shu gently touched his nose, her playful smile now fully revealed. "Heaven gave me a chance to repay him in secret. I couldn't repay him, but I can repay his son." Kim Long Yueyu Tang Wulin officially leads the human army against the Holy Abyss sect and the Abyss Dimension. While the Holy Spirit Church leader, Bai Tu, couldn't confirm it again. She could only savor her own emotion, vowing to be with him. "I'm really happy. I like you. Moreover, he's the son of your benefactor, not the incarnation of the deep-sea demon whale king, who is Bai Shu's enemy. Crying doesn't suit you," he said, as she replied with tear-filled eyes that everyone was just overjoyed. A peaceful day at the mansion saw Yue Lang enter Dao Qi's office, reporting on Bai Tu's situation. confirming his father's prediction that her talent was indeed exceptional. She's already digested all the soul force she absorbed. He was shocked. So fast. Taking this opportunity, he expressed his feelings. Actually, I really like her. If she's willing to marry me, she'll belong to our family completely. Therefore, I want to ask you, Father, to give me the right to pursue Tutu. Daoki had no objections to this matter. I don't object. But are you sure you can make her love you? He confidently affirmed. Rest assured. Father, I can definitely do it. Yue Lang was extremely smug about his charm, saying that even though he wasn't the best cultivator, his looks and character were renowned among the Upper Dragon clan. And if his father hadn't stopped them, even the three great families of Tianlong City would have wanted to marry him. Hearing his son's delusions, the old man was furious. Ready to explode, Dao Qi then exposed the sinister intentions of those he considered allies, asking if his father was a fool for thinking they weren't after the family's resources. He was told to summon Shushu to assess her breakthrough, and Yue Lang, intimidated by his father's anger, could only obey. An hour later, at the Huang estate, Bai Tu entered Dao Qi's study. Expressing herself sincerely, daughter greets father. The residence you granted me is indeed pleasant. The life energy is rich, and I seem to have unconsciously overcome a bottleneck, then smoothly broken through. I quite like this feeling of being stronger. Even my body has grown a bit. The old man was very pleased with his daughter's attitude. The size of our dragon clan is proportional to our strength, proving she's grown stronger, but increasing your power without controlling it will be detrimental to your future. Do you understand? Daoki generously hands her the materials he'd previously gathered, saying, "This will teach you how to cultivate your warrior bloodline. It's a fundamental technique that will help you control your power." Baisu politely thanked her father, then wore an awkward expression, as if she had something to say. "Father, you're so good to me, but I've been hiding something from you, and I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me?" Dao Qi, now almost completely unguarded with Baisu, asks, "Why would I blame you? What is it? Tell me." Upon receiving his permission, she immediately revealed, "Actually, I have an older sister who also underwent dragon transformation, but she was always a bit worried. So I was the only one who accepted your recruitment." Yue Lang was slightly surprised to hear this. Baishu seemed oblivious to his shock, adding, "Actually, she's even stronger than me, with outstanding power, but her personality isn't great, and she's less trusting than I am. If she agrees to come, I think you'll treat her well, and she could become even stronger." The father and son froze, hearing about a dragon-transformed sister, but only for a moment, as they quickly recovered, overjoyed. Of course, the doors of our royal family are always open to any dragon. However, the old man's son began his own pursuit of beauty, asking if she was pretty. Bach Tu, sensing they were finally hooked, added a few more flattering words about her sister, saying, "That's great. She's originally a deep-sea demon serpent. Her talent far surpasses mine. But he acts as if he's righteous. Perhaps she's stronger, but not necessarily more beautiful." Right, Bai Shu feigns a charming innocence, melting even the singer's heart. "No, my sister is both strong and beautiful," the voice continued, seeking more information. "So, where is she?" "Actually, she's always been right here with me, disguised as a member of the Blue Sea clan, and somehow, despite everything, Yue Lang's narcissism persists. A dragon with power, in human form. To win over two people so quickly, it's undeniable. Handsome men have all the luck." Finally, Baisu asked to confirm, "Do father and brother want to meet her?" They immediately agreed. "Yes, of course." She leads Dao Qi and Guyet Lang outside, then calls out, "I'll summon her. Sister, are you here yet?" But only silence answers. But in an instant, a roar echoed everywhere, and the surrounding trees shook violently. In the sky above, huge black wings beat against the wind, as a colossal dragon appeared in the bright, sunny sky. Daoki and Yuelong were unprepared for the immense power of the sister Baiyu spoke of. The dragon slowly transformed into a human, with long black hair, rosy lips, and an aura that lingered in the air. Xuanyu descended gracefully, an unmatched air of nobility about him. Dao Qi breaks out in a cold sweat at the sight of him, while Yue Lang beside him gushes with admiration. So beautiful. So refined. She's right. She really is more beautiful than you, she says, looking at him with judgmental eyes. Do you think I'm happy to hear that? Xuanwu slowly approached the three of them, calmly introducing himself. Greetings. I am Lan. Standing before them, Nguyet Lang eagerly introduced himself, hoping to impress Lan. Hello. Beautiful Miss Lan. I am Huang Yuelang, the son who loves you most dearly. Surely we've met before. This overzealousness from Yue Lang leaves Xuanyu speechless, and he forces an awkward smile, saying, We have. Moonlight is now completely infatuated with his female disguise. A perfect lady. Love at first sight. A gentleman's pursuit. Xuanyu reflexively touches his throat, secretly praying for luck, thinking this is too strange, hoping he won't be exposed. While Dao Qi can't help but feel angry, thinking, this child of mine, he can't do anything. But he falls in love with everyone. Bai Shu is his only exception, no way. Yue Lang wouldn't like Xuanyu, would he? And just like that, Yue Lang abandons the old for the new, putting on a righteous facade and leading him on. My lady, let's go to our room and talk. Dao Qi's expression darkened as he scrutinized his back, analyzing him thoroughly, the golden light radiating from the ancient dragon. She's definitely got the purest dragon bloodline. The transformation rate is extremely high during the dragonification process, and her size is enormous, clearly indicating a cultivation level even higher than that of Shushu. This time, they've truly found a treasure. No, they must control Tutu's sister completely, at any cost, for the sake of their family. He follows closely behind Hong Nguyet Lang, but his mind is elsewhere. Ever since arriving in the Dragon Horse Galaxy and learning of the many god-level powerhouses, he knew he was small. But when he soared as the Golden Dragon King, he felt different. Xuanyu watched the figure ahead, wondering if Huang Yue Lang was a titled Duluo. He would sense a powerful enemy. But Yue Lang didn't seem to sense any danger. His eyes sharpened instantly. This must be an advantage unique to Tianlong Star. And his twin Dragon King bloodline has a powerful suppressing effect on the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The group's next destination is the Great Hall, where Dao Qi finally introduces himself. Greetings, Miss Lan. I am Huang Dao Qi, the city lord of Fenglong City. Xuanyu politely replied. Greetings, Lord City Lord. I apologize for revealing my identity so late. Actually, I have been here with Shuzhu before. At that moment, I wasn't completely at ease, and the old man didn't want to make things difficult for him during their first meeting. It's normal to be wary of unfamiliar things. Dao Qi then ordered a servant to bring over a glass of shimmering red liquid to Xuanyu, saying, Here, Miss Lan, we've been talking for a while. You must be thirsty. Please have some. At a glance, he and Bai Shu recognized it as the dragon transformation nectar, but to avoid suspicion, Xuanyu reached out and accepted it. To everyone's surprise, he brazenly downed it in one gulp. Bai Shu looked anxious. The dragon sky sap was potent. Don't slip up, she thought. Yue Lang and Dao Qi watched for any changes. However, to their disappointment, Xuanyu remained completely unfazed, even feigning a nonchalant demeanor, saying, I was a bit thirsty. Thank you, City Lord, for your generosity. Even Zol. That scene just now lessened the old man's suspicion. Miss Lan, Xu Shao tells me you have a talent for strength. If you're willing to join my royal family, we might need you to do something. We need to assess your strength. So we need you to come to the Dragon Power Hall for a moment. Xu Shu must have told you about it. Seeing his chance, Xuanyu agreed without hesitation. Okay. I was originally drawn here by the Dragon Power Hall. After Xu Shu obtained dragon power, her strength increased significantly. And I also want to get stronger, which is why I hope to join the royal family. Yue Lang, not forgetting his mission, quickly stood up to lead the way. Then, Miss Lan, please follow me to the Dragon Power Hall. Along the way, Niet Long reassured Hianvu, telling him to relax. But Hianvu maintained a polite distance, saying he wasn't nervous and thanking him. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Lamb, we're here. Looking at the gilded door, Xuanyu thought to himself, the Dragon Force Hall. I finally arrived. Before he began to absorb the power, Lao carefully reminded him again. Tutu must have told you about the transfer of Dragon Force. When absorbing, be sure to do it gradually. Don't absorb too much. Otherwise, it will be life-threatening. He had no objections. Okay. Daoqi sternly instructed him as he had Baizu. Go to the center. With his eyes closed, Xuanyu slowly allowed the power to envelop him, clearly sensing the fluctuations of the spatial elements within. A clear guide. Probably pointing to the space that once called to him, he announced it was time to begin. But inside, he was more eager than anyone to see what Tushu's sister was capable of. Bai Shu stood by, silently praying for her beloved's success, hoping everything would go smoothly, and that there would be no mishaps. Yue Lang was just as worried. Hopefully, the young lady won't absorb too much dragon force. If her talent is exceptional, Father might give me another younger sister, suddenly. I have a few more younger sisters. A dispelling magic circle appears from the stone, and Xuanyu slowly opens his eyes. Moments later, his body slowly floated into the air, and Xuanyu let the dragon force swirl around him. Subconsciously, he focused on sensing every change. The dragon force entered, but after flooding into his body, it was like a pebble sinking into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. What was going on? It's not even as effective as absorbing the eternal tree's life essence. I was hoping to use this dragon energy to break through the seventh ring soon, but now I'm disappointed. Wait, why is that? It's not that the dragon energy doesn't contain enough power, but that the grade isn't high enough. He stroked his chin, seriously analyzing the situation, a mental breakthrough. Perhaps, after filtering, the dragon force's level was limited. Perhaps absorbing too much powerful dragon force on Tianlong Star would overwhelm the dragon race's bodies or cause mutations. Is that it? Once their cultivation reaches a certain level, they enter a special space to cultivate, because the dragon force in the Dragon Power Hall is no longer sufficient for them. Xuanyu closes his eyes, seeking to maximize the dragon energy transfer. Knowing that Tutu's second absorption won't be as effective, a new method is needed. A way to enter its space. After a moment, blurry images of Bai Shu appeared in Xuanyu's vision. Sister, she was frantic with worry for him. Sister, are you okay? Is something wrong? Xuanyu doesn't answer, instead noticing Dao Qi and Yue Lang behind her. Wondering why they're staring at him, he panics, wondering if he's been exposed. Instinctively, he covered his vital areas, ensuring everything below was hidden and the disguise above was perfect. The reason must be internal. He wasn't exposed. Xuanyu awkwardly asks, why are you all staring at me like that? Then, Yue Lang asks about his physical condition, wondering if he feels uncomfortable as a young lady. Xuanyu calmly explains, I don't feel anything. It seems the absorption wasn't very effective. I didn't level up much, not as effective as Shushu. Dao Qi steps in, cutting him off. But she absorbed all of that dragon force. Not a drop spilled. Hearing this, he's stunned. It's over already, he whispered to his father. What's going on? If the young lady isn't sensitive to dragon force, does that mean her bloodline isn't very strong? But I can sense she's much stronger than me. Suddenly, Dao Qi sternly interrupts, telling him not to speak nonsense. Then, the elder turns to Xuanyu, explaining that her situation is quite unique and unexpected, and that he has consulted Master Mo Kong about it. He didn't hesitate to share, frankly. Knight Mo Kong said that your situation is likely because your bloodline level has surpassed the dragon power level of the Dragon Power Hall. He's extremely interested in your situation, so he'll come to see you. This is a rare opportunity. Even Bai Shu and Yue Long couldn't hide their shock. What? But a concern arose within him. Would his disguise work before a dragon knight? And could he escape if his identity was exposed? Still, Xuanyu reminded himself not to show any worry, and he flashed a bright smile, feigning joy. So the esteemed Knight Mo Kong is coming. That's wonderful. I've always wanted to see a bloodline knight. When will he arrive? Seeing his reaction, Dao Qi added, bloodline knights are very busy, but he's extremely interested in her situation. He should arrive in 2 days. I'll let you know when the Dark Terror Knight arrives. Then I'm in your debt, Xuanyu said politely. The old man concluded. Everything is arranged. Miss, let Shushu take you back to rest. He politely accepted. Okay. Following Bai Shu's lead, she says, this way. Miss. Once they're gone, Dao Qi asks his son, Yue Lang, do you have feelings for the young lady? He blushes and confesses, indeed. She's not only beautiful but powerful, truly my goddess. But before he could finish, the elder roared. Enough. Dao Qi's face darkened as he warned, I don't want to hear such words again. If the Dark Knight takes a liking to her, you best not show your hand. Unable to resist, Yue Lang bowed his head in acceptance. Yes, father. Back in their room, Xuanvu cut to the chase with his 3 teammates. We have to make a choice now. Do we meet this Dark Knight? Baeksu offers 2 choices, retreat immediately, or lie in wait in another city. Wu Gyuk analyzes that leaving Mai Thuk City is like throwing away all our efforts, and we won't be able to access internal information about the celestial dragon star, only gathering a little bit of folk intelligence, which goes against our original wishes. Young Anhui was concerned about something else. If they met the Dark Armor Knight, the chances of being exposed were very high, as he was at least a true god-level expert, and likely an extremely powerful one at that. Xuanyu quietly blamed himself, noting that they'd likely gain trust because of the oath, making the knight less suspicious. But a meeting could expose their true strength. This is my fault. I didn't think things through. I never imagined the Dragon Force in the Dragon Force Hall would change like that. Hearing this, she tearfully denied it, saying it wasn't his fault. It was her idea, and suggested they retreat. Hian Vu stepped forward, put his arm around her shoulder, and reassured her, telling her to listen calmly, because if they retreated now, this good situation would be completely broken, and at the very least, the 2 of them couldn't retreat. This situation has 2 sides. If the Mech Knights accept us, we can go even further, perhaps even beyond. But Bai Shu is still worried about the plan, as our safety affects the safety of all the 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts. If you're in danger, none of us will make it back. You calmly assign tasks, so we must prepare. Wu Ge. Oui. This will be tough on you. I'll contact Elder Tree immediately to gather all the plant-based soul beasts, then take you back to the 33 Skywings warship. If all is normal, I'll send a signal from the sky, and the warship will bring the plant-based soul beasts back. Xuanyu emphasized that if they didn't signal within the allotted time, everyone should immediately return to the 7th Fleet. Their mission, a failure, words that betrayed his unease, implying only the 2 of them would risk staying behind. He explained that it was obvious, and if there really was a problem, the 2 of them would have a better chance of escaping. He gently asked Bai Shu for her opinion. Shu, are you willing to stay with me? She embraced Xuanyu tightly, agreeing softly. Of course I will, where you are. I'll be. Then, Xuanyu acted quickly, convincing Elder Shou, borrowing his camouflage ability to send everyone back to the warship, before turning back himself. A clear morning in the building, with a cloudless sky. In a private room, a disguised Xuanyu held Bai Shu's hand as she sat on the bed, whispering that they had to create their own escape if their identities were discovered. Under normal circumstances, the Emerald battleship can only carry me, but now that I control space, I can force a spatial shift, allowing it to hold both of us. It's the key to our escape. We can unleash 2 bursts of the torrent's fury. That should buy us some time. And with the space distorted, we can use the Emerald battleship to escape the blast radius. I'll have Little Treasure split our doppelgangers to distract them, giving us time to run. Once we're out of the atmosphere, we'll have a chance to escape. Xuanyu looked her in the eye and sincerely assured her, Don't worry, Xiu. I'm here, and everything will be all right. 3 days later, Yue Lang found them in the hallway, saying, "Why are you only arriving now? Lord Mo Kong's knight has already arrived." Bai Shu was worried, asking if Mo Kong would be angry, but he simply turned his head and affirmed, "No, Lord La Lan is very kind." Yue Lang led the way, briefly describing her personality, adding that she also liked to promote younger generations. "Follow me quickly," passing a painting on the wall. Xuanyu noticed it, the lineage knight. Mo Kong was the reason. Reaching the meeting place, Yue Lang announced, "Lord Luolan, Miss Lan and Shusho have arrived." The lineage knight Mo Kong, Luolan, hummed softly. Upon seeing her, Baishu and Xuanyu were both a little confused, thinking she was a different kind of knight than the one in the painting. Still, they carefully bowed and introduced themselves. "Lord Luolan, I am Shushu, and I am Lan." She speaks. "I've heard of you. I wanted to see for myself." As she finishes, a light flashes in her eyes, startling them both. It's a god-level mental scan. Though still worried, Xuanyu tries to remain calm, thankful he prepared. Within the whirlpool of bloodlines, the suppressed Silver Dragon King bloodline is quiet. The Golden Dragon King bloodline is amplified to its maximum, and the Seven-Colored Dragon God bloodline isolates the center, acting as 3 layers of protection. Magical circles emanate from Lalan's forehead, unceasing. He recalls the previous warning, even a god-level expert can't penetrate the Golden Dragon King's bloodline with mere probing. Xuanyu the Liberated, finally deciding to act, unleashing his power in a torrent of blinding light that dazzled Yue Lang and Dao Qi. This sight only excites Lalan even more. How intriguing. Suddenly, he's tightly bound by the circles of power from Master Lao. Golden scales began to appear on Hyunwoo's skin, and vast wings unfurled, as his gathered inner power exploded, revealing his majestic golden dragon form. Blinding. Even Lalan, the old man, praised endlessly. "Not bad. This trip wasn't a waste. Qi, you've discovered a treasure. The child's powerful bloodline is a rare find." And the old man's serious demeanor suggests your judgment was correct. Unexpectedly, her bloodline is purer than even the highest levels of power, and it's accompanied by a ferocious aura, showing great potential. Lalan couldn't help but praise her, noting that her dragon bloodline is extremely pure, and she's more than just a high-ranking dragon. "I can no longer sense any original clan aura from her, and the other girl is also very talented. Her ice and dark attributes combine extremely well, but she still needs further development to see her full potential." Raide steps forward, asking, "Your name is Lam, right?" Hianvu had returned to his normal form. "Yes." Lalan, curious, probes, "What did you feel when your bloodline evolved?" Hearing this, Xuanyu became more vigilant. It seemed the competition wasn't over. Or perhaps he was interested in his abilities and wanted to know more about his condition. He rubbed his shoulder and honestly described, "It hurt. It hurt a lot. Like I was being torn apart. Like I was about to shatter. After that, my consciousness gradually faded, and I didn't know anything else. When I woke up, I was like this." Lalan continued to probe for more information about his current characteristics. Appearance: human or dragon form. He didn't hide anything. Human form, but with a lot of gold on me. Hearing this, he stroked his chin as if realizing something. That's right. It must be the most thorough type of dragon bloodline. During the dragon transformation, one's own bloodline is almost completely replaced by the dragon bloodline, so there's no need to doubt his identity. Baishu silently observed, judging from Lalan's tone and expression, that Xuanyu's situation was not common among dragonkin. Had another powerhouse been here, they might have been suspicious. But Lalan knew of this situation, and thus acknowledged Xuanyu's identity. Lan's attitude subtly implies something, and he explains that Lan has joined their family and undergone the dragon power baptism. But Lan interrupts, asking if he's afraid he'll steal them away. They still need time to grow, and their luck may change the future of the royal family. Looking at Bai, Shu and him standing before him, he offered some observations. They are both subjects being cultivated. Moreover, they are sisters. I see potential in cultivating them both. Though this girl is slightly weaker, Lan clearly outlined each of their strengths, focusing on Lan's future and Shushu's foundation, saying they both had potential, but their ultimate level remained to be seen. The girl huffed, secretly cursing in her heart, thinking he wanted her to pave the way for Xuanyu. The old fox. He outlines a plan for the near future, including teaching them the knight's training methods so they can start cultivating, and in 3 months, have them participate in the Thang Long competition. A great opportunity for training, leaving them both surprised and curious about this Thang Long competition. The golden sunlight deepened on the walls as Lan turned to leave after the ability assessment, saying, "All right, I have things to attend to. If you can make it to the finals of the Thang Long competition, we'll likely meet again." As the day faded, Bai Shu curiously asked, "Chief, what is the Thang Long tournament?" It was explained to them in detail. The so-called Thang Long tournament is a chance for our dragon race to elevate our status. Any lower-ranking dragon who believes they are strong enough, they can challenge the neutral dragons and keep climbing. But the most important part is, of course, the challenge between the higher dragons. As Lan said before, he tried to persuade them. The most outstanding geniuses of the families will participate, only by entering the finals. The only way to participate is to become a lineage knight. The Thang Long competition is held once every 10 years. And if we miss this opportunity, it will be a long time before we can participate again. Following Lord Lalan's previous suggestion, I'll be the lineage knight, and Tutu will be my dragon steed. Tutu, are you willing? She immediately expresses her dissatisfaction. Startling him, Xuanyu quickly offers to switch. Chief, what if I become the dragon mount and let Tutu be the dragon knight? But Dao ki disagres, saying that without following Lord Lalan's advice, they won't have Nafi's support. Moreover, Lord Lan believes that he is richer and stronger than Juju, so he must become a dragon knight. The position of a dragon mount is extremely honorable, second only to a lineage knight, and they can cultivate together. It's a good thing for both of you. Moreover, 4. Dragon Knight Masters and their dragon companions are also husband and wife, the closest of teammates, with no distinction between high and low status. In the end, Bakhtu reluctantly accepts, her expression changing completely. Father, I am willing to be a dragon companion for my sister. So how does a knight train? There are still 3 months left. Is there still time for us to train? Just try your best. I'll teach you the ways of the Dragon Knight. Follow me to the Dragon Force Hall. In the Dragon Power Hall, the stone in the ceiling still shimmered. Dao Qi began the lesson, tailored specifically for the two of them. Cultivation of a Dragon Knight is mainly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is Dragon Force Tempering, which is the process of absorbing Dragon Force. Body tempering is key. And now I'll teach you how to cultivate during stage 1. Though body tempering with Dragon Force is the foundation, it's also the most difficult of the 3 stages. Body tempering requires fire, and the fire we dragon can use comes from burning our bloodline. Xuanyu is shocked, as burning the bloodline usually means death. Daoki stroked his chin, analyzing that cultivation in the Dragon Force Hall eliminates this concern. The Dragon Force Hall can channel Dragon Force for us to absorb, even during the tempering process. If you feel you can't withstand the bloodline tempering flames, stop immediately to avoid serious injury. It can also guide Dragon Force and protect your inner organs. These words made him calculate in secret. The celestial dragon body has enormous life energy after burning the blood to temper the body. It needs a lot of life energy to replenish, which is difficult to do in Duluo continent. But here, it is possible. Suddenly, he produced a crimson object, advising, "Today, you can begin your trials. But first, eat this. It's a treasure that will protect your internal organs." Hearing this, the cloaked figure beside him was excited. That's good stuff. It's a dragon soul fruit. Even in the god realm, it's a treasure. But the yield is extremely low. Don't be polite with him. Eat it first. Then talk. Hearing this, Xuanyu took one and swallowed it directly. And suddenly, a tremor erupted within him. His bloodline felt as if it were boiling, and even his spiritual sea seemed to brighten in an instant. The bloodline vortex spins madly, its effects many times stronger than the dragon force absorbed in the Dragon Force Hall. Digestion takes time. Begin your cultivation immediately. No one will disturb you before you emerge. Thank you. Father. Thank you. Clan leader. With that, the elder turned and left, saying, "Cultivate well. I'll go first." The moment the Dao seal left the hall, Bai Shu felt a burning sensation all over her body, and she felt very uncomfortable, a strange, complex feeling, as if her body no longer belonged to her. I should probably meditate and check myself. Afterward, Bai Shu sat down seriously, focusing on circulating her spiritual power. Her bloodline strength was clearly much stronger, especially the new core that appeared in her dantian, which had doubled in size. The temperature in her body was clearly higher than normal, and even her spiritual sea seemed to be expanding. She slowly opened her eyes. Her bloodline's power definitely increased a level. Where's Xuanyu? Why isn't he here? He didn't even wait for me. That's not like him. Bai Shu stepped out of the room and asked the maids, "Where's my sister?" They respectfully reported. She was told to return home after waking up. Lord Lan had left 3 days prior, saying he was returning to his residence to consolidate his cultivation. Hearing this, she remembered, that's right. He must have gone to pick up Yue Lao and the others. As planned, Bai Chu returns to her private room, calling out as soon as she opens the door, "Xuanyu." Besides him, 2 other people appear in the room. Tutu. You're done cultivating. How do you feel, Tutu? We're back. Bai Chu entered the resting room, expressing her current feelings. The change is huge. Xuanyu responded first. I've changed a bit too, but probably not as much as you. I was afraid everyone would worry if I took too long, so I came back after a decent amount of training. Now she wonders about their earlier conversation. What were you guys talking about? Since his beloved asked. He explains his idea again. I thought of a possibility. The Dragon Tower's first step burns away bloodlines to temper the body. But I'm thinking we can replace that with transferring life energy. It sounds good. But Baisu isn't so sure, wondering if it's too risky. Though Qianlei thinks it's not impossible. Although risky, it's theoretically possible. Especially with so many plant-based powerhouses here. They control life energy better than we do. And if successful, our cultivation speed will increase dramatically. Xuanyu elaborates further, explaining that to reach God level, endurance is paramount. Otherwise, everything is just wishful thinking. If he can use body refinement to help everyone with this, breaking through in the future will be much easier. Qianlei, the most eager of the bunch, quickly volunteered himself, saying, We've never lacked a spirit of adventure. Let me go first. Having someone willing to respond first, he immediately issued instructions for the plan, stating that Qianlei's physical strength was the highest. We can start by burning a portion of our bloodline. Tu Shu, you stay home and cultivate. The rest of you come with me. Everyone else acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, in Huang Daoqi's study, Yuan Lang stood before him, chattering away. Father, can I try? The first time I saw her, I was moved by her, especially when she spread her wings. When she transforms into a massive, hazy golden stream, you'll feel like you're sinking into it. If you can subdue her, you'll have bound this bloodline's night. It's also good for the family, considering how important a dark nightmare night is to her. The future may not allow her to marry another bloodline's knight. Though Daoqi sees through his son's flaws, he's helpless against his stubbornness. The boy is utterly smitten. He decides not to force the issue and let fate run its course. If it's meant to be, it's not a bad thing. But above all, he mustn't disturb her training. He then ordered Nguyen Lan to get to work, telling him to fight Thang Long and have someone lead the team. After receiving approval from Dao Kai, he was overjoyed, thanking his father. Soon after, night fell, and the location was in the outskirts of Fonglong City. A mysterious group gathers, revealed to be Xuanyu and his team, initiating the first step of their plan. Begin Xuanyu commands. Understood. Qianlei replies, sitting down and focusing his power as a faint golden energy envelops him. The next moment, Qianlei's body began to swell, instantly transforming into the golden behemoth. now towering 12 meters taller than before. In that golden behemoth state, Qianlei's bloodline, power, and soul force merged as one, unleashing explosive combat strength. As things fall into place, Xuanyu urges Qianlei to stay focused, promising to intervene if his spirit falters. He must rely on himself, or he'll never control the golden behemoth's power. Though enduring the soul beast's immense energy, Qianlei cooperated fully. They relentlessly wrapped around Qianlei's body, attempting to restrain him, but to no avail. Despite absorbing more and more power, he gritted his teeth and endured, but he quickly reaches his limit, the energy causing him immense pain. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Xuanyu is filled with worry. This isn't good. He leaps into action, rushing towards Qianlei, who is struggling to control his burgeoning power, a power that dwarfs him. Yet he fights with all his might to restrain Qianlei's bloodline. Even now, he refuses to give up, gritting his teeth against the pain tearing through his flesh. But it's no use. Qianlei vomits blood. Xuanyu couldn't handle it alone, and called out for help from Meng Qin. Sweating, Meng Qin rushed over. Coming, she immediately summoned the jade yellow branch feather, unleashing a barrage of sound waves towards Qianlei. It enveloped his body, and Qianlei gradually calmed down. Letting out a soft groan, his body gradually shrinks back to its original form, and Xuanyu rushes to support him, asking, "How are you? Are you okay? This is bad." "Boss, Lei is almost completely drained of power. It hurts so much." He recalls the feeling from before. It wasn't just his bloodline that was burning, but even his soul. "The life force that Elder Shu transferred to me can only keep me stable, but the pain from the burning and the severe injury from burning his right hand are irrecoverable. Unlike the so-called tempering you mentioned, though the previous incident was dangerous, he doesn't think it's impossible. This experiment wasn't in vain. The problem is not enough bloodline power to supplement it. If I can convert a portion to supplement the golden behemoth bloodline, could it help him carry out the fusion?" Hearing Xuanyu speak so lightly, A questioned him. "In theory, it's possible, but where will this bloodline power come from? And how will it be converted into the golden behemoth's bloodline power?" He confidently presents his idea. Perhaps he has a way. They can't find a golden behemoth, but Xiao Bao can simulate its bloodline through its understanding of bloodline energy. It's another form of its power. Energy conversion. Standing nearby, Wu understood what Xuanyu was saying, that after Little Treasure converts our bloodline power and cultivates it, it could succeed, but she misunderstood his meaning. Xuanyu confidently corrects her. "No, of course not. I have an even better way." From a high vantage point overlooking the district, Xuanyu focuses, using his lightning to scout the area. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, locking onto his target. Found it. He raised his hand, summoning a small ball of light. "Come forth." Emerald Demon Battleship. Immediately, a fixed barrier enveloped him. He spots a dragon flying low, followed by several others, each one as fat as a pig. Especially the lead dragon, whose heavy body wobbles through the air. The dragon next to him broke out in a cold sweat, and the other one warily flew back a few meters. If you look closely, they're still holding something that looks like a wine flask. Xuanyu then ordered Xiao Bao to transform, and without hesitation, Xiao Bao obeyed, turning Xuanyu into a massive dragon. With the first step complete, he eyed his plump prey with a sinister gaze. "Let's get to work." Ho Fan, still lost in his rage, was caught completely off guard as someone flew over and kicked him in the head. Out of nowhere, nobody comes looking for trouble, and he flies into a rage, cursing and yelling, "Damn you! Are you blind?" With the plan partially successful, Xuanyu quickly provokes Hao Fen. "Do you even know how to fly? A fool who can't fly has the nerve to walk on the main road." The more he talks, the angrier he gets. "I'm talking to you, a large figure vying for position with the Dragon Clan. How shameless. A dragon with an ego bigger than his beer belly." Hao Fen kicks and curses. "I think you're asking for a beating. This master can hit whoever he wants. But no matter how many kicks he throws, Xuanyu easily dodges them. If he wasn't forbidden from fighting, he would have beaten you already." Before flying off, Xuanyu taunted him. You're just a dumb dragon. Bye-bye, enraged. He roared. What did you say, you little brat? Don't run, today. I'll show you who's your daddy. Xuanyu ignored his taunts, hiding in a nearby cloud and pretending to ignore him, saying he didn't have time to play around. This tactic worked, and Hu Fan immediately charged in, determined to catch him. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed toward him, and Hao Fen barely managed to react in time, but not quite. As it pierced straight through his wings, Xuanyu stood atop the dragon, surrounded by a menacing aura of purple, and wielding the heaven's sacred blazing halberd, a weapon that filled Hao Fen with dread. Without a chance for a final word, Hian Vu delivers the finishing blow, ending Hao Fan's life instantly, and the dragon descends. The first step of the plan was a success, and he called out to the other two to prepare for the next step. Meng Qin, Xiao Bao, come here. Hearing his voice, they quickly appeared, with the Lai Yan spear in hand. Xuanyu's eyes burned with determination. He focused his power, striving to merge his energy with Xiao Bao's aura. He unleashes a beam of light, channeling his power towards Meng Qin, who begins her cultivation. Her body radiating a gentle energy. One of her arms receives the bloodline power transferred from both Xiao Bao and Xuan Vu. But something still feels off, and Meng Qin groans in discomfort. The energy around her became unstable and difficult to control. Seeing the situation worsen, Xuanyu urgently warned her to stop cultivating and consolidate her power, then turned to Wuge to inform her. Wuge. She immediately takes action. Good. She quickly sat down to meditate, having heard that the treasure beast transfers suitable energy converted from bloodline power to Meng Qin, but the remaining life force and other powers of the lower dragon clan filtered and absorbed when Tang Wuge's bloodline was burned, clearly created a different situation than with Lan Menkin. During her cultivation, a soft, five-colored radiance appeared around her, far more stable than the radiance that had previously appeared around Lan Menqin. The forest was silent, save for the breathing of those who had stopped to watch. Qianlei couldn't contain his curiosity and immediately asked how it felt, to which Meng Qin and Wu Ge exclaimed that the effect was quite good. She feels a change in her right hand, but the after effects are severe, requiring a great deal of life energy to replenish what was lost. It's miraculous. This makes Xuanyu laugh, saying he'll take them to the elder later, so he can help them gather more life energy for their cultivation. For now, it seems this method is viable and can weaken our enemies. When Enhui voiced his thoughts, asking when we'd act again, he was quickly refused. Don't rush, this is just a test. Our preparations aren't complete, and one missing dragon won't raise alarms. But multiple disappearances in a short time will surely attract Tianlong's attention. Yunfeng City is backed by the Yunfeng Mountains, and many dragon creatures like to practice flying and aerial combat in the mountains. As long as other dragons don't notice, the disappearance of one won't attract attention at all. Benzi, contact Fengzi and call him back first. Tianlei, who was listening with his hands free, immediately replied seriously. Okay. The next day, the Yunfeng Mountains witnessed a group of people visiting, except they were traveling on a sturdy dragon transformed by Xuanyu. Xiao Bao glanced down below and hurriedly spoke. Master, there's a cave on the left side of that mountain. There's probably a dragon inside. Hearing this, he unhesitatingly descended, cutting through the wind. Let's go. Standing before the cave, the boy hesitated. This is it. This dragon is strong. Be careful. But Xuanyu eagerly ordered, we'll go together, and we absolutely must capture it. Without a word, they swarmed the poor dragon. Seeing the creature lying alone on the cold ground, Xuanyu sternly ordered, Fengzi, oui. You two go make our two friends happy. They cheerfully ran over, replying, okay. The two began to focus, converting the power radiating in the air and channeling it into themselves, while Xiao Bao continued to circulate energy to ensure a smooth process. Feeling that everything was in place, Xuanyu told Qianlei and Bingtian to join in, his excitement making his voice louder than usual. And he added, Boss, you should do it too. And so, the four genius seeds entered a state of endless meditation. Thanks to his demonstration, the other three copied his posture and immediately felt a surprising increase in efficiency. In a fleeting moment, Xuanyu delved deep into his mind, oblivious to the outside world, finally ready to test the dragon force tempering for the first time. Indeed, the dragon force of a mid-level dragon clan is very nourishing, stronger than any natural treasure, making his body even more solid. The capacity of my bloodline has clearly increased, and with the perfect fusion of soul, power, and bloodline, my cultivation has risen again. I must have broken through to level 62. After everyone awoke, their excited voices filled the air. They felt stronger than ever, a sentiment that brought a smile to Xuanyu's face. Indeed, danger and opportunity often go hand in hand. For the first time, Xuanyu felt the tempering of dragon power, and the team's strength rose to a new level. Afterwards, Shushu's residence suddenly became more crowded than before. 2 months had passed, and instead of hunting, they spent their time training. Suddenly, Xuanyu's bracelet beeped, and he answered the call. "Hello, Huang Xuan. What's up?" Yue Lang blurted out before the other could finish speaking. "Sorry to interrupt your training, but the Thanglong tournament is coming up, and I've prepared some things for you and Tutu to use in the competition. Can you come over here?" "Of course. We're on our way." But after hanging up, he still had time to discuss things with Bok Tu before setting off. There must be something good. Let's see how much the clan is investing in us. A moment later, in the grand office, Daoki smiled broadly at the two warriors before him. "You've been training hard lately. I presume. I can clearly feel your progress. You are truly promising successors. The Thanglong competition will test your own strength. If you can prove you have the potential to become a bloodline knight, the family will fully support you. Therefore, the family has prepared some gifts for you, which you'll need for the Thanglong competition." Seeing the extraordinary weapons before them, Bok Tu and Hian Vu couldn't hide their excitement. Forget their attitudes. Yuan Lang slowly explains that these 2 sets of dragon armor and lances cost the family a great deal of resources to create for them, choosing the best materials based on their attributes. Can you guess what they're made of? Upon hearing the quiet reply, he launches into a lengthy explanation. "Did you know that the age of dragon transformation occurred because an independent space approached our planet, causing mutations? The strong explored this space and found giant skeletons, which we believe to be those of true dragons. All the dragon god armor and dragon spears of the knight lineage are made from these dragon bones, which is why they're so powerful." The cheerful atmosphere suddenly drops as Xiao Bao silently expresses to Xuan Wu, "My lord, I understand. I know the space they speak of, and the source of their dragon power. They desecrate the dragon's resting place, forging equipment from their bones, an insult to you and the dragon race. Borrowing the power of the 17th seal, he takes another step. But breaking through the final 18th seal is still extremely far off. If he dares to open the final seal, his consciousness will likely be devoured by the Golden Dragon King. To die and be rid of the Golden Dragon King's mark, he'd need a god-level position. But where could he find such a thing on this planet? Lost in solitude, he wonders when his parents will return." As Wu Lin walks on, someone emerges from a nearby house. Nam Chung enjoys the atmosphere, then unknowingly sees a familiar figure. She can't hide her excitement. "It's young master." Wu Lin responds with a gentle smile. "Hello. You must be Nam Cheng. We must have met before." He hesitated, then asked if he could speak with her for a moment, and Nam Trong welcomed him inside. A gentle breeze drifts into the house, stirring past meaningful objects, and Vu Lan's eyes are immediately drawn to a photograph on the table. A captured memory appears, sunlight gently reflecting warmth. As he holds it like a precious treasure, Nan Cheng anxiously explained, "Young master, are you all right? This is my husband and son." She paused, confused and speechless. Wu Lin bowed in gratitude. "Thank you," Nan Cheng awkwardly replied. "No, it was nothing." He gently strokes the photo frame in his hand, tears welling up uncontrollably. "Could you tell me about Xuanyu when she was little?" Without hesitation, she happily begins to chat. "Of course. Xuanyu has been an extremely obedient child since she was young. Time pass, and the story shifts elsewhere. As Daoqi inquires and explains the purpose of the meeting to Shu, why don't you give it a try? Only 3 grandmasters in the entire Dragon Star can craft dragon horns and dragon lances. And this time, I even invited a master craftsman from the Mo family to personally craft them, Elder Guang's voice echoed. As Xuanyu's hand unconsciously reached forward, it was truly rare to convince them to craft 2 sets of equipment for you all. The armor envelops him. Power surges forth. And Xuanyu can't hide his excitement. Daoqi presents 2 sacred objects, and suggests he might also try the dragon spear. He reached out, and the power emanating from him drew the item closer. He gripped the weapon tightly, gathering the necessary energy. The 2 men in the room were blinded by the light, and Baishu frowned in annoyance. He placed his hand on his chest, inwardly complaining that the armor was made for a woman's figure, wrong where it shouldn't be, and not wrong where it should be, making it incredibly uncomfortable. But no surprise. This is the dragon god armor, crafted from the essence of the dragon race. Xuanyu pondered it, calmly analyzing the item's properties, concluding that this dragon god armor simply enhances strength. An immense power surges through his limbs. Like the unyielding strength of mountains, it's not a perfect fit, but it will suffice. Baitu gently dons the armor, instantly becoming one with it. Moonlight's eyes couldn't help but admire the beauty of Lan and Shushu. As Daoqi looked at the carefree young man, creating a unique spectacle, Baishu closed her eyes to feel it, her mind immersed in familiar sensations. The armor feeling like a part of her own body. It was a perfect fit, and her aura surged as she equipped the armor, everything seemingly sublimating in the process. Daoqi, a bit smug, confidently explained its features. Lan's divine dragon armor is no ordinary thing. It was crafted from one of the largest sets of bones I could find. With pure power, this set of yours has the dark attribute of your body. She sincerely and respectfully thanks her father, her heart endlessly exploring its limits. Under the effect of this equipment, her strength increases sharply, even greater than the enhancement of a 2-word battle armor. It's the feeling of her body growing. Xuanyu steps forward with questions. When does the dragon tournament begin? What are the rules? The old patriarch recounts all the information. There are still 20 days. Since this is your first time participating, you must start from the lowest level. Only when all dragon clans enter the final stage will you be qualified to participate in the Dragon Knight selection in the future. Once you reach the semi-finals, things change a bit. Everyone in the top 30 is incredibly skilled, and you can compete in teams, bringing your mount with you. Baeksu brings up a dire scenario. What if they don't have a mount? Daoqi explains with a well-reasoned argument. That's why I hoped you 2 could cooperate before. This means that without a mount, you'll be at a disadvantage, as mounts are considered part of your strength in the semi-finals. His eyes gleam as he imagines Xuanvu riding a river. So the ideal scenario is for both of you to reach the semi-finals, secure a spot in the top 30, and then join forces to advance to the finals, which would greatly increase your chances. Baishu's sharp gaze made Xuanyu, who was standing next to her, tremble. She calmly asked, "If I'm eliminated before the semi-finals, can I become a mount?" Daoqi calmly replied, "It's possible, but it certainly wouldn't be as good as the scenario I described." Yuan Lang put on a cool face and said, "I'll do my best. I hope I can make it to the semi-finals with you guys." His father immediately turned to scold him. "You brat. Focus." He immediately shrunk back, dejected. Father's right. Xuanyu observed everything, pondering. Huang Yuanlang is also a titled Duluo-level powerhouse, and his cultivation energy isn't above ours. So why does Huang Daoqi seem to lack confidence in him? Could it be that he lacks combat prowess? Daoqi urged them to take their items and return to training. Xuanyu quickly agreed, and Baishu respectfully followed suit. Back in their room, Xuanyu immediately began analyzing the spears, telling Shushu to train while he studied them. She softly agreed. Thoughts raced through his mind as he explored every possibility. Outwardly, the 2 dragon lances looked similar, but the golden dragon lance was heavier. He felt a deeper connection to the azure flame dragon lance. It was like an extension of his own energy, providing power that he could channel and unleash. It can unleash immense power, while the golden dragon spear is completely self-contained, heavy, and gives no feedback. Nor does it offer any benefits like the azure dragon spear. Xuanyu summons his spirit, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Little Bao. Why is that? The boy explained as if it were obvious. Simply put, the main reason is that the true golden dragon spear is made from your bones. How could the bones of other dragons compare? The god dragon armor and the dragon spear you just obtained were made from the bones of the mountain dragon king, and are already extremely high-level items, but they're still far from your level. Of your 10 dragon kings, the mountain dragon king symbolizes strength, possessing immense power. The power of the mighty dragon race lies in their bones. The fusion of marrow and bone is fundamental to their strength. So even in death, a dragon's bones contain immense power. The so-called thorough refinement is the process of drawing out the full power of the marrow and bones, unleashing their mighty abilities. Zibao tensed up as he absorbed the heavy information. The mountain dragon king's spear was only close to a divine artifact, not a true one. While your golden dragon spear is not only a true divine artifact, but a high-level existence, though it's not as powerful as the super divine artifact, the holy flame spear. It wouldn't be much weaker in your hands. Xuanyu Huang seeks confirmation. So he asks if he and even Uncle Li can't unleash the golden dragon spear's true power. To which the child confirms, because it doesn't belong to the golden dragon king, but the dragon god, and its true power remains untapped, only able to devour life energy. Zibao mentions another possibility. If he could unlock its true power, it might be a crucial step in his return to being the dragon god, allowing him to regain some of his former authority, perhaps even rediscover his original divine position. Annoyed, he asks why he wasn't told sooner. Now that you have this opportunity, Xuanyu asks uncomfortably if he means the annihilation, divine lightning, or the dragon power in his body. Zibao replies seriously that both are indispensable. One helps the golden dragon spear restore its glory, and the other guides the fusion with the marrow, becoming a part of your body, which is the most perfect state. He wondered if finding more dragon god bones would aid in his future recovery. Vok Jia's direction was suitable, the dragon cemetery. If the bloodline holders on Tianlong Star could borrow power from there to cultivate, then the bones of Lord Zhenya would be there. Otherwise, it couldn't have produced such immense dragon power. Xuanyu quickly affirmed, I understand now. Perhaps this is our long-term goal. His eyes darkened as he mentally formulated a plan. Whether it be against the leader of Tianlong Star or the Dragon Knights, these changes all stem from the Dragon Tomb. If I could obtain dragon god bones in the future, it would be of immense benefit to me. Dragon bones, the core of a dragon god. These are all crucial for the future. Can I even become a dragon god? A jolt of realization struck Xuanyu. When did becoming a dragon god become his goal? If this was truly his own thought, where did this idea come from? Perhaps his bloodline had influenced him. Even from the very beginning, he must guard his spirit and not let his own thoughts be corrupted. Pursuing power is important, but maintaining clarity is just as vital. With his mind clear, Xuanyu decides to go out and relax, to see how Zhuzhu's training is progressing. As he opened the door, he was surprised to find her energy stable and powerful. After donning the dragon god armor, her aura was comparable to a titled Duluo. Truly impressive. Xuanyu praised her without hesitation, saying the assessment suited him well and was a great help. She nodded in agreement, admitting she was looking forward to the Rising Dragon competition. Soon, the day arrived, and Yue Lang adjusted his glasses, a hint of pride on his face, as he remarked that it must be the girl's first time riding a flying dragon carriage. This dragon-drawn carriage is reserved for the city lord alone, pulled by lower-ranking dragons. Lan Xuanyu, sitting across from him, spoke for both of them. Thank you. Then, to the city lord, he said with enthusiasm that his father had lent it to them, so they wouldn't be too tired on the way and affect their performance in the Dragon Ascension tournament. After all, the two young ladies were favored by the city lord. At this point, Yue Lang exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the Dragon Ascension platform, they were almost at Dragon Ascension City. That's the Dragon Ascension platform, the closest place to the sky. the true holy land of the dragon race, where newly appointed dragon knights are free to come and go. Xuanyu, however, noticed something else entirely. The narrowest point below seemed to be only 1.000 meters in diameter, while the widest point was likely over 10.000 meters. That was definitely no ordinary rock, or it couldn't support such a massive mountain, and she was immediately intrigued. What exactly was the ascendant dragon platform made of? Yu Lang shrugs. Helpless. He doesn't know much. Only that the dragon ascension platform supposedly fell from the sky during the dragon transformation. Centered around it, the number of mutated creatures is highest, leading many to believe it triggered the dragon transformation. Even the invisible Xiaobao chimed in, confirming that the dragon ascension platform was indeed a treasure, though its aura seemed to be concealed by something, making it difficult to sense clearly. Hearing this, Qianwu's greedy side resurfaced, suggesting they try to take it, but Baizu immediately warned him internally, reminding him of its massive size and urging him to come to his senses. As the two people and the beast conversed, the vehicle landed. Yue Lang stood beside the car, bowing politely. "We've arrived. Please, come out." But at this moment, both Xuanyu were completely stunned, seeing the houses gleaming from brick to tile. He was instantly twisted with envy. So extravagant. What a waste, while Bai Shu's eyes turned into stars. So beautiful, Xuanyu couldn't hide his admiration. They're so rich. It'd be great to mine all the rare metal and spar to train with. Tianlong City is indeed wealthy. If the technology here were more advanced, imagine the combat power it could generate. Having grown accustomed to this reaction, the attendant calmly explained, "This Thanglong Square is one of the wonders of our Tianlong City. It took over 120 years to build, and it's made of valuable rare metal ore. Dragons love shiny things. At night, the entire square will glow brilliantly, and many have successfully proposed here. Once you're settled, feel free to explore." Dusk arrives quickly. Amidst the bustling streets, Xuanyu and the others huddle, discussing the collected data. This area houses the Null Speech clan. Blocking our teleportation means they might be nearby. And with 2 dragon knights guarding this place, we should be careful. As they spoke, a dragon flew overhead. The demon dragon's wings spread wide, carelessly striking an unlucky soul. Baishu witnesses this and sighs, wondering how they can tolerate such behavior, even with great power. They shouldn't harm ordinary people. With great power comes great responsibility, Xuanyu thought, nodding in disapproval. In terms of intelligence, he felt that most races in the Roman star system were lacking. If the dragon race didn't have such a slow birth rate and small numbers, many more races would likely be enslaved. Meanwhile, the demon was soaring high above, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. He landed heavily on the ground and placed his snout by Saw Man's feet. His 2 dark green eyes stared ahead intently, hand over the food. Now the person was immediately terrified, stammering, "Yes, right away." Hyunwoo watched as Zaman fearfully presented a pile of meat, saying it was all they had, unable to bear it any longer. He spoke up, "As a dragon, don't you feel ashamed?" Hearing this, the goblin, with a mouthful of meat, turned in confusion. "Who? Are you talking to me?" Hyunwoo didn't reply, but instead placed his hand on him and made a gesture across his shoulder. Suddenly struck, fury ignited in the demon's eyes who dared to strike him. Now in her female form, she arrogantly replied, "I hit you. So what? Got a problem with that?" Just when a battle seemed imminent, he suddenly changed his tune. "Wow. You're beautiful. Are you here for the Thanglong tournament?" He even offered his food. "Are you hungry?" Offering her all his meat. Xuanyu immediately refuses. Then, Baishu signals with a fearful glance. Another unexpected turn of events, but her eyes are as sharp as ever. It's starting again, isn't it? The first sunset in Dragon Ascension City was truly mesmerizing. If only Xuanyu were in the mood to appreciate it. Is this one challenging me? Spare the words and make your move. But the demon just scratches his face. Dragon don't fight dragons. Unless it's a Thanglong contest. I just want to meet some beautiful girls. He quickly introduced himself. I'm Kwai Bo. What are your names? Cao paused for a moment before replying. I'm Lam. And she's too. But that doesn't mean Xuanyu will forget what just happened, a dragon causing conflict with other races, demanding food in the street. It's truly shameful. Did you ever think about what those injured because of you must do? He immediately lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry. I was just hungry. And when I'm hungry, I get a little testy. With a hint of urgency, Kwai Bo pleaded. Please don't be angry. I'll be more careful. Besides, they won't die. As if to prove his words, he raised his head and roared. Immediately, a wave of healing energy washed over those who had been injured. Bai Shu was surprised. You can heal, Guibu sheepishly nodded. Yes. I'm a jade dragon. As a high-ranking dragon, I just can't turn into a human. Can you teach me how? Hearing this, Xuanyu awkwardly turned and left, saying, Figure it out yourself. And remember not to cause any more trouble. We have things to do. After getting some distance, Bai Shu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xuanyu turned to her, confused, asking what she was laughing at, and she immediately teased him, saying he was captivating countries and dragons alike, and felt he didn't need to compete in the Dragon Ascension tournament anymore. Just your appearance alone could get you to the finals. Is there something special about you that makes you so attractive to the dragons? He immediately sensed something was wrong and decided to fight back. It must be the aura of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline I emit that's so attractive to these dragon creatures. But Bai Shu is different. She's the real beauty. Flustered by his compliment, Bai Shu playfully scolded. You're such a charmer, to which Xuanyu quickly relented. I'm just telling the truth. She changes the subject, saying they should head back, as they have things to do tomorrow. Soon, the morning sun rises once more. The next day, beneath the Dragon Ascension platform, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shuzu stood in line, as Shuzu surveyed the many dragons with strange appearances. Meanwhile, he's carefully analyzing the situation, realizing that only dragons below the god level can participate in the Ascension tournament, and the higher the dragons rank, the more they resemble the true dragons recorded in Duluo continent's history. The lower-ranking dragons clearly have impure bloodlines, many still bearing features from before their dragon transformation. Just then, Yue Lang arrived to remind them. Lan Xuanyu, today is the first match. You need to ascend the dragon platform. Within a certain range around the platform, there is a special repulsive force. Meanwhile, Bai Shu imagines the scene, as Yue Lang explains that all participants must overcome that force to ascend, confirming that it's like balancing thousands of dragons in flight, which is why so many come to watch. Xuanyu, standing nearby, began to ponder. All of the heavenly dragon star's immense life force is for these old dragons to grow. Other planets don't have such massive breeding populations. If humans could obtain this planet, it would be a landmark development for the Duluo Federation. As he was thinking this, someone called out from afar. Isn't that Huang Yuelang? Zhang Liang approached. Needling. Where did you find these two beauties? Aren't you going to introduce me? His expression darkened. Why humans? He glared back. Defiant. What? You don't want to? Zhang Liang turned to Xuanyu, deciding to introduce himself. Well, I'll introduce myself then. Hello, beauties. I'm Zhang Liang Ruixiao, from Ruixiao City. Our ancestor is a Ruixiao lineage technician. Yue Lang steps forward, blocking his path. Zhang Liang Ruixiao. These two are members of my clan, Zhu Zhu and Lan. The Thang Long competition is about to begin. Please don't bother them. He shrugs, unconcerned. Thang Long is just the basics for us. No need to be so surprised. Our Rui Long city has an ancestor to protect us, and the water dragon fruit is famous throughout this planet. You two beauties are welcome to come and taste it. As he boasted, Tian Long's stern voice suddenly echoed. Zhang Liang Ruixiao, get ready for the competition. Hearing this, he had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Brother Long, I'm coming. Bai Shu then turned to ask who that was, and Yuan Lang explained that it was Tian Long from Tianlong City, a top disciple. He's one of the most talked about competitors in this Thang Long competition. and it's said that his physical abilities have reached an extremely high level, but he's always suppressed his breakthrough. And whether it's cultivation or bloodline, he's one of the most talented of our generation. The girl, still curious, asks, "What about that Zhongliang Rui Xiao? What is the water dragon fruit?" Hearing that name, he clenches his fist in anger. He explains that Zhongliang Rui Xiao is just a clown, and the water dragon fruit is exclusive to the Rui Xiao family, provided to their dragon knights every 9 years. Just as he finishes explaining, a dragon suddenly ascends from the Dragon Ascension platform. The figure atop the Dark Demon Dragon announced that the Dragon Ascension Tournament is a momentous occasion for the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. I hope you all perform admirably. Now, I declare the Dragon Ascension Tournament officially open. Everyone, take flight. The crowd around Xuanyu erupted in commotion, chanting in unison, "Wind, Dark Demon Dragon Knight." Instantly, countless dragons spread their wings and soared into the sky. As Wenlong eagerly urged, "Lamb, too, let's go." Hearing this, Hianvu turned to the person beside him. Too, let's go." Her face filled with determination. She agreed, and wings erupted from both of their backs. The Dragon Ascension platform gradually appears, seemingly near yet impossibly high. Dragons converge from all directions, each struggling to reach the summit. Xuanyu was no exception. He pulled Bai Shu's hand and flew with her. Reaching a certain point, he signaled, "Bai Shu, get ready to throw me up." Bai Shu, already prepared for this breakthrough, replied, "Okay." Without a word, Xuanwu roars with all his might. Two, go up. And quickly, she is propelled high into the air. In the sky, Baku's body transforms into a deep ice demon dragon. Xuanyu's power was the perfect leverage, allowing her to quickly outpace the other dragons. Witnessing this spectacular burst of speed, Xuanyu's eyes changed slightly, thinking, "Good, now it's my turn." Without hesitation, he began to transform into a golden dragon, its head emerging, and it flapped its wings, creating a dazzling display of golden light. As soon as it transformed, the golden dragon roared, its earth-shattering cry echoing through the heavens. The other dragons nearby felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, Zhang Liang and Tianlong also transformed into dragons, hovering in the air, with Zhang Liang wearing a flirtatious expression, saying, "Big brother, don't you think she's super beautiful?" Tianlong didn't respond, but inwardly assessed that this lamb was indeed extraordinary, possessing immense power. Lost in thought, Zhang Liang eagerly spoke, "Lamb, your dragon form is so beautiful." Hianvu had never liked swordplay. And now, bravo kid. He turned, eager to see who dared mock him, so ready to send them flying with a mere breath. Zhang Liang cried out, "Dizzy. Bro, I can't stop." Tianlong, standing by, was speechless. Suddenly, he recalled the moment Xuanyu roared and wondered if her body had involuntarily trembled when she chanted. The speed has clearly decreased. A suppression of bloodlines. What bloodline does she possess, ignoring the distractions? Xuanvu continues to ascend, but their previous encounter has piqued Tianlong's interest, who is determined to fly alongside them. He kindly reminds him that flying up is just the beginning, and showing off too much will make him a target. Xuanyu arrogantly throws cold water on him, saying, "I like it. Mind your own business. Worry less about what I do." Back at the Dragon Ascension platform, a light suddenly emanates from the peak, enveloping everything. It's creating an invisible barrier, preventing the surrounding dragons from approaching. Bai Shu has flown close and silently assesses the scene before him, the pressure emanating from the Dragon Ascension platform. The closer one gets, the greater the pressure. This must be the test. Without the power of the dragon's force, flying under this pressure would be incredibly draining, but the deathly aura is forcibly eroding the pressure, maintaining a relatively fast speed. The other dragons, unwilling to accept this, roar and summon some kind of power. A layer of spirit energy envelops their bodies as they ascend, hoping to withstand the immense pressure. Baishu seems to have realized the crux of the matter, silently marveling that all dragon creatures are affected by the pressure. The weak have already been left far behind. And even without skills, Xuanyu can withstand the pressure and match Baishu's speed, zing him right behind her. She fell silent, thoughts racing through her mind. This was Lan Xuanyu's fourth soul skill, the Golden Dragon King Burst Domain. He's not forgoing skills. He's honing them, and Xuanyu's roars are inadvertently bothering the other dragons. A gossipy dragon with a sour attitude wonders why the beauty hasn't finished roaring, complaining that she can't rely on her bloodline to bully other dragons. A dragon beside him, knowing his limits, speaks up in her defense, saying she's wild and not to be trifled with, since they can't beat her anyway. Xuanyu admired his arrogant mask, his best defense, reminding himself to play the part, to act unconcerned, even wild. Above the Dragon Ascension platform, the pressure intensifies as it nears the summit, and Xuanyu assesses the situation, feeling the pressure seep into his body. Merging with his bloodline, the power replenishes and stimulates the bloodline, almost burning, like a dragon force cultivation. Could this ascent be a trial for the dragon race? Without hesitation, he summons his extreme demon pupils and activates them. With this vision, Xuanyu can easily observe each dragon-type creature being absorbed, forming an airflow that penetrates the Dragon Ascension platform, an airflow that surrounds the platform, surging around that massive ancient pillar, but not in one direction. Rather, two. Thoughts raced through his mind as the Dragon Ascension platform released streams of energy, creating pressure. As they advanced, these streams would flow into their bodies, forming a cycle. In other words, the bloodline aura of thousands of dragon creatures is converging, tempering the whole, benefiting more as they accept more of their kin. Dragon creatures with weak resistance will be pushed further away or fall, reaping relatively little, becoming providers without gain. To think such simple streams of consciousness could contain so many thoughts, and this strange ascension platform, what kind of power would it take to create something like this? Xiao Bao is amazed, quickly realizing the key point. Master, this is... The boy's eyes narrowed as he continued to ramble. This Dragon Ascension platform was originally created by you. Back then, in our God realm, it was called the Dragon Ascension Pillar, a tool to test the strength of the Dragon Clan at the God tier level. Only Dragon Clan, members of God tier level 3 or higher, were qualified to use the Dragon Ascension Pillar, and now it's being used on this group of dragon descendants. Really? Xuanyu listened intently, eyes wide with surprise, and asked, after the Great War, the Dragon Pillar disappeared with the Dragon God, only to end up here, Xiao Bao slowly explained. That's right. The Dragon Ascension Pillar belonged to the God realm during the Dragon God's reign. I still remember you telling me that with it, you could solidify the dragon soul. Not intending to stop, the kid continued rambling. Also, I think the Dragon Ascension Pillar disappeared first. I wonder if your change in personality back then had anything to do with its disappearance. Xuanyu wonders if he can reclaim the Dragon Ascension Pillar, but Xiao Bao regretfully says it's impossible without reaching at least the first level of godhood and completely covering the pillar with his bloodline aura. Hearing this, Xuanyu broke out in a cold sweat. So, only if my cultivation reaches the super god level will I be able to retrieve this super artifact? Xiao Bao nodded emphatically, adding that cultivating on top of it would be of great benefit. Hearing this, Xuanyu became excited, almost jumping for joy. Then let's work hard to become gods. Seeing his expression, Xiao Bao sighed inwardly. I can see that you really want it. Back to the tense atmosphere of the Rising Dragon platform, Xuanyu excitedly shares a secret he's discovered. 2-2. I know the secret of the Rising Dragon platform. The further you fly forward, the greater the pressure, and the greater the benefit. No sooner said than done. He unleashed his golden dragon roar, sending shivers down the spines of the other dragons. The gossiping dragon piped up again, complaining about the noise. Sensing the moment, Xuanyu urges, 2-2. We need to go up. He quickly mounts Baishu, grips her body with his legs, and propels them both upward at full speed. Witnessing this, the other dragons cried out, complaining about her constant roaring and disregard for their lives. While Xuanyu neared the summit, he eagerly anticipates what's to come, hoping for more, as his dragon core can directly absorb this pure bloodline power, a feast for them both. While Baishu watches with wide eyes, awaiting the next development, the moment they'd been waiting for had arrived. Both Xuanyu and Baishu had safely reached the top of the Dragon Ascension platform, and upon setting foot there, they immediately transformed into human form. A golden aura enveloped them, and Xuanyu wondered if it was dragon energy. A bit curious, he pushes it aside and enters the depths with Baishu. Taking in the scene, Xuanyu realizes that even if the Ascension platform isn't affected by his dragon god bloodline, any dragon-type creature would benefit from cultivating here. He just doesn't know why Huang Daoqi didn't tell him before. As he pondered, the appearance of other dragons caught his attention. It dawned on him that other dragons had already made their way here. Suddenly, a Haza figure materialized nearby. It was A Yuan, appearing like a god, asking if he was finally here. The first to ascend, Xuanyu observes the man before him, noting the Dark Dragon Knight's powerful aura, wondering if he can see through his disguise. Relax, he tells himself. Even the Dark Dragon Knight Kun La Lam couldn't see through it. As if reading his mind, Little Treasure reassured him. Don't worry, Master. He definitely can't see through you. Following protocol, Xuanyu politely bowed in respect. With a complex look, A Yuan said, "The first to fly will receive a great honor. You are worthy to know my name. I am A Yuan, the Dark Copper Knight." Knowing this man is no ordinary person, Baishu and Xuanyu are respectful, as is the Dark Demon Knight. Then, Yuan looks directly at Xuanyu and instructs, "The first to fly up is qualified to feel the enormous stature of Long Lu. Follow me." Hearing this, Xuanyu followed closely behind. But as he approached the center, a peculiar feeling arose within him. He lowered his head, secretly assessing that the closer he got to the center of the Dragon Ascension platform, the denser the patterns on the ground, and the richer the dragon energy. Closing his eyes, Yuan spoke of the pressure surrounding the Dragon Ascension platform, explaining that the great power of the Dragon Six could be seen by those who become leaders of the Dragon Ascension, like the Golden Dragon Clan. Xuanwu blankly receives the information as a surge of power envelops Yuan. A blinding golden light erupts from his mind, overwhelming Xuanyu. He clenches his eyes shut, utterly bewildered what's happening. His bloodline surges violently within him, threatening to break free. An immense pressure bore down on Xuanyu, creating countless effects within his body, and it took him a long time to open his eyes. Before him, Xuanyu beheld an unfamiliar scene, a flock of dragons dancing around snow-capped mountains. A truly peaceful sight. He was momentarily stunned, wondering where he was, when he noticed a massive white dragon sleeping nearby. Xuanyu marveled at the colossal dragon, his mind racing as he scanned the harmonious scene, a place that felt strangely familiar, like a vision from his breakthrough. No war, no destruction, dragons soaring, a scene of idyllic beauty. Suddenly, the white dragon opens its eyes. It moves and begins to fly forward, heading straight for Xuanyu. Sensing a familiar aura, it draws closer, its eyes filled with complexity. Suddenly, an immense pressure bears down on him, and Xuanyu grimaces, realizing he can no longer suppress the bloodline's power. The pain is unbearable, like he's about to explode. At this moment, the silver dragon and gold dragon bloodlines unleash themselves, clashing against each other. Xuanyu is in pain, falling helplessly as the silver dragon seems to want to break free. Seeing the dire situation, Baishu thought, "This is bad. Xuanyu is in danger." She rushed over, shouting. Heal Xuanyu seemed to have lost control, blasting away anyone who got close. Despite her attempts to shield herself, she failed, and Baishu could only lament. The pressure is too strong. Seeing the chaos unfold, she lamented inwardly. It's over, all of it. It's been exposed. Yuan witnessed everything, his eyes filled with shock. Meanwhile, Xuanwu is in terrible shape, clutching his head as his mind is torn apart. Flooded with too much information at once, memories of a destroyed world flash through his mind. The silver dragon suddenly returns to Xuanyu's body. His legs buckle, and he collapses forward, gasping for breath. Yuan approaches, asking if he's all right. But Xuanyu hesitates. Sir Knight of the lineage, he's cut off before he can continue. Yuan quickly urged. Say no more. Rest here for a moment. You've expended a great deal of energy. Your situation is quite unique, after all our years of arduous training and waiting. Finally, a glimmer of hope. Xuanyu's eyes widened as he heard the praise. Cultivate here. I must report your situation to the chief. He fell silent, wondering. The chief of Tianlong Star has already met me. Can I hide it from him? What exactly happened to me before? The esteemed Lord Yayuan clearly respects talent, immediately issuing a stern warning to the people. Listen closely. No one is to approach him, or they will be killed, and anyone who leaks what happened today will be killed. His words resonated with everyone present, who trembled and obeyed. With his task complete, the Vice Primal turned to Xuanyu and said, Rest here for now, I'll be back. As he left, Baisu rushed over in a panic, and a weary Xuanyu, sitting on the ground, said, Su, with a worried expression. She asked, How do you feel? Impatient for an answer. Baisu continued. Xuanyu, what's wrong? The soul essence before us seems a little different than I thought. Xuanyu looked helpless. I don't have a clue either. Xuanyu and Baishu exchange information. While outside, Yuan Lang intently watches their every move. Thoughts race through his mind to be valued by the dark demon dragon. Night was naturally a good thing for the clan. Lord Lalam assessed that Lan had immeasurable potential and could very well become a dragon knight. But the situation now, realizing this, Yuan Lang was horrified by Xuanyu's breakthrough and secretly thought, her rise is too fast, meaning he has no time to pursue Lan any further. How can he pursue someone who's soaring ahead? A voice cut through his thoughts. What's the background of this clan member of yours? She's quite impressive. Yuan Lang crossed his arms and replied, I can only tell you that she's been recognized by a bloodline knight. She's a future potential dragon knight who joined our family long ago. And furthermore, she's my sister. Such a beauty. You lucky dog, his followers erupted in cheers. Sensing a budding romance. Detecting a rival, Yuan Lang seethed with jealousy, muttering, So, you're starting to admire Lan and Shuju's beauty. Huh. Why don't you look in the mirror first? You shameless. He immediately flared up, his anger clear, and warned, I'm warning you. Don't even think about it. Stop eyeing my man. You pervert. Sensing a change in the other's demeanor, Xuanyu asked, bewildered. What's wrong? Shoo. Just then, a dark vortex appeared in the sky, and a dragon flew out of it. Xuanyu and Baishu were stunned. Realizing that a Yuan had returned with valuable news, the Rising Dragon competition was over, and all successful ascenders had to re-register. Those qualified to compete in the Thang Long tournament will officially compete tomorrow for the top spot. If Lan can win, she will be rewarded with a chance to seek opportunities in the dragon realm. Whether she can become a true dragonhead depends on her performance. Meanwhile, Hianvu solemnly receives the information, as the higher-ups are also watching his performance. Upon their next meeting, Yuan leaves a message and hastily departs, taking the opportunity to cozy up to the beauty. Yuan Lang hesitantly asks, Lan, are you all right? But Lan, uninterested in his advances, flatly ignores him, saying, I'm a little tired. Let's go back. The scene quickly shifts to a magnificent and majestic fortress. In the luxurious bedroom, two figures draw closer in a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Baizu murmurs softly, Xuanyu. Soon, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded in anguish. Let's go home. Back to our home planet. Back then, on Rising Dragon. When you fell, I really thought we'd been discovered. I thought I'd lost you forever. Do you know how terrified I was? Baishu continues to express her fears, saying that this will definitely not be the last time they face such a situation on Thang Long Star. Her emotions reaching a breaking point, she bursts into tears. Xuanyu, I'm not afraid of death, but I really don't like this feeling of panic and fear. Do you understand? He embraced Bai Shu, comforting her. I understand. I understand. I'm sorry. Su Shu. It was my fault. I shouldn't have done that today. A hint of regret arose in his heart, as Xuanyu blamed himself. If we weren't so outstanding, perhaps, seeing the guilt in his eyes, Bai Shu spoke softly. No, it's not your fault. This will bring us greater gains. I can clearly feel the effect of my bloodline tempering skyrocketing. It's the benefits that the dragon brings first. If you win the championship, it means you'll go to the dragon realm. Saying this, she tightly gripped his arm, her voice trembling. I wouldn't even be able to follow you then. I'm really afraid that if you leave, you won't come back. The air stills. A space for two souls bound by love. After a moment, Xuanyu speaks. All right. 2-2. I agree. As long as we reach the finals and qualify for the Dragon Knight competition, we'll stop. We won't go for the Dragon Crown this time. Okay. He continued to pour out his thoughts. But Tutu, you have to understand, it's not just about us anymore. Our teammates are on Tianlong planet. The plant-type spirit beast seniors are here. And so is the elder tree. It's not so easy to just give up the benefits this place offers everyone. Even the eternal tree. This is the culmination of everyone's efforts. I can only promise you that I'll try to keep us safe. But I'm afraid I can't stop taking risks. Not after we learned the secrets of Dragon Source Star here. At the time, we didn't expect to be hunted by the Heavenly Dragon Star's chief. And only by becoming stronger could we bear the risks. I also don't want to see Nana disappear in the star system to save me. The Heavenly Dragon Star may be my only chance. Only here can I become a true powerhouse, capable of protecting everyone. Baisho gradually understood the other's inner torment. I'm sorry. Xuanyu. I was making things difficult for you. I understand all of this. It's just that just now, I really, hesitantly. She says that if she's chosen him, she wants to advance and retreat with him. And if one day, they face an insurmountable danger, then she wants to bear it with him, living or dying together. And if he goes to the dragon realm, he has to take her with him. Since she's his dragon seat, Xie Yu narrowed his eyes, playfully tweaked her nose, and teased. So now you remember you're my dragon. You were so resistant before. Bai Shu raised her hands, playfully retorting. It's different now. She embraces Xuanyu, her eyes filled with affection, saying they need to understand each other better. It's much better to voice her fears and doubts. And Xuanyu agrees, saying that Bai Shu is right. In truth, my powerful bloodline demands astronomical amounts of energy for each level I attain. When I broke through to the 5th ring, I nearly drained the ice fire yin-yang. Well dry. He took Bai Shu's hand, gently placing it on his chest, and sincerely shared everything. When I broke through to the 6th ring, I relied on absorbing the eternal tree, which is equivalent to the origin of life of an entire planet. The same trick won't work twice. So how will I break through to the god level? The conflict between us and the Dragon Horse Federation is irreconcilable. There will inevitably be a final battle, a fierce war already set in motion. If we want to protect our home and loved ones, we must become stronger. Time waits for no one. And the Zen Dragon Bond gives us a chance for rapid breakthroughs. My cultivation speed will surely increase. In 6 months at most, my soul power should reach the peak of the 6th ring. The Ascension platform is originally a super artifact belonging to the Dragon God. So if I can break through on this platform, then it's very likely I'll directly surpass the self-sealed Duluo level and become a god in one step. So I really want to risk it all. I don't want to just watch Uncle Luo and Miss Nana fight for humanity in the future decisive battle, while I can't do anything at all. Bai Shu rested her chin, adorably. Hianvu, this is the first time I'm willing to be your dragon mount. But you have to be mine too. I usually ride you. But in front of others, you can ride me. We're each other's dragon mounts. Hearing this, Xuanyu hugged Bai Shu and promised, Okay, it's a deal. The next day, countless people gathered at the Dragon Ascension platform. Xuanyu and the others were also present, with Yuan Lang speaking up first. Generally speaking, Lower and middle-ranked dragons are required to arrive at the Dragon Ascension platform first to await the competition. But we've come early today, so we can finish early and go home to rest. He wore a cheeky grin, pointing the way. No need to queue with the higher dragons. I'll take you flying. I'll go first. Then you two. Okay, leave it to me, he says, as Bai Zhu and Xuanyu half-heartedly agree. The crowd before them has already separated into distinct lines. Wu Ben stood motionless, when Nguyen Lang's voice echoed from afar. Greetings. We are royalty from Fonglong City. He was surprised, wondering. Royalty. Then, he received a friendly greeting from Nguyen Lang. Hello. Looking at Xuan Wu and Bak Tu, Wu Ban vaguely recognized them. This. Isn't this? Without another word, he immediately welcomed them. Priority to the leaders of Thang Long. This way. Please. Moonlight, itching to join, called out. Wait for us. But upon hearing this, Wu Bin's expression changed drastically, sternly reminding him. You. Get in line. Left behind, Yue Lang stood amidst the crowd, silently weeping. After being led inside by Wu Ban, Hian Wu and Bak Tu found themselves in a vast arena. Many contestants were already waiting. And just then, Xuanyu recognized the white dragon from the other day. Surrounded by countless others, he wondered what the illusion in his mind was. That familiar, burning sensation. It was the Dragon Ascension platform. No. A response from the Dragon Ascension pillar. Unexpectedly, a strange dragon flew toward Xuanyu, kicking up dust and debris, its eyes radiating a dangerous light. He watched it intently. Sizing it up, this must be his opponent for the match. Over 20 millimeters long. It could certainly be considered gigantic among the higher dragon race. Its strength was also relatively strong among the lower dragon race, and its physique and aura suggested it was a powerful warrior who had been through many battles. At that moment, the referee Chula raised his hand, signaling that both sides had entered the arena and the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange dragon immediately took a fighting stance. Its eyes were as sharp as swords, and Xuanyu sensed its signal, reminding himself, here it comes. He was ready for an attack. But unexpectedly, it knelt down and bowed its head before him. Your Highness, Golden Dragon Princess, I concede. I, Ran Cheng, I am willing to become your servant, to follow you forever. Where are you? I will be there. Your will is the direction of my life's efforts. Hyunwoo was stunned, speechless. Thoughts raced through his mind. Dedication. Development. What is going on? With an adorable expression, Nyan Trin asks if he can call her master, while a bewildered Hyunwoo questions the referee about the situation. Surrender, accompanied by devotion. Without further explanation, the Lord announces the result. She has won. Then he adds, is she willing to accept his sincere devotion? Still reeling, Xuanyu asks what will happen if she accepts, and what will happen if she doesn't. The Lord calmly explains that if she accepts, its mind will be imprinted with her mark, and if it betrays her, she can destroy it with a single thought. It would turn to dust, but it would also receive the influence of your bloodline aura. With the purity and power of your bloodline, it would greatly benefit its future cultivation. If you refuse, it will be forever excluded from the Dragon Ascension tournament, never ascending, remaining a lower-level dragon. At that moment, doubts began to surface in Xuanyu's mind, to accept or not. Would it cause trouble? Noticing his hesitation, the Lord continued to analyze, explaining that it was common for high-ranking dragons to take lower-ranking dragons as servants, especially if she were to establish a clan in the future. If the dragon clan makes a pact with you, he'll be your loyal servant, and he'll have the potential to soar. Hearing this, Xuanyu agrees. He pretends to ask for help, saying, okay, then, let the Sea Lord preside over the master-servant pact for us. I don't know how to make a pact. But in his heart, Xuanyu didn't forget his main goal. Refusing wouldn't be beneficial, so agreeing would raise less suspicion. Lord Luo continued to explain enthusiastically that the master-servant contract allows direct transfer of spiritual power into the servant's mind. opening their spiritual world for you to enter. She leaves a tendril of spiritual power and blood essence within him, completing the connection. Yancheng, eyes sparkling, acknowledges. Yes, yes, just like that. He then kneels respectfully, asking, Master, is this height suitable for you? Xuanyu touched Yancheng's head, thinking, it's come to this. Let's do it. At that moment, golden spirit energy emanated from him, enveloping both Xuanyu and Yancheng. Drawing them closer, he looks at the grimacing Yancheng before him, his heart heavy as he judges that this master-servant contract seems very dangerous. He has to open all defenses, and be branded by the power of blood and spiritual energy. If a problem arises during this process, it will truly be irreversible. If the contract fails, it's normal for either master or servant to die. I wonder what they're thinking. Yancheng is still processing the sudden changes. The contract is sealed, and he leaps into a new era. His complete transformation stunning Xuanyu. As for Lord Luo, he's dumbfounded, stammering. Amazing, so amazing. He's ascending from a low level to a mid-level dragon. He quickly noticed something special, bloodline. It had to be bloodline. Just a trace of bloodline essence was enough to elevate a low-ranking dragon to a mid-ranking one. After his upgrade, Yancheng immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Yancheng greets the Dragon Lord. Xuanyu didn't understand what was happening, wondering what had just occurred. But he pretended to understand, telling her to wait on the side. Witnessing the scene, the others below